Chapter 1. The Imperial Edict of Empress Enfeoffment. On the 28th day of the 4th month in the 7th year of the Zhiyuan era, the emperor finally issued the edict to enfeoff an empress. For 7 years since ascending the throne, the position of empress had remained vacant. Despite the persistent petitions from ministers over the past 4 years, the emperor had repeatedly disregarded their pleas. 3 days prior, the ministers had collectively knelt in the Xianjing Hall, imploring the emperor to appoint an empress, displaying a determination that suggested they would not rise until their demands were met. The emperor, suppressing his anger, could only agree to deliberate on the matter for 3 days before providing a response. 3 days later, the solemn and majestic gates of the imperial palace were flanked by an impressive procession that extended nearly to the gates of the Duke of Dingguo's manor. The spectacle resembled that of an imperial wedding rather than an announcement of an empress appointment. The citizens of the capital had yet to recover from the festivities surrounding the comminglage ceremony of the Duke's youngest daughter, and now the royal spectacle was unprecedented in its grandeur. However, the family of the Duke of Dingguo found themselves momentarily speechless as officials from the Ministry of Rites and court attendants flooded in. When the announcer approached with a smile, unfurling the bright yellow edict, the gathered crowd finally knelt in unison to receive the decree by the mandate of heaven. The emperor proclaims, "Since my ascension 7 years ago, the position of empress has remained vacant, and despite numerous petitions from ministers, I have been preoccupied with state affairs and unable to respond in a timely manner. Today, as the ministers once again beseech me for an empress, I am moved by their concern for the royal household. I have learned of the young lady Lu Zhiyuan, daughter of the esteemed Duke Lu Huaishu, known for her noble lineage, elegance, and outstanding demeanor. I hereby bestow upon her the title of empress, with a wedding date set for the 6th day of the 6th month. Thus it is decreed." Upon the conclusion of the proclamation by the Minister of Rites, the Duke's family remained in stunned silence. Cough, cough. The minister lightly cleared his throat, reminding those still kneeling. Zhiyuan, regaining her composure from the shock, glanced at her kneeling father and mother, who had also just come to their senses, and obediently extended their hands to receive the edict. Yet, the wording of the edict felt peculiar, giving the impression that the emperor was compelled to appoint her as empress. Zhiyuan accepted the edict with gratitude. This humble daughter receives the edict with thanks, wishing the emperor eternal longevity. While holding the decree of her enfeoffment, Lu Zhiyuan felt a deep sense of unease. She wondered whether she possessed the fortune to enjoy such immense wealth and status as empress. Not to mention, could someone of her simple intellect truly navigate the complexities of the palace? Though she may not be particularly clever, she was blessed with self-awareness. The Duke of Dingguo, emerging from his reverie, forced a smile and remarked, "Thank you for your efforts, my lord." The Minister of Rites humbly responded, expressing his reluctance to take credit. The Duke couldn't help but ponder the implications of the emperor's delayed decision to appoint an empress, especially after the recent comminglage ceremony for his daughter. This unprecedented appointment would undoubtedly elevate the standing of the Duke's household. Indicating to his steward to distribute rewards, the officials who had delivered the edict gratefully accepted their gifts and expressed their thanks. The Minister of Rites, mindful of his duties, bowed slightly and stated, "I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." The Duke nodded with a smile, "Travel safely, my lord." With the departure of the officials from the Ministry of Rites and the court, a tranquil silence descended upon the hall. Lady Lu gazed at Lu Zhiyuan, who seemed hesitant to speak, and ultimately let out a soft sigh, gently advising her youngest daughter, "Yuan, you have been quite busy. Why not return to your quarters and rest for a while?" "Certainly, mother. I shall take my leave now," Lu Zhiyuan replied in a voice as gentle as a breeze, obediently turning towards her own chambers. Once Lu Zhiyuan departed, Lady Lu raised her gaze towards her husband and son, inquiring, how could His Majesty have noticed Yuan? What she truly wished to ask was how her beloved daughter could possibly become empress. Lu Huaishu, equally perplexed, directed his attention to their eldest son. "Why is that?" Lu Chen looked innocently at the two. "I have no idea." Lu Huaishu snorted. "You were once the emperor's companion during his studies. After he ascended the throne, you entered the Grand Court of Judicature, and now you hold the esteemed position of minister there. Surely, your relationship with His Majesty has only grown closer. How could you be unaware?" Upon hearing this, Lady Lu immediately grasped her son's hand tightly. Did you say something in front of the emperor? I did not. The emperor's thoughts are notoriously elusive. Even though I was once his companion, in these past 7 years, the distinction between sovereign and subject has become ever clearer. How could I dare to be presumptuous before His Majesty? Lu Yiqin protested, enduring the discomfort of his mother's grip. Listening to their son, Lu Huaishu and Lady Lu were equally puzzled. Their youngest daughter was not renowned for her talents like her elder sister. In fact, she despised tedious social gatherings and lacked the patience to endure idle chit-chat. Thus, she seldom accompanied her family to banquets over the years, and those who had encountered her could be counted on one hand. Even at her comingafage ceremony yesterday, she had merely fulfilled her obligations before hastily retreating to her quarters. Pampered since childhood, she had been allowed to express herself freely in the arts, without any stringent expectations placed upon her. Even when she occasionally mischievously slipped out in disguise to play, her identity as the third daughter of the Duke of Dinghua remained concealed. How then could the emperor have taken notice of her? Moreover, why did the emperor's decree regarding the selection of an empress appear so reluctant? Lu Huaishu and Lu Yiqin exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Lady Lu scrutinized her husband before finally settling her gaze on Lu Yiqin. He, recalling the events of the previous days in the Hall of Political Affairs, spoke up. The other day, the ministers knelt in the Hall of Political Affairs, pleading with the emperor to choose an empress. The emperor remained silent, refusing to rise, and the ministers' actions could be seen as somewhat coercive. For a subject to compel their sovereign is a grave taboo. Lu Yiqin abruptly halted his discourse, but Lady Lu understood the implication behind his words. Noting her mother's understanding, yet still sensing her confusion, Lu Yiqin cast a sidelong glance at his father. The emperor wishes to keep the matter of selecting an empress a private family affair, yet the ministers seem to forget this distinction and persist in bringing it up. Just the other day in the Hall of Political Affairs, you two knelt in their midst. At this revelation, Lady Lu grasped the situation. The reason her youngest daughter was to be made empress was due to her husband's lack of discernment. Indeed, Lu Huaishu furrowed his brow, his voice lacking conviction. The matter of establishing an heir has been raised before. What relevance does it hold now? Lu Yiqin replied, how can it lack significance? The imperial edict clearly states that numerous ministers have repeatedly petitioned for the establishment of an heir, yet the emperor, preoccupied with state affairs, has been unable to respond promptly. Now, as the ministers once again beseech His Majesty for this decision, it reflects his acknowledgement of their concern for the royal family's matters. The implication is unmistakable. The emperor, compelled by circumstance, has decreed the establishment of an heir. The imperial edict is explicit. The decision to establish an heir is at the behest of the ministers. His Majesty merely wishes to devote himself to state affairs, hoping that the ministers will refrain from excessive scrutiny of his harem matters. Today's decree serves to fulfill the ministers' desires, with the hope that they will henceforth concentrate on their duties to the court, exemplifying the qualities of loyal subjects devoted to the country and its people. Chapter 2. Learning to be graceful and wise. Upon hearing these words, Lu Huaishu's heart sank. He recalled the previous day in the Xianzheng Hall, when Nangong he took the lead in reiterating the matter of establishing a consort. Following his lead, a multitude knelt on the ground to petition for the selection of a consort, especially among the military officials, all of whom bowed in reverence while he remained standing alone before the throne, feeling distinctly out of place. Observing the emperor seated above, lost in deep contemplation with a furrowed brow, he thought that adding his voice to the petition would not be unwelcome. Thus, he stepped forward and knelt, declaring, I concur. I shall deliberate for 3 days and then provide a response to you, my loyal ministers, the emperor replied, his tone unexpectedly gentle, as though the earlier display of anger had merely been a fade. Your Majesty, if you do not respond after 3 days, it would not be too late for us to speak again. General Nangong began, but was swiftly interrupted by the emperor. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to acquiesce. Waiting 3 days was of little consequence. They thought to submit another petition at that time. However, what did this have to do with him? He had only uttered those 3 words. He had never presented a petition for a consort before the emperor. Feeling uncertain, Lu Huaishu raised his voice slightly. I truly said nothing that day. But Lu's mother narrowed her eyes at him, making him feel even more uneasy. Lu Yicheng pondered for a moment and became increasingly convinced that the urgency displayed by the ministers in the Xianzheng Hall had vexed the emperor. How could a sovereign, faced with pressure from his subjects, not be enraged? Had it not been for his father's utterance of those 3 words, joining in their clamor? How would the emperor have considered issuing a decree for the consort to their family? It was likely that because his father was the last to petition, the emperor took note of him. Furthermore, when both he and Lu Huaixu requested leave to host a coming-of-age ceremony for their younger sister, it was akin to presenting a pillow to the emperor, ensuring his favor. That single phrase, "I concur," had already led the emperor to believe that the duke's household intended to send their daughter to the palace. To the emperor, issuing a decree for a consort was a means of honoring the minister's wishes, with the selection of the consort likely among those who had supported the petition. Should anyone else stir trouble, the emperor's temper would surely not be so lenient. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother stepped forward, raising her hand to reprimand her husband. "Why must you meddle? Do you not know what temperament Yuan possesses? With her simple and innocent heart, can she truly enter the palace? At this juncture, we lack any grounds to petition the emperor to rescind his decree. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to defying his orders. Why did you have to involve yourself?" With each word, Lu's mother pinched him fiercely. Despite the pain, Lu Huaixu maintained a stoic demeanor, enduring it quietly while his temper urged his wife to calm down. Lu's mother released her grip, exclaiming in frustration, "Calm down? How can one remain calm? Yuan is to be made a consort by the minister's coercion. Do you understand what that implies? Once Yuan enters the palace, it would be miraculous if the emperor does not harbor resentment towards her. Does she still hope to win his favor? Life in the harem is inherently challenging. With Yuan entering in such a manner, how can she hope to live peacefully within the palace?" Madame Lu became increasingly agitated, her eyes reddening with emotion. Lu Huaixu dreaded the sight of his wife in tears, and despite her struggles, he gently urged her to sit down. "My dear, please calm your anger. It is entirely my fault for meddling foolishly. Rest assured, I shall ensure that our daughter Yuan remains safe in the palace. Yuan, our youngest daughter, is dearly cherished by both of us. Trust me, I will not let any harm come to her." Lu Yicheng, concerned for his mother's health, stepped forward and spoke soothingly. "Mother, do not let your anger afflict your health. I have grown up alongside the emperor. I know his character well. He will not make things difficult for our sister." Yicheng was indeed correct. The emperor is a benevolent ruler, not one to indulge in frivolities. And given that our duke's residence has previously aided him, he would not trouble Yuan. Lu Huaixu was perplexed as to why the emperor had chosen to elevate their youngest daughter as consort. Was it truly, as Yicheng suggested, merely a matter of unfortunate timing? Noticing that his mother's mood had begun to settle, he added, "The decree has been issued. It is now a fait accompli. Although the emperor will not harass our sister, her innocent and spirited nature may prove ill-suited for palace life. Mother, it would be wise to instruct her on the intricacies of court etiquette and the art of survival within the imperial harem." Though still vexed, Madame Lu was aware that the date of June 6th was just over a month away, and she understood the gravity of the situation. Even if she did not seek the emperor's favor, she wished for Yuan to navigate the palace safely. Lu Huaixu felt a pang of regret. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have tolerated her seeming incompatibility. In the Shijiao courtyard, a young woman donned a moon-white camellia-patterned silk dress, reclining on a divan in the pavilion, basking in the warm sunlight, exuding an air of leisure. A gentle breeze stirred the ribbons at her waist. Now that matters had been settled, she had observed her father and brother's astonished expressions upon receiving the decree, realizing that the elevation had taken them by surprise. It was not that she held herself in low regard, but rather she recognized her limitations. With her modest capabilities, she could manage within the confines of an ordinary household, supported by the Duke of State. Yet the palace was an entirely different realm where one might need to be reborn to survive. It was understandable that her parents and brother chose to discuss matters privately, likely to spare her feelings. With a heavy sigh, Lu Zhiyuan pondered whether her parents would regret raising her with such a disposition. Beside her stood Tingqin, dressed in a pale green garment. her face etched with concern as she asked, "Miss, is there truly no room for negotiation regarding the elevation? If there were any possibility for negotiation, my father would not be fretting at home, but would have already entered the palace," Lu Ziyuan replied, removing the veil from her face to reveal her exquisite, oval countenance, her dark, round eyes sparkling like radiant glass beads. Tingqin pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for how to comfort her young mistress. Regardless of her noble status or striking beauty, her mistress was truly deserving of the title of empress. However, her innocent disposition raised concerns should she enter the palace. Even the duke had his limitations, and as a mere maid, Tingqin felt utterly powerless. Lu Ziyuan propped herself up slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Tingqin. And with a playful wink, she encouraged Tingqin, "Let us not dwell on sighs and regrets. Let us adopt a more optimistic outlook, for optimism often invites fortune." Lu Ziyuan was indeed a free spirit. Who would dare defy the emperor's decree? Since they could not alter the course of events, acceptance was their only recourse. They would take each step as it came, exercising caution. If they fell into someone else's trap, they could only blame their own fate. "But, my lady, it is the imperial palace we speak of, the very seat of the emperor and empress dowager. The palace is governed by strict rules and protocols, far more demanding than our household. A single misstep could provoke the emperor," Tingqin said, her expression grave, starkly contrasting with Lu Ziyuan's lightheartedness. In her household, the duke and duchess showered their daughter with affection, allowing her to escape any repercussions with a mere pout or playful demeanor. On occasion, she even disguised herself as a boy to venture out. Were it not for the heir's protection, the duke and duchess would have confined her long ago, especially since she had once been punished with a month of confinement for a similar escapade 7 years prior. Furthermore, dear young mistress, I have heard that the emperor is indifferent to the harem, and your elevation to empress is a reluctant necessity. Does that not suggest a more arduous path ahead for you?" Lu Ziyuan regarded Tingqin, whose face was clouded with worry. What had be done? She was well aware that she had been coerced by the ministers into becoming the emperor's bride. Even so, she could not afford to weep endlessly or cause a ruckus. Such behavior would only enrage the emperor further, potentially endangering her life and implicating the entire duke's household. After a moment of reflection, Lu Ziyuan tilted her head slightly, a faint smile ghosting her lips. "Then let us learn from my second sister and present ourselves with grace and composure, embodying the virtues of poise and gentility. Let our adherence to propriety shield us from criticism, ensuring our safety." Her second sister was a paragon of knowledge and etiquette among the young ladies of the capital. Although Lu Ziyuan could not emulate her entirely, mastering a fraction would suffice to navigate the perils of the palace. Moreover, she was destined to become the empress, and within the palace, aside from the emperor and empress dowager, all others would rank beneath her. As long as she remained cautious and avoided missteps, survival should not prove too difficult. The entire duke's household seemed to share this sentiment, their primary hope being that Lu Ziyuan could live well within the palace. Chapter 3. A long-standing scheme in the imperial study. The Minister of Rights stood respectfully, reporting to the figure seated on the throne about the affairs of the Duke of Dinghua's residence. He was perplexed as to why the emperor required such meticulous details, particularly concerning the empress's reaction upon receiving the imperial edict. Upon hearing that Lu Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, Shen Junran's lips curled slightly. He mused that she must have found it astonishing. When he noticed her furrowed brow, he too frowned, feeling a flicker of unease within. Finally, upon hearing her obediently accept the edict, Shen Junran let out a sigh of relief, his face breaking into an unmistakable smile. "I instructed the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Internal Affairs last year to prepare thoroughly for the grand wedding. The ceremony between the emperor and the empress must be splendidly held in a month," the Minister of Rights stated with utmost respect. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we have long been ready. The wedding on the 6th day of the 6th month will undoubtedly be a momentous occasion, ensuring that the empress is not slighted," the minister assured. "Very well." Shen Junran nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "Your servant takes his leave." Once the minister departed, the chief eunuch Zhao Quan, who who had served the emperor for over a decade, observed in astonishment. He had never witnessed the emperor display such overt emotion before. Today, the emperor's joy was palpable, and he had always known that someone resided in the emperor's heart, but he never imagined it would be the youngest daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. A young eunuch entered, bowing low. "Your Majesty, the Minister of Justice seeks an audience at the imperial study." Shen Junran narrowed his eyes, fully aware of Lu Yiqing's purpose for coming, and had already devised a plan. "Admit him." Lu Yiqing entered the hall, advancing directly to kneel on one knee, bowing before the throne. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." "Rise," Shen Junran instructed, looking up at him as he stood and moved towards the tea table to take a seat. "Thank you, your Majesty." Shen Junran spoke casually, his tone as usual, leaving Lu Yiqing further perplexed. Had he misinterpreted the situation? Lu Yiqing took a sip of tea, preoccupied with his own thoughts, oblivious to the fact that Shen Junran had been observing him for quite some time. Shen Junran set down his teacup, feigning ignorance. "Yiqing, why do you appear so distracted?" Though they were sovereign and subject, they had grown up together as friends. Lu Yiqing, realizing he had lost focus, gathered his thoughts. "The emperor must have met my younger sister by now," he pondered. Although it was a question, he felt certain they had encountered one another. Yet, what struck him as odd was that his sister had never mentioned the emperor, and even after subtle inquiries before entering the palace, she remained blissfully unaware. Shen Junran recalled that summer 7 years ago at the Duke of Dinghua's residence. At that time, his father had passed. He had just ascended the throne, and the court was beset with troubles, both internal and external. The Duke of Dinghua's residence was the only place he could entirely trust. He sat alone in the back garden, when suddenly Lu Zhiyuan appeared, cradling 2 blooming lotus flowers, her presence more radiant than the summer sun, her smile more dazzling than the flowers themselves. "Why do you seem unhappy? Is it because no one is here to play with you?" she asked softly. "This lotus is for you. I picked it just for you. Don't be sad. I'll keep you company." She tilted her head and smiled at him. And though he did not accept the lotus she offered, he remained unperturbed, holding it aloft. Noticing her hands tremble faintly, Shen Junran nonchalantly took the flower and placed it aside. Even so, she did not feel offended. Instead, her smile grew even more radiant. It was unclear where she had come from, as her elegant gown was speckled with dust, and her face resembled that of a playful kitten, far from the demeanor expected of a lady from a prestigious family. During his 5-day stay at the Duke of Dinghua's residence, she visited him daily with the lotus, sharing tales of her joys, her little mouth chattering incessantly. Typically a man of few words, he found her chatter endearing, as she did not demand his responses. The mere sight of his relaxed expression brought her delight. He marveled at how this child, barely 10 years old and cherished by her parents, possessed such an astute understanding of other sentiments. Eventually, when he spoke, she proposed taking him outside the manor for entertainment. In truth, it was less about taking him out and more about her own confinement. Shen Junran remained composed, lifting his gaze and responding, "I have indeed encountered her before, twice at the palace banquet. You are my companion in study, and I have often heard you mention her. Thus, naturally, I pay more attention to your family." Lu Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this did seem to imply a fault on his part. Shen Junran refrained from further comment, allowing Lu Yiqing to process the implications. The Duke of Dinghua would not wish to see his daughter enter the palace, even for the esteemed position of empress, preferring instead to keep her from such a fate. Thus, he had to navigate his ambitions cautiously, ensuring that none in the Duke's household suspected his intentions before he could secure her hand. The Duke, Lu Huaishu, had been his mentor, imparting military strategy to him personally. 7 years ago, following the unexpected death of his father, the court had been fraught with tension, and it was the Duke's unwavering support that allowed him to stabilize his position against those with ulterior motives. If the Duke opposed his union with his daughter, he could not pursue her against her family's will, leaving him to scheme in secrecy. Lu Yiqing regarded the emperor with suspicion, while his words bore no apparent impropriety. Something felt amiss. "Why is it the sister of a subject?" he inquired, voicing his lingering doubts in a final attempt to negotiate. Shen Junran paused, his hand hovering over the teacup grasping the underlying implication of the question. On that day, when numerous requests were made for the imperial decree, why was it specifically the Duke of Dingwa's family that was favored? His delay in speaking had been a strategic move, waiting for the Duke to voice his approval. Once the decree for the Empress was issued, the Duke would have no grounds to approach him further. As long as the Duke refrained from confronting him, matters would proceed more smoothly. The daughter of the Duke of Dingwa would be a fitting choice for the position of Empress. I am aware of the Duke's unwavering loyalty, always ready to alleviate my burdens in times of crisis. My Empress must be someone I trust, ensuring that I have no concerns regarding the previous court. Most importantly, the Duke is inclined to see his daughter enter the palace, and I recognize his sincere dedication. Shen Junran spoke with utmost sincerity, specifically emphasizing that it was the Duke's household that had taken the initiative to allow their daughter to enter the palace, thereby indirectly stifling the words that Liu Chen was about to utter. A soft sigh escaped Liu Chen's heart. The emperor's words were laden with praise for the Duke's household, portraying them as a source of solace for Jun. To speak further would only serve to undermine himself. With the path now blocked, how could he possibly voice his concerns? Your Majesty, my younger sister has been rather spoiled at home, and I fear she may lack the proper decorum and etiquette. Rest assured, no matter the circumstances, I shall ensure her safety within the palace for all her days. Shen Junran interjected, his tone earnest as he made his vow. Liu Chen was acutely aware that there was little happiness to be found for women who entered the palace, since he could not alter the situation. He could only hope for his sister's tranquility within those walls. The purpose of her entrance today was precisely that. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty. Liu Chen exhaled in relief. Having grown up alongside the emperor, he knew that a promise made by him would be upheld. Upon hearing Liu Chen's acquiescence, Shen Junran's lips curled into a subtle smile, his elongated eyes lifting slightly, the depths of his dark gaze concealing a hint of mirth. Chapter 1. The imperial edict for the empress on the 28th day of the 4th month in the 7th year of the Zhiyuan era. The emperor finally issued the decree to confer the title of empress. For 7 years since his ascension to the throne, the position of the empress had remained vacant, despite the persistent petitions from the ministers over the past 4 years, which the emperor had repeatedly ignored. 3 days prior, an assembly of ministers had knelt in the Xianzheng Hall, imploring the emperor to appoint an empress, creating an atmosphere where it seemed they would not rise until their request was granted. Reluctantly, the emperor, stifling his anger, agreed to reconsider their request and promised a response in 3 days. 3 days later, a solemn procession gathered outside the grand gates of the palace, extending almost to the gates of the Duke of Dingwa's residence. The spectacle resembled more of a royal wedding announcement than the decree for an empress. The citizens of the capital had yet to recover from the previous day's lively celebration of the Duke's youngest daughter's coming-of-age ceremony when they were met with this unprecedented royal event. Meanwhile, the family of the Duke of Dingwa, witnessing the influx of officials from the Ministry of Rites and palace attendants, found themselves momentarily speechless. An official stepped forward with a smile, unfurling the bright yellow decree, prompting everyone to kneel in unison to receive the edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, since my ascension to the throne 7 years ago, the position of the empress has remained unfilled. The ministers have repeatedly petitioned for the appointment of an empress, yet I have been engrossed in state affairs and unable to respond in a timely manner. Today, as the ministers again beseech me for this matter, I am grateful for their concern for the royal family, and thus I shall fulfill their wishes. I have heard of the young lady Liu Zhiyuan, daughter of Duke Liu Huaishu, from a distinguished and noble family, known for her grace and elegance. Therefore, in accordance with my benevolent decree, I hereby bestow upon her the title of empress, with the wedding set for the 6th day of the 6th month. So, it is decreed. Once the Minister of Rites had read the decree, the family of the Duke of Dingwa remained in stunned silence for a considerable time. A gentle cough from the minister prompted the still kneeling crowd to regain their composure. Liu Zhiyuan, emerging from her shock, glanced at her parents, who were equally taken aback, before respectfully extending their hands to accept the decree. However, the phrasing of the decree struck her as peculiar, suggesting that the emperor's decision to appoint her as empress was one made out of necessity rather than desire. With a mixture of gratitude and trepidation, Lu Ziyuan accepted the edict, expressing, "I receive the decree with utmost gratitude," thanking the emperor for his great favor. Long live the emperor! As she held the decree in her hands, a sense of unease washed over her. Becoming the empress seemed an overwhelming prospect, and she questioned whether she possessed the fortune to enjoy such immense wealth and status. Moreover, she pondered whether her simple mind would allow her to navigate the complexities of court life. Duke Lu Huaishu, regaining his senses, wore a broad smile and remarked, "You have worked hard, esteemed official." The Minister of Rights humbly replied that it was not his intention to overstep, noting the curious timing of the decree, coming just after the Duke's daughter had celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony, hinting at the increased status of the Duke's family in the future. The Duke signaled to his steward to offer rewards, and the officials who had come to deliver the decree gratefully accepted their tokens of appreciation. The Minister of Rights, mindful of his duties, bowed and took his leave, stating, "I have matters to attend to, and so I bid you farewell." With the departure of the officials, a tranquil atmosphere settled over the hall. Madame Lu gazed at her daughter, Lu Ziyuan, who seemed hesitant to speak. With a soft sigh, she gently urged her youngest daughter, "Yuan Yuan, you have been quite busy just now. Why not return to your courtyard and rest for a while?" "Of course, mother," Lu Ziyuan responded, her voice as gentle as a breeze, obediently turning to head back to her chamber. Once Lu Ziyuan had departed, Madame Lu looked up at her husband and son, inquiring, "How did His Majesty come to notice Yuan Yuan?" She was more curious about how her precious daughter had been chosen to become the empress. Lu Huaishu was equally perplexed and shifted his gaze to his eldest son, questioning, "Why?" Lu Yichen looked innocently at both of them, feeling just as bewildered. "I have no idea," he confessed. Lu Huaishu scoffed, "You were once the emperor's companion in studies. After His Majesty ascended the throne, you entered the Grand Court, and now you're the Minister of Justice. Your relationship with the emperor is closer than it is distant. How can you not know?" Upon hearing this, Madame Lu immediately clutched her son's hand tightly, asking, "Have you said something in front of the emperor?" "I have not," Lu Yichen replied, feeling aggrieved. "The emperor's thoughts are most difficult to discern. Even though I was once his companion, these past 7 years have established a clear distinction between sovereign and subject. How could I dare to act recklessly before the emperor?" Listening to their son, both Lu Huaishu and Madame Lu were puzzled. Their youngest daughter was not renowned for her talents like her elder sister. She had little patience for tedious social gatherings and rarely attended banquets, making her encounters with others exceedingly rare. Even at her coming-of-age ceremony yesterday, she had merely gone through the motions before hastily retreating to her quarters. Pampered since childhood, she had been free to explore the arts and etiquette without stringent expectations. Even when she mischievously slipped out of the residence, disguised as a boy, her identity as the third daughter of the Duke of Guo remained concealed. How could the emperor possibly take notice of her? Moreover, why did the imperial edict for her coronation seem so reluctant? Lu Huaishu and Lu Yichen exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Madame Lu scrutinized her husband before finally turning her gaze to Lu Yichen. Recognizing his father's contemplative demeanor, Lu Yichen cautiously spoke. "The other day, the ministers knelt in the Hall of Statecraft, beseeching the emperor to name an empress. When the emperor remained silent and did not rise, it felt as though the ministers were applying pressure. To force a subject upon a sovereign is a grave taboo." Lu Yichen quickly withheld further comments, but Madame Lu understood the implication. Noting her mother's comprehension, yet still appearing perplexed, Lu Yichen cast a sidelong glance at his father. The emperor has always preferred not to have court officials meddle in matters of the imperial family. He believes the selection of an empress is a private affair. Yet, the ministers continually forget this and raise the issue again. And on that day in the Hall of Statecraft, "Father, you too joined in their supplication." At this, Madame Lu grasped the situation. The reason her youngest daughter had been chosen as empress was due to her husband's lack of clarity. Lu Huaishu furrowed his brow, speaking with a lack of conviction. The matter of establishing a successor had been brought up before. What relevance did it have now? Lu Yichen interjected. "How can it be unrelated?" The emperor's decree explicitly states that numerous ministers have repeatedly petitioned for a successor, yet I have been preoccupied with state affairs and unable to respond promptly. Now, as the ministers once more beseech the decree for a successor, I am touched by their concern for the royal family's affairs. Thus, I have acquiesced to their wishes. This clearly indicates that the emperor is compelled by circumstance to establish a successor. The decree explicitly conveys that this decision is at the minister's behest. The emperor merely wishes to focus on state matters, desiring that the ministers refrain from fixating on the affairs of his harem. Today's establishment of a successor is a fulfillment of the minister's wishes, with the hope that they will henceforth concentrate on serving the court diligently, embodying the qualities of a loyal servant to the nation and its people. Chapter 2. Learning to be graceful and composed upon hearing these words. Lu Huaishu felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He recalled the previous day in the Xianzheng Hall, when Nangong Yi took the lead in bringing up the matter of designating an empress, followed by a multitude of officials kneeling on the floor to petition for the selection. Particularly among the military officials, all had knelt, leaving him standing alone before the throne, suddenly feeling out of place. He observed the emperor seated upon the throne, remaining silent for an extended period, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At that moment, he thought that adding one more petition would not cause any harm. Thus, he stepped forward to kneel and said, "I second the motion. I shall ponder this matter for 3 days and provide my response to all of you, my esteemed ministers." The emperor's voice, softer than before, echoed through the hall, as if the anger they had witnessed moments ago was but a fade. "Your Majesty, if you do not respond after 3 days, it would not be too late for us to discuss it further." General Nangong Yi attempted to continue, but was interrupted by the emperor. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to relent. Waiting 3 more days seemed inconsequential. They thought to submit another memorial after 3 days. But what did this have to do with him? He had only uttered those 3 words. He had never submitted a petition regarding the designation of an empress to the court. Feeling uncertain, Lu Huaishu raised his voice slightly. "I truly said nothing that day." Yet, his mother narrowed her eyes at him, causing Lu Huaishu to feel increasingly guilty. Lu Yiqin contemplated and became even more convinced that it was due to the pressure the ministers had placed on the emperor that day in the Xianzheng Hall. A dignified monarch, threatened by his subjects, could he not be angered? If it were not for his father's utterance of those 3 words, joining in their plea, how could the emperor have issued the decree for the empress to their family? It was likely that because his father was the last to petition, the emperor had taken note of him. Furthermore, when both he and his father requested leave from the emperor to host a coming-of-age ceremony for his younger sister, was this not effectively presenting a pillow to the emperor? That single phrase, "I second the motion," had already led the emperor to believe that the duke's household had intentions of sending their daughter to the palace. Now, the decree to designate an empress, in the emperor's eyes, was a gesture of respect towards the minister's wishes. The candidate for empress would also emerge from among those who had seconded the motion. Should anyone create further complications, the emperor's temper would not remain so lenient. Upon hearing this, Lu's mother stepped forward, raising her hand to admonish her husband. "Why must you meddle? Do you not know the nature of Yuan? With her simple and innocent heart, how could she possibly enter the palace? At present, we have no grounds to approach the emperor and request a retraction of the decree. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to defying his orders. Why'd you have to get involved?" With every word she spoke, Lu's mother pinched him sharply, and although it hurt, Lu Huaishu maintained a stoic expression, enduring it quietly while his father tried to calm his wife. Lu's mother released Lu Huaishu's hand, exclaiming, "Calm down? How can I calm down? Yuan is to be forced into becoming an empress by the ministers. Do you understand what that means? Once Yuan enters the palace, if the emperor does not hold her in contempt, it will be a miracle. Does she still dare to hope for the emperor's favor? Life in the harem is already fraught with difficulties. Now, Yuan is entering in such a manner. How can she possibly find stability within the palace?" As Lu Muyu spoke with increasing fervor, her eyes grew ever redder. The sight of his wife in tears was the greatest dread for Lu Huaisu. Ignoring her struggles and protests, he gently urged her to sit down. "My dear wife, please calm your anger. It is my fault for meddling foolishly. Rest assured, I will ensure that Yuan remains safe in the palace. Yuan, our youngest daughter, is cherished by both of us. Trust me, I will not let any harm befall our daughter. Lu Yichun, concerned for his mother's health, stepped forward and spoke softly. Mother, do not let your anger affect your well-being. I have grown up alongside His Majesty, and I know his character well. He would not make life difficult for our younger sister. Yichun's words rang true. The emperor was a benevolent ruler, not one to indulge in the whims of women. And considering the past assistance our duke's household had provided him, he would not trouble Yuan. Lu Huaisu pondered the emperor's unexpected choice to elevate their youngest daughter to the position of empress. Could it truly be, as Yichun suggested, that he had inadvertently stepped into a precarious situation? As he observed his mother's emotions gradually calming, he added, the decree has been issued, and it is now a fait accompli. While His Majesty will not trouble our sister, her innocent and spirited nature may not be well suited for palace life. Mother, it would be prudent to educate her on the rules of the harem and the ways of survival therein. Though Lu Mu was still perturbed, she recognized the gravity of the situation, with only a little over a month until the 6th of June. Even if they did not seek the emperor's favor, it was essential for Yuan to navigate the palace safely. Lu Huaisu felt a pang of regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have endured the discomfort of his daughter seeming out of place. What would become of his precious little girl? In the setting sun's embrace, a young woman clad in a moon-white silk skirt lounged on a luxurious couch in the pavilion, basking in the warm sunlight, exuding an air of tranquility. As a gentle breeze caressed her, the ribbons at her waist danced lightly. The matter was settled, and upon receiving the decree, she had discerned the astonished expressions on her father's and brother's faces, realizing that the elevation to empress had caught them off guard. It was not that she held herself in low esteem, but rather an awareness of her own limitations. With her modest abilities, she could manage within the confines of a typical household, supported by the duke's estate. Yet, the palace was a realm where she felt she might need to be reborn to survive. It was no wonder her parents and brother chose to discuss matters behind closed doors, likely fearing it would hurt her feelings. With a heavy sigh, Lu Zhiyuan reflected, will my parents regret raising me with this disposition? Beside her stood Ting Qin, adorned in a soft green dress, her face etched with concern. Miss, is there truly no room for reversal regarding the elevation? If there were any possibility of reversal, father would not be troubled at home. He would have already entered the palace, Lu Zhiyuan replied, removing the cloth from her face to reveal her exquisitely beautiful oval countenance, her large, dark eyes sparkling like glimmering glass beads. Listening to for a moment, she was at a loss on how to console her young mistress. Her mistress, in terms of both status and beauty, was undoubtedly fit to be an empress. However, her naive disposition raised concerns about her future in the palace. Even the duke had no means to intervene, and as a mere maid, she felt utterly powerless. Lu Ziyuan propped herself up slightly, casting a sidelong glance at listening, playfully blinking her eyes. Do not sigh so heavily, dear listening. Let us adopt a more optimistic outlook. Positivity attracts fortune. Lu Ziyuan was inherently cheerful, aware that no one dared defy the emperor's decree. Since altering the course of fate was beyond their control, acceptance was their only recourse. Let us take things one step at a time. We shall proceed with caution. If misfortune befalls us, we can only blame our own destiny. But my lady, that is the royal palace, listening interjected, her expression grave. It is the domain of the emperor and empress dowager, governed by strict etiquette and decorum. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. She wiped her neck with her hand, her demeanor starkly contrasting Lu Ziyuan's lightheartedness. In the estate, Lu Ziyuan was cherished by the duke and his wife. Even when she erred, a mere display of charm could easily absolve her. There were times she donned male attire to sneak out for adventures, and had it not been for the heir's cover, her parents would have confined her to the estate long ago, especially after her escapade 7 years prior that resulted in a month of confinement. Moreover, listening continued, I have heard that the emperor is indifferent towards the harem, and your elevation to empress is a reluctant necessity. Does that not render your future even more arduous? Lu Ziyuan regarded listening's troubled countenance and pondered. What can be done? I am aware that I am being compelled by the ministers to ascend as empress. Yet, she thought it unreasonable to drown in sorrow or create a scene, for that would only serve to further incite the emperor's ire, endangering not only her own life but also that of the duke's household. After a moment of silence, Zhiyuan tilted her head slightly, forcing a smile that barely touched her lips. Then let us strive to embody the grace and poise of my elder sister in public, exhibiting warmth and decorum that leaves no room for criticism. At the very least, it will safeguard us from peril. Her elder sister's scholarly pursuits and etiquette were renowned among the young ladies of the capital, though she might not emulate them perfectly. Achieving even a fraction of her sister's grace would suffice for survival in the palace. Furthermore, she was destined to enter the palace as empress. Apart from the emperor and empress dowager, all others would rank beneath her. As long as she remained vigilant and avoided pitfalls, survival should not prove too challenging. The entire household of the duke harbored a shared aspiration, that Zhiyuan would enter the palace and thrive. Chapter 3. A long-standing scheme in the imperial study. The Minister of Rights stood respectfully within the hall, reporting to the sovereign seated upon the throne about the affairs of the Duke of the state. He could not fathom why the emperor required such meticulous details, particularly regarding the empress's reaction upon receiving the imperial edict. When Shen Junran heard that Zhiyuan had been momentarily stunned, a subtle smile graced his lips, pondering that she must have found it utterly incredulous. However, upon hearing her frown, Shen Junran mirrored her expression, his heart swelling with a tinge of apprehension. Finally, when she obediently accepted the edict, he exhaled deeply, a clear smile illuminating his face. I had instructed the Ministry of Rights and the Internal Affairs Court last year to prepare for the grand wedding. In a month's time, the marriage ceremony between myself and the Empress must be conducted with utmost grandeur. The Minister of Rights assured, Your Majesty, rest assured, I and the Internal Affairs Court have long been prepared. The wedding on the 6th day of the 6th lunar month will undoubtedly be a magnificent affair, ensuring no slight to Her Majesty. Splendid. Shen Junran nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. The minister takes his leave. Once the Minister of Rights departed, the chief eunuch Zhao Quan, who had served the emperor for over a decade, was astonished. He had never witnessed such a display of emotion from His Majesty as he did today. The joy radiating from the emperor's visage was unmistakable. He had always known there was someone special in the emperor's heart, yet he had not anticipated it would be the youngest daughter of the Duke of the state. A young eunuch entered, bowing low. Your Majesty, the Minister of Justice requests an audience outside the study. Shen Junran narrowed his eyes, fully aware of Liu Yicheng's intentions, and had already devised a plan. Admit him. Upon entering, Liu Yicheng approached, lifted his long robe, and knelt on one knee. Addressing the sovereign, This humble minister pays his respects to Your Majesty. Rise, Shen Junran replied, looking toward him as he made his way to the tea table and seated himself. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Junran spoke casually, his tone as ordinary as ever, which only deepened Liu Yicheng's confusion. Had he misjudged the situation? Liu Yicheng took a sip of tea, his mind preoccupied, failing to notice Shen Junran observing him intently. Setting down his teacup, Shen Junran feigned ignorance, inquiring, Yicheng, why do you appear so absent-minded? Having grown up together, they were not merely sovereign and subject, but also friends. Liu Yicheng, aware of his distraction, gathered his thoughts. Surely, the emperor had met his younger sister by now, though posed as a question. He was certain of their prior encounter. Yet, curiously, he had never heard his sister mention the emperor, and even before entering the palace, she remained blissfully unaware. Shen Junran reminisced about that summer 7 years ago at the Duke of the State's residence. At that time, after the passing of his father and his ascension to the throne, the court was beset with troubles, and only the Duke's household was a source of unyielding trust. He sat alone in the back garden of the Duke's estate when Zhiyuan suddenly entered his line of sight, holding 2 blooming lotus flowers. Radiating warmth even more intense than the summer sun, her smile outshining the blossoms. With a sweet, soft voice, she asked, Why do you look so unhappy? Is it because no one is here to play with you? This lotus is for you. I picked it just for you. Please do not be sad. I will keep you company. She raised her head and smiled at him, and he, without feeling awkward, simply held the lotus flower she offered without accepting it. Noticing her hands tremble faintly, Shen Junran calmly took it and set it aside. Despite this, she remained unperturbed, instead beaming an even brighter smile. It was unclear where she had come from. Her exquisite attire was dust-laden, and her face resembled that of a playful kitten, far removed from the demeanor expected of a lady from a noble family. During his 5-day stay at the Duke's residence, she visited him daily with a lotus flower in hand, sharing joyful anecdotes, her little mouth chattering incessantly. Typically averse to noise, he found her chatter endearing, as she did not demand any verbal responses from him. Her happiness stemmed from observing his relaxed expression. At that moment, he perceived her as a child, not yet 10, one cherished by her parents, who also possessed an innate ability to read the room. Eventually, when he finally spoke, she suggested taking him out for a leisurely outing, though it was evident that she sought this escape herself, unable to leave the confines of her home. Shen Junran's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Indeed, I have encountered her before, twice at court banquets. You are my companion in studies, and I have often heard you speak of her, hence my heightened interest in your family." Lui Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seemed he was at fault here. Shen Junran remained silent, allowing Lui Chen the space to digest this revelation. The Duke's family had no intention of marrying their daughter into the palace, even for the position of empress. Thus, he had to navigate this matter discreetly, ensuring that no one from the Duke's residence became aware of his intentions before securing her hand, lest his efforts be in vain. The Duke of Dinghua, Lu Huaishu, was his mentor. The military strategies he had mastered were personally imparted by the Duke. 7 years ago, when his father passed away unexpectedly, the court was rife with tension, and it was the Duke's unwavering support that solidified his position against those with ulterior motives. If the Duke did not consent to his marriage proposal, he could neither act publicly nor privately. Thus he had to plot his course in secrecy. Lui Chen regarded the emperor with suspicion. While the words seemed innocuous, he sensed something amiss. "Why is it your subject's sister?" He boldly voiced his lingering doubt, making a final appeal. Shen Junran paused, understanding the implication of his words. With so many present that day seeking to petition for a consort, why was it specifically the Duke's family? His delay in speaking had been a tactic to compel the Duke to voice his intentions. Once the decree for his empress was issued, the Duke would be unable to confront him. As long as the Duke did not approach him, everything would proceed smoothly. The daughter of the Duke entering the palace was fitting. He acknowledged the Duke's unwavering loyalty, always alleviating his burdens during critical moments. His empress, therefore, must be someone he could trust, ensuring that he could govern without concern for the past. Most importantly, the Duke was also inclined to see his daughter enter the palace, and the emperor understood the Duke's steadfast loyalty. Shen Junran spoke with utmost sincerity, particularly emphasizing that it was the Duke's intention to have their daughter enter the palace, thereby indirectly stifling any further words from Lui Chen. With a quiet sigh, Lui Chen realized that the emperor's words were laden with praise for the Duke's family, elevating them to heavenly heights. What more could he possibly say without risking self-contradiction? With all avenues seemingly blocked, how could he express himself? "Your Majesty, my younger sister has been rather spoiled at home, and I fear she may struggle with the customs and etiquette. Rest assured, no matter what, I shall safeguard her within the palace for her entire life." Shen Junran interjected earnestly, making a solemn promise. Lui Chen was acutely aware that a woman entering the palace seldom found true happiness. Given the circumstances beyond his control, he could only wish for his sister's safety within those walls. That had been his sole intention in bringing her to the palace today. "I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty." Lui Chen exhaled in relief. Having grown up alongside the emperor, he understood that when a promise was made, it would undoubtedly be fulfilled. Observing Lui Chen's sigh of relief, Shen Junran's lips curled into a subtle smile, his narrow, elongated eyes glinting with a hint of amusement that lay hidden in their dark depths. Chapter 4. The Ascendance of Fengyi as the sun descended in the west. The Fengyi palace bustled with eunuchs and palace maids repeatedly transporting exquisite ornaments and treasures within its walls. The 3 consorts led by Consort Shu, along with 2 others, gathered at a distance to observe the grand spectacle. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped them, each woman lost in contemplation. For 2 years, they had traversed the palace, often casting longing glances at Fengyi Palace, a place coveted by all. Today, however, it was to be occupied by an outsider, igniting a deep-seated resentment within them. After an indeterminate period, Consort Hui finally broke the silence, her tone tinged with bitterness. Now, Fengyi Palace will indeed have an occupant. The queen had been chosen, signifying that the most coveted realm of the harem now had a master. Time and again, their hopes had been dashed, and Consort Hui felt an intense frustration welling up within her. 2 years ago, upon their entrance to the palace, Fengyi Palace had undergone renovations, and they had anticipated that one among them would claim its stewardship. Instead, none had. Consort Yao cast a sidelong glance at consorts Hui and Shu. Their rivalry had led them to vie fiercely for the position, only to see it awarded to a stranger, which brought her a modicum of solace. Having the title bestowed upon an unfamiliar face was, in some ways, more comforting than seeing it fall to a rival who had been at odds with her for 2 years. Nearby, Consort listened quietly as they spoke. Fengyi Palace had been renovated once more just a year prior, spurring fierce competition among the 3 consorts, a contention that only ceased when the Empress Dowager intervened. Who would have thought that mere months later, the daughter of a noble house would be declared queen, rendering their efforts futile and leaving them all simmering with suppressed anger? Consort Jiang scoffed derisively, mocking, what does it matter if she occupies Fengyi Palace? What significance does her queenship hold? Without the emperor's favor, even the title of queen is of little worth. Zhiyuan was merely a choice forced upon the emperor by the ministers, a selection that holds no distinction from our own entrance into the palace. The emperor ascended to the throne at the tender age of 16, citing the need to observe mourning for 3 years following the death of the late emperor, which precluded the establishment of a queen or consorts. Despite the ministers' urgency, they were powerless against the emperor's adherence to filial piety, who would dare advise him to neglect such traditions. As a result, once the 3 years of mourning concluded, the ministers persistently petitioned the emperor to appoint a queen and consorts to ensure the continuation of the royal lineage. The emperor, however, displayed little enthusiasm, and after 2 years of negotiation, he reluctantly agreed to admit 5 women into the palace, thus pacifying the ministers for the time being. To date, the harem consisted solely of 3 consorts and 2 concubines. Consort Shu inwardly smirked, finding herself in agreement with Consort Jiang's sentiments. The emperor's affections were clearly not directed towards the harem. Over the past 2 years, apart from formal banquets, they had scarcely glimpsed him, let alone received his favor. A queen without the emperor's affection. Who could predict how long she might maintain her position? If none of them could capture the emperor's heart, why should the throne of the queen not eventually fall to her? After all, another unfortunate soul had merely joined their ranks. Consort Shu's tone carried both mockery and a hint of lamentation, deriding Zhiyuan while mourning her own circumstances. Upon the utterance of those words, the expressions of the other 4 women immediately shifted, their gazes evasive, and their demeanor became distinctly unnatural. It is rather amusing that, after 2 years in the palace, the 5 of them still remained untouched. The emperor, preoccupied with matters beyond the harem, had not favored any of them, which, in a way, spared them from the indignation and shame that would have accompanied the favoring of only one among them. As the day of the emperor and empress's wedding approached, Lady Lu made her way to the sunset courtyard daily, diligently imparting the knowledge of survival in the harem to her youngest daughter. Each time, the young girl would obediently respond, "I understand, I know, and I will remember." Yet, the Duchess felt that her daughter merely grasped the concepts at a superficial level, lacking the ability to apply them practically. Unable to bear the thought of discouraging her daughter, whose sincere, sparkling eyes shone brightly, Lady Lu could only sigh. Zhiyuan took a few steps forward, linking her arm with her mother's and winking playfully, "Mother, I truly remember." Lately, her mother had devoted herself from dawn till dusk to her teachings, visibly weary, and in that moment, Lu Zhiyuan felt a pang of guilt for causing her parents such concern. All right, my clever Yuan must have learned everything, Lady Lu said with a smile, fully aware that her daughter was not foolish. Rather, she had simply never encountered the darker aspects of court life. Seeing her mother's furrowed brow relax, Lu Zhiyuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Mother, let us sit down for some tea and enjoy a few snacks to rest a while. You, my dear, Lady Lu said, affectionately tapping her daughter's forehead, understanding that there was no need for haste. As the mother and daughter savored their tea, the figure of Ting Qin appeared at the doorway, her face alight with a smile. Madam, Miss, the second Miss has returned. The moment Ting Qin's words fell, Lu Zhiyuan could no longer contain herself, springing up to head towards the entrance. Lady Lu sighed, having spent several days in instruction, yet her daughter remained so impulsive. How could she possibly feel at ease? Just as Lu Zhiyuan reached the courtyard entrance, she encountered Lu Zhijing, the second Miss of the Duke's household. Renowned as both the foremost talent and beauty of the capital, Lu Zhijing exemplified the propriety and elegance expected of a noble lady, with every gesture and smile reflecting her esteemed lineage. At 18 years of age, she had married Lin Kuei, the commander of the Imperial Guard, last year, and their affection for one another had blossomed even before their wedding. Post-marriage, Lin Kuei lavished her with unparalleled adoration. Lu Zhiyuan immediately beamed, unable to resist the urge to clasp her sister's hand in a playful manner. Sister, you have finally returned. I have missed you so much. You impudent girl. Soon to be married, yet still so unruly and reckless, Lu Zhijing chided, though her eyes sparkled with affection. Lu Zhiyuan chuckled, having grown accustomed to her sister's occasional reprimands, and pulled Lu Zhijing into the courtyard, exclaiming, Sister, having been away from the capital for 3 months, I am simply overjoyed to see you return. Is it joy at seeing me, or at the delightful pastries and gifts I have brought back? Lu Zhijing was well aware of her younger sister's temperament. Although her hands were obediently clasped around her, her round, sparkling eyes kept darting towards the back. Realizing her thoughts had been discerned, Lu Zhiyuan displayed no embarrassment. Instead, she gracefully released her grip, took the cloud cake from Tingyu's hands, and inquired while nibbling. Did you have a smooth journey, second sister? Observing her sister's gluttonous demeanor, Lu Zhijing chuckled softly. With your brother-in-law accompanying you, of course, it went well. She regretted asking, knowing that second sister had longed to visit Suzhou. To fulfill her wish, brother-in-law had taken leave from his duties to accompany second sister on the trip. Upon seeing her eldest daughter return, Mother Lu let out a sigh of relief, a breath that both sisters heard as soon as they entered. Lu Zhijing gazed at her sister with a smile, causing Lu Zhiyuan to suddenly lose her appetite. The cloud cake in her hand no longer seemed appealing. Although she understood that their mother had been working hard these past days, it hardly warranted such a lack of respect for her feelings. Chapter 5. Imparting secrets in the days that followed, Mother Lu and Lu Zhijing took turns in their instruction. Lu Zhiyuan gradually found her footing and achieved some modest success. Yet both Mother Lu and Lu Zhijing remained dissatisfied. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Lu Zhiyuan, feeling listless, rested her chin on the cool stone table of the pavilion. Upon catching sight of a familiar figure clad in azure, her expression soured immediately. Brother, if you do not come to see your lively and adorable sister soon, you shall only find a silent, dull, and uninteresting sibling in the future. Lu Yichin chuckled softly, not responding to her words immediately. Instead, he entered the pavilion, first greeting Mother Lu and then inquiring after Lu Zhijing. For the Dali Temple had been quite busy of late, and he had yet to see his younger sister who had returned home for an extended stay. Only then did he turn his attention to his little sister's woeful face, noticing that she had indeed lost some weight. It appeared she had been earnest in her studies during this time. How have you been faring? Lu Yichin inquired. Lu Zhiyuan immediately wilted, propping her chin on her hands and letting out a long sigh. I think I've been doing relatively well, but mother and second sister find my progress rather mediocre. Lu Yichin raised an eyebrow. Do not be disheartened. You have lived carefree for 15 years. One must endure some hardship in life. If you devote yourself to learning for the remaining days, You shall return to a life of ease thereafter. In the grand scheme of things, you will have only to endure a month of toil, which is still a worthwhile endeavor. Lu Zhiyuan rolled her eyes. I do not feel comforted by your words at all. Lazy girl, who told you not to apply yourself earlier? Now you realize the weight of your responsibilities. As he spoke, Lu Yiqin gently tapped her forehead. Even as the mistress of a noble family, one must manage the household affairs, not to mention the complexities of a large harem. You are merely at the beginning of your journey and already complaining of fatigue. Lu Zhiyuan raised her hand to rub her forehead, feeling quite aggrieved. How can that be? Brother, you misunderstand me. I am quite adept at reviewing the accounts. I have inherited our mother's intelligence and learned quickly. What she struggled with, however, was navigating interpersonal relationships, particularly in dealing with the 3 consorts and 2 concubines of the harem, as well as the formidable Empress Dowager, who held the highest rank in the palace. Lu Yiqin was taken aback and turned to look at their mother and second sister, who nodded and smiled in agreement, prompting him to believe her words. Lu Zhiyuan felt speechless. Although she enjoyed play and lacked patience, surely her brother did not think she was solely a frivolous creature. While their mother indulged her, it was not without boundaries. She had been taught everything a young lady of a noble family ought to know. Though she may not excel in etiquette and propriety like her second sister, she was still well-mannered. She might not master every art of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but she had some knowledge of each, even if she rarely showcased her skills. Managing accounts, a necessary task for a mistress, was another area their mother had not neglected. Lu Yiqin awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing he had underestimated his younger sister. However, the intricacies of social maneuvering were not easily acquired. Mother, is there no other way? Lu Yiqin finally asked, glancing at his despondent sister. After a moment of contemplation, Mother Lu raised her eyes and said, there are indeed methods, but it depends on how she applies them. What methods? Are there shortcuts to take? Lu Zhiyuan's spirits lifted instantaneously. Mother Lu gazed down at her daughter, who clung to her arm, her head tilted back. The contrasting hues of her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, exuding a delightful charm. Mother Lu raised 3 fingers, signaling that she would impart 3 essential techniques. The 3 siblings turned their attention to her, displaying a posture of eager anticipation. The first technique was a frown. This expression conveyed a multitude of sentiments: dissatisfaction, unhappiness, anger, worry, aversion, disappointment, rejection, and concern, all of which could be communicated through a mere furrow of the brow. As the empress, should you display discontent or ire, those of lower rank would naturally hesitate to speak out of turn. Lu Zhiyuan nodded vigorously, indicating her understanding. Noticing her comprehension, Mother Lu's expression shifted to one of gravity as she extended 2 fingers. The second technique was to fixate on the opponent in silence. It was imperative that one's demeanor remain solemn and one's gaze cold and piercing. This was a means of overwhelming the adversary through sheer presence. Lowering her gaze, Mother Lu encountered her youngest daughter, who was staring blankly into the distance, her eyes wide as saucers, lacking any intimidation and appearing rather endearingly naive. Instantly, laughter erupted among the 3 in the pavilion. Lu Zhiyuan blinked, perplexed. What did I do wrong? She inquired. Lu Zhijing shook her head with a smile. No. Just practice more in the coming days. Mother, please tell us the 3rd technique. Lu Zhijing was concerned she might not hold back her tears. The 3rd technique is to feign fainting, Mother Lu advised, gripping her youngest daughter's hand. This maneuver must be deployed at critical moments and requires coordination with Qin. Lu Zhiyuan, puzzled, asked why. Mother Lu chuckled softly and elucidated, feigning fainting is an art. It must be seen by the right people. Moreover, when you pretend to faint, you should collapse to the ground. What if you injure yourself? With Qin there to assist, she can catch you at the moment you fall. Do you understand? Lu Zhiyuan grasped the concept, albeit not entirely. She understood that Qin would support her, but who exactly was meant to witness her feigning faintness? Mother Lu, observing her contemplative daughter, felt a pang of concern and reiterated, you must use these 3 techniques judiciously, adapting them to the situation. They should never be employed simultaneously, or they will appear disingenuous and fail to intimidate. particularly with the final technique of feigning fainting. 1 or 2 instances will suffice. Lu Yichen frowned, contemplating whether his somewhat daft sister could truly grasp the notion of situational awareness. Lu Zhijing shared a glance with Lu Yichen, both recognizing the worry reflected in each other's eyes. Lu Zhuan furrowed her brow, finding herself in a quandary. The techniques could not be used simultaneously nor excessively. Indeed, these secrets would be reserved for life-saving moments. Seeing her younger sister's delicate brow knit with concern tugged at Lu Zhijing's heart, realizing this technique might indeed serve her well. The first technique of frowning could be utilized more freely, without excessive regard for timing or place. The second technique of piercingly staring at an opponent could be employed appropriately, particularly when one felt angry or sought to assert authority. The third technique of feigning fainting, however, required careful application, to be used only when absolutely necessary. Lu Zhijing felt it prudent to explain to her sister the nuances of situational application, lest her younger sibling find herself in distress. Lu Zhiyuan pursed her lips and remarked, "There will undoubtedly be many instances where I find myself at a loss." The three nodded in unison, acknowledging the truth of her statement, only to immediately shake their heads in response. Lu Zhijing smiled softly, choosing not to reply directly. Instead, rising to gently pat her shoulder. "Take your time, there's no need to rush. Your second sister hasn't returned to the Lin family for several days. Contemplate your mother's 3 lessons well. When your sister returns in a few days, she will assess the fruits of your reflection." With that, Lu Zhijing ambled out of the pavilion, leaving Lu Zhiyuan pouting as she gazed at her mother and elder brother. Lu mother affectionately caressed her youngest daughter's face, saying, "The master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation is a personal endeavor. Your wedding day approaches swiftly, and I must tend to the arrangements for it. So, dear Yuan, take your time to ponder." After speaking, Lu mother also rose to depart. Lu Yichen offered an awkward smile, ignoring his sister's pleading gaze for help as he prepared to slip away. "Brother." Lu Zhiyuan spread her arms to block his path, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Lu Yichen sighed, feeling a twinge of sympathy, yet recognizing his own limitations in this matter. Chapter 6. Learning to Save Oneself. "Oh, dear sister, if you wish to sneak out and play, your elder brother shall provide cover. Should you err, I shall bear the consequences for you. If anyone dares to bully you, I will ensure they receive their due punishment. All these matters are well within my capabilities. However, when it comes to the intricacies of our household, I find myself powerless." Lu Zhiyuan pressed her lips together, her expression pitiful as she asked, "Is it true that you will stand by and do nothing?" "It is not that I am indifferent," Lu Yichen replied, supporting his sister's arm as she sat down. "Rather, it is imperative that you learn to save yourself. But I understand your concerns." He interrupted gently, raising a hand to silence her. "The 3 techniques our mother imparted to you will suffice for your survival within the palace. Take your time to comprehend them. I shall not intrude upon your thoughts." With a graceful leap, Lu Yichen exited the pavilion, and soon his figure vanished from Lu Zhiyuan's sight, leaving her in a profound silence, feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. "If only you would assist me instead of leaving me to my own devices." With a heavy sigh, Lu Zhiyuan rested her head upon the stone table. It was indeed challenging to ponder alone. Catching a glimpse of her companion, she said, "Tingqin, let us practice the 3rd technique together. Mother mentioned that I require your cooperation." "Miss, perhaps you should first practice the 2nd technique," Tingqin cautiously suggested. Lu Zhan lifted her head, speaking with utmost seriousness. "I've already mastered the 2nd technique." Tingqin was left speechless, having witnessed the truth not long ago. The 2nd technique was hardly worth practicing. Even the 3 consorts and 2 concubines of the harem would not find it intimidating, let alone a mere maid. Where did the young lady's confidence stem from to claim proficiency? "Miss, your act is far too contrived." Tingqin finally spoke after several attempts, her heart heavy with concern. Although the lady had been taught 3 techniques, it seemed she was only suited for the 1st at this juncture. With a deep sigh, Lu Zhiyuan acknowledged the truth in Tingqin's words. Indeed, when she fell, her mind was consumed with apprehensions, worried about the pain of falling. fearing that Tingqin would be unable to support her and concerned about soiling her garments. It was a tumult of anxiety that rendered her unsteady. "How about this? You demonstrate while I support you," Lu Zhiyuan proposed. Tingqin readily agreed, eager for her mistress to learn swiftly. "But do ensure you hold me securely." "Fear not, for your young mistress is quite reliable," Lu Zhiyuan assured, patting her chest confidently. Inevitably, a loud thud resounded. Tingqin could only sigh, already anticipating this outcome. "Ah!" Lu Zhiyuan chuckled awkwardly. "You must give me a signal before you faint. Otherwise, how would I know you are about to fall?" Tingqin felt no surprise. It was Lu Zhiyuan who had failed to interpret her signals correctly. Lu Zhiyuan helped Tingqin to her feet, brushing off non-existent dust and tenderly massaging the areas she presumed had been bruised. At last, the pair sat back to back in the pavilion, both troubled and anxious about the days to come. Yet, despite their sorrows, time would not halt for them. In the blink of an eye, the eve of the grand wedding arrived. This past month had been the most hectic and exhausting period for Lu Zhiyuan since her birth. Not only did she have to master the 3 essential skills taught by her mother and the art of survival within the palace, but she also had to learn the intricacies of court etiquette and decorum from the palace matrons. While these tasks were manageable, the moment one of the matrons earnestly discussed the matters pertaining to the wedding night, all her fatigue and pretense of composure vanished in an instant. With flushed cheeks and averted gaze, she dared not meet the matron's eyes, who continued to elaborate animatedly. One matron even held up a tome known as the Imperial Secrets to show her. Lu Zhiyuan yearned to assert her intelligence and declare that she did not require such a tedious display of explanation. Yet as a recently come-of-age young lady, she could not voice such a thought. Forgetting about her pride, she wished for a block of tofu to collide with instead. On the day the imperial edict was issued, her only concern had been whether she could bear the overwhelming fortune. She had never anticipated that the wedding involved more than mere betting and idle chatter. When Lu's mother entered the Shizhao courtyard, she found her daughter sitting upright, her eyes fixated on the matron, who regarded her with a look of profound satisfaction that prompted a smile from Lu's mother. How could she not know her own daughter? When Zhiyuan was earnest, it was truly noteworthy. While her little girl had her share of talents, her capacity for seriousness was unmatched, for her acting skills were truly commendable. Upon approaching, Lu's mother discerned that the matron was instructing on the wedding night, thus understanding the pretense of her daughter's seriousness. The more attentive Zhiyuan appeared, the more likely the matron would convey everything in one go. This way, there would be no need for Zhiyuan to feel embarrassed or awkward a second time. She truly was quite clever. Lu's mother did not rush in immediately, but inquired with Tingqin about Zhiyuan's condition over the past few days. Tingqin glanced at the room and whispered, "Miss has not been resting well these days. During her spare time, she has been embroidering her red veil. Throughout the day, the matron has been teaching her the palace's rules. These past days, Miss has not even turned a single page of her favorite novels. On several nights, she has dozed off while embroidering her veil, her head bobbing up and down." Tingqin felt a pang of sympathy for her mistress. Lu's mother shared this sentiment. Casting another glance into the room, she noticed the matron had paused. Adjusting her mood, she entered with a smile. "Madams Li and Gao, you have worked hard." The 2 matrons quickly replied that it was their duty to alleviate the queen's worries, and that the words of the duchess were too kind. Upon seeing her mother arrive, Lu Zhiyuan felt an immense sense of relief. Finally, this lesson had come to an end. Lu's mother readily observed her daughter's significant sigh of relief, and turning to the 2 matrons, she inquired, "Tomorrow is the wedding day. How has Zhiyuan fared in her studies?" The queen possesses remarkable intelligence, with just a little guidance. She comprehends everything. Truly, she is worthy of being the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. Matronly praise sincerely. Not only does the queen study diligently, but her demeanor is also sincere, devoid of any arrogance typical of noble young ladies. Given that the Duke of Dinghua has raised a talented daughter like Miss Lu Zhijing, it is evident that my little girl will not fall short. Lady Lu cast a glance at her daughter, who remained poised and graceful, her bright eyes sparkling as they gazed back at her. Without needing to guess, it was evident what Yuan wished to convey. "Mother, do you see? My dignified appearance. Does it not resemble yours closely? I hope I have not brought shame to the Duke's residence, or to you." Lady Lu felt a mixture of amusement and tenderness within her heart. Her little girl was the epitome of lively innocence. After exchanging a few words with the matron, who was aware that the lady of the Duke had matters to discuss with Her Majesty, they both understood the unspoken cue and gracefully took their leave with a bow. Yuan's gaze lingered until the figures of the two matrons faded from sight, at which point she opened her arms in a plea for a hug. Mother. Yuan. Lady Lu stepped forward, enveloping her daughter in a warm embrace. In her mother's arms, Lu Zhiyuan murmured softly, though her words were indistinct. Lady Lu gently stroked her head. The words of comfort she wished to utter momentarily halted. She did not want to burden Yuan with unnecessary worries. The situation had already been settled, and speaking further would only serve to amplify their distress and sorrow. The two remained in each other's embrace for quite some time, until Lu Zhiyuan regained her usual charming playfulness. How delightful it was to be in her mother's arms. A simple hug could bring her such joy. Yuan is also mother's little cotton-padded jacket. A hug brings happiness to both. Lady Lu settled herself onto the low couch, while Yuan continued to lean into her mother's warmth. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a young lady, only slightly older than herself, entering through the door. Chapter 7. The eve of the grand wedding. Lady Lu gently patted her daughter's arm and pointed towards the maid in the azure attire who had just entered. This is Qing Dai. She and Qing Shuang are sisters. Qing Shuang accompanied your second sister to the Lin family when she married last year and has become your second sister's trusted confidant, assisting her in managing household affairs. Qing Dai has been specially reserved for you by your mother. She is diligent and dependable, and you may keep her by your side to serve you. Once the Duchess finished speaking, Qing Dai smiled and gracefully knelt before Lu Zhiyuan, saying, I have had the honor of meeting Her Majesty the Empress. Lu Zhiyuan was overjoyed. I knew it. Mother cares for her daughter the most. She often heard her second sister praise Qing Shuang for her reliability, noting how much easier it was for her to have Qing Shuang by her side. Moreover, they were maids nurtured personally by their mother, ensuring their unwavering loyalty and devotion. Standing nearby, Tingqin felt a mix of joy and apprehension. Qing Dai exuded an air of reliability, making Tingqin worry about her own status as the head maid. Suddenly, Lu Zhiyuan had a thought and pursed her lips to inquire, how old is Sister Qing Dai? Lady Lu chuckled softly, recognizing her daughter's innocent demeanor belied a keen awareness. She chose to remain silent, sipping her tea instead. Qing Dai immediately grasped Lu Zhiyuan's concern and replied with a smile, Rest assured, Mississippi, I am willing to accompany you into the palace. Since Our Lady brought us sisters back to the Duke's residence, we have vowed to remain loyal to you. Wherever you are, I shall be. Lu Zhiyuan observed that Qing Dai appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age and worried about her potential marriage. Noticing Qing Dai's unwavering determination eased her concern somewhat. She understood that women entering the palace were not permitted to leave freely. Tingqin had already assured her that she was indifferent to the matter. Yet, Lu Zhiyuan felt it prudent to inquire first to avoid any future regrets. As long as you have considered it carefully, that suffices. There are 2 days until the wedding. Should you change your mind, you may speak to me directly. Neither my mother nor I will make it difficult for you. Qing Dai respectfully nodded, her expression earnest. Yes, Mississippi, wherever you are, I shall be. Lady Lu set her teacup down and addressed Qing Dai. In that case, Qing Dai shall accompany Yuan in her service. Indeed. The maids then withdrew, leaving only the mother and daughter in the room. Lady Lu felt a sense of satisfaction that her daughter could contemplate such matters. The palace was unlike the outside world. Once a woman entered, she could not leave until she was 25, and with Qing Dai and Tingqin by her side, they would become her trusted attendants. Clarifying these matters before entering the palace would alleviate their concerns and enable them to serve her better. Lady Lu took her younger daughter's hand, realizing how much Lu Zhiyuan had matured and learned to consider important matters. Leaning against her mother, Lu Zhiyuan playfully said, It is all thanks to your excellent teachings, mother. Lady Lu gently ruffled her daughter's hair. Her little girl had only recently come of age. She had hoped to keep her close for a few more years, yet she seemed rather young. Having been pampered at home since childhood, Lady Lu naturally felt the need to ponder her daughter's future with care. Yuan, though she maintains an air of dignity within the palace, finds the burden of perfection exhausting. Behind her stands the esteemed Duke of Dinggua's household, which offers her unwavering support. Thus, she need not subject herself to undue hardship within the palace walls. The glory of the Duke's family is already substantial, and it is unnecessary for his daughter to seek favor or enhance their reputation. Observing her daughter in such a state, Mother Lu feels a pang of sympathy. Lu Zhiyuan understands her mother's concerns. She may not possess the wisdom of her elder sister, yet she comprehends the subtext of others' words, even if she lacks the means to retaliate. Her mother has often remarked that those who are not particularly clever must devise their own means of survival. Mother Lu is attuned to her daughter's nature. Should there be deliberate provocation, Yuan is not the type to endure it silently. Her dignity is merely a fade. If someone were to truly incite her wrath, she would assuredly reclaim her honor. Mother, rest assured. Upon hearing this assertive declaration, Mother Lu could not help but chuckle. In their childhood, Yuan and the youngest son of the second household were inseparable playmates, yet their quarrels were numerous, each threatening the other in turn. The most frequently uttered phrase from Yuan was, "Tomorrow I shall reclaim my honor. I will make your uncles and aunts scarcely recognize you." Her fervent demeanor and serious expression made her appear quite the little adult, often prompting the second household's son to seek her out for protection after being frightened. As they grew older, the phrase reclaiming honor became a familiar refrain. Though the tone had lightened considerably and seriousness had vanished, it had transformed into a mere catchphrase, both accustomed to its use. The previously somber atmosphere suddenly lifted as the family thought of one another, wishing to dispel any overly anxious sentiments that lingered at home. Each member contributed their own touch of joy to the household. Very well, Mother believes in Yuan. That night, the mother and daughter shared a bed, reminiscent of the days when Yuan nestled in her mother's embrace. Lu Zhiyuan relished the opportunity to be a child once more, monopolizing her mother's attention while her father remained alone in the other room. Surely, her father would not mock her for still wanting to sleep beside her mother. Mother Lu gently patted her arm to soothe her to sleep, just as she had done in her childhood. Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she leaned in conspiratorially. "Mother, may I share a secret with you?" Mother Lu glanced at her daughter, her eyes dancing with mirth, and raised an eyebrow. "Of course, my dear. It is an honor to share secrets with you. Actually, I don't mind if father teases me. Every time he laughs at me for still sleeping with you, he is merely pretending to feel embarrassed. In truth, he finds it quite delightful." Mother Lu chuckled softly, realizing this hardly constituted a secret. "Then let me share a secret with you, my dear. All right, your father, you see, is well aware that you are merely pretending to be embarrassed, which is why he teases you." "Oh, so father is intentionally teasing me." Mother Lu smiled and playfully remarked about the duo. "You two are quite the pair. One feigns deafness, while the other plays mute. Truly, you are father and daughter." Lu Zhiyuan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in her heart. This only further affirmed that in her father's eyes, she would forever be his most cherished daughter. He was willing to engage in such childish and tedious pastimes with her. To be the daughter of both father and mother fills me with immense satisfaction. That night, Lu Zhiyuan slept soundly and comfortably, even making up for the restless nights she had endured over the past month. Chapter 8. The Imperial Wedding the following day. The 6th of June, dawn had yet to break, yet the Duke's residence was already ablaze with light. Red lanterns and crimson silk adorned both the interior and exterior, adding an air of solemnity to the festive atmosphere. The servants bustled about in an orderly fashion, and Lu Zhiyuan was summoned early to bathe and dress. She soon found herself seated at the vanity, where the matron and maidens meticulously arranged her hair and applied her makeup. Finally, she was adorned in a lavish crimson wedding gown, intricately embroidered with lifelike dragon and phoenix motifs. The resplendent red fabric was interwoven with golden threads, shimmering brilliantly, while the sweeping train of the gown imparted an impression of nobility and grandeur. With the crowning phoenix tiara placed upon her head, the serene beauty radiated an aura of regal elegance. By the time all was complete, daylight had fully emerged. Qing Dai entered bearing some food, announcing, "Your Highness, the lady has instructed the maidservants to provide you with sustenance to ease your hunger. The wedding ceremony is quite elaborate, and there are concerns you may go without nourishment. Once Her Majesty departs from the Duke's residence, it may be evening before you have a chance to eat, and the palace is unfamiliar territory for them, making it difficult to procure food." Indeed, Lu Zhiyuan acknowledged, her stomach growling since she had awakened. After finishing her meal, the dishes were swiftly cleared away. Just as tension began to mount within Lu Zhiyuan, two figures entered the room. Yuan. Both Lu Zijink and Lady Lu entered simultaneously, their eyes widening in astonishment at Lu Zhiyuan's resplendent appearance, which exuded an inherent noble grace. It was as if she were destined to embody the essence of an empress. "Mother, second sister," Lu Zhiyuan extended her hands, yearning for comfort. Despite her outward calm, her palms were clammy with anxiety. Lady Lu and Lu Zijink clasped her hands, noting their own dampness, yet they also radiated a soothing coolness. Lady Lu reassured her, "Do not fear, for your mother is here." Deeply moved, Lu Zhiyuan longed to lean against her mother as she usually would, but the tiara atop her head restricted such familiarity, compelling her to sit upright. Sensing her unease, Lu Zijink engaged her in conversation to divert her attention, affirming that such a joyous occasion should indeed be met with happiness. As Lady Lu and Lu Zijink exchanged affectionate words, Lu Zhiyuan's initial expression of reluctance gradually transformed, allowing her to contribute to the conversation. The atmosphere lightened, banishing tears and sorrow. After a brief interlude, the cheerful matron of ceremonies entered, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived." On the day of the imperial wedding, the palace gates swung wide open, with jubilant drums and music resonating from the palace to the Duke's residence. The entire capital was enveloped in a festive spirit. At the entrance of the Duke's abode, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered, while inside, Lu Zhiyuan had completed her tea ceremony with the Duke and Duchess and was now bidding farewell to her parents. "Dear father, dear mother, I bid you farewell. Please take care of your health," she expressed with heartfelt sincerity. Lady Lu hastily assisted her daughter to her feet, suppressing her own reluctance, and grasped Lu Zhiyuan's hands tightly. "You must take care within the palace. The Duke's residence, your father, your brother, and I will always be your steadfast support." Beneath the veil, Lu Zhiyuan could not see her parents' faces, yet she could sense the reluctance in their eyes. She could only nod, acknowledging her understanding. As Lu Huaishu gazed at his daughter's retreating figure, a multitude of emotions swelled within him. Just a month prior, she had been a delicate young girl, surrounded by admirers as she celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony, sweetly calling him father. Now, she had transformed into the empress, escorted away by the joyful Lady Shi, growing ever distant from him. Lu Huaishu's eyes reddened, while tears had already begun to cascade down Lu Mu's cheeks the moment Lu Zhiyuan turned away. On this day, adorned in a resplendent bridal gown, the emperor was to wed the third miss of the Lu family, a celebration that would resonate throughout the nation and become a cherished tale of the emperor and empress. The empress's palanquin was to embark on a ceremonial tour of the capital before proceeding to the palace gates. Outside the gates, Shen Junran, clad in a grand crimson imperial robe, awaited alongside the civil and military officials. The sight of the emperor personally greeting the empress astounded the gathered officials. Traditionally, the emperor would only need to wait at the Temple of Heaven within the palace, where officials from the Ministry of Rites would escort the empress inside, leading to a ceremonial homage to heaven, earth, and ancestors, followed by a collective audience with the officials. However, Lu Huaishu and Lu Yichen, having arrived from the Duke of Ding's residence, stood before the palace gates, both father and son gazing intently at the youthful sovereign who had so boldly defied tradition. What thoughts occupied the emperor's mind? At noon, the empress's palanquin finally came into view for Shen Junran. The king, who had previously worn a calm demeanor, now displayed a flicker of joy and eagerness upon sighting the palanquin. Supported by Lady Shi, Lu Zhiyuan descended from the palanquin, and after just a few steps, a warm, strong hand grasped hers. Frowning, she recognized the figure beneath the veil, clad in a matching crimson wedding attire, and her suspicions began to take shape. The hand that held hers belonged to none other than the emperor, the other principal of this day's grand occasion. The officials behind them were taken aback by this display. The emperor's personal greeting and hand-holding of the empress signified a favor of unparalleled magnitude awaiting her in the palace. Lu Huaishu's brow furrowed tightly, while Lu Yiqin squinted, realization dawning upon him. He had been deceived by the emperor in the imperial study. The emperor had already met his younger sister, indicating a premeditated scheme. He had sensed something amiss in the emperor's responses that day. Lu Yiqin shot a fierce glare at Nangong Yi, who stood opposite him. Both were fellow scholars of the emperor, and it was Nangong Yi who had instigated the discussion about the empress's elevation within the Xianzheng Hall, ensnaring his father in a trap. Feeling guilty, Nangong Yi averted his gaze, pretending not to notice Lu Yiqin's ire. After all, who would dare oppose the emperor's will? At this moment, the emperor and empress had completed their homage to heaven, earth, and ancestors, now facing the officials to receive their obeisances. Congratulations to the emperor and empress on their joyous union. Long live the emperor. Long live the empress. Shen Junran held Lu Zhiyuan's hand as they accepted the officials' greetings. Although her features remained obscured beneath the veil, Shen Junran was in no hurry. After 7 years of waiting, he would personally unveil her. From this day forth, the grand palace would no longer feel lonely, for she would be by his side. As the grand wedding festivities drew to a close, nightfall enveloped the realm. At this moment, Lu Zhiyuan could finally take a respite. She sat quietly and decorously upon the dragon and phoenix wedding bed, acutely aware of the attendants standing within the hall. Thus, she dared not move excessively, opting instead for a slight rotation of her neck. The phoenix crown was undeniably exquisite. It was also remarkably heavy. In the previous dynasty, Shen Junran exchanged a few pleasantries with the royal relatives before casting a knowing glance toward Zhao Quan. Zhao understood the unspoken cue. He instructed Chen Zhong behind him while making his way towards His Highness, the Prince of Ning, who was engrossed in revelry with others. Your Highness, the Emperor is somewhat lacking in his capacity for wine and has requested that you host the ministers in his stead. The Prince of Ning turned to observe his elder brother not far off. Although the emperor was engaged in conversation, it was evident that his mind was elsewhere. Contemplating the circumstances surrounding the ascension, the prince surmised some of the reasons for his brother's distraction. The emperor had been compelled to ascend the throne, leaving him little energy to manage the court officials. Due to his prior absence at the palace gates, having been occupied with arrangements at the altar within the palace, he remained unaware that his brother had personally gone to the gates to welcome the empress. Nor did he know of his brother's eagerness to take her hand. Consequently, he mistakenly assumed that his brother held a disfavor towards the new empress. Chapter 9. Attentive and considerate, this prince is aware. Prepare some hangover soup for the emperor brother and take good care of him. Leave this matter to me. Upon hearing his nonchalant tone, Zhao Quan halted his departing steps, recalling the titles of the mischievous Prince Ning and his sharp tongue, which left him somewhat exasperated. Zhao Quan, filled with concern, reminded him, naturally, this servant places trust in Prince Ning. The emperor has specifically instructed that you should be more cordial, as today marks the wedding of the emperor and the empress. Prince Ning, perplexed, inquired. More cordial? Zhao Quan replied. Greet him with a smile, do not allow the atmosphere to grow cold, and certainly do not wear a stern expression. In short, maintain a cheerful demeanor. Does this imply that this prince must act as a jester? Prince Ning chuckled, yet Zhao Quan insisted. This is merely the emperor's directive. Understood. With this acknowledgement, Zhao Quan felt reassured and departed. Prince Ning rubbed his stiff face, attempting to soften it into a semblance of a smile, then picked up a wine cup and gracefully mingled among the court officials. Instantly, the hall became more lively. Seeing this, Shen Junran proceeded contentedly towards Fengyi Palace. Within Fengyi Palace, Lu Zhiyuan was indulging in some delicacies when, unexpectedly, a throng of palace maids and eunuchs surged in. The leading maid announced that this was a command from the emperor, allowing her to partake immediately. Starved, Lu Zhiyuan chose to prioritize her hunger over decorum. However, just as she was halfway through her meal, a striking young man clad in attire of the same color entered. Although they had already held hands and performed the ceremonial bows to heaven and earth. It was their first encounter with the emperor's visage. Why had the guards outside not announced his arrival? Lu Zhiyuan hastily swallowed her food. All the attending palace maids and eunuchs knelt in reverence, and Lu Zhiyuan promptly rose to return the gesture. In a moment of anxiety, she mistakenly thought it was the Duke of Dinghua's residence and momentarily failed to transition her identity. Just as she uttered she realized her blunder. This humble servant. No need for such formalities. Shen Junran gently grasped her hand, glancing at the modest remnants of food on the table. His tone was mild. You have not eaten all day. The empress should have some more. Lu Zhiyuan hesitated momentarily, then rose in accordance with his words. Her smile, both graceful and dignified. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. She recalled the maid's words about the emperor's special instructions for the meal. Shen Junran observed her smile, which seemed to lack depth, pausing for a moment, yet understanding that she was likely feeling shy. He waited for the maids to withdraw. The hall was left with just the two of them. Shen Junran pulled her to sit beside him at the table, yet she remained still. Yuan, Empress, please sit. Lu Zhiyuan's heart was filled with trepidation. She straightened her posture and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Junran frowned slightly, noting her excessive formality and restraint. After more than a month, what had the Duke of Dinghua's residence and those female officials taught her? Did he not know the nature of Yuan? In a moment of silence between them, Shen Junran picked up his chopsticks and served her some dishes, placing a slice of lotus root into her bowl. Try this. See if the palace chefs meet your taste. The culinary skills of the palace chefs are undoubtedly exceptional. Although Lu Zhiyuan had yet to taste the dishes, she had already begun to speak. Observing her evident discomfort, Shen Junran decided to act as a mere utensil for serving food, choosing silence over the official and solemn discourse she had initiated. She was, after all, lively and playful. Once the meal was concluded, a palace maid entered to tidy up. Shen Junran reached out towards the phoenix crown atop her head, prompting Lu Zhiyuan to instinctively flinch. Realizing that her reaction was impolite, she was about to offer an explanation when Shen Junran chuckled, expressing concern that the crown's weight might cause discomfort to the empress, thus suggesting its removal for her comfort. Shen Junran bore no resentment towards her instinctive retreat. It seemed that she had forgotten their shared moments from those few days together. Lu Zhiyuan marveled at his attentiveness and thoughtfulness, nodding with a smile in agreement. It appeared that the emperor was not as difficult to engage with as she had imagined. The notion of being with the emperor is akin to being with a tiger didn't seem so daunting after all. She had longed to remove the crown, having worn it for an entire day, which had left her neck weary. However, would he truly assist her? As the weight lifted from her head, her long, dark hair cascaded down. Indeed, he would. Shen Junran placed the crown upon the dressing table and gently massaged the indentation on her forehead with his fingertip, inquiring whether it hurt. Not too much, just a bit tiring, Lu Zhiyuan replied honestly, feeling the warmth of his touch as he kneaded her forehead, which was quite soothing. After a while, feeling significantly relieved, she shyly remarked, Your Majesty, I am well now. There is no need to continue. Shen Junran gazed into her eyes, discerning the sincerity in her words before withdrawing his hand. He then turned to fetch a cup from the table, handing one to her. We should partake in the marriage wine. With a blush, Lu Zhiyuan accepted the cup, acutely aware that drinking the marriage wine would precede their consummation. As the matronly tutor had instructed, their wrists intertwined, they shared the cup of marriage wine together. Upon placing the cup back on the table, she turned to find herself unable to meet his gaze, her head bowed. Shen Junran suddenly recalled the moment he had entered this chamber. His hand had barely touched the door when Zhao Quan's hesitant voice had called from behind, Your Majesty, wait a moment. Shen Junran paused and turned back, asking, What is it? Zhao Quan cautiously gauged the emperor's expression before retrieving a booklet from his robe, smiling as he presented it. Your Majesty may wish to glance at this before entering. Ascending to the throne at the tender age of 16, and having observed 3 years of mourning, Shen Junran had remained detached from worldly pleasures. Even 2 years prior, when 3 consorts and 2 favored ladies entered the palace, he had never spent a night in any of their quarters. Zhao Quan had been deeply concerned, fearing the emperor's lack of interest in women. This night was not only a joyous occasion for the emperor and empress's wedding, but also marked the emperor's first experience of intimacy. Should he be ill-prepared, it would surely lead to embarrassment before the young empress. With just a glance at the cover, Shen Junran surmised the booklet's contents, suddenly pondering whether Lu Zhiyuan had also been subjected to such materials. Zhao Quan, where did you acquire this? Shen Junran cast a discerning glance at Zhao Quan, who suddenly felt a chill, sensing that the emperor lingered a moment too long on a particular aspect of him. Zhao Quan awkwardly shifted his posture. Though he was a man of no roots, he was not entirely oblivious to such matters. Shen Junran's glance had been casual, yet he was reluctant to carry that booklet into the chamber where Yuan might see it. The mere thought of her discovering it would surely lead her to chastise him for his shamelessness. With a sigh of relief upon noticing the emperor's indifference, Zhao Quan finally exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a grave misfortune. Master Zhao, are you well? A young eunuch approached him, offering support. Zhao Quan discreetly tucked the booklet back into his sleeve, waving his hand dismissively. I am fine, truly. Inside the chamber, a joyful atmosphere prevailed. Shen Junran stood 3 paces away from the bed, observing a contemplative figure. Lu Zhiyuan sat upon the couch, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. Though shy, she understood her duty to serve the emperor, especially on this momentous day of their union. The matron had warned her that if they did not share a bed, they would become the subject of ridicule. She lifted her gaze. Your Majesty, The words I shall attend to your slumber faltered as they met his playful eyes, and Shen Junran found her earnest expression amusing. Chapter 10. The wedding night, however. Yuan is a young lady, and while he yearns to witness her shy demeanor and desires her to take the initiative, he knows that time is on their side. This is the person he has long cherished, and tonight marks their wedding night. How could he not treasure it? Shen Junran sat beside her, gently taking her cool hand and saying, the night is deep. We should rest. The words rest and serve carry similar connotations, albeit the former is a tad more subtle than the latter. Memories of the teachings from the elder women flooded Lu Zhiyuan's mind, the contents of those secrets resurfacing vividly. Observing the youthful blush on her face, Shen Junran felt an increasing delight. It seemed that Yuan understood the implications of his words. With a firm hand, he embraced her waist, drawing her closer until their gazes locked, shadows growing larger and their proximity diminishing. Her waist was ensnared by a strong grip. Their lips met, and she felt the tender caress of his warm lips, initially gentle and then increasingly fervent, as his lips and tongue slowly pried open her mouth. She was compelled to tilt her head back, her breath quickening, her lips parting slightly, as if something within her mind had exploded. So this is what a kiss feels like: warm, tingling, and intoxicating. Closing her eyes, Lu Zhiyuan sensed Shen Junran's awareness of her distraction. His round, curious eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet he felt a flicker of disappointment as she seemed not to be fully immersed in the moment. Lowering his head once more, he fervently claimed her breath. It was only when Lu Zhiyuan's hands pressed against his chest in resistance that he finally released her, a playful smirk gracing his features. Clearly, the queen needed to catch her breath. Upon noticing the mirth dancing in his gaze, Lu Zhiyuan bashfully averted her eyes, explaining, "This is my first kiss. It's only natural that I struggle to breathe." Her voice, soft yet alluring, beckoned him closer. Shen Junran felt a surge of joy at her words. His Yuan was solely his. He lifted his hand to her chin, cradling her exquisite face. "Shall I teach you?" Lu Zhiyuan felt an urge to scold him. Who speaks so seriously about such matters? Why not just kiss directly? How embarrassing. Are you willing to learn, Your Majesty? Shen Junran teased, eager to see how long he could provoke her. He wished for Yuan to be herself in front of him, within the palace. Though Lu Zhiyuan recognized his playful intent, she held her tongue, embodying the poised and gentle queen she was meant to be, especially on this significant night. With a smile, she wrapped her arms around Shen Junran's waist, a blend of shyness and charm illuminating her expression. "If Your Majesty wishes to teach me, I shall gladly learn." Hearing her soft, compliant voice, even though he knew she was feigning innocence, Shen Junran could not resist her gentle tone and inviting embrace. He pulled her into his arms once more, pressing his lips against hers, while Lu Ziyuan clutched at his chest, her breath becoming increasingly erratic, her head spinning in a delightful haze. The Wei seal was undone with a swift motion, causing the layers of clothing to cascade apart. The vibrant red bridal gown was carelessly tossed to the ground, leaving a tangle of garments scattered about, accompanied by the warm bedding that fell as well. In the Longxi Palace, as the night deepened, the interior remained brilliantly lit, as bright as day. Su Shuman sat within, her expression somber, the tea in her hands long since gone cold. A palace maid entered the room, and Su Shuman's eyes gleamed with urgency, though her demeanor feigned calm. What transpired in the Fengyi Palace? Would the emperor spend the night there? The maid, not daring to delay, replied earnestly, returning to the esteemed Xu Fei. The emperor has not exited the Fengyi Palace since his arrival. Even eunuch Zhao is stationed within. Upon hearing this, Su Shuman was uncertain of her own feelings. She both hoped the emperor would remain in Fengyi Palace and wished otherwise. If the emperor favored Lu Ziyuan, would he not, after experiencing intimacy, visit her palace as well, thus granting her the opportunity to serve him? Though she had spoken with the other four about the harem being merely another realm of sorrowful souls, she could not deceive herself today. The emperor's personal welcome of Lu Ziyuan was an honor beyond compare. Yet, all of this had been bestowed upon the new empress. While the five of them had not garnered even a fleeting glance from the emperor in their 2 years in the palace, Su Shuman's heart was a tumult of emotions as she set aside her now tepid tea and gazed out at the desolate night beyond the window. Clenching the handkerchief tightly, she felt a pang of bitterness and jealousy, her words laced with derision. Lu Ziyuan is truly fortunate. Not only has she been crowned empress, but she has also gained the emperor's favor upon entering the palace. Thus, Lu Ziyuan is the emperor's first woman. Such affection stirred Su Shuman's envy to its core. How could she accept this? It was rightfully hers. To enter the palace early is not as advantageous as to enter it cleverly. Had the officials of the previous dynasty pressed the emperor to appoint an empress 2 years ago, based on her status, the title might not have been Lu Ziyuan's. Thus, all the affection bestowed upon Lu Ziyuan tonight should have belonged to her. The maid lowered her head even further, hesitant to speak. The emperor, on the occasion of a royal wedding, must certainly spend the night in Fengyi Palace. Had an empress been appointed 2 years prior, given the lady's noble lineage, this honor would indeed have belonged to Xu Fei, explaining her profound dissatisfaction. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness, as it was not only Su Shuman who sought news of Fengyi Palace. The mistresses of other palaces were equally attentive to the happenings within. Meanwhile, the stirrings in Fengyi Palace showed no signs of abating. After 7 years of yearning, the cherished one was cradled in his arms, and Shen Junran found himself unable to restrain his desires once more. Lu Ziyuan cast aside her decorum and gentility, her fingers gripping Shen Junran's shoulders tightly, leaving an unmistakable mark. Shen Junran enveloped her in his embrace, the ache in his back only heightening his yearning. He let out a low, husky murmur, "Yuan, Yuan." This utterance momentarily disarmed Lu Ziyuan, the depth of his affection overwhelming, creating an illusion that he was utterly besotted with her. Shen Junran grasped her hand firmly, and immediately his heated body pressed closer. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and there lingered a hint of a tear in his eyes, evoking a sense of tenderness. Lu Ziyuan felt utterly exhausted, even more so than during the month leading up to their grand wedding, where she was burdened with endless lessons. Yet, the man beside her seemed increasingly invigorated. Was it not said that the emperor was not one to indulge in the pleasures of the fair sex? She was merely the empress coerced into position by the ministers, and the 3 consorts and 2 concubines in the palace had also been selected under similar pressure. Yet, in this moment, Shen Junran appeared anything but disinterested in feminine allure. The night was shrouded in darkness, with the moonlight piercing through the clouds, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the tranquil evening. The curtains of the bed swayed softly, and her mind felt as if it were a shooting star streaking across the sky, her grip tightening on the silk quilt beneath her, her eyes dazed and lost, struggling to regain clarity. Chapter 11. The facade of grace on the following day, the emperor and empress celebrated their grand wedding, and for 3 days, the court was granted respite. As the sun rose, its warm rays streamed through the windows of the Fengyi Palace. Within the chambers, Lu Zhiyuan remained deep in slumber, blissfully unaware, utterly forgetting the notion of maintaining decorum. Outside, the palace maids exchanged glances, recalling the raucous festivities of the previous night, which only quieted in the late hours. It was entirely understandable that the empress struggled to rise this morning. The emperor, however, had risen early, his spirit invigorated as he practiced his swordsmanship. Qing Dai and Ting Qin wore expressions of concern. The emperor had been awake for an hour, yet their lady still lay asleep. With his presence, they dared not utter a word, though they understood how exhausted she must have been. Today, she was to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager at the Rinshou Palace, and they wondered how she would manage this. Dear lady, do not forget the necessity of maintaining your composure. It is imperative that you awaken. Surely, you cannot begin your first day in the palace with a failure in decorum. Perhaps it was Ting Qin's silent admonition that stirred Lu Zhiyuan. She turned over, releasing a soft groan as the remnants of sleep faded, leaving behind only a lingering ache in her limbs. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself ensnared in the depths of a pair of profound eyes, making her flustered. She quickly averted her gaze, the vivid crimson of her attire reminding her that last night had been their wedding night, and she was no longer merely the third miss of the Dinghua Duke's residence, but the empress of the realm. Awake at last, Shen Junran said with a smile, assisting her into a sitting position. Noticing the slight furrow of her brow, he inquired with genuine concern, "Are you unwell?" "I thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, I am quite well," Lu Zhiyuan replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson as memories of their previous night's intimacy flooded her mind. Shen Junran sighed inwardly. Not only had she failed to recognize him, but she also addressed him with such formality. Now one stood at the bedside while the other sat, and Lu Zhiyuan, feeling uncertain, bit her lip, unsure of how to proceed. The sweet affection they had shared last night now seemed to elude her grasp. Observing her cautious demeanor, Shen Junran gently caressed her cheek and softly said, "I shall summon someone to attend to your morning rituals." In truth, he wished to serve her himself, yet he feared that such intimacy would only heighten her discomfort. Lu Zhiyuan nodded, wrapping herself more tightly in the covers. Shen Junran found her actions endearing. Was she truly guarding herself against him? Though he had been somewhat reckless the previous night, he felt confident in his restraint. As he departed, Lu Zhiyuan silently exhaled in relief. Her wrapping of the blanket was not an act of defense. Rather, she felt a twinge of bashfulness. After all, this was her first experience of such closeness with a man. Even though they were married, they had merely shared a night's slumber and were not yet accustomed to such natural familiarity. Outside the chamber, Qing Dai heard the commotion and led a group of palace maids in to assist Lu Zhiyuan with her morning routine. Given the recent wedding, they had prepared a splendid crimson ensemble befitting her status as empress, accentuating her delicate beauty. Seated nearby, Shen Junran's gaze remained fixed upon her, the emotions hidden within his eyes gradually surfacing. This was his empress, his wife. At last, Yuan was truly his. The breakfast had already been laid out on the table. Lu Zhiyuan, having dressed neatly, walked over, internally lamenting that her mother had only taught her the secrets of survival in the harem, neglecting to impart the wisdom of marital harmony. Faced with the inscrutable emperor, what was she to do now? In a mere 10 steps, she reached the table, summoning her courage to meet his gaze, her smile poised as she inquired, "Your Majesty, would you care to join me for breakfast?" Shen Junran rose leisurely, taking her hand in his. "Yes, I was indeed waiting for the empress to join me." Lu Zhiyuan was taken aback. Such directness, the breathy utterance of Yuan from the previous night suddenly flooded her mind. As she looked at their hands intertwined, her imagination ran wild. But she quickly dismissed her thoughts. It had only been one night. How could she have fallen so deeply? Stories never unfolded at such a rapid pace. Lost in her musings, Lu Zhiyuan instinctively seated herself on a round stool. Once she realized her faux pas, she suppressed her embarrassment and stood up, determined to maintain her dignified image. As the empress, forced into marriage by the ministers, she could not afford to err. Under Shen Junran's watchful gaze, she calmly served him a bowl of soup and offered him a pair of crystal dumplings. Shen Junran looked up at her, feigning an air of domesticity. If one disregarded the eager expectation in her eyes, she truly resembled a paragon of virtue. The way she anticipated praise after serving just 2 dishes was quintessentially Yuan. Though he had not been present in her life for years, he was well aware of her demeanor and personality. Is it not tiring to stand while dining? Lu Zhiyuan twitched her lips, taken aback by the boldness of his question. Who wouldn't he find standing tiresome? Shen Junran noticed her slightly stiff expression, suppressing a chuckle as he continued. Then why does the empress not sit down for her meal? Is it customary at the Duke of Dinghua's residence to dine while standing? Of course, it is customary to sit while dining, Lu Zhiyuan responded, catching onto his teasing, which eased her discomfort significantly. A smile finally flickered in Shen Junran's eyes as he added some of her favorite dishes to her bowl. If you like it, eat more. I have no rigid rules regarding meals. Nearby, Zhao Quan, who was attending to them, remarked, Your Majesty, do you realize what you are saying? However, Lu Zhiyuan found the emperor's demeanor quite amiable. The absence of formality made the meal feel more relaxed. Thank you, Your Majesty, she exclaimed joyfully. Her gratitude, her smile, her genuine delight were unmistakable. Shen Junran was certain she was not pretending. With a raised eyebrow, Shen Junran's dark eyes sparkled with amusement. There was no rush. He would gradually coax her to shed her fade, revealing her true, whimsical self. Outside Fengyi Palace, the emperor's imperial sedan chair awaited. Lu Zhiyuan scanned the surroundings. Yet her own phoenix sedan was nowhere in sight. Inwardly she cried out, What? Am I expected to follow the imperial sedan to Rinshou Palace on foot? Though she could endure this for the sake of her dignified image, she could not help but feel it would be too humiliating. How would she maintain her standing in the harem after this? Shen Junran quietly observed her, noting the emotions that could not be concealed on her face, as a smile danced in her eyes. Indeed, Yuan's disguise was not convincing enough. Since Yuan wished to play, he would naturally oblige, lest she find the palace unbearably dull. Zhao Quan, how do you conduct your duties? Where's the empress's palanquin? Shen Junran's voice rang out sharply. Lu Zhiyuan was contemplating whether to greet him directly or to silently accept the situation when she heard Shen Junran's inquiry. She immediately felt a sense of gratitude towards the emperor for coming to her aid. Though she could have questioned Zhao Quan herself, he was, after all, a trusted servant who had served the emperor for many years. If the emperor did not support her or chose to chastise Zhao Quan lightly, she would find herself unable to voice her anger, appearing not only foolish but also lacking in wit. Zhao Quan hurriedly knelt and bowed his head. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Your Grace, forgive this servant's oversight. Chapter 12. The easily deceived young Empress Shen Junran grew increasingly incensed. How can you, the head eunuch, commit such a blunder? Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Your Highness, the Empress, is to be pardoned. The servant momentarily failed to respond. Having overlooked the matter due to the recent wedding, I shall convey the message of the imperial sedan chair forthwith. Lu Zhiyuan, witnessing his earnest apology, understood that the imperial sedan chair had only been used during their wedding yesterday, and thus could empathize with Zhao Quan's momentary lapse. Noticing the flicker of sympathy in Lu Zhiyuan's expression, Shen Junran waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Quan has neglected his duty. Seize him and administer 50 strikes, Your Majesty. The hour is getting late. If we delay any further, it may soon be noon. Today marks the first day of my union with Your Majesty. We ought to rejoice. I perceive that Zhao Gongong's error was unintentional. Perhaps we should spare him this time. In her haste, Lu Zhiyuan grasped Shen Junran's sleeve. Her intentions were not purely altruistic. She presumed that by aiding others in the palace, they might harbor a sense of gratitude towards her in return. Furthermore, since Zhao Quan served at the imperial court, should she inadvertently displease the emperor in the future, he might intercede on her behalf, considering today's act of kindness. Lu Zhiyuan fancied herself clever, yet she remained oblivious to the fleeting smile that danced in Shen Junran's eyes. Since the empress has interceded on your behalf, I shall overlook this transgression this time." Zhao Quan hastily expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty. Thank you, empress. However, it is too late to summon the sedan chair again." Rather, Shen Junran intentionally paused, causing Lu Zion's heart to leap. "Rather what? Perhaps it would be more suitable for you to walk behind the imperial carriage." "That cannot be. Or perhaps it would be more fitting for the empress and the emperor to share the imperial sedan together." Zhao Quan interjected. Lu Zion's eyes brightened, eagerly awaiting Shen Junran's nod of approval. She understood that not everyone was permitted to ride in the imperial sedan, yet at that moment, she could not concern herself with such details. "Very well, the empress shall accompany me." Shen Junran turned his back, fearing he might burst into laughter. At this moment, Lu Ziyuan failed to notice his unusual behavior, instead thinking to herself that her intervention on Zhao Quan's behalf had not been in vain. She cast a grateful glance toward Zhao Quan as she approached the sedan chair. Zhao Quan pondered, is the young empress truly so easily deceived? Has she forgotten that it was he who failed to summon the sedan for her? No wonder the emperor remarked that not only would the empress not blame him, but she would also express her gratitude. With a sigh, Zhao Quan accepted the situation. Very well, the empress is easily swayed, and the emperor's intentions are indeed well-meaning. Upon arriving at the Renshou Palace, the Empress Dowager was unsurprised to see the couple enter hand in hand. Gazing upon the pair, she was momentarily transported back to the time of the late emperor and empress, who shared a bond so profound and enduring. She smiled warmly at them. "The emperor and empress have arrived. Come, take a seat." "Mother, have you been waiting long?" Shen Junran asked, leading Lu Ziyuan inside while meeting the dowager's gaze. Lu Ziyuan released Shen Junran's hand. As she was not like the emperor, she approached to pay her respects. "I pay my respects to Mother. Wishing you good health." The Empress Dowager promptly gestured for the attendant, Granny Kong, to assist. There is no need for such formality among family. "Empress, come sit." Lu Ziyuan glanced at Shen Junran, who nodded slightly in her direction, prompting her to speak. "Thank you, Mother Empress." The reason Lu Ziyuan felt somewhat constrained in the presence of the Empress Dowager was that she was not Shen Junran's biological mother, and thus she was unsure of the nature of the relationship between the dowager and the emperor. Before entering the palace, her mother had mentioned the dowager to her. Initially conferred as consort the dowager ascended to the title of empress only after the passing of the former empress. Although she was not the emperor's biological mother, she came from a prestigious lineage, her father being the former Duke of Hua. The former emperor had few consorts, and the bond between him and the former empress was one of deep affection, envied by many. It was 3 years after the former empress's demise that the officials petitioned for a new empress to be established. Consort was virtuous and gracious, treating others with kindness, truly deserving of her title. She had only one daughter, which led the emperor to name Consort as the empress. Noticing the young girl's posture, the dowager understood that she was still adjusting. After all, she was merely a 15-year-old child. With a tender voice, the dowager said, "When the empress first arrived in the palace, should there be any matters, you may come to find me." "I understand. Thank you, Mother Empress. Do not feel constrained. My dear, I was quite close to your mother in our youth. I also have a daughter, a year older than you, but she has returned to the princess's residence last night. When she comes back to the palace, you two may meet. I believe you young ones will have much to discuss." Lu Ziyuan was not at all surprised that the dowager was acquainted with her mother, yet she felt it unnecessary to mention her mother's name without prompting. "My mother has spoken of you, and she asked me to convey her regards to you. Your Highness, I am well within the palace, though I rarely see them these days. Fortunately, with the arrival of the Empress, our opportunities to meet will increase. We are now considered in-laws, after all." As the two engaged in pleasant conversation, Shen Junran found himself unable to interject. His beloved Yuan had not yet cultivated a deep bond with him, and he was reluctant to let others monopolize her time. Glancing at the chair opposite, an idea formed in his mind. He rose and moved to sit beside Lu Ziyuan. "Lu Ziyuan, Mother Empress." Yet, Shen Junran appeared unperturbed by the awkwardness, cheerfully redirecting the conversation. "Mother, with me here, the Empress shall not feel bored." Lu Ziyuan, feeling shy, lowered her head. This was quite enough. The dowager took great delight in witnessing their affectionate exchange. The emperor's initiative and the empress's bashfulness were a delightful combination for any relationship. One should take the lead to infuse life with joy. The dowager quickly dispelled any lingering awkwardness from her expression, chuckling. Indeed, as the emperor has said, with him around, the empress will not be bored. It is already noon. Let the emperor and empress remain for lunch. Zhiyuan felt even more embarrassed. They had indeed arrived quite late, having barely settled when it was already time for the midday meal. Chapter 13. Is it because of my striking beauty? Upon exiting the Rinshou Palace, Shen Junran chose to forego the imperial sedan chair, opting instead to stroll through the palace grounds with Zhiyuan. This was not only to familiarize her with the surroundings, but also to relish their time together in solitude. They arrived at the lotus pond, which was currently in full bloom. In a month's time, the lotus seeds would be ready for harvesting. Shen Junran deliberately mentioned the lotus flowers, keenly observing her reaction. Yet, her eyes only shimmered with delight, devoid of any nostalgic reminiscence. Indeed, she had been merely 8 years old at that time, and perhaps he was not the only one she had coaxed into playing outside. As far as he knew, the youngest son of the second branch of the Duke of Dingwa's residence was often lured by her charm, only for others to face the consequences while she plucked the flowers freely. Shen Junran gestured towards the majestic palace across from them. That is the Fengyi Palace where you reside. It is the closest to this lotus pond. Should you wish, you can visit often. I shall remember that, Your Majesty. Thank you, Zhiyuan replied, feeling his thoughtfulness was exceedingly considerate, although she was uncertain whether he had intentionally mentioned the lotus seeds. The mere thought of them brought her joy. Moreover, with the Fengyi Palace so near, she could casually pluck one whenever she pleased. As the sun began to intensify, they made their way towards Fengyi Palace. Suddenly, Zhiyuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Despite having consummated their marriage the previous night, she was still unsure how to interact with Shen Junran. The emperor had not attended court for 3 days, and the concubines were not required to pay their respects at Fengyi Palace, with both of them having no particular duties. Did that mean she would be confined to his company for 3 consecutive days? At that moment, she longed to consult her mother or elder sister on how to navigate her relationship with the emperor. Noticing her pensive demeanor, Shen Junran found it amusing. He recognized her unfamiliarity and her uncertainty in their interactions. Considering she was likely fatigued from the previous night, he decided to grant her some respite. I shall visit the imperial study. Although there are no court sessions, there are still memorials to review. You should take a nap and familiarize yourself with Fengyi Palace. I shall return later to share dinner with you. Zhiyuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Could it be that he possessed the ability to read minds? How was it that he seemed to know her thoughts so intuitively? Watching Shen Junran stroll away, she reflected on how he treated her. The empress he had been compelled to marry with such kindness. Not only was he considerate, but he also referred to himself as I rather than we. As this realization dawned on her, Zhiyuan instinctively touched her face. Was it truly her beauty that had captivated the emperor, making him feel a modicum of affection towards the empress he had wed out of necessity? Surely, he did not find her repugnant. This was a promising sign. Although emperors are often indifferent, and no one in the harem could expect perpetual favor, it seemed she might enjoy a comfortable existence for the time being. As long as she tread carefully and cultivated a harmonious relationship with him, she could navigate her days in the palace with relative ease. With this understanding, Zhiyuan felt a renewed sense of hope for the days ahead, her mindset gradually becoming more positive. Just then, Tingqin emerged, hearing her young mistress murmuring to herself at the entrance, a habit she had long since grown accustomed to. Madam, you have returned. Listening to the Qin, one must not be disrespectful, and should refer to her as Your Majesty, the Queen. Qin Dai furrowed her brow and cast a stern glance at Tingqin. The palace is unlike the manor. Should an observant person overhear this, not only would the Duke's household be criticized for failing to instill proper etiquette in its servants, but the Queen would also be ridiculed, suggesting that even her most trusted maidservant does not acknowledge her royal status. Tingqin, aware of her blunder, quickly knelt and admitted her mistake, saying, "This servant acknowledges her fault and humbly requests punishment from Your Majesty." before entering the palace. Her ladyship had specifically instructed her to be cautious with her words and to heed Qingdai's advice. To her dismay, she had erred on her first day. Very well, rise. There are no outsiders present now. Just remember this lesson for the future. After all, Tingqin had always served her faithfully, and there was a certain resemblance in their temperaments that allowed for their master-servant relationship. Lu Zhiyuan helped Tingqin to her feet, took her hand, and gestured for Qingdai to join them. The three of them clasped hands together as she said, "From now on, learn from Qingdai. You are both my chief maidservants and must not falter, yet do not be weak, for you represent my dignity." Yes, this servant will remember and assures your majesty of her loyalty. As for the other maidens and eunuchs in Fengyi Palace, she still needed to assess them, for she was new to the palace and unfamiliar with many people and matters. The affairs of Fengyi Palace required careful management. Otherwise, life would not be peaceful. Upon entering the grand hall of Fengyi Palace, all the maidens and eunuchs immediately approached, each displaying proper decorum and deep respect. "We have the honor of greeting your majesty," they said in unison. Lu Zhiyuan was taken aback. She had yet to formulate any rules or admonitions, yet they had already come forth, awaiting her instruction. This was quite different from her expectations. Yet now that it had come to this, if she did not establish some order, how would she maintain her authority as the queen? With keen insight, Tingqin swiftly brought over a chair, and Lu Zhiyuan seated herself upon the imperial throne, exuding an air of dignity. One of the maidens stepped forward, holding a booklet, and respectfully announced, "I report to your majesty. I am Zhiyuan, a first-class maidservant of Fengyi Palace. Besides those serving your majesty, there are 4 first-class maidservants, 8 second-class maidservants, 12 third-class maidservants, and 12 junior maidservants, along with 1 chief eunuch and 12 ordinary eunuchs." Having finished, Zhiyuan closed the booklet and presented it for the queen's perusal. Lu Zhiyuan nodded. Qingdai stepped forward to take the booklet and handed it to her. After a brief glance, Lu Zhiyuan noted that the arrangements were already quite comprehensive, and these individuals could only have been appointed by Shen Junran, as the Empress Dowager had mentioned that all matters in Fengyi Palace were personally overseen by the Emperor. "You may dispense with formalities. Now that you are here to serve in Fengyi Palace, do your duties well, and I assure you that I will not treat you poorly. Otherwise, I shall not be lenient." "Yes, we dare not. We shall serve your majesty with utmost diligence," the crowd responded, bowing deeply until their foreheads touched the ground. Lu Zhiyuan was quite pleased with their actions. It was time to reward them, a practice she had learned from both her mother and her elder sister, an art of balancing kindness with authority. "Qingdai, distribute an additional 2 months' salary to everyone in the Fengyi Palace." The crowd erupted in joy, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty, for your generous gifts." Having served in Fengyi Palace for a year, they had only received their monthly wages without any additional rewards. Thus, receiving such a generous bounty from the newly established palace was indeed a reason for their exuberance. Chapter 14, Loyalty. Lu Zhiyuan gazed down at the joyful faces of the crowd and declared, "The first-ranking palace maids and the chief eunuch shall remain. The rest may attend to their duties." Understood. The group, clutching their rewards, departed with cheerful hearts, leaving only 5 individuals standing before her. Lu Zhiyuan scrutinized the 5 and inquired, "Aside from Zhu Shuang, I am yet to learn your names." The chief eunuch bowed respectfully and replied, "This humble servant is Chen Zhong, your majesty." "Chen Zhong?" Lu Zhiyuan raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, finding the name rather fitting. "I hope your loyalty matches your name." Chen Zhong promptly bent his body in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, your majesty. I have come to serve you in Fengyi Palace, and my only loyal master is your majesty." A clever man, indeed, aware of her unspoken implications. Lu Zhiyuan nodded and turned her gaze towards the other 3. "And what are the remaining 3? Chen Zhong's heart soared. It seemed the Empress was pleased with him and willing to accept him. He returned to his original position with a steady demeanor. The 3 first-ranking palace maids stepped forward in succession. "This humble servant is Chun Yu, skilled in the art of tea brewing. I have the honor to meet your majesty." "This humble servant is Xia Chan, proficient in crafting various pastries. I have the honor to meet your majesty." "This humble servant is Dong Shui, adept in the art of perfumery. I have the honor to meet your majesty. Each of them eagerly expressed their talents, hoping to gain the empress's favor, much like Qinzhong, and remain in Feng Yi Palace to serve her. Listening closely, Qin found the situation increasingly peculiar. Why were their skills all aligned with the empress's preferences? Was it merely coincidence? Zhiyuan furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, as if their talents had been curated solely for her. When did you arrive at Feng Yi Palace? Xiaochan answered, responding to your majesty. We arrived to serve in Feng Yi Palace 1 year ago. 1 year ago, she had yet to come of age, and the position of empress seemed a distant dream for her then. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, after all. Zhu Shuang intended to step forward and add her own skills to the discourse, but upon noticing the empress's frown, she hesitated, not yet understanding the empress's temperament. She deemed it wiser to remain subdued. These individuals had been specifically chosen by the emperor to serve in Feng Yi Palace, awaiting the empress's arrival. The emperor had devoted great care to her, and naturally, those in service would remain unwaveringly loyal, fearing to overstep their bounds. Zhiyuan waved her hand, allowing them to return to their tasks, and she rose to enter the inner chamber. Qing Dai poured her cup of tea and remarked, Your Majesty, I perceive that Zhu Shuang is a composed individual, adept at reading the mood. She possesses considerable capability. Qing Dai had noticed Zhu Shuang's slight retreat, as well as the fact that she was the one who had gathered everyone to pay their respects before the empress's arrival. I understand your meaning. Observe them discreetly. If you find them all loyal, allow them to serve together within. After all, Feng Yi Palace is expansive, and to manage it effectively, you cannot rely solely on Qin service. Zhiyuan was acutely aware that she could not fully trust them just yet. Having recently entered the palace, her foundations were precarious, and she was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the harem, oblivious to whether there might be spies planted by other concubines within the Feng Yi Palace. Moreover, the fact that Just Wang had managed to oversee the vast Feng Yi Palace with such competence before their arrival suggested she possessed remarkable skills. If her loyalty could be relied upon, it would certainly facilitate matters for them. Qing Dai nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall remain vigilant. With Qing Dai handling affairs, Zhiyuan felt a sense of reassurance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Shen Junran finally stepped into Feng Yi Palace. After a rejuvenating afternoon nap, Zhiyuan felt considerably better and her spirits brightened. Upon seeing the bright yellow figure, she rushed out to greet him. Shen Junran towered over her. Her head barely reached his chin, compelling her to look up and say, Your Majesty, you have returned. Seeing her charming smile took Shen Junran by surprise. Although he had spent the afternoon in the study, his thoughts had been consistently with her, longing to return and keep her company, yet apprehensive that she might feel uneasy. I am done with my tasks. I promise to join you for dinner, he replied, relishing the familiarity of their exchange, reminiscent of a loving couple who had long been accustomed to each other as presents. The image of his beloved waiting for him in the Feng Yi Palace filled him with contentment. They settled together on the imperial concubine's chair, engaging in light-hearted conversation, the scene radiating satisfaction. Observing this, Qing Dai discreetly pulled Ting Qin away from the sleeping quarters, granting space to the newlyweds. She understood that within the palace, the emperor's favor was paramount. Only with his affection could the empress lead a tranquil life. Shen Junran reached out to pinch her delicate face, missing her dearly after just one afternoon apart. How long did you sleep? He inquired. I napped for merely a quarter of an hour. Zhiyuan shyly evaded his touch, feeling the intimacy of the gesture, although she was aware of Shen Junran's infatuation with her on their wedding night. The way he approached her face reinforced her belief that he was indeed captivated by her beauty. Shen Junran raised an eyebrow, knowing she was being deceitful. Yet he smiled and said, Next time, you may sleep a little longer. It is of no consequence. I shall not mock you. Zhiyuan felt flustered, having actually slept for nearly an hour. Had it not been for Ting Qin's call, she might have slumbered even longer. Typically, she did not indulge in afternoon naps. But when she did, it was an extensive rest. Despite being aware of Shen Junran's affection, she understood the importance of maintaining her dignified image, for he was the emperor, and she could not solely comport herself as an unmarried girl. Her demeanor had often caused her parents concern, and if she did not exercise restraint, she risked becoming a source of disdain, not only for Shen Junran, but for others as well. I usually require no more than a quarter of an hour for my afternoon rest, she stated, gazing at Shen Junran while her ears betrayed her with a flush of crimson. Shen Junran pulled her into his embrace, gazing at her slightly flushed face, and continued to tease her. However, today was different. After all, I had exhausted you last night. Lu Zhiyuan's entire countenance visibly turned red as scenes from last night flashed through her mind. His warm breath brushed against her face, making her even more anxious, prompting her to wish for some distance between them. She attempted to push his hand away, only to have it firmly grasped by him. He then inquired, "Is it possible that Yuan wasn't tired last night?" Shen Junran's question was sincere on one hand, yet he also intended to jest with her, hoping to unravel her facade and provoke her into revealing her genuine, vivacious nature. Yet, Lu Zhiyuan maintained her composure, though she shyly averted her gaze. She felt a surge of annoyance towards him. How was she supposed to respond? To claim she wasn't tired would be a lie, for she had indeed fainted from exhaustion last night, even needing him to help her dress. Conversely, admitting fatigue would only invite his fervent gaze, ensuring she would be unable to escape this evening as well. Chapter 15. The whisper of Yuan, the gentle call of Yuan resonated in her ears, and it felt as though her heart had been scorched. Shen Junran believed he should take a more assertive approach if he continued to proceed step by step. Would he ever see through her fade? He longed for the whimsical yet mischievous Yuan, who could ensnare him like a cunning wolf. Yuan, may I call you that? His voice, slightly husky, transformed the atmosphere between them into something distinctly intimate. Having already uttered her name, he found it rather irritating to seek her approval. It was only an afternoon apart, yet he had changed, becoming more proactive and clingy. Yuan remained silent, and he took her silence as consent. She was finally his wife, destined to remain by his side forever. Every time he laid eyes on her, Shen Junran felt an uncontrollable yearning to kiss her. As he drew closer, the warmth of his lips enveloped her. "Your Majesty." Before Lu Zhiyuan could fully grasp the situation, his lips had already advanced, conquering her defenses and entwining with her delicate tongue. After a considerable time, she struggled to catch her breath. "You need to practice breathing with me more often," Shen Junran teased, encircling her slender waist to prevent her from slipping away. Lu Zhiyuan shot him an indignant glare. His actions were utterly excessive. Not only was he teasing her, but he also seemed to revel in her flustered state. Her eyes glistened, exuding an enchanting allure that only intensified Shen Junran's desire. Seeing him lean in again, Lu Zhiyuan promptly buried her face in the crook of his neck. "Your Majesty, it is time for dinner. I am famished." Shen Junran suppressed his yearning and gently caressed her abdomen, eliciting a soft protest from her before he happily carried her off to dine. "Ah, Yuan is hungry. Then let us feast." His tone was as soothing as one would use to comfort child, leaving Lu Zhiyuan both exasperated and helpless in the face of his charm. She could only tighten her grip around his neck, her legs dangling at his sides, a position that left her feeling utterly bashful. The palace maids and eunuchs waiting outside averted their gazes, recognizing the intimate exchange between the emperor and empress. They dared not stare further, well aware of the emperor's discerning nature. Lu Zhiyuan completed her meal with flushed cheeks. Shen Junran, however, seemed unconcerned with such matters. He set her down but held her hand firmly. "The moon tonight is exceptionally beautiful. Would you accompany me outside to admire it?" Although Lu Zhiyuan feigned disinterest in moon gazing, she acknowledged that after her meal, a leisurely stroll would be quite beneficial. With a mere glance, Shen Junran understood her intent. "Zhao Quan, let us proceed to the moon viewing pavilion." "Yes, Your Majesty." As the emperor and empress ascended the pavilion, Zhao Quan and the others paused below, ensuring that the pair would not be disturbed. Shun Zhong observed the emperor's careful assistance of the empress up the steps, contemplating the shift in dynamics. Previously, the emperor had shown little interest in his consorts, yet now his undivided attention and affection were wholly reserved for the empress. The demeanor was akin to holding something fragile in one's hands, afraid it might fall, or savoring it in one's mouth, fearful it might dissolve. How could one possibly avoid startling him? Chief Zhao, I have finally come to understand why you wish for me to serve in the Fengyi Palace. Chen Zhong approached Zhao Quan with a beaming smile, his words laced with gratitude. Zhao Quan shot him a glance, acknowledging his understanding, remembering how reluctant he had been before. Chief Zhao, you jest. It is merely my short-sightedness. Fortunately, with your guidance, I have been granted the opportunity to serve the Empress. Chen Zhong recalled the night of the Emperor and Empress's wedding, when Chief Zhao had suddenly mentioned that the Fengyi Palace was still in need of a chief eunuch and suggested he take up the role. Having always been under Zhao Quan's patronage, he had naturally been reluctant to leave the emperor's side. Serving in the inner palace was far less convenient than at court, and it would diminish his status. If the emperor seldom visited the inner palace, how would he have the opportunity to present himself before him again? It felt akin to being relegated to serving in the cold palace. Zhao Quan, uninterested in his complaints, admonished him for being a foolish servant and left him at the Fengyi Palace, declaring that if the empress refused to accept him, he would be sent to the cold palace. Do not let my efforts in promoting you go to waste. Serve the empress well. If she is pleased, the emperor will be pleased as well. In time, we may find ourselves relying on you. Chen Zhong nodded vigorously, replying with a smile, Rest assured, Chief Zhao, I shall devote myself to serving the empress, and I will do everything in my power to assist you in the future. How shameless you are, Zhao Quan remarked, playfully striking Chen Zhong with his hand. You truly take yourself seriously. Chen Zhong nimbly dodged the playful blow and stepped aside. Knowing Zhao Quan did not genuinely intend to harm him, he merely let his hand drop. Observing this, Chen Zhong grinned and approached once more. He appreciated the kindness and affection Zhao Quan had shown him. Having been sold into the palace by his family, he had often been bullied for his ignorance of the rules, and the others had grown accustomed to taking advantage of him. There was not a day when he had a full meal or was free from the torment of other eunuchs. At that time, Zhao Quan was merely a servant by the crown prince's side. It was Zhao Quan's compassion that prompted him to speak on Chen Zhong's behalf, leading to his transfer to the Eastern Palace, where he was never bullied again. Zhao Quan taught him how to serve the crown prince and the various noble ladies diligently. It could be said that without Zhao Quan, there would be no Chen Zhong today. His reluctance to go to Fengyi Palace stemmed, in large part, from Zhao Quan. He had grown accustomed to serving alongside him at the emperor's side. In the Mingyue Palace, Your Highness, it is late. You should rest. Upon entering the grand hall, Kai Huan found the empress, Yao Shiyin, lost in thought by the window, gazing at the moon. She knew well the reason for her reverie, having been a maid brought from the prime minister's residence. The empress had cherished the emperor since her youth, longing to remain by his side. Despite Kai Huan's call, Yao Shiyin remained oblivious. Standing beside her, Kai Xian shook her head, having already advised against it, but the empress had not listened. After a considerable passage of time, so long that the two women assumed that the noble consort Hui intended to remain awake until dawn as she had the previous night, a gentle voice finally broke the silence. Are the emperor and empress still at the Wangyue Pavilion? Sai Huan pressed her lips together before responding. The emperor and empress have returned to the Fengyi Palace, and it is time for you to rest, my lady. She refrained from mentioning that the emperor had wrapped the empress in a cloak and carried her back to the Fengyi Palace. Nor did she disclose the intimate marks visible on the empress's neck outside the cloak. Once again, there had been moon-gazing and an overnight stay at Fengyi Palace, and a flicker of jealousy crossed Yao Shiyin's eyes. Kai Xian, filled with concern, remarked, My lady, the emperor and empress have just wed. Given the immense pressure from the previous court officials to establish an empress, the emperor must maintain appearances for their sake, which explains his attentiveness towards the empress. After 3 days, we cannot predict what the situation at Fengyi Palace will be. A glimmer of realization softened Yao Shiyin's expression as she absorbed Kai Xian's words. Indeed, after 3 days, she found it hard to believe that Lu Zhiyuan would still enjoy favor. Kai Xian and Sai Huan let out a sigh of relief and hastily assisted Consort Hui in disrobing and preparing for rest. Chapter 16. 3 consorts and 2 concubines. The 3 days of rest had come to an end, and Shen Junran was to return to the early mornings of court. As he withdrew his hand, Lu Ziyuan stirred from her slumber. After a moment of contemplation, she realized her duty to attend to the emperor's rising. Noticing her eyes still fluttering in a state of drowsiness, attempting to feign grace and propriety, Shen Junran could not suppress a chuckle. As she attempted to rise, he gently pressed her back down, playfully teasing her. Their breaths became intertwined, and Lu Ziyuan gazed at him with her glistening apricot eyes. The voice of Zhao Quan, filled with urgency, echoed from outside, and Lu Ziyuan knew time was slipping away. "Your Majesty, if you do not rise soon, we shall be delayed." Her voice, tinged with the huskiness of mourning and a hint of the vulnerability from his playful torment, made Shen Junran close his eyes to quell the rising impulse. Finally, he leaned down to inhale deeply at her neck before lifting his hand to shield her damp eyes as he rose. Under her gaze, he felt he could not step out of Fengyi Palace. The bed curtains parted and then closed again. Lu Ziyuan raised her hand to touch her neck, feeling a slight ache, damp from his earlier affection. Yet, she eventually rose to fulfill her duties as a worthy empress. Shen Junran was already adorned in his dragon robe, with only the waist sash and golden crown remaining. Upon seeing her, he raised an eyebrow, reminded of her desire to portray an image of dignity. Taking the waist sash from Zhao Quan, he extended it towards her. "Yuan Yuan." Lu Ziyuan hurried over, seizing her opportunity to demonstrate her composure. Shen Junran watched patiently, offering no guidance as she meticulously adjusted the sash. Her small hands encircled his waist, the gesture resembling an embrace. She fumbled with the fastening, her grip alternating between gentle and firm. All done. Lu Ziyuan tied the sash with a sense of accomplishment. She then turned to take the golden crown from Zhao Quan. Momentarily perplexed, did he need to lower his head? Suddenly, her feet left the ground as Shen Junran lifted her effortlessly, nearly causing her to fumble the crown. With his hands encircling her delicate waist, he said, "This way, Yuan Yuan can place it upon me." Lu Ziyuan felt a surge of indignation at his antics, but held her tongue, hastily positioning the crown atop his head. "All right, Your Majesty, please set me down." Shen Junran raised an eyebrow, having caught a glimpse of her irritation. Yet he refrained from responding. As her feet touched the ground, she felt a sense of solidity return. "Your Majesty, you must depart for court." Lu Ziyuan urged him towards the door. Shen Junran grasped her hand and nodded. "Yes, today the consorts will come to pay their respects." "Yuan Yuan, do not be too formal. Casual? In what manner?" She pondered, though now was not the time for such inquiries. "I understand." Seeing her obedient response, Shen Junran turned to make his way to court. Lu Ziyuan, still feeling the remnants of sleep, instructed Qingdai to wake her when the time came, then turned back to the bed to catch up on her rest. Upon arriving at the Xianzheng Hall, Zhao Quanyue, trailing behind Shen Junran, increasingly sensed something amiss about the emperor striding toward the dragon throne. However, as the officials were already waiting outside the hall, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Thus, Zhao Quanyue pondered over what precisely seemed wrong with the emperor today. "Your Majesty, allow Chunyu to assist you with your makeup," suggested Tingxin, who had neatly arranged Lu Ziyuan's hair. Lu Ziyuan glanced at Tingxin with a smile, remarking, "It appears you have formed a good rapport with them." The maid replied, "Having heard your conversation with Qingdai, I also wish to contribute by keeping a watchful eye. I believe the four of them are trustworthy. Since we have Tingxin's endorsement, let us summon her." Lu Ziyuan agreed. Shortly thereafter, Chunyu and Zhishuang entered, the latter being called in by Qingdai. Tingxin leaned closer to Lu Ziyuan and whispered Chunyu, "Today is the first time Her Majesty receives the courtiers' greetings. Quickly come forth to assist her with her makeup." "Yes," Chunyu acknowledged, recognizing this as an opportunity to impress the queen. If she performed well today, it could lead to her serving in the palace in the future. As Lu Ziyuan sat before the dressing table, Chunyu expertly applied her makeup, showcasing the numerous skills of a first-rank palace made from Fengyi Palace. To her surprise, not only was Chunyu adept at brewing tea, but she was also remarkably skilled at makeup. Chunyu was astonished that the queen remembered her modest claim of expertise. She realized that the queen was genuinely amiable, and receiving her heartfelt praise, she accepted it gracefully, unlike her usual shy demeanor. It seemed that she shared a similar disposition with Tingxin, which explained their harmonious relationship. Observing the pleasant atmosphere, Zhuang seized the moment to speak, "Your Majesty. Since you have some time to spare, may I share with you the circumstances of the various ladies in the palace?" Lu Zhiyuan raised her gaze, relieved to find someone willing to converse. For although Shen Junran had encouraged her to act freely, she felt hesitant to do so. "Then I shall trouble you, Zhuang," Lu Zhiyuan replied, understanding that Zhuang's intention was not only to inform her about the concubines, but also to signal her loyalty. Zhuang smiled gently, stating, "It is a privilege to serve your Majesty." Lu Zhiyuan met her gaze and smiled in silence. Zhuang continued, "Before your arrival at Fengyi Palace, the 3 consorts and 2 concubines were led by Consort Shu. Her father is the Marquis of Yongning, a noble title, which is why both Consort Yao and Consort Hui, though of the same rank, differ somewhat to Consort Shu. Indeed, the daughters of the Yongning Marquis possess a more distinguished lineage than the other consorts. Yet this also suggests that Consort Shu may exhibit a rather domineering nature. Consort Hui, on the other hand, is the second daughter of the Prime Minister. Her title is unique in that it does not derive from her given name or surname, leading Consort Hui to believe she holds a special place in the Emperor's heart, a fact that has fostered jealousy among the other 4 ladies. Though Lu Zhiyuan was taken aback, she soon comprehended the sentiment. After all, the consorts in the harem awaited the Emperor's favor, and even a mere compliment could bring joy for a considerable span of time, let alone a unique bestowed title. The father of Lady Yao is the esteemed Vice Minister of the Censorate, holding the esteemed position of head of the censors. Lady Yao leaves a remarkably favorable first impression, exhibiting a modest demeanor, which is why the maidservant seldom hears extensive remarks about her from others. It would be prudent for Her Majesty to pay closer attention to Lady Yao. Although Zhuang expresses this sentiment, she believes that those who are difficult to read pose a greater danger. Hence her caution to the Empress to observe Lady Yao more closely. Noticing Lu Zhiyuan attentively listening, Zhuang continued, "Next is Consort In, who is drawn to tranquility and possesses a gentle disposition, seldom mingling with others. In contrast, Consort Jiang enjoys lively company and shares a close bond with Consort Shu." Lu Zhiyuan nodded, acknowledging that Consort Jiang aligns with Consort Shu's faction, while Lady Yao remains an enigma. However, whether Consort In is truly as gentle as she appears warrants further observation. For Mother always cautioned against underestimating any woman within the imperial harem, lest one suffer the consequences. Chapter 17. The first confrontation. Lu Zhiyuan gazed outside the hall, feeling that the time was ripe. She rose to her feet, intending to meet the several consorts. After taking a few steps, she turned back and said, "Zhuang, come to the front hall with me." "Yes, Your Majesty," Zhuang replied promptly, following closely behind. The Empress was beginning to trust her. Compared to any other emperor, Shen Junran had remarkably few consorts, which brought Lu Zhiyuan a modicum of relief. With fewer consorts, she would have to navigate less complexity. Yet, she was still uncertain about how to engage with these 5 women. They had entered the palace 2 years prior to her, establishing deeper roots. Even though some of them had previously been adversarial, she was still the newcomer, an outsider. When this outsider disrupted the existing equilibrium, she inevitably became the target of their collective opposition. Lu Zhiyuan regretted not paying closer attention to her mother and elder sister's methods of managing the inner household, leaving her feeling insecure now. Upon arriving at the front hall, she found all 5 women gathered amicably, conversing. As soon as they noticed Lu Zhiyuan's arrival, they fell silent. Despite any resentment they might harbor towards this latecomer, they could not disregard the presence of the Empress, who was not only appointed by the Emperor, but also the sovereign of the harem, thus requiring their decorum. The 5 women maintained their composure, aligning themselves according to rank before bowing in unison to pay their respects. "We humbly greet Your Majesty, the Empress. May you have peace." Lu Zhiyuan sat gracefully upon the phoenix throne and smiled. "Please rise and be seated." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Zhiyuan's gaze swept over the 5 women, noting that their attire indeed reflected the personalities Zhuang had just described. The 5 women had long been aware that the Empress had only recently come of age, but they were taken aback by her extraordinary beauty and presence, eliciting a blend of astonishment and envy. Yao Shiyan clenched her handkerchief tightly, feeling a wave of anxiety as she considered Lu Ziyuan's striking appearance and the emperor's recent 3-night stay at Fengyi Palace. Although Yao Shiyan felt jealousy, she retained a thread of rationality, adhering to the decorum befitting her noble lineage. The empress, seated at the head, hailed from the Duke of Ding's household, a legitimate daughter, placing her above them both in birth and status. Today was not merely their first meeting. It was laden with ulterior motives, maintaining an air of composure. Yao Shiyan forced a smile and remarked, with the empress now overseeing the affairs of the 6 palaces, it is indeed a joyous occasion that the harem will finally enter a state of order. Lu Ziyuan chuckled softly, thinking that before her entry into the palace, the harem had already been quite orderly. Su Shuman shot a glance at Yao Shiyan, immediately comprehending the underlying meaning in her words, and silently scoffed at her indirectness. Finding it irksome, not only Su Shuman but also Yuan Miao and Zhang Xian grasped the subtext, taking note of the reactions of the 5 women. Lu Ziyuan calmly replied, "Your words, Consort Hui, are misplaced. Before my arrival, the affairs of the harem were already well managed under the guidance of the Empress Dowager." Yao Shiyan was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such an immediate rebuttal from the empress. Su Shuman found herself at a disadvantage after just a few words exchanged with concubine Hui, inwardly mocking the futility of it all. The Empress Dowager is indeed the most esteemed figure in the imperial harem, yet with the emperor and empress recently wed, it was only fitting that His Majesty also attended court today, having spent 3 consecutive days in Fengyi Palace. It was high time the empress encouraged the emperor to bestow his favor equally upon the ladies of the harem. With 7 years of reign, there had yet to be any news of pregnancy, a matter of utmost importance to the royal family, which places great emphasis on lineage. As the head of the harem, the empress should be particularly attentive to this issue. Lu Ziyuan frowned, realizing she had been unjustly accused of 2 offenses. First, of lacking the grace and composure expected of an empress. Second, of being indifferent to royal progeny. She had only just entered the palace days ago, and given the recent marriage, it was customary for the emperor to remain in Fengyi Palace for 3 days. This accusation was entirely baseless, and it was absurd to suggest that matters of lineage could be resolved in mere days. As a newcomer, today was her first encounter with everyone, and while the matter of offspring is indeed significant, the others had been in the palace 2 years longer, thus possessing greater authority on this subject. Lu Ziyuan firmly rejected the notion that she was neglectful regarding progeny. She had only been in the palace for 5 days, while they had been there for 2 years without having borne a single child for the emperor. It was rather hypocritical for them to blame her. Zhu Huang observed the empress's furrowed brow and initially worried that she might struggle, but was pleasantly surprised when the empress effectively countered their remarks. The 5 women's expressions shifted between shades of pale and flushed. Having not yet served the emperor intimately, they were understandably reticent to speak, for such admissions would only bolster Lu Ziyuan's confidence. Yao Shiyan inwardly cursed Shushi for her ignorance, recognizing that some matters should remain unspoken. The topic of progeny was a source of unnecessary discomfort, and their immediate concern should be to secure an opportunity to serve the emperor. With Su Shuman failing to gain the upper hand, Zhang Xian felt compelled to speak. The emperor, known for his benevolent governance over the past 7 years, had been preoccupied with state affairs, rarely visiting the harem. Thus, even the concubines and her 4 sisters found themselves unable to alleviate his burdens. Lu Ziyuan comprehended Zhang Xian's implication. The emperor's focus on state matters was a distraction from the harem, and even the establishment of new consorts had been forced upon him by the ministers. All 5 of them, including Lu Ziyuan, had been pressured into this situation. Zhang Xian deftly shifted her tone, suggesting that as the empress, she possessed a greater ability to persuade the emperor to visit the harem more frequently. This was indeed a role befitting the empress. Zhang Xian's final remark, laced with a hint of warmth, elevated Lu Ziyuan's status in comparison to the other concubines, emphasizing her position as the empress and her superior influence over them. As the central figure of the harem, it was her duty to advocate for equitable treatment and the continuation of lineage. Lu Zhiyuan felt utterly drained, while Jiang Xian's words rang true. They left her with no room for rebuttal. To contest them would only diminish her standing as the head of the harem, aligning her with the others in the eyes of the emperor. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were subtly coaxing her into persuading Shen Junran to distribute his affections evenly. United in their purpose, they left her feeling isolated and unsupported. The queen did not aspire to her current role. Nevertheless, she found herself seated here at the break of dawn, bracing for the relentless pressure from him. This was merely the first day, and every subsequent day promised the same daunting encounters, leaving her devoid of any anticipation for the future. Jiang Pin observed the persistent frown on Lu Zhiyuan's face, which showed no sign of easing, while a smug smile graced her lips. Today, they had come specifically to contend for the favor of the emperor. Should one fail, another would surely step forward. 5 individuals would not prevail against her, Lu Zhiyuan. Chapter 18. Thus, I am cast aside. Yuan Muyao's gaze shifted as she turned to Jiang Xian, pondering that Jiang Pin possessed more intellect than Xu Fei. Seizing the moment, Yuan Muyao spoke up, asserting that the emperor could not remain in Fengyi Palace indefinitely. Prolonged absences would tarnish the reputation of the empress, and ministers from the previous court would surely submit memorials, causing the emperor's ears to be filled with disquiet. As consorts of the imperial harem, it was our duty to alleviate the burdens of both the emperor and the empress. Lu Zhiyuan cast a glance at Yao Fei, acknowledging her astuteness as the daughter of the Minister of Justice. The words she spoke were irrefutable, considering both her own interests and those of the emperor, ultimately benefiting them all. Sister Yao Fei speaks the truth. We too are concerned for the empress. Yao Shiyan chimed in cheerfully. Lu Zhiyuan understood that, as a dignified and virtuous empress, it was indeed her role to encourage the emperor to distribute his affections evenly. However, the mere thought of this stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. Yet, what could she do about it? Could the women of the harem still yearn for the emperor's exclusive favor? What you have mentioned, once the emperor concludes his court duties, I shall certainly remind him to frequent the harem more often. Upon hearing this, the 3 consorts and 2 favored ladies simultaneously sighed in relief, their faces adorned with anticipation. With their objectives achieved for the day, the 5 of them expressed their gratitude joyfully, and Lu Zhiyuan waved her hand, bidding them farewell. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Zhiyuan returned to her quarters in Fengyi Palace. Not permitting anyone else to enter, Qing Dai allowed her to finally relax, collapsing onto the Guifei couch like a withered eggplant. She felt utterly exhausted, and this was merely the first day. She would have to endure sitting there to receive their respects daily. The 3rd young lady of the Dingwood Duke's residence certainly had it easier. At this moment, her mind sought a tranquil refuge to clear itself of all thoughts. In the imperial study. Oh, has the empress truly promised to persuade me to distribute my affections equally? Shen Junran paused in his writing, raising his head to inquire. Zhao Quan's forehead was slick with perspiration. The emperor's tone was deceptively calm. Yet Zhao Quan was acutely aware of the emperor's displeasure. Weighing his words carefully, Zhao Quan responded, Your Majesty, Zhu mentioned that during the consort's visit today, their words implied that the empress should graciously encourage you to frequent the harem more often. Each consort's argument was sound, and the empress found no fault in their reasoning. Hence, I am cast aside for others, Shen Junran interrupted, tossing his pen aside in evident frustration. He had waited 7 years for her to mature, to reach the age of maturity, and had guarded his virtue for her all that time, only for her to be swayed by a few words from others. Truly, she was an oblivious girl. He had been meticulously planning for her future, yet she had not taken his efforts to heart. Zhao Quan bent forward, not daring to breathe too loudly, waiting a moment before continuing. The empress is still quite young, having been nurtured in the duke's residence. Perhaps this is her first encounter with such a situation. In a moment of urgency, she may have responded thus, which may not reflect her true intentions, but merely serve as a delaying tactic. Seeing that the emperor remained silent, Zhao Quan pressed on. I heard from Zhu that the empress has been frowning today, likely out of concern. Initially, Shen Junran found Zhao Quan's earlier statement reasonable. acknowledging that Yuan was indeed young. However, upon hearing the latter part, his perspective shifted entirely. She frowned, feeling fatigued by the need to accommodate the five of them, not displeased by the notion of His Majesty seeking solace elsewhere. It was evident to her that he did not hold her in high regard. If Lu Ziyuan had been even slightly discontented with his departure, he would not have displayed such anger. Zhao Quan dared not respond to this sentiment. He felt helpless, having specifically mentioned the Empress's frown to indicate that she had reluctantly acquiesced, though she too felt troubled. Unbeknownst to him, his subsequent remark only exacerbated the situation. Shen Junran cast a cold glance at Zhao Quan, who knelt before him, and inquired in a low voice, "What is the Empress currently engaged in?" After the 3 consorts and 2 concubines dispersed, the Empress returned to her chamber with the 2 maidservants brought from the Duke of Dinghue's residence. Zhu Shuang was unaware of what the Empress was doing, and Zhao Quan could only reply truthfully. With a cold smirk, Shen Junran mused that while she might not be particularly astute, she still took precautions against Zhu Shuang and the others. Yet, if one deemed her clever, it was evident that she could hardly manage the trivial trials posed by the 5 of them, instead opting to cast them aside. Earlier that morning, before leaving Fengyi Palace, he had advised her to treat the concubines casually during their greetings. It seemed his words were in vain, as she clearly had no intention of investing effort in winning his favor. Zhao Quan interjected, "Can these 2 situations be equated? It is only natural for the Empress, newly entered into the palace, to distrust outsiders. If she had immediately favored Zhu Shuang, it would have likely incited your greater ire, Your Majesty." He continued, "So, Your Majesty, are you still pretending to play the role of the composed husband to the Empress? If I were to advise you, it would be better to abandon the pretense altogether. Simply inform the Empress that the 2 of you have known each other for 7 years and express your admiration for her, so she understands how much you cherish her. This would spare you the vexation of being oblivious to her feelings, would it not?" "Of course, I shall continue the charade," he replied. "I must wait for her to falter in her performance and inadvertently reveal her true self. I am curious to witness her embarrassment when that moment arrives." Had he not been aware of her deliberate attempt to push him away, Shen Junran might have directly confessed his long-standing affection for her. Yet, in the current circumstances, even if he were to declare his feelings, it was uncertain whether she would reciprocate or care for him at all. Should any concubine other than her choose to cast him aside, he would be left feeling envious and disheartened. Yet, here was Lu Ziyuan effortlessly dismissing him to another woman. Zhao Quan felt powerless. He knew that even if he wished to offer counsel, the irate emperor would be unyielding. He could only hope that later, the Empress would refrain from genuinely urging the emperor to seek companionship elsewhere. Shen Junran glanced at the sash around his waist and recalled something. Relaying to Chunzhong the incident concerning his sash being tied incorrectly that morning, trusting he would know how to address it with the Empress. He was eager to see just how long Lu Ziyuan could maintain her facade of composure. Zhao Quan was bewildered. Only moments after the morning court session, the emperor had sternly warned him not to disclose the sash incident to the Empress, fearing it might dampen her spirits. Now, what was this new development? It seemed the emperor was indeed quite enraged. Noticing Zhao Quan's bewilderment, Shen Junran shot him a sharp glance, demanding, "What are you still kneeling for? Hurry and inform Chunzhong." Startled, Zhao Quan nearly dropped his feather duster, exclaiming, "Yes, Your Majesty, this servant will go at once." He hastily rose and exited the grand hall. During the morning court session, he had sensed something amiss about the emperor. It was only when the emperor finally descended from the throne that he realized the royal sash was tied incorrectly. At that moment, he was not the only observer. A multitude of serving maidens and eunuchs were present, as well as Lin Kuei, the commander of the Imperial Guard, General Nangong Yi, and naturally, Lu Yichen, the Minister of Justice. Whether the other officials attending the court had noticed Zhao Quan, he could not ascertain, but he was certain that these 3 dignitaries had indeed seen it. Chapter 19. The dignity of this palace is no longer preserved fortunately. The 3 gentlemen present were either close confidants of the emperor or had accompanied him since his youth, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere during their interactions. Upon witnessing the emperor's disheveled attire, they were initially taken aback, but soon began to jest. At that moment, Lord Lu was already feeling disgruntled due to the emperor's earlier trickery, and he seized the opportunity to make a quip. From which amorous abode did your majesty hastily arrive for court today? It is the first time I have seen you so flustered. Should the censors catch sight of this, your image of grace and refinement would be irreparably tarnished. For a fleeting moment, Shen Junran felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had been preoccupied with teasing Yuan that morning and had neglected to check his attire. The belt was tied either too loosely or too tightly, providing ample fodder for their light-hearted ribbing. Thankfully, it was just the three of them present. Had the other officials seen him, his dignity would not only have been compromised, but the censors would have inundated him with memorials. Nangong, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan, this is your oversight. To serve His Majesty with such negligence invites scrutiny from the censors. While his words seemed to reproach Zhao for his lack of attentiveness, his tone and expression were laced with playful mockery aimed at the emperor. Zhao Quan met the emperor's gaze, then glanced at Lord Lu, ultimately opting for a smile and silence, accepting the blame. In contrast, Lin Kuei, observing the emperor's demeanor, noted the absence of anger. There was even a hint of helpless amusement. As a married man himself, he could not help but reflect on the emperor's recent nuptials. Today marked the first court session following the grand wedding, and it was unlikely that anyone other than the empress was responsible for this delightful chaos. Lord Lu raised an eyebrow, contemplating, in my humble opinion, it does not seem to be Zhao Gongong's fault. It must have been that His Majesty last night. Before Lord Lu could finish his thought, Lin Kuei interrupted with a firm tug. Seeing that Lord Lu was veering into increasingly absurd territory, Lin Kuei felt compelled to interject. As Zhijing has advised, the more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to say less. Lord Lu looked at him, perplexed. Why bring up my younger sister? I finally have the chance to tease His Majesty, and you suggest I squander it? Just as he was about to speak again, a hand clapped down on his shoulder from the other side. Lin Kuei was right. Lord Lu should indeed speak less. Shen Junran had only felt awkward for a moment, but he had since regained his composure, smiling with a warmth akin to jade. I have only recently wed, and have been resting in Fengyi Palace these past few days. Lord Lu's smile visibly faltered. He had momentarily forgotten about his absent-minded younger sister. The slap in the face came too swiftly for him to savor the moment. Nangong, he stifled a laugh and patted Lord Lu on the shoulder. Ah, so was your sister's handiwork. In an instant, the focus of their playful banter shifted to Lord Lu. Had it not been for the emperor's presence, Nangong, he would have burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyuan was admiring the lotus flowers when she heard Chun Zhong's words. She stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe what she had just confirmed. Are you certain you did not mishear in the imperial study? The emperor's belt is indeed fastened incorrectly? In response to Her Majesty the Queen, the servant confirmed with eunuch Zhao before daring to relay the message. This morning, during the court assembly, the emperor was seen by several ministers, and at that moment, the ministers, Chun Zhong spoke hesitantly, deliberately pausing to let Lu Zhiyuan speculate. Alas, it was I who tied the emperor's sash this morning, causing him to lose face before the court. Lu Zhiyuan even forgot to mention it to me, which shows just how startled she truly was. Qing Dai and Ting Xin wore expressions of concern. Would their young lady be punished right after entering the palace? If so, how could she ever assert her presence among the other concubines? How many were aware of this matter? Qing Dai turned to Qin Zhong and inquired, noting that no word had spread within the inner palace, suggesting that only those in the court might know. Qin Zhong's eyes darted. The attendants in the imperial study had already learned of it, and the emperor had summoned several ministers after the court session to discuss affairs. However, it was unclear how many were truly informed. Thus, the servant dared not presume the extent of knowledge on the matter. Qing Dai sighed in resignation, dismissing Chun Zhong and the other attendants. If those ministers were to inadvertently disclose anything, they could easily deduce that it was due to the queen's insufficient attentiveness this morning that the emperor lost his decorum. Seeing the queen's serious demeanor, just as Qing Dai pondered how to offer comfort, she was struck by the queen's words, which momentarily dispelled her worries. Alas, the dignified image of the palace is now compromised. If she cannot manage such a simple task, How can she uphold the grace of a proper queen? Well, her young lady always has the knack for diverting attention with just a few words. Ting Qin blinked, earnestly inquiring, "Your Majesty, will you still maintain your composure henceforth?" Qing Dai's eyes widened at Ting Qin. No wonder the Duchess urged her to pay more attention, for Ting Qin was indeed a companion who grew up alongside the young lady. "Your Majesty, I believe. Why not maintain the facade?" Before Qing Dai could finish, Lu Zhiyuan raised her voice slightly. She turned and asked, aside from feigning decorum, "Do I possess any alternative? I am unable to compete with the 3 consorts and 2 concubines, and without allies. Moreover, I was coerced by the ministers into becoming the emperor's queen. Aside from maintaining a facade of dignity, I truly have no other recourse. If only I possessed half the wit of my second sister, I would not find myself so constrained within the palace." Qing Dai paused, feeling that while the queen's statement held some truth, it also lacked accuracy. "I believe that before the matter escalates further, Your Majesty should consider ways to prevent it from reaching the ears of the palace dwellers. Otherwise, the concubines may disrupt your peace during their morning greetings. Furthermore, she should find a way to appease the emperor. After all, the emperor's dignity was diminished today, and the queen must acknowledge her fault, for that might ease the emperor's heart." Lu Ziyuan understood that the immediate priority was to keep the incident from reaching the ears of the 3 consorts and 2 concubines. After some contemplation, she mused that the emperor had likely resolved matters in the court, and as for the inner palace, she instructed Chun Zhong to handle it. Having spent considerable time in the palace, he would be more efficient. Should any rumors arise, let him assume the authority of the Grand Steward of Fengyi Palace. This would also allow her to assess whether Qin Zhong is indeed worthy of her trust. Qing Dai finally revealed a smile of relief. "Yes, Your Highness." Upon seeing Qing Dai turn to leave, Lu Ziyuan lost all interest in appreciating the lotus flowers and headed directly towards the Fengyi Palace. She needed to devise a way to admit her mistake. Otherwise, maintaining her dignified image would prove exceedingly difficult. Just as one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. She could hardly anticipate what awaited her the following day. It was not until the sun began to set that Lu Ziyuan arrived at the entrance of the great hall of Fengyi Palace. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Zhiyuan glancing about anxiously. As soon as she saw Lu Ziyuan, she hurriedly approached with a smile. "Your Highness, you have finally returned. The Emperor is here." Lu Ziyuan paused momentarily at the threshold, surprised by the Emperor's swift arrival. She felt as though she had not traversed this path for long. "Zhiyuan, what was the Emperor's demeanor upon his arrival?" she inquired, feigning casualness. Zhiyuan, already briefed by Zhao Quan, knew precisely how to respond. This servant could not discern the Emperor's mood. He has remained silent since his arrival. The absence of speech led Lu Ziyuan to automatically conclude that he was in a foul mood. Chapter 20. To tie or untie the waist ribbon. As Lu Ziyuan made her way to the inner palace, Zhao Quan awaited her outside. Noticing Zhao Quan preparing to bow, Lu Ziyuan hastily raised her hand to halt him, signaling for him to lower his voice. "Your Highness, please enter promptly. His Majesty has been waiting for a while," Zhao Quan urged. He had intended to caution the Empress against mentioning the Emperor's departure, but realizing that with the Emperor's martial prowess, even his hushed tones would be crystal clear. He closed his mouth. "May you take care of yourself, Your Highness." Lu Ziyuan had wished to inquire about the situation from Zhao Quan, but seeing his unwillingness to elaborate, she decided against it. After all, he was one of Shen Junran's men. The Empress has returned, with her steps growing heavier. Lu Ziyuan felt a surge of frustration upon hearing that title. Just this morning, she had been affectionately called Yuan Yuan, and now, after a single mistake, she was addressed as the Empress. Her fall from grace was swifter than turning a page. Clearly, her beauty was all they valued, rather than any genuine affection. "Your servant pays her respects to His Majesty." Choosing to feign ignorance, she resolved to overlook her blunder, as no one in the harem was privy to it. Shen Junran observed her dutiful greeting, adorned with a perfectly measured smile, unaware of the scorn she harbored within. Rising, Shen Junran helped her to her feet, and as they settled onto a round stool, he noted the attendants still present and decided to be straightforward. Today, during court, discovered that the Empress had It is entirely my fault for not attending to matters properly. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Since Shen Junran had openly addressed the issue, Zhiyuan could not feign ignorance. Based on her past experiences at home, this was the moment to admit her fault. Shen Junran raised an eyebrow, finding her poised demeanor hard to reconcile with the notion that she was incapable of managing affairs. Perhaps she had acted with intention. Zhiyuan, taken aback, replied, Your Majesty has misunderstood me. It was my first attempt at tying a man's waist ribbon. I indeed overlooked the details. I promise to practice diligently and avoid such errors in the future. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Shen Junran's initially composed expression softened gradually. After all, she was indeed his first man to tie the waist ribbon. Diligent practice should naturally involve me, he thought. Extending his hand to assist her, he stated calmly, If the Empress wishes to amend her error and practice more, why not begin at this very moment? As she watched him place her hand on his waist ribbon, Zhiyuan's expression became difficult to decipher. It hardly seemed necessary to commence her lessons now. Does the Empress not wish to learn? And no, Zhiyuan quickly shook her head. She dared not express any reluctance. Shen Junran smiled and nodded. Then I shall commence your instruction now. The Empress must pay close attention. With patience, Shen Junran guided her hand, and Zhiyuan listened intently, realizing that her only mistake was misaligning the direction. The space between them was but a fist's breadth. Her delicate fragrance wafting into his senses, igniting a subtle warmth within him. Yet she remained blissfully unaware of the effect she had on him. Shen Junran observed her delicate, pale fingers lingering around his waist, evoking an image of Yuan eagerly untying his sash as if she were about to embark on some mischief. For a fleeting moment, he forgot to question her audacity in pushing him out earlier. With the left side up and the right side down, he pointed at the sash. Yuan has muddled the order today. Do remember it. I shall remember, she replied. Shen Junran grasped her hand, preventing her from withdrawing, emphasizing that it was essential for her to retain this knowledge, lest she cause him to lose face before the court, and thus it would be her who suffered embarrassment. Zhiyuan's ears blushed crimson as she grasped the implication that the loss of face was indeed hers. After all, her role in the Fengyi Palace was merely to assist him in rising, which indicated her lack of meticulousness in her duties. Noticing her shyness as she averted her gaze, her head nearly buried in her chest, he added fuel to the fire. If you err again, the courtiers may suspect that Yuan is merely pretending to be dignified. The mention of feigned decorum made Zhiyuan forget her embarrassment, for she was fearful of being exposed. Lowering her eyes, she coughed lightly, Your Majesty. This is merely my first encounter with a man's sash. There shall not be a second. Ah, that is reassuring, he replied. Why not, Yuan? Try your hand at it now to ease my concerns. Shen Junran spread his hands, presenting her with the opportunity to practice. Zhiyuan found herself at a loss for words. Why did he always spring such whims upon her? As an emperor, could he not exhibit a touch of rigor? His sash was securely tied. She would first need to undo it to commence her practice. She took the initiative to untie his sash, finding the act rather peculiar. Just as her thoughts wandered, her small hands had already loosened his sash, causing the dragon robe to fall loosely, presenting him in a languid state that diminished the imperial majesty, replacing it with the warmth of a husband. Yuan gazed at him, momentarily entranced. Shen Junran seized her hand, encircling it around his waist, creating the illusion from a distance that Zhiyuan was embracing him. A low, teasing voice broke the silence, pulling Zhiyuan back to reality. She had been scrutinizing him, her gaze drifting gradually from his waist to his chest, then to the enticing prominence of his Adam's apple, finally resting upon his handsome face. Were it not for his striking features, she would not have lost her composure. As she caught his amused smirk, she took 2 awkward steps back, stammering, I was merely contemplating what to do next. To her dismay, she realized that one hand still clutched his garment. Retreating only served to further loosen his attire, leaving Shen Junran in a disheveled state. I did not intend to, she protested. Yet it seems Yuan intended to undress me. He replied with a grin, stepping closer, his tall frame casting a shadow over her in the candlelight. What else do you wish to do with me, Yuan? His presence loomed with an intensity that enveloped her, leaving Luan momentarily dazed, uncertain of her next move. I must tie the sash for your majesty. The allure of his male charm nearly caused her to forget her duties. Shen Junran smiled gently, enveloping her in his embrace. Yuan had already removed her garments. What was the purpose of tying the waist ribbon? Zhiyuan instinctively sensed his ulterior motives, and indeed, she soon heard his lips parting as he leisurely uttered, "It is dark. It is time to retire." Only then did Zhiyuan notice that the hall had been illuminated, bright as day, though she had remained oblivious to it. Yet, she had yet to partake in her evening meal. Shen Junran, with a smile that danced on the edge of mischief, lifted her waist, declaring, "You are my supper." Zhiyuan had no choice but to rise on her toes. His warm breath cascading over her face, her waist ensnared tightly in his grasp, leaving her nearly pressed against him. What did such a statement imply? Coupled with the desire flickering in his eyes, even Zhiyuan, in her innocence, grasped the underlying meaning. "I believe it would be best to first," she attempted to articulate, but Shen Junran interrupted, pressing his forehead against hers and inquiring, "Are you feeling anxious, Yuan?" Her heart raced wildly. How could she not feel uneasy? If he were to be as straightforward as on their wedding night, it would be one matter, but today he was both teasing and tempting her, clearly attempting to seduce her. How could she possibly endure such a trial? Chapter 21. Scheming Hearts and Mind Silence. Was it born of tension or simply anxiety? Shen Junran's nose grazed against hers, an intimate proximity that only heightened the yearning within her heart. He intentionally dug a pit and intentionally provoked her. Naturally, the innocent Zhiyuan obediently ventured forth, her nerves aflame. Tension, an indication that Yuan harbored feelings for him, perhaps. The last note of his voice was low and alluring, utterly beguiling. Though a glimmer of rationality remained within Zhiyuan, the mere mention of affection sent a tremor through the depths of her heart. Affection? Did she truly harbor feelings for Shen Junran? All she knew was that she did not despise him, nor did she reject his closeness. She was coerced by the ministers to become the emperor's consort, yet Shen Junran was not only strikingly handsome, but also exceedingly kind, attentive to her every need. She was the type to reciprocate kindness, always wishing to return the favor to those who treated her well. Suddenly, Shen Junran's lips descended upon hers, silencing the words she was about to utter. He himself was unaware of the reason behind this act. Was it anticipation or fear? Perhaps it would be wise to wait a little longer, allowing her to fall for him of her own accord. Thus, he would need not hear her confess it aloud, for he could glean it from the depths of her gaze. Shen Junran longed for Yuan to love him as deeply as he loved her, not because he was the emperor and she the empress, but simply for who he was. Shen Junran, her husband. He hoped that this blossoming maiden, now on the cusp of adulthood and understanding of love, would willingly offer her heart to him, rather than relying on past memories. He understood that 7 years ago, the 8-year-old Yuan harbored no romantic feelings. She merely wished to see him happy, which was not love, but rather a testament to her kind and pure nature. Now, transformed into a graceful young woman, she stood at the threshold of love. He yearned for her entire heart, her profound affection and preference. Therefore, he was willing to indulge her in the pretense of decorum, not solely to entertain her within the grand palace, but also to assure her that within its vastness resided her beloved husband, with whom she could willingly share her life. Unbeknownst to them, disheveled garments lay strewn across the floor, and Zhiyuan found herself reclined upon the soft bed, his hands igniting fire upon her skin, leaving her both bashful and indignant. "Your Majesty, I have something to discuss with you." In an instant, his lust-filled gaze shifted to one of sharp intensity. He understood her intent, knowing it was merely a reiteration of what the concubines had spoken that morning. He wished to avoid hearing it. It would be better for Yuan to remain silent and conserve her strength. With a hint of irritation, Shen Junran's grip tightened, causing her delicate brows to furrow. He leaned closer, capturing the very air from her lips, then shifting his attention to her sensitive bosom. Zhiyuan whimpered softly. To her astonishment, he had transformed, shedding the initial tenderness and compassion. His voice was husky, filled with a raw intensity. "It hurts, Shen Junran's lips returned to her earlobe, his heavy breaths causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Please don't do that. Be gentler. Shen Junran pressed her arched body back into the bedding, bearing down most of his weight upon her, intending to teach Yuan the lessons of propriety and the words one ought not to utter. What had she said to displease the emperor? Why did he treat her in such a manner? She pondered, having endeavored to embody the virtues of a dignified and magnanimous empress these past few days. Where had she gone wrong? Observing her pitiful visage, utterly unaware of her transgressions. Shen Junran's ire only intensified as he remarked, heartless. You are the one devoid of compassion, inexplicably so. With that, Shen Junran seized her lips, silencing any further protest. Tears cascaded from Zhiyuan's eyes as she wept quietly, her voice choked with sobs, intermittently pleading for mercy. Where her entreaties proved futile, she resorted to cursing him. You scoundrel! Do you dare to push me on to another? He lifted his gaze to meet hers, wishing to inflict pain enough to etch the lesson into her memory, yet fearing he might harm her too severely. He soon relented. What do you mean by pushing me on to others? Zhiyuan struggled slightly. You are being absurd. Absurd? Shen Junran's eyes cooled as he grasped her chin, turning her face towards him. I have been far too lenient with you, Yuan. With years of experience in her missteps, Zhiyuan sensed his genuine anger. No, I was wrong, truly wrong. It is I who am being inexplicable. The one in his embrace alternated between pleading and cursing him, even digging her nails into his skin. The pain on his back was of no concern to him. He did not stifle her voice, allowing her to plead and curse, alongside the involuntary moans that escaped her lips. Outside, the moon hung high in the sky. While the maidens stationed outside the Fengyi palace could hear the intermittent cries and pleas of the empress, their faces reddening in embarrassment. A loud exclamation of scoundrel followed, revealing that the empress had dared to curse the emperor, and not just once. The maids exchanged glances, finally turning to Zhao Quan and Qing Dai, who remained composed, their heads bowed, feigning ignorance. Qing Dai, appearing calm, was inwardly distressed. The empress's cries indicated that the emperor had indeed been merciless, for she would not have acted so disrespectfully had she not been provoked. Qing Dai turned to the other maids and instructed, You may all leave for now. Your services are not required here. Zhao Quan cleared his throat twice and declared, Forget any words you have heard today. Should any harmful rumors regarding the emperor and empress surface, do not blame me. He deliberately left his threat unfinished, sharply flicking his whisk, the implication unmistakable. Terrified, the maidens hastily knelt and bowed their heads. Yes, we dare not. Once they dispersed, only Qing Dai and Zhao Quan remained. Qing Dai surprised. She had intended to warn them in Zhao Quan's absence, not expecting him to speak up first. Thank you, Master Zhao. Qing Dai recognized the gravity of the situation. Zhao Quan's intervention had indeed aided the empress. If such word were to spread, the consequences of insulting the emperor would not only lead to the empress's punishment, but would also implicate the duke's residence in dire straits. Zhao Quan smiled and remarked, Miss Qing Dai, you are being overly modest. After all, the emperor and empress are one body, and it is only natural for us to consider the dignity of their majesties. In this world, it seems that only this young empress can criticize the emperor without consequence. Although Zhao Quan was unaware of when the emperor first set his sights on the young empress, the undeniable smile that adorned the emperor's face on their wedding day, coupled with his eagerness to personally lead the officials to the palace gates to welcome the empress's sedan chair and assist her down, made it abundantly clear to Zhao Quan that the empress held a cherished place in the emperor's heart. Chapter 22. Passion and tenderness time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the commotion within the palace gradually subsided. Shen Junran cradled her in his arms, soothing her gently. Zhiyuan shot him a glance, wishing he had exhibited such tenderness earlier. Shen Junran raised an eyebrow, sensing her shift from pretense. He gathered the languid figure into his embrace, and the sudden loss of weight compelled Zhiyuan to cling to his neck, her voice playful yet reproachful. What is the emperor planning now? You are drenched in sweat. Do you not require a bath? Ah, she found herself unable to counter that argument. Exhausted, she relinquished her weight to the man behind her, who had so meticulously washed her clean. Gazing down at his restless hands upon her chest, she decided to endure, provided he remained within reasonable bounds. Yet, he lavished particular attention upon her soft curves, justifying it as necessary given his frequent visits to those areas. How shameless! Had she been a touch more irrational, or allowed her earlier grievances to surface, those 5 words would have surely escaped her lips during his light-hearted banter. With a return to reason, Lu Zhiyuan feigned composure. Shen Junran dressed her in a fresh garment, and when he re-emerged, the bed had been tidied, adorned with new linens. Lu Zhiyuan gazed up at him, contemplating his bold advances, and turned away, presenting him with her back. Shen Junran chuckled softly as he slipped beneath the thin quilt, drawing Lu Zhiyuan into his embrace. Despite the ice basin placed within the chamber to combat the mid-June heat, his body radiated warmth. One of Lu Zhiyuan's legs slipped out from under the quilt, feeling a bit too warm, but as the heat dissipated, she retracted it. "Are you not tired?" Shen Junran observed her feet fidgeting playfully. Lu Zhiyuan let out a couple of hums, quickly growing more subdued. She was utterly fatigued. Shen Junran chuckled softly, his warm breath mingling with her hair. They had only been wed for 5 days, which meant they had known each other for merely that long. Their intimate embrace felt overly close, and Lu Zhiyuan suddenly found the moment imbued with warmth, reminiscent of a loving couple who had shared years together, content even in silence. Her elder sister had once said that only those in love could find happiness in sleeping side by side. Did that make them couple in love? He was an emperor, and while her beauty had captured his heart on their wedding night, their mother had often remarked that countless beautiful women existed in the world. Relying solely on beauty would not secure a man's heart, for he might tire of her at any moment. Lu Zhiyuan shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. What was she contemplating? Her initial ambition upon entering the palace had been to lead a stable life. Yet here she was pondering love, allowing herself to become anxious. Perhaps it was best to adopt a more carefree attitude, to simply endure. She was naive, unable to contend with the 3 consorts and 2 concubines, let alone capture the heart of an emperor. It would be wiser to retire for the night, as tomorrow awaited her with the presence of the 3 consorts and 2 concubines. "What troubles you, Ian?" Shen Junran slightly lifted his head to gaze at her face, noticing her alternating nods and shakes of her head, which filled him with concern. Was she unwell? "No, it doesn't hurt." Lu Zhiyuan felt so bashful that she wished to vanish into the ground. How could he still be so hands-on? Does it truly not hurt? Shen Junran playfully nibbled on her ear, capturing her struggling hand beneath the covers. "Do not be shy. We are husband and wife. If you feel discomfort, you must tell me. How annoying. Where had he been all this while?" Earlier, when she had pleaded with him, he had shown no sign of stopping, and now he feigned concern for her well-being. He only knew how to voice his words. "She could manage just fine, thank you." Observing her silence, Shen Junran suddenly sat up. Yuan? His expression betrayed his worry. Initially, he had felt angered by her pushing him towards someone else, using too much force in the process and harboring thoughts of deliberately teasing her. However, upon seeing the bruises adorning her body, he recognized his own wrongdoing. Yuan had not misjudged him. "I am fine." As she noticed his hand beginning to wander, she hurriedly interjected, "I truly am fine." In truth, she still felt some discomfort, but she would never confess this to him. Otherwise, he would never let it go. "I am tired and wish to sleep now." Lu Zhiyuan turned to face him, burying her small face into his chest. Shen Junran, left with no choice, acquiesced to her, his hand resting gently on her waist, massaging lightly in an attempt to make amends. Before long, the soft sound of her breathing filled the air. Chapter 23. During the day, I had to contend with Shen Junran's concubines, and, at night, Shen Junran would still torment me. This particular evening, Shen Junran was in a deep slumber. Ever since Yuan entered the palace, his sleep had become increasingly restful, only awakening when Zhao Quan called him in a hoarse voice. Yuan was still asleep. Her long hair spread across the pillow, with a delicate little face nestled against his chest, and he was reluctant to rise. Noticing the stillness within the bed curtains, Zhao Quan called out once more, this time with a hint of urgency, "Your Majesty, we are running out of time." Shen Junran carefully withdrew his arm and gently soothed the frowning girl, fortunate that she remained undisturbed. He descended from the bed and entered the outer hall, where a number of palace maids and eunuchs attended to the emperor's washing and dressing, cautious not to make any noise that might displease him. As dawn broke, Zhiyuan continued to sleep soundly on the bed, showing no signs of waking. Qingdai lifted her hand to part the curtains, allowing a beam of sunlight to fall upon Zhiyuan's slumbering face. "Your Highness, it is time to rise." Qingdai gently patted the quilt, just enough to shield the radiant sunlight. Zhiyuan felt drowsy, having been tormented the previous night and sleeping late. She closed her eyes tighter and pulled the quilt over her head, unwilling to acknowledge Qingdai. Qingdai chuckled softly and tugged at the quilt. "Your Highness, the time is drawing near. The 3 consorts and 2 concubines are due to pay their respects. You cannot delay any longer. You still need to freshen up, and as it stands, time is already slipping away." Both Qingdai and Tingqin worked together to extricate the drowsy figure from the quilt. "I cannot rise. I am so sleepy." "Ugh." As she struggled and shook her body, a sudden gasp escaped her lips. This moment marked her full awakening, as her body felt even more sore than the night before, as if her very bones had been shattered. The two looked upon the queen, who grimaced in discomfort, her face buried in the quilt. Despite her innocence, they were aware of her physical suffering. "Your Highness, are you well?" Zhiyuan wished to express her discomfort, but felt too bashful to voice such sentiments. "I am fine." With that, she remained with her face buried in the quilt, showing no further signs of movement. Qingdai and Tingqin exchanged glances. At that moment, the voice of Zhu echoed from the outer hall. "Your Highness, the palace ladies have arrived." Upon hearing this, Zhiyuan's irritation surged. Fatigued and weary, with aches throughout her body, she clenched her fists and struck the quilt in frustration. "How infuriating! During the day, I must deal with Shen Junran's concubines, and, at night, he continues to torment me. How utterly vexing!" Seeing the queen directly utter the emperor's name, Qingdai and Tingqin hurriedly glanced behind them, relieved to find that only the 3 of them were present, and Zhu had not entered. Tingqin sympathized with her mistress, recognizing that her ability to endure thus far was commendable. Back in the estate, Zhiyuan would always awaken naturally, cherished by the duke and his wife. No matter how late she rose, it was never a concern, far removed from such burdens. After venting her frustrations, Zhiyuan composed herself and sat before the dressing table, allowing her attendants to groom her. Her enchanting visage remained remarkably serious. Zhiyuan exhaled softly, attempting to maintain a semblance of composure. "Is there a way to conceal the marks on my neck?" "Your Highness, the servant has already applied powder to cover them. However, the traces on the neck and collarbone are quite pronounced, and even with a thick layer of rouge, they remain visible upon closer inspection. In that case, let us proceed to the main hall." Outside the main hall, the 3 consorts and 2 concubines had long been waiting, their expressions decidedly grim. Even the usually composed Yao Fei appeared slightly perturbed. Su Shuman, unable to contain her impatience, remarked, "The Empress certainly carries herself with great arrogance. It is already so late, yet she has yet to make an appearance. Does she truly believe this is the residence of the Duke of Dinghua?" Yao Fei stifled a laugh, saying, "Sister Shuman, you yist. This is certainly not the Duke's residence, but she enjoys the Emperor's favor and holds the title of Empress. It is only natural for us sisters to wait." The implications of her words were clear to all. It was a criticism of the Empress's haughtiness, taking advantage of the Emperor's affection to keep them waiting so early in the day. And Ping could not help but admire the daughter of the official. When Yao Fei chose to speak, she deftly assigned blame. After a while, movement could be heard from within the hall, as the Empress summoned the concubines to pay their respects. Despite their simmering anger and jealousy, the 5 women entered in an orderly manner to greet Her Majesty. Zhiyuan, still displeased, maintained a stern expression as she regarded them with indifference. No need for formalities. The 5 rose simultaneously, yet did not take their seats, as the Empress had not granted them permission to do so. Zhiyuan wished to dismiss them quickly. She had no desire to linger or engage with them, and thus did not bestow any seats. I have no matters of significance today. If you have nothing pressing, you may return to your respective chambers. Hui Fei noticed that Lu Ziyuan's mood was amiss. If she was displeased, it was perplexing, for they had received favor for many days, perhaps, as Yao Fei suggested. She was indeed growing arrogant from her status. Your Majesty, you have only recently entered the palace. We have yet to have a proper conversation with you. It is a rare occasion, with such lovely weather, for us to gather. As the Emperor's consorts, it would be beneficial for us to converse more often, fostering sisterly bonds and promoting harmony in the harem, which is what the Empress Dowager has always desired. Hui Fei awaited a response from the person seated on the Phoenix throne, confident that Lu Ziyuan would acquiesce. If the Empress were to defy the Dowager's wishes upon her entrance to the palace, it would not merely reflect her arrogance, but also imply a failure in the Duke of Dinghua's upbringing of his daughter. Lu Ziyuan, reluctant to prolong their stay, found herself compelled to engage in conversation. She glanced at Zhu, who hesitated briefly before nodding in acknowledgement. The Empress Dowager had indeed emphasized the importance of harmony among the harem as consorts. But this was only after the previous conflicts stemming from the renovations in Fengyi Palace had escalated. Lu Ziyuan furrowed her brows, her tense expression remaining unrelaxed. Since it is a rare occasion, let's all sit down and converse together. Indeed, Your Majesty. Yao Fei cast a glance at Hui Fei, fully aware of her ulterior motives for remaining. The Empress has not rested well last night. Her weary visage is quite evident. One must take care of one's health. My lady. As soon as Yao Fei took her seat, she expressed her concern, truly embodying the essence of harmonious coexistence. Just as Lu Ziyuan intended to casually brush off the conversation, she was interrupted by the acerbic tone of Xu Fei. It seems that the Emperor spent the night at Fengyi Palace, attended by the Empress, which must have exhausted her. Alas, I can only lament that I lack the good fortune to alleviate the Empress's burdens. Chapter 24. The initial secret. Lu Ziyuan's brows remained furrowed from the moment she entered the main hall, as she perceived that these individuals were determined to linger, undoubtedly plotting something. The Empress Dowager noticed this, and so did Consort Hui, who had long harbored affections for the Emperor, yearning to become his favored woman. However, all of this had now been seized by Lu Ziyuan. Consort Hui tightened the handkerchief in her grasp, casting her gaze downward to conceal the deep-seated hatred hidden within her eyes. It was rumored that the Emperor had been late for the morning court session today. Did Lu Ziyuan truly captivate the Emperor's attention to such an extent that he could afford to be tardy for court? The Empress Dowager, Consort Yao, and concubine Jiang had naturally caught wind of this, their hearts fraught with jealousy and resentment. Yet they found themselves powerless to act. Is that so? One of the concubines remarked. I have just heard that the Emperor indeed still favors the Empress most. Consort appeared surprised, noting that in the 7 years since the Emperor ascended to the throne, he had never once been late to court. The other four turned their eyes toward Consort, their expressions laden with inscrutable meaning. Consort offered an awkward smile and averted her gaze, for her statement was indeed truthful and not mere flattery. She genuinely had no awareness of the Emperor's tardiness that day. The 5 women engaged in a continuous exchange of remarks, which only served to give Lu Ziyuan a headache. Were they not simply vying for favor? Deciding to let them finish their chatter, Lu Ziyuan refrained from interjecting. Consort Hui, harboring jealousy, nevertheless maintained a facade of cheerfulness. The Emperor had spent the previous night in Fengyi Palace, and just yesterday morning, the Empress had claimed she would persuade the Emperor to distribute his attentions evenly among the concubines. Little did they know, the Empress's words were merely casual remarks, leading to their momentary delight only to be dashed. This was nothing but a pretense, a deliberate act of keeping them at bay. She had intended to voice her thoughts and offer counsel, yet Shen Junran had not granted her the opportunity to speak, leaving her to fend for herself in a precarious situation, rendering her incapable of considering their plight. Consort Yao raised her eyes and smiled, saying, indeed, as Sister Xu Fei has said, it is we who lack the fortune of serving the Emperor as the Empress does. Thus, the Empress has rightfully become the favored one in the harem. Ah, how cleverly the jealousy was woven into her words. The imperial wedding necessitated that the Emperor spend 3 consecutive days in the Empress's Fengyi Palace, Yet Shen Junran had remained there for 5 days, which naturally fueled their discontent. Consort Yao jested. Perhaps the emperor had yet to recover from the recent nuptials. Zhiyuan had initially contemplated mentioning that perhaps the emperor would visit them that evening, especially since she had scolded Shen Junran the previous night. Although he did not hold her accountable, he had lost face, and it seemed unlikely he would seek her out tonight. However, she reconsidered, deciding against speaking up. Should Shen Junran choose to stay in Zhicheng Palace tonight and not visit the harem, they would surely accuse her of duplicity. Consort Yao cast a glance at Zhiyuan and remarked with a smile, "It was indeed my misstep to suggest otherwise. The empress is the sovereign of the harem, and as she is newly arrived, it is only natural for the emperor to favor her more." What a statement! To imply that the emperor was merely captivated by her novelty, suggesting that once his interest waned, he would cease his visits to Fengyi Palace. Though she understood that her beauty had garnered the emperor's attention, there was no need for such blatant remarks. Did she not care for her own dignity? This only served to exacerbate Zhiyuan's displeasure, leaving her at a loss for how to retaliate. But her mother had imparted 3 secret techniques to her. The first technique was to furrow her brows. However, her brows were perpetually knitted in a frown, and at this moment, she was indeed frowning. Yet her adversaries displayed not a flicker of fear or hesitation. The second technique involved fixing a piercing gaze upon the opponent, compelling them to retreat in recognition of their own inadequacy. This technique had yet to be employed, so she resolved to give it a try. The emperor's affection for the empress stirred envy among the concubines, yet they too were his consorts and had entered the palace before her. As the matriarch of the harem, the empress ought to embody grace and magnanimity, advocating for equitable treatment from the emperor rather than indulging in favoritism. Such an approach would foster harmony within the harem, earning the empress accolades for her decorum and wisdom from the court officials, thus allowing the emperor to govern the realm more effectively. Jiang Pin was perplexed by Zhiyuan's unwavering gaze, yet she spoke no falsehoods. Therefore, despite Zhiyuan's fierce countenance, her aura lacked sufficient force to intimidate Jiang Pin, who continued to express her thoughts unabated. Zhiyuan sighed deeply within, lamenting that her mother's second technique had also proven ineffective. Contemplating her third technique, she realized it was simply to feign fainting, something her mother advised for critical moments. However, collapsing now would be utterly humiliating. They would assume she had succumbed to anger, only to further belittle her in the future. It was imperative that they not discover her vulnerabilities. As for the empress, the 5 women exchanged barbs, each contributing to the conversation. Yet they soon noticed that the figure seated upon the throne had uttered not a single word and appeared lost in thought. Her delicate brows furrowed in concentration. "Empress," she responded instinctively. Hui Fei, feigning caution, inquired, "Might we have said something amiss that has displeased your majesty?" Zhiyuan came to her senses. She was not displeased. Rather, she was troubled. Since she could not muster a retort, it would be best to dismiss them. Observing the sun's rising heat, she recognized that time was of the essence. "You all have suggested that I encourage the emperor to bestow his affections evenly and to frequent the harem. This is indeed my duty as the empress, and I shall fulfill it diligently." Noticing Hui Fei preparing to speak again, Zhiyuan swiftly redirected the conversation. "However, I cannot guarantee whether the emperor will heed my counsel or where he might be at this moment. After all, I have heard prior to my entrance into the palace that his heart was not inclined towards the harem. You are aware that my elevation to empress was akin to your own initial experiences upon entering the palace." Thus, her words did not necessarily carry weight, although she would not state this explicitly. Yet, Zhiyuan understood that the 5 of them comprehended her meaning. Rather than imploring me to persuade the emperor for equitable treatment, it would be more expedient for you to seize his attention yourselves. If the emperor does not visit the harem, you might seek him in the imperial study or the Zhicheng Hall, for aside from attending court, he spends most of his time in these 2 places. By presenting yourselves before him more frequently, he will surely remember you. What have you to fear regarding his favor? She wished to avoid dealing with the 3 concubines and 2 consorts, so it would be preferable to entrust them all to Shen Junran. There was no need for them to incessantly whisper in her ear about equal favor and the like. They were not particularly yearning for her grace. So what was the point of bothering her? If they desired someone's affection, they could seek it out themselves. Yao Fei lifted her gaze to scrutinize Lu Zhiyuan. The clarity of her words left her momentarily at a loss for a response, as there was no fault to be found in what she had said. As the Empress Dowager, she would fulfill her duties, but whether the Emperor heeded her was beyond her concern. After all, the Emperor was the son of heaven. Even if he favored one, it could not sway his thoughts. Moreover, it was gracious of her to illuminate the path for them, allowing them to vie for the Emperor's affection, which also reflected her dignity and virtue, devoid of jealousy. Chapter 25. Why the Queen Frowns. The 5 individuals remained silent as they exited the Phoenix Ceremony Palace. Lu Zhiyuan had mentioned the possibility of visiting the Emperor in the Imperial Study and the Zicheng Hall. If only they could see him with such ease, they would not have to expend so much effort to navigate around Lu Zhiyuan. Yet, regardless of whether they were unable to meet the Emperor in the study or had never been favored, it was imperative that Lu Zhiyuan remained oblivious to these facts. Otherwise, her pride would only swell, leaving no room for the 5 of them in the imperial harem henceforth. Noble consort turned her gaze towards Yao Shiyan, who seemed lost in thought and smiled gracefully. Regarding the Empress's suggestion, it seems to me that Hui Fei should indeed visit the Emperor in the imperial study. After all, among us 5, only your title was bestowed upon you with the Emperor's deliberate intent. He certainly holds you in his thoughts. Yao Shiyan had often boasted about her unique standing in the Emperor's heart, merely because of a bestowed title that she had flaunted for 2 years. Yet, Lu Zhiyuan had garnered the Emperor's favor upon entering the palace, rendering Hui Fei's title insignificant in comparison. It was only fitting to let everyone witness the weight of Yao Shiyan in the Emperor's eyes, allowing her to recognize her own worth. Hui Fei harbored a strong desire to go, yet she was mindful of the Emperor's decree issued 2 years prior, instructing them to remain peacefully within the harem and not to disturb him in the court. Their entrance into the palace had already displeased the Emperor, and they were acutely aware that he was still aggrieved. Thus, even if they wished to present themselves before the Emperor, they had to suppress their desires, unwilling to defy the imperial edict. Noble consort, are you not aware that we are all in the same boat? Hui Fei thought to herself. Though she yearned to meet the Emperor, she understood the gravity of the situation. Now was not the opportune moment. She was no fool to rashly charge forward merely because of a few jibes from Su Shuman. The principle of not drawing attention to oneself was well understood. In the same boat, noble consort chuckled, as if she had heard an amusing jest. She cast a sidelong glance at the 4 before her, half smiling and half mocking. Are you certain this boat is seaworthy? Without waiting for a response, she turned and led her attendants toward Changshi Palace. Hui Fei remained undeterred by noble consort's demeanor. Responding lightly, it appears that sister noble consort has chosen to align herself with the Empress. Indeed, the Empress was currently favored. Being on friendly terms with her might endear the Emperor further. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pin's brows knitted tightly. This insinuated that noble consort had temporarily shifted allegiance to the Empress in hopes of gaining favor. Given noble consort's proud disposition, such a maneuver seemed unlikely. Thus, the implication of Hui Fei's words became evident. I have matters to attend to in my quarters, Jiang Pin stated, excusing herself. Hui Fei recognized Jiang Pin's allegiance to noble consort, but remained silent, directing her gaze toward Yao Fei and Pin. If the 2 of them could unite their efforts with hers. Yao Fei raised her delicate hand to her forehead, lamenting the sun's relentless heat. And Pin merely smiled, following Yao Fei's lead in departing, leaving Hui Fei standing alone. I have offered you an opportunity. Should you fail to seize it, do not come seeking my assistance later. At the entrance of the imperial study, Chen Zhongjing reported to Zhao Quan about the day's audience with the consorts. It could not be said that the Empress was incapable of managing the 3 consorts and 2 concubines, but her defiant attitude rendered the 5 of them momentarily helpless. However, such a tactic might be effective once or twice, but over time, it would likely lead to complications. Zhao Quan nodded. This was only the 2nd audience, and the Empress had resorted to such aggressive measures. While the concubines might remain subdued for a day or 2, there lay a long stretch of time ahead. And this was not a sustainable solution. After pondering for a moment, Chen Zhong spoke again. Furthermore, the empress mentioned that the consorts should frequently come to the imperial study to express their concerns for His Majesty. To say concerns was an understatement. The empress's original words almost suggested that the 3 consorts and 2 concubines should directly compete for His Majesty's favor. Zhao Quan discreetly glanced inside the hall and pulled Chen Zhong aside. This was not something that could be disclosed to His Majesty. What should not be said in my presence? A cold, imposing voice interrupted. Both men froze in their tracks, and then, in unison, turned to see His Majesty had quietly emerged, accompanied by Lord Lin. Zhao Quan averted his gaze, his heart sinking. He wondered whether His Majesty had overheard Chen Zhong's remarks. Your Majesty, you and Lord Lin have concluded your matters. Chen Zhong has been here for a while. Chen Zhong's arrival signified the delivery of news from the Empress. Zhao Quan deftly sidestepped the earlier topic. Noticing the Emperor's preoccupation, Lord Lin bowed and took his leave. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. Shen Junran nodded and then turned to Chen Zhong. He had been busy since the morning court session and was unaware of what Yuan had been up to. How is the Empress today? After careful consideration, Chen Zhong replied. Zhiyuan reported that the Empress has appeared unhappy since morning and during today's audience. She remained furrowed in thought. Shen Junran halted in his tracks and asked sternly, furrowed brows? Why is the Empress troubled? Have they spoken ill of her? Sensing the Emperor's displeasure, Zhao Quan and Chen Zhong quickly lowered their heads. The 3 consorts and 2 concubines have been suggesting that the Empress should persuade the Emperor to be equitable, subtly insinuating that she monopolized His Majesty's affections. The Empress, caught off guard, had no immediate strategy to counter this. Chen Zhong dared not comment on her lack of grace and poise, even if it were not his intention. He would not have the audacity to imply any fault on the Empress's part. Shen Junran had not anticipated that they would begin to stir unrest. Before entering the palace, Yuan had warned them not to disturb him, yet they had now turned their attention to troubling her. Starting tomorrow, the practice of the consorts visiting Fengyi Palace for audiences will be abolished. Furthermore, instruct them not to approach Yuan without cause. Otherwise, they shall not blame me for being unyielding. Although Zhao Quan understood that the Emperor's actions stemmed from concern for the Empress's feelings, such a move might provoke speculation among others. Your Majesty, this may not be prudent. The Empress is the sovereign of the harem, and the consorts should indeed pay their respects to her daily, as it reflects their reverence. I understand your compassion for the Empress, but this action might lead them to believe that you do not value her, rendering her a figurehead without true authority. In the future, the concubines may show her disrespect. They dare. In Shen Junran's piercing gaze, a hint of coldness flickered, causing the temperature around to drop. Zhao Quan and Chen Zhong knelt upon the ground, pleading, Your Majesty, please do not be enraged. Shen Junran lowered her eyes, pondering momentarily. Indeed, her previous anger had clouded her judgment, and such actions would only disadvantage Yuan. The majesty of the Empress is not something they could easily challenge. After a brief pause, Zhao Quan sensed that the sovereign had regained her composure and continued, Your Majesty, the Empress is new to the palace, with only Qingdai to manage affairs. However, Miss Qingdai is still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the inner court. Although Zhihuang assists her, her experience remains insufficient. Your Majesty's unique favor is a source of great honor. Can the 3 consorts and 2 concubines refrain from envy? Not to mention the difficulties the Empress faces from the other court ladies. Even the Emperor must contend with the periodic petitions from the officials, which he oft disregards. Yet, the Empress cannot afford to ignore such matters. Shen Junran's fingers rhythmically tapped against the table as her mind dwelled on the phrase insufficient experience. If Qingdai lacks experience, then it is essential to appoint someone seasoned. You may rise. Summon Mama Chang to see me. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 26. The Emperor and Empress in tenderness. The old servant respectfully greeted the Empress, wishing her longevity. Lu Zhiyuan observed the sudden appearance of Matron Chang in the Fengyi Palace, her expression laden with complexity. Just the night before, she had scolded Shen Junran, and today, a matron had been dispatched. Despite her recent arrival in the palace, She was well aware of Matron Chang's esteemed position. She served as the head matron to the late Empress Dowager Mingyi, who entrusted the care of Shen Junran and his brother to her upon her passing. This demonstrated the high regard the late Empress Dowager held for her. Matron Chang was not only a close confidant of the Empress Dowager, but had also attended to Shen Junran for many years. Even the current empress treated Matron Chang with deference, and thus, no one in the palace dared to show her disrespect. However, Zhiyuan perceived Matron Chang as a mere spy sent by Shen Junran, tasked with monitoring her actions. Please, matron, there is no need for excessive formality. Rise, Zhiyuan said, smiling appropriately, embodying the grace and poise of an empress. Qing Dai and Ting Xin promptly stepped forward to assist Matron Chang in standing up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Matron Chang responded, rising respectfully. Ting Xin, observing Matron Chang's demeanor, also categorized her as a spy, growing increasingly concerned for the empress. Given Matron Chang's experience in the harem and the emperor's regard for her, it was improbable that she would refrain from serving in the inner palace. This indicated that maintaining the facade of composure would become increasingly arduous for the empress. The Fengyi Palace would no longer be a sanctuary where she could shed her pretense. A semblance of worry appeared on the faces of the three women, while Matron Chang maintained her usual demeanor. The emperor had already informed Matron Chang of the empress's temperament prior to her arrival, just as Zhiyuan intended to dismiss her attendants for some solitude. She heard the voice of Chun Zhong from the outer hall, announcing, Your Majesty, the emperor has arrived. Realizing she had to receive him, she rose just in time to see a figure clad in bright yellow enter her line of sight. Quickly adjusting her sleeves, she began, your subject. Zhiyuan's countenance faltered slightly, yet the emperor inquired, Are you unwell? You need not bow any longer, he added gently. As she bent forward, Shen Junran took her hands and pulled her up. She cast a glance at Matron Chang. Shen Junran sat beside her, his hands soon finding their way to her waist, kneading gently, causing her cheeks to flush with a mix of embarrassment and trepidation. He was attending to her, even with Matron Chang observing. Your Majesty, I am perfectly fine. Let's have lunch first, Zhiyuan suggested. There's no need to wait. Shen Junran, unperturbed by the decorum expected of an emperor, continued to treat her with tender care. Noticing her displeasure since the morning, he deduced that her weariness stemmed from the previous night. Understanding her modesty in not revealing her discomfort to her maids, who could have provided her relief, Matron Chang's expression remained unchanged. Yet her heart swelled with joy at witnessing such affection between the emperor and empress. It seemed that the arrival of a little prince or princess was not far off, bringing happiness to both the late Empress Dowager and the former emperor. Your Majesty, Empress, I shall go summon someone to serve the meal, Matron Chang announced. Without lifting his gaze, Shen Junran replied, Very well, go ahead. Madame Chang was acutely aware of the empress's apprehension regarding her presence. Despite the empress's verbal rejections of the emperor's advances, her demeanor betrayed no hint of resistance. It was evident that she, too, found comfort in the emperor's caresses. Thus, she contrived a reason to depart, allowing the emperor and empress some private time together. Let Qing Dai and Ting Xin accompany the old servant. It is an opportune moment to discuss the preferences of Her Majesty, Madame Chang remarked as she took her leave, ensuring the two young ladies did not impede the arrival of the young prince and princess. Once Madame Chang had exited, Zhiyuan felt no need for pretense and relaxed against Shen Junran, directing him with ease. Move a little to the right. Yes, that's perfect. With no one else around, and Shen Junran willing to indulge her, she relished the moment without hesitation. When the emperor cherished her as one would a prized possession, it was only fitting that she savored it fully. A few polite words of gratitude were unnecessary. If Shen Junran found joy in serving her, why not let him enjoy it to the fullest? Shen Junran observed her contented expression and discerned her improved spirits. Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? He inquired. No, Zhiyuan replied, shaking her head in satisfaction. The previous night's exertions had left her fatigued, and after chiding him a few times, she now appeared far more at ease than in recent days, which Shen Junran regarded as a positive sign. Yuan, I summoned Madame Chang to assist because she is well acquainted with the palace dynamics. With her presence, The concubines will think twice before overstepping their bounds, Shen Junran explained, assuring Lu Zhiyuan that Madame Chang was someone she could trust. Lu Zhiyuan was well aware of Madame Chang's standing within the harem. She had intended the same. Keeping Madame Chang close would certainly instill caution among the 3 consorts and 2 concubines. Yet, she too had her reservations. She could not reveal her true self entirely to Madame Chang, for in her eyes, Madame Chang was aligned with Shen Junran. Although she currently basked in the Emperor's favor, she understood the necessity of restraint. Otherwise, such favor could prove fleeting. I understand, and I am grateful for your Majesty's consideration, she replied. Shen Junran gently squeezed her soft hand and asked, how does Yuan intend to express her gratitude? Surely, mere words will not suffice? Caught off guard by the Emperor's continued ministrations at her waist, Lu Zhiyuan realized that her acknowledgement felt rather insubstantial. Your Majesty has worked hard reviewing the memorials. Allow me to offer you a massage in return. She turned to face him directly. Shen Junran placed his hands on her waist, replying, indeed, reviewing memorials can be taxing. After lunch, Yuan shall accompany me to the study to assist with the writing materials. The study? Lu Zhiyuan mused. That was where he conducted state affairs. Though not particularly astute, she was not foolish. Your Majesty, one should not interfere with the affairs of the harem. Precisely, which is why I wish for you to assist with the writing materials. Not to review memorials on my behalf, he clarified with a smile, leading her towards the outer hall, where Madame Chang was already attending to the palace maids and eunuchs as they prepared the meal. I cannot assist with memorials either, she muttered under her breath, but Shen Junran still caught her words. It matters not. Yuan can assist me with other matters, thus alleviating my burdens, which brings me great joy. Shen Junran urged Lu Zhiyuan to take a seat. Lu Zhiyuan was reluctant to comply. However, Shen Junran insisted, hasten to dine. If you do not attend to your writing materials this afternoon, you shall not be served. Lu Zhiyuan discerned the playful glint in his eyes. The notion of withholding her meal was surely a jest. Chapter 27. Does Yuan not desire to exclusively possess me? The Empress and His Majesty made their way together to the imperial study. Upon hearing this news, concubine Hui lowered her hand that held the teacup. 2 years prior, the Emperor had decreed that the concubines were to keep their distance from the imperial study in the Zicheng Hall. Yet now, he was personally escorting Lu Zhiyuan to the very place he had once forbidden her to approach. The recent days of singular affection had culminated in his deliberate breach of his own decree for the sake of Lu Zhiyuan, leaving concubine Hui feeling a profound sense of anguish. What qualities did Lu Zhiyuan possess, aside from her youthful visage, that warranted such repeated favoritism from the Emperor? Since the age of 12, concubine Hui had harbored deep affections for the Emperor, a love that surpassed that of any other woman. Why, then, did the Emperor remain oblivious to her devotion, choosing instead to fixate on Lu Zhiyuan? Zhiyuan, noticing concubine Hui's direct reference to the Empress's name, changed her expression and cautioned, Your Highness, please be cautious with your words. What is there to fear? Concubine Hui exclaimed, anger flaring as she flung her sleeve. Could it be that within the Mingyue Palace there are traitorous servants? Your Highness, please calm down, both Zhiyuan and Caixin urged, alarmed. With a crash, concubine Hui's fury intensified. She shattered a teacup, followed by trinkets and vases, leaving the chamber in disarray. The 2 maidservants knelt upon the floor, refraining from uttering a word. Even as their hands were scalded by tea and cut by shards of porcelain, they pressed their foreheads to the ground, too fearful to raise their heads or stand. They understood that any attempt to counsel the Empress would only serve to further inflame her wrath. The sting of blood from her hand, cut by the fragments of the vase, momentarily restored a fragment of clarity to concubine Hui. Zhiyuan and Caixin hurriedly retrieved bandages and hemostatic powder, clumsily tending to her wounds. Your Highness, allow me to summon the imperial physician, Zhiyuan implored. There's no need, concubine Hui replied with a self-deprecating smile, gazing at the injury on her finger. This pain cannot compare to the ache in my heart. The Emperor will not come to look upon me, so why should I draw attention to myself and invite ridicule? Deep sorrow enveloped concubine Hui, rendering her spirit despondent. Caixin lowered her head, acutely aware of the depth of the empress's love for the emperor. It was a love so fervent that the young lady of the Xiang family had once knelt outside the chancellor's study for an entire day and night, beseeching him to allow her entrance into the palace. That day, the rain had poured relentlessly, yet she remained steadfast, undeterred by the pleas of others, insisting that her father grant her wish. Ultimately, the chancellor's wife and the young lady, unable to bear her determination, joined in persuading him. Fortunately, the emperor had merely indicated the desire for a daughter of the chancellor's family to enter the palace, without specifying which young lady would be favored as a consort. It was merely due to the principles of seniority that the chancellor considered allowing the elder daughter to enter the palace. Witnessing the empress in such distress, Caixin felt a pang of sorrow. "Your Highness, you..." But before she could continue, she met the empress's calm gaze. Though her expression was serene, Caixin recognized it as a warning. This was not the first time such a situation had arisen. On several occasions, she had wished to encourage the empress to let go. Yet the empress remained steadfast in her devotion to the emperor, compelling Caixin to silence her thoughts. Thus, Caixin remarked, "Your Highness, the empress has gone to the imperial study. This signifies that the previous decree from His Majesty forbidding the consorts from entering the imperial study in the Ziqing Hall is no longer in effect. Henceforth, Your Highness may also attend, especially with the empress leading the way. Should His Majesty express displeasure and impose penalties, the blame would fall upon the empress for disregarding his decree, not upon you." Since Consort Hui was averse to hearing words of relinquishing affection for the emperor, Caixin had to offer her some advice. "Your Highness is gentle and poised, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song. Over time, His Majesty will undoubtedly take notice of you, and your favor will surely increase." The cloud of gloom that had settled in Consort Hui's heart dissipated significantly. Indeed, it was merely a matter of the emperor not yet recognizing her virtues. Once he did, how could Lu Zhiyuan possibly compare? Seeing Consort Hui's countenance brighten, with hope rekindled in her eyes, Caixin knew her words had found their mark. Within the imperial study, Lu Zhiyuan sat beside Shen Junran, grinding ink slowly with one hand, her motions half-hearted and languid. The other hand supported her head as she dozed, her small face bobbing gently. Yuan arrived early to the side hall for a brief rest. Shen Junran set aside the memorial he had been reviewing, cradling her sleepy face in one hand. Instantly, Lu Zhiyuan's drowsiness vanished, her gaze sharpening. "I am quite well, Your Majesty, not drowsy at all." Shen Junran lifted Lu Zhiyuan onto his lap, restraining her struggling hands with gentle firmness. "Very well. If you're not tired, I wish for you to rest nonetheless." Suddenly enveloped in his affectionate embrace and feeling his warm breath against her ear, Lu Zhiyuan's heart raced, and she yearned to escape. "Then I shall return to Fengyi Palace to rest." Her heart raced wildly as she thought of fleeing. "Later, accompany me back. Wait for me in the side hall for a moment." Lu Zhiyuan paused, her struggle ceasing, and inquired, "Your Majesty intends to stay at Fengyi Palace tonight?" Shen Junran almost responded affirmatively, but then countered, "Do you not wish for me to go to Fengyi Palace?" It was not that she did not want him there, but she had scolded him numerous times the night before and had assumed he would not return. Now it seemed he was indeed willing to set aside his imperial dignity. She had spent the entire day anxiously fearing his reaction, as if he had forgotten her reprimands entirely. This feeling was akin to Shen Junran having scolded her, leaving her to bear the grudge, while he appeared utterly unconcerned. "Not at all, Your Majesty, I was merely inquiring." She would not be foolish enough to bring up the fact that she had scolded him. Shen Junran nuzzled his face against her cheek, a satisfied smile playing at his lips, pleased with her response, as if to commend her for not pushing him away. His Majesty's continuous stay at Fengyi Palace may incite discontent among the concubines and officials from previous reigns. Would this not cause you difficulty? Lu Zhiyuan suddenly recalled that Shen Junran had seemingly reproached her for pushing him toward others the previous night. Yet, she had not even begun to suggest he should treat all the consorts equitably before he had grown irritated. How could he have known? Thus, Lu Zhiyuan posed her question with utmost delicacy, wary of misinterpreting his intentions. "If you were to push me away, then I would indeed feel troubled." Shen Junran had barely saved her moment of joy when she heard the question, and indeed, it was that heartless little one again. All I desire is Yuan. Yet Yuan wishes for me to go elsewhere, as if pushing me away. Does Yuan not wish to possess me entirely? Shen Junran's voice was laced with temptation and lingering affection. Upon hearing these two statements, Lu Ziyuan felt momentarily breathless, her heart stirred by an indescribable sensation. I. After much hesitation, Lu Ziyuan found herself unable to utter a single word, utterly astonished. Is this the language of an emperor? Your Majesty, Minister Yao seeks an audience outside the hall. Zhao Quan, bowing deeply, was already sweating profusely. He could sense the frigid gaze of the sovereign without needing to look. However, upon Minister Yao's arrival, he knelt at the entrance of the imperial study, compelling Zhao Quan to enter and deliver the message. Shen Junran was indeed displeased that Zhao Quan had interrupted Yuan's words. At this moment, that heartless little one had already leapt away from him. Not only had he not embraced her, but he couldn't even hold her hand. What is it? Shen Junran inquired coolly. Zhou Quan respectfully replied. The fifth son of Minister Yao has suddenly fallen gravely ill, and both the household physician and the imperial doctor are at a loss. He is now kneeling outside the hall, seeking an audience with your Majesty. Shen Junran glanced outside the hall and instructed for Minister Yao to be admitted. Lu Ziyuan, noticing Zhao Quan hastening out again, realized that she must withdraw in the presence of external officials, and thus she inclined her body and said, I shall take my leave. Yuan, go to the side chamber and await me, Shen Junran urged, taking her hand and guiding her toward the side chamber. Seeing his insistence, Lu Ziyuan remained silent about returning, acquiescing to go to the side chamber. Chapter 28. The Perils of Gastronomy. Your Majesty, I humbly seek an audience. I have come to request the esteemed Dr. Han's assistance, as I am aware he serves only the crown. My son's condition has reached a point where no remedy can avail him, and he is my sole heir. I implore your Majesty to show compassion for a father's love. Upon entering, Minister Yao immediately knelt, speaking earnestly. Though he had 5 children, only one was a son, and at over 40 years of age, he held this child in high regard. This precious son, a premature infant, had always been frail, and after nurturing him to the age of 13, calamity had now struck. Seated upon the throne, Emperor Shen Junran observed the anxious minister Yao kneeling before him and ultimately instructed Zhao Quan, go to the Imperial Medical Institute and summon Dr. Han to the minister's residence. Over the years, while Minister Yao may not have rendered significant service to the court, his dedication in his position was evident, and the emperor was not so unfeeling as to disregard his loyal subjects. Minister Yao was overcome with gratitude, expressing his heartfelt thanks for the emperor's benevolence. He had entered the palace resigned to the possibility of angering the sovereign, prepared to remain outside the study should his plea be denied, but was astonished by the prompt acquiescence of the emperor. Noticing a slight movement behind the screen in the side chamber, Shen Junran discerned that Yuan was feeling bored. He paid little heed to Minister Yao's expressions of gratitude and simply said, Rise. I understand your concern for your son. You may return home now. Minister Yao, deprived of the opportunity to convey his extensive gratitude, reflected on the emperor's empathy and expressed his thanks before standing. Once Minister Yao departed, Shen Junran made his way to the side chamber, where he beheld Lu Ziyuan, her hands full of pastries, her cheeks puffed adorably. She was happily indulging, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, her hands and feet in constant motion. Are they delicious? The sudden voice startled Lu Ziyuan, who quickly turned, concealing her hands behind her back, unable to respond immediately as she chewed her morsel, staring blankly. In that moment, her grace and composure seemed to falter. Shen Junran frowned and approached a nearby table. Pouring her a cup of tea, drink some water, eat slowly, do not choke. Gratefully, Lu Ziyuan accepted the tea, taking a sip to help her swallow the pastry. However, she still coughed slightly. Shen Junran gently patted her back, encouraging her to calm down. Take your time. No one is competing with you for your food. Lu Ziyuan touched her throat, inwardly lamenting that had he not startled her with a sudden question, she would not have choked. Observing her slightly pouting lips, it was evident that she was silently chastising him. Shen Junran withdrew his hand from her back and instead pinched her nose, playfully scolding her for being ungrateful. After indulging in so many pastries, she was now tasked with grinding ink for him. Consuming such a plethora of sweet treats, especially as dusk approached, would undoubtedly challenge her digestion. Thus, it was only fitting that she exert herself a little. Shen Junran took her hand and returned to the imperial desk, presenting her with a plate of unground ink, leaving her no room for idleness. Zhiyuan felt a sense of indignation. Was it truly necessary for him to be so petty over a few morsels of cake? Had she not been so engrossed in her enjoyment, she would have surely heard Yao Xiang depart. Indeed, culinary delights could lead one astray. Having just lost a modicum of her composure, she deemed it essential to redeem herself, striving to regain at least a fraction of her dignity. If she were to lose any further, she mused that the pretense would be entirely unnecessary. Shen Junran observed her return to her obedient demeanor, diligently grinding the ink this time, in stark contrast to her previous distracted efforts. He couldn't help but shake his head. It was clear that she was still young, her temper flaring swiftly but dissipating just as quickly. Zhao Quan, returning from the Imperial Medical Institute, chanced upon the Emperor and Empress, one seated, the other standing, immersed in their respective tasks, one meticulously reviewing memorials, the other quietly grinding ink. The scene was indeed warm and tender, prompting a smile from him as he quietly retreated. Zhiyuan, gazing at his focused profile, noted how the soft light of dusk accentuated his mature features. Glancing at the window, she observed the sky ablaze with the colors of sunset. Although not as glaring as the sun, it was still somewhat blinding. Whether Zhao Quan had deliberately refrained from entering to avoid disturbance, or simply overlooked it, was unclear, as he had not moved the screen opposite them. Sensing that the ink she held was sufficient for his needs, Zhiyuan discreetly shifted her position, using her body to shield him from the harsh rays of the evening glow. Though Shen Junran's attention was fixated on the memorials, he remained attuned to her every movement. A fleeting glimpse of her thoughtful gesture prompted him to reflect. My Zhiyuan is truly becoming more considerate. It was a notable change, indicating that she was beginning to care for him. As twilight deepened, Zhao Quan entered with palace maids to light the lamps and brought in an assortment of pastries, placing them beside Zhiyuan. Thus, the imperial desk was adorned not only with memorials but also with delicacies. Returning to her round stool, Zhiyuan idly twirled her wolf hair brush, casting glances at the pastries and then at the smiling Zhao Quan. In a show of appreciation, she picked up a piece of cake, relishing its perfect balance of sweetness, neither cloying nor bland, precisely to her taste. Zhao Quan is truly thoughtful, she silently mouthed. Zhou Guan, smiling but silent, redirected his gaze to the emperor, who understood the empress's fondness for pastries, ensuring that such treats were always prepared for her in the imperial study. Following Zhao Quan's gaze toward Shen Junran, Zhiyuan, savoring her cake, was suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that these pastries were specifically ordered by Shen Junran? The pastries she had enjoyed earlier in the side hall were also her favorites. She had assumed it was mere coincidence. It now seemed that someone had indeed made a deliberate arrangement. Did she not wish to share him with anyone else? The words surfaced in her mind as Zhiyuan pondered deeply over Shen Junran's statement. To possess him exclusively? Does it imply that he is solely her husband? Will the emperor's favor henceforth be hers alone? Is it truly possible for her? Chapter 29. The Triumphs and Tribulations of Concubine Hui, Your Majesty. Concubine Hui has brought you a soup made with lilies and lotus seeds. Zhao Quan bent slightly, announcing this while a few eunuchs carrying food boxes trailed behind him. This statement jolted Zhiyuan from a reverie. How could he be solely her husband? The emperor's favor could not be exclusively hers. Shen Junran had 3 consorts and 2 lesser wives, and it was likely that there would be more in the future. All she needed to do was to fulfill her role as a dignified empress, ensuring a tranquil life in the inner palace. As long as Shen Junran favored her for a day, she would relish that day of favor. Shen Junran set down the memorial in his hands and turned his gaze towards Zhao Quan, his displeasure evident. I recall issuing an edict 2 years ago. Concubine Hui had come under the pretense of expressing gratitude, and Zhao Quan could only proceed to report. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Concubine Hui mentioned that she brought the lily and lotus seed soup specifically to thank you for sending the chief physician Han to treat the fifth young master at the prime minister's residence, which is why I came to announce her presence. Lu Ziyuan propped her chin on her hand, her round eyes flitting between Shen Junran and Zhao Quan. What sort of riddle were these two engaged in? Shen Junran seized upon the crux of the matter. The lily and lotus seed soup? Yes, indeed, the lily and lotus seed soup. Zhao Quan, puzzled by the emperor's repetition, noted the fading displeasure on his face and did not dwell on it further. Shen Junran's gaze shifted to the food box behind Zhao Quan. Understanding his unspoken command, Zhao Quan replied, "Your Majesty, this is the evening meal prepared by the imperial kitchen for you and the empress. Concubine Hui and the soup are still waiting outside the hall." Zhao Quan demonstrated his perceptiveness. He would not dare to bring it in without the emperor's permission. "Let her come in," then Shen Junran instructed. Hearing Zhao Quan's words, Concubine Hui could hardly believe her ears. The emperor truly wished to see her. He did not chastise her for intruding upon the imperial study, but instead welcomed her. She had always known that the emperor treated her differently than he did others. "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty, and to her majesty the empress." Even upon seeing Lu Ziyuan seated beside the emperor, she revealed no emotion on her face. As long as the emperor was willing to meet her, she believed that in time, she would be the one by his side, rendering Lu Ziyuan insignificant. At that moment, it was most crucial to leave an impression of warmth and gentleness upon the emperor. Shen Junran's expression remained mild. "Rise. I hear that you have brought me lily and lotus seed soup." Concubine Hui's face brightened with a smile, signaling her maid to present the dish. "This is lily and lotus seed soup, my specialty. It soothes the mind and calms the spirit, while also clearing heat and moistening the lungs. Your Majesty, please taste it. If you enjoy it, I can make it for you more often in the future." Shen Junran examined the soup, noticing its pleasing color, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. Seeing the emperor's approval, Concubine Hui's eyes sparkled even more brightly. Henceforth, she could seize the opportunity to frequently bring this soup to the imperial study. Would the emperor not notice her then? She cast a glance at Lu Ziyuan, her eyes gleaming with a mix of triumph and provocation. Yuan, do have taste." Shen Junran placed the soup before Lu Ziyuan, knowing well that she adored lotus seeds. The triumphant smile on Consort Hui's face suddenly froze, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over her from head to toe. The man she had admired for years casually offered the soup she had painstakingly prepared to another, leaving her heart shattered. How could she not feel anguish? The emperor had called Lu Ziyuan with such natural familiarity. How could she not feel jealousy? Upon noticing Consort Hui's pallid complexion and glancing at the bowl of soup before her, Lu Ziyuan understood. "Your Majesty, please enjoy it. I have just indulged in an abundance of pastries and am not hungry at the moment." Although she had felt displeased by Consort Hui's earlier provocation, witnessing Consort Hui being publicly humiliated by Shen Junran tempered her desire to add fuel to the fire. The joy with which Consort Hui had entered was now replaced by profound disappointment as she exited. "This lotus seed looks quite appealing." Shen Junran thought that Lu Ziyuan was merely shy about drinking in front of Consort Hui, so he scooped another spoonful and brought it to her lips. Lu Ziyuan pressed her lips together and shook her head. "Your Majesty, I do enjoy lotus seeds, but I prefer them freshly picked when they retain their crispness. If they are boiled into porridge or soup, they lose that delightful crunch, which is why I only relish them raw." Shen Junran paused, studying her eyes closely, and upon realizing she was truthful, a hint of embarrassment slowly crept onto his face. It seemed he needed to fully understand her preferences. Perhaps it was time to glean more information from Lu Yichen. Suddenly, Lu Ziyuan became aware that she might have inadvertently undermined Shen Junran's dignity. "I assure you, I am simply too full to eat anymore," she quickly added to mend the situation. Shen Junran set down his spoon and instructed Zhao Quan to clear away the bowl. "Ah, I will remember. Lu Ziyuan only enjoys freshly picked lotus seeds." He smiled as he took her hand, seemingly indifferent to whether she consumed the bowl of lotus seed soup. "It matters not. If you like it, then enjoy it. If not, do not force yourself." Lu Ziyuan was taken aback by his agreeable demeanor, devoid of any trace of irritation. What troubles you, dear sister Hui? Why do you appear so sorrowful in the presence of the emperor? Consort Shu, aware that Consort Hui had visited the imperial study, summoned the other three to the imperial garden to confront her. Their intent was twofold: to assess the situation and to relish in her misfortune. Observing Consort Hui's countenance, they deduced she had encountered a significant setback. Yet, Consort Shu could not believe that the emperor harbored no fondness for her. Given that Consort Hui had not only entered the imperial study, but had also lingered there for a quarter of an hour, an exclusive privilege among the five of them. Consort Shu found herself perplexed by the circumstances surrounding Consort Hui's visit. As Consort Hui raised her gaze, she found four pairs of eyes fixed intently upon her, fully aware of their purpose for being there. However, she would not grant them the satisfaction of witnessing her humiliation. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she wore a smile that belied her astonishment. The emperor had not only met with her, but had also consumed the soup she had sent. She resolved never to touch anything related to lotus seeds again, feeling a sense of distaste even at the thought of uttering those two words. After 2 long years, the emperor has finally consented to meet you in the imperial study, and the astonishment is, understandably, palpable. The consort Shu clenches the handkerchief in her grasp, her irritation rising as she observes the smug expression on Consort Hui's face. Rumor has it that the empress has spent the entire afternoon in the imperial study. So how is it that Consort Hui could enter and exit in such a brief span? With a mocking glint in her eyes, Consort Shu muses, merely a quarter of an hour. What is there to boast about? A flicker of resentment flashes through Consort Hui's eyes. Both Lu Zhiyuan and Consort Shu are equally detestable. Casting a glance at Consort Yao, Consort Hui feigns humility and remarks, naturally, I cannot compare to Her Majesty the Empress. You have not witnessed it. The Empress not only entered the imperial study, but sat alongside the emperor at the imperial desk. Such favor from His Majesty is not something one of my rank could ever aspire to. Chapter 30. Intimidation. Yao Fei pursed her lips, her eyes cast downward, concealing the emotions within. Lu Zhiyuan sat beside the emperor at the imperial desk, thereby positioning herself as an equal to him. Hui Fei was quite pleased with Yao Fei's reaction. Her father was the head of the censors, and she intended to leverage this to create trouble for Lu Zhiyuan. Turning her gaze towards Shu Fei, she remarked, moreover, I have heard the emperor affectionately call the empress by her maiden name. It appears the emperor holds the empress in high regard. Indeed, she is the true matriarch of the harem. Upon hearing this, Shu Fei furrowed her brows. A true matriarch of the harem? How could Lu Zhiyuan, of all people, be allowed to secure such a position? Infuriated, Shu Fei swept her sleeve and cast a disdainful glance at Hui Fei, dismissing the latter's amusement entirely as she stormed off in a huff. With Shu Fei's departure, the others dispersed, leaving Hui Fei in a much better mood. With Yao Fei and her father exerting pressure from the previous dynasty, and Shu Fei's domineering presence in the harem, Lu Zhiyuan, I wonder how long you can bask in your triumph. Upon returning to Yaowa Palace, Yao Fei contemplated for a moment before succumbing to the urge to take up pen and paper. She turned to a nearby palace maid and instructed, Go, send this letter to my father. The maid accepted it with both hands, hesitating before asking, Does the lady wish for the officials to present a memorial stating that the empress is disregarding propriety and becoming arrogant due to favoritism? Yao Fei raised her eyes and smiled. If you find it inappropriate, do you think I would commit such folly? The specifics of the emperor and empress's interactions in the study were not visible to anyone, and even if they were, only the emperor's trusted aides were privy to them. Without evidence, who would believe a single word from Yao Shiyan? It would merely be perceived as a jealous ploy among the harem's consorts. The maid responded, The lady is astute. Yet Yao Fei paid little heed to the flattery. Now, quickly send the letter, otherwise the palace gates will be locked. The maid complied, carefully tucking the letter into her sleeve before exiting Yaowa Palace. During the morning court session, an official directly accused the empress, claiming she had neglected her duties as the matriarch of the harem and failed to advise the emperor to treat all his offspring equally, thus disregarding the royal heir's welfare. Among other grievances, Lu Yiqing could hardly bear such accusations directed at his sister. Just as he was about to rise, he was simultaneously halted by Lu Huaishu and Lin Kuei. The two shook their heads in unison, indicating that speaking out at this moment would only lead to greater trouble for Lu Zhiyuan. Lu Huaishu's eyes implored him to remain silent, while Lin Kuei understood that Lu Yicheng's concern was misguided. This matter was not to be addressed by them now. Trust the emperor to manage this situation, he urged. Shen Junran noted that Lu Yicheng had been restrained, allowing him to shift his gaze away with a sense of relief. Equitable treatment? At that moment, Nangong suddenly interjected. Is it akin to Lord Qi, who, in his 40s, has taken numerous beautiful concubines for himself? Today, I shall rest in this chamber, and tomorrow in another, indulging in the comforts of varied quarters, where for an entire month I may enjoy the company of exquisite beauties, each distinct from the last. Lord Qi is indeed generous in his affections. However, Lady Qi seems to create a ruckus daily, causing unrest within the household. And it is curious that there has been no news of pregnancy from Lord Qi's courtyard. In the capital, the mere mention of Lord Qi causes even a rough soldier like myself to feel a sense of embarrassment. It appears I lack the audacity of a learned man, such as yourself, which has certainly altered my perception of the censors. The other censors stared at Nangong, urging him not to generalize. After making his point, Nangong cast a meaningful glance at the inspector, General Yuan Hong. Today's events were instigated by him. The martial officials could not suppress their laughter, as it was evident. A censor preoccupied with either bringing in a concubine or pondering which concubine's quarters to visit next possesses an air more lavish than that of the emperor's harem. Their disdain for these censors had long been evident. They merely prattled on about this and that, all while their own conduct remained questionable. Shen Junran remarked with a hint of disdain. As the head of the censors, Inspector Yuan has the duty to oversee all officials. Yet he has allowed the pestilence of Qi Chongping to fester, exhibiting both negligence and oversight. Yuan Hong understood that the emperor was aware of all occurrences in the former court and the harem. From the moment he allowed Qi Chongping to speak, he had already fallen into the emperor's gaze. Yuan Hong was demoted to the position of assistant inspector and faced a 3-year salary reduction. A tempest of shock surged within him, but he could only express gratitude for the emperor's grace. It was clear that the emperor was both admonishing him and using him as an example to assert his authority. Chapter 31. The demotion of concubine Yao Kai Huan hurriedly entered, breathless, to relay the news she had just learned. Your Highness, concubine Yao has been demoted to Yao Pin. It was none other than eunuch Zhao, who was close to His Majesty, that conveyed the edict. Yao Pin's father, Inspector Yuan, has also been demoted 2 ranks. The news has already spread throughout the palace, and the gates of Yaohua Palace are firmly shut, refusing to see anyone. The book in Hui Fei's hand slipped from her grasp, and her heart sank. Although she anticipated that concubine Yao would take action, she had not expected the emperor to show such favoritism towards Lu Zhiyuan. With concubine Yao's intelligence, she would never be foolish enough to directly involve her father in denouncing Lu Zhiyuan. But what was the specific reason behind the emperor's decision to demote concubine Yao? Kai Huan hesitated for a moment before bravely speaking. It is said that Yao Pin conspired with the former court officials, disturbing the peace of both the palace and the former dynasty. Conspiring with former officials. The lighter implication suggested that the palace was thrown into disarray. The graver accusation pointed to interference in state affairs, which was indeed a grave offense. Hui Fei could no longer maintain her composure. She sprang from her seat in a panic, her heart heavy with dread. If concubine Yao had informed the inspector Zhong Cheng about Lu Zhiyuan's disrespect based on what she observed in the imperial study yesterday, then today's demotion would not only befall concubine Yao. Kai Huan hurried to support the pale-faced Hui Fei, biting her lip before continuing. I also learned that last night. Huan Yun from Yaohua Palace sent a message outside the palace, which was seen by the imperial guards. At that time, the guards did not raise an alarm or intervene. Instead, they discreetly presented Huan Yun's message to His Majesty. What did you say? Hui Fei exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. So, all of this was anticipated by the emperor. Did he also know about her instigating concubine Yao and Shu Fei in the imperial garden yesterday? The mere thought of it left her feeling utterly weakened. Your Highness, be careful. The atmosphere in Mingyue Palace grew chaotic. Meanwhile, in Changshi Palace, Shu Fei also felt a mix of fear and relief, grateful that she had yet to set her plans into motion. Shu Fei steadied herself against the table to avoid losing her balance. If even the cautious concubine Yao faced emotion, what would become of her in the future? For 2 years, the emperor had shown little interest in them, as if oblivious to the presence of the 3 consorts and 2 concubines in the palace, leading them to assume he was indifferent to their actions and thus emboldening their behavior. Jiang Pin furrowed her brow, deep in thought. One event after another connected in her mind. Since Lu Zhiyuan's entrance into the palace, everything had shifted. No, it should be said that the change began when the emperor established Lu Zhiyuan as the empress, as his stance towards both the former dynasty and the inner palace grew resolute. He was no longer the young sovereign subject to the influence of ministers. Shu Fei, it seems His Majesty intended to establish Lu Zhiyuan as empress from the very beginning. Shu Fei raised her gaze to Jiang Pin. Are you suggesting that the emperor feigned being pressured by the ministers to establish an empress? Jiang Pin noted solemnly. I recall that Nan Gong, he was the first to advocate for the establishment of an empress. Perhaps 2 years ago, amidst political instability, the emperor's decision to allow them into the palace was unavoidable. Yet, over the past 2 years, he had gained control over the court. How could he still be constrained by the ministers? Nan Gong, a trusted confidant of the emperor, acted solely under His Majesty's directives. The Empress Dowager's jealousy intensified as she realized that the emperor had taken a liking to Lu Zhiyuan. How could she possibly accept that if his affections had been directed towards Lu Zhiyuan from the very beginning? After all, Lu Zhiyuan was merely a young girl. What exceptional qualities could she possess that would command such attention from the emperor? The Empress Dowager shook her head in disbelief. It was inconceivable. If Lu Zhiyuan were akin to Lu Jiqing, with her talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and etiquette, qualities widely praised, then perhaps the Empress Dowager would have believed it. Before Lu Jiqing's marriage, the Empress Dowager considered her a rival, viewing her as the most significant obstacle to ascending the throne of empress. Only after Lu Jiqing wed Lin Kuei last August did she breathe a sigh of relief. However, the current circumstances indicated that she had misjudged her adversary. Though she outwardly feigned disbelief, deep down, she already knew the truth. While the ladies of the other palaces trembled in fear, Lu Zhiyuan enjoyed a peaceful afternoon nap. Today, the concubines were notably subdued, and even when the Empress Dowager spoke out of turn, Madame Chong swiftly silenced her with just a few words, much to Lu Zhiyuan's delight. Your Majesty, I just returned from the imperial kitchen and heard that the emperor was quite upset this morning. Would it not be prudent for you to bring him some mung bean porridge to the study? Lu Zhiyuan had intended to check on the growth of her lotus pods when Madame Chong called out to her. Shen Junran is angry, and you are to deliver the mung bean porridge to soothe him, Madame Chong said. While the porridge was meant to cool the temper, was it not a subtle invitation for her to pacify Shen Junran? Madame Chong, the study is where the emperor conducts state affairs. I fear it would be inappropriate for me to intrude. Madame Chong smiled and replied, Your Majesty, as the empress, you are the emperor's wife. When he is in a foul mood, it is the duty of a good wife to comfort him. Alleviating his burdens is also a responsibility of the empress. Lu Zhiyuan pursed her lips, recognizing the validity of Madame Chang's argument. A dignified empress should indeed ease her husband's worries, even when he is upset. Yet, she found herself torn. She ought not to play the role of a composed empress, but rather that of a detached one. Shen Zhong, standing nearby, struggled to suppress a laugh. Madame Chong knew precisely how to maneuver the situation to her advantage. Placing the food box into Lu Zhiyuan's hands, Madame Chong urged, Your Majesty, please do not delay. I have heard that the emperor hardly touched his meal at noon due to his anger. Lu Zhiyuan glanced at the food box in her hands and then at the earnest expression of Madame Chong, letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, I shall go. The emperor will surely feel better upon receiving the porridge from me. Ultimately, it was a small concession for the sake of maintaining the dignity of a good empress. At worst, she would hand the food box to Zhao Quan and depart without further ado. Outside the study, Zhao Quan spotted Lu Zhiyuan approaching with her entourage and promptly greeted her with a smile. "Your Majesty, the Empress has brought you a food box," Zhao Quan called out, his voice sharp and high-pitched, drawing the attention of the eunuchs and palace maids nearby. Unfazed, he continued to beam at Lu Zhiyuan. Shortly after, a deep voice resonated from within the hall. "Enter." Zhao Quan smiled as he extended a hand. "Your Majesty, the Emperor requests your presence." Lu Zhiyuan. Zhao Quan was undoubtedly intentional, without a doubt. "Thank you, Eunuch Zhao, for relaying my request. I am immensely grateful." Lu Zhiyuan gritted her teeth in gratitude and, in a fit of anger, strode inside. Shen Junran raised his head and caught sight of Lu Zhiyuan, whose fury had yet to be concealed. He had heard every word exchanged between her and Zhao Quan outside the hall. Yuan has arrived. Shen Junran beckoned her over, but Lu Zhiyuan, still fuming, had no intention of approaching. Chapter 32. The sudden heat of the ears indicates an impending scolding. Your Majesty, Consort Chang has sent you mung bean porridge, claiming it will alleviate the heat of this sweltering weather. Upon noticing her motionless with the food box in hand, Shen Junran raised an eyebrow, standing up to take the box from her grasp. "I believe this mung bean porridge is better suited for Yuan, who currently needs it more than I do." Lu Zhiyuan pressed her lips together, feeling as though she was inadvertently showing displeasure towards Shen Junran. She quickly masked her discontent, replying, "No, it's not that. I merely heard from Consort Chang that you barely touched your lunch and was worried about your health." "Oh, so you're concerned for me? I thought perhaps I had inadvertently upset you," Shen Junran said, playfully brushing his fingertip against his nose, his lips curling into a teasing smile. Lu Zhiyuan felt a rush of embarrassment. They sat down at the table, and Shen Junran served the mung bean porridge, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward, as it seemed she had yet to properly attend to his meal. In truth, during their time together, it was he who had been looking after her. Shen Junran smiled and, lifting a spoonful, offered it to Lu Zhiyuan's lips. Yuan, do taste it for me." Caught off guard, she opened her mouth without a second thought, savoring the flavor, though it was rather cold. "If it's too cold, I shall have them prepare another bowl for you that is warmer." Zhao Quan, upon hearing the command, immediately went to fulfill it. Shen Junran, without hesitation, took a sip from the very bowl that Lu Zhiyuan had deemed too cold. After a few spoonfuls, he ceased, finding the expression on his companion's face amusing. "Why are Yuan's ears so red?" Shen Junran inquired, gently rubbing the warm skin behind her ears. Flustered, Lu Zhiyuan instinctively turned away, bewildered by her own sudden warmth, which was quite uncomfortable. Shen Junran pulled her onto his lap, his arms encircling her waist to prevent her from escaping. "Do you know, there is a saying among the common folk. It is said that if a person's ears inexplicably turn red and warm, they are about to be scolded." Lu Zhiyuan, previously struggling, now became obedient, realizing that Shen Junran was alluding to her. If she did not behave herself soon, he might indeed scold her. Sensing her compliance, Shen Junran refrained from further explanation, recalling a tale he had heard from an old woman in a small town when he was 10. The warmth at her ears intensified, and as his breath brushed against her skin, Shen Junran unexpectedly took her ear into his mouth, trailing down to her earlobe. "Your Majesty, please. It tickles. Don't. This is the study." Lu Zhiyuan's voice trembled, overwhelmed by the sensation, unable to escape as his firm grip held her tightly. No matter how she turned her head. "I am merely cooling your ears, Yuan, Shen Junran murmured in a low, husky voice. Lu Zhiyuan thought to herself, "This is entirely unnecessary. It will only grow warmer." Despite the widespread understanding within the court that this emperor did not place great value on women since her entry into the palace, she had not sensed any lack of affection from Shen Junran. During the day, he would touch her playfully and tease her with his words, while at night, he would approach her with the hunger of a wolf. Lu Zhiyuan clutched her garments, her voice trembling, "Your Majesty, please, if you continue like this, how am I to return to the Fini Palace?" At that moment, Lu Zhiyuan's clothing had slipped halfway down, her fragrant shoulder exposed, and her hairpin had fallen to the ground, allowing her silken tresses to cascade freely, enhancing her delicate allure. Shen Junran felt his heart race with desire. "Then you shall not return. Tonight, Yin will stay with me in the Zicheng Hall. Before Lu Ziyuan could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears. In a flurry of panic, she buried herself in Shen Junran's embrace. Do not worry, Yin. No one shall enter without my command, he reassured her, though he had already lifted her and strode toward a side hall. It was only when she was laid upon the bed that Lu Ziyuan felt somewhat at ease. Immediately, snatching a thin blanket from the side to cover herself, shielding her modesty from Shen Junran's hungry gaze. Your Majesty, please allow Tingxin to come in. A muffled voice emerged from beneath the covers. Shen Junran propped himself on the bed, pulling the blanket away from her head. When I was weary from handling affairs, I would rest here for a while. Yin, you should also take a moment to rest. I have some matters to attend to, and once concluded, I shall escort you back to the Zicheng Hall, if that pleases you. Very well. Shen Junran gently patted her head. Just as Lu Ziyuan was about to decline, his tender words made her close her eyes in resignation. This is truly enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the main hall. Your Majesty, Lord Lin requests an audience. Moments later, Shen Junran instructed for him to enter. With a playful pinch to Lu Ziyuan's slightly flushed cheek, he said, Wait for me a moment. Upon receiving her obedient nod, he left the side hall, untroubled by the thought of her slipping away. Naturally, Lu Ziyuan would not dare to run away. Her dress was slightly wrinkled, and venturing out in such a state would only invite ridicule. What brings my brother-in-law here at this hour? Is there an urgent matter? Lu Ziyuan rose from the bed, straightened her dress, and cautiously lifted the bed curtain, peeking out to listen to the conversation in the main hall. The words were intermittent and unclear, yet her brother-in-law's voice sounded quite cheerful, suggesting good news. After a considerable time, as the main hall fell silent, Lu Ziyuan had gleaned little information. Thus, she resigned herself to lying back on the bed, musing aloud, I wonder how my elder sister is? Are father and mother well? I long to eat the wontons from East Street. It has been so long since I last indulged. If she were still at the Duke's residence, she might have sneaked out to eat by now. No, tomorrow morning, I must have Qingdai request the imperial kitchen to prepare wontons. As her thoughts meandered toward food, they drifted further and further away. I also crave the sour plum soup from that shop near the Lin residence. It is simply delightful. Oh, how I wish to leave the palace. Then I could savor all the delicacies that dance in my mind. Lu Ziyuan rolled over in bed several times, increasingly yearning for something to eat. The more she thought about it, the more she felt a sense of pity for herself. Many delights existed outside the palace that were absent within its confines, and even if they were present, they lacked the authentic flavors of the outside world. Oh, how I miss my second sister, she lamented. The delicacies from her sister's street were simply exquisite. Ever since her sister married into the Lin family, her visits to that street had become more frequent, and with each visit, her joy grew immeasurably. Is your ear no longer burning? Shen Junran had entered unnoticed, lifting the bed curtain to observe Lu Ziyuan as she spoke to herself. It seemed that today, she would escape reprimand. Shen Junran sat at the edge of the bed, smiling as he helped her up. In her heart, Lu Ziyuan mused, as long as Shen Junran did not scold her, who else would dare? She had been quite adept at feigning innocence, yet Shen Junran's relentless prodding made it increasingly difficult to maintain a facade. Chapter 33 Yuan. I too desire a child that belongs to us. Have you finished your tasks, Your Majesty? Lu Ziyuan, utilizing his strength, elegantly rose, embracing the art of laziness. Yes, I have completed my duties. Shen Junran gathered her flowing hair behind her, yet his gaze wandered to her abdomen, filled with anticipation. He embraced her, pressing her back against his chest, his large hands gently resting on her lower belly. Does Yuan not wish to inquire why Lin Kuei sought me out this evening? Although Lu Ziyuan was eager to discover the reason for her second brother-in-law's visit, she found it peculiar that Shen Junran would ask her, Well, if it pertains to state affairs, should I not remain uninquisitive? Even if I were to ask, would Your Majesty divulge the information? Of course, whatever Yuan wishes to know, I shall share with her. Lu Ziyuan hesitated, fully aware that Shen Junran would willingly inform her. Otherwise, he would not have posed the question. It concerns your second sister. Shen Junran had overheard her expressing a longing for her sibling upon entering. Lu Ziyuan turned, her tone laced with urgency. What has happened to my second sister? Do not fret. Lin Kuei has come to request leave, stating that your second sister has been pregnant for over 2 months, and he intends to accompany her for a few days. Pregnant? I shall have a nephew. Lu Zhiyuan joyfully embraced Shen Junran. I am to become an aunt. Shen Junran wrapped his arms around her waist. Yuan is so delighted. Do you possess a fondness for children? Indeed, children are utterly adorable, so small and cherubic. She had glimpsed others' children from afar and found them irresistibly charming. Now, as she approached the prospect of becoming an aunt, her excitement was palpable. Shen Junran pressed his forehead against hers. If you adore children so much, let us have one of our own. Have one? Yes, Yuan. I too yearn for a child that belongs to us. If we were to have our own, you could see them every day, free from envy of others' offspring. With your beauty and charm, our child would undoubtedly inherit your intelligence and cuteness. Lu Zhiyuan felt her heart flutter at his words, gazing up at him. But children do not simply appear upon command. She recalled that her second sister had only conceived nearly a year after her marriage, and she had only been wed for a month. Such rapidity seemed implausible. Yes, I understand. Shen Junran lowered his head, nuzzling her gently. But Yuan, if we both strive together, it could be possible. Lu Zhiyuan bit her lip, her heart racing with anxiety. How we strive? She sensed an underlying implication in his words. He chuckled softly, pulling her onto his lap. The intimacy of the gesture startled Lu Zhiyuan. Her intuition was seldom incorrect. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. You mustn't. This is the imperial study. Lu Zhiyuan placed her hands against his chest, turning her face away, her embarrassment evident. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the doors and windows to sway slightly, mirroring the tumultuous beating of her heart. As soon as she awoke, her body was drawn back into the embrace of Shen Junran, one hand resting on the nape of her neck, his lips trailing soft kisses from the corner of her eye downwards, lingering delicately on her cherry lips. Yuan, this is the side chamber, my place of rest. Zhao Quan knows you are here and will not disturb us. His voice, low and husky, mingled with heated breaths, was inexplicably alluring. Oh, Yuan. The pitiful tone made Lu Zhiyuan feel both shy and vexed. No matter the circumstance, he always managed to steer the conversation in such a direction. A slight struggle only intensified his breath, as he half pushed and half urged her to loosen the waist ribbon around her, pursuing her as she attempted to evade him. Yet he seemed deliberately intent on not letting her go. Amidst the struggle and resistance, the silver hook of the bed curtain slipped, obscuring their view. Shen Junran pushed her onto the bed, his hand propped beside her neck, and as he lifted his gaze, those glistening eyes reflected his figure, revealing a softness within him that was almost unbearable. Lu Zhiyuan was acutely aware of the presence of guards outside, silencing her voice, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Shen Junran entwined her lips with his hands unwavering. It was slightly ticklish. Lu Zhiyuan let out a muffled whimper, discomfort washing over her. The mood was charged, the sunset casting a warm glow, yet the heat inside the room grew increasingly oppressive, even scorching. Suddenly, Lu Zhiyuan snapped to attention, gritting her teeth as she half rose from the bed. No, please. Hearing her voice laced with resistance and grievance, Shen Junran felt a pang of heartache. He rose and gently brushed away her tears, the intensity of his desire evaporating, leaving only a profound sorrow. Yuan, please don't cry. It was my fault. Although Lu Zhiyuan ceased her sobs, she still sniffled, turning her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Yuan. Shen Junran grew anxious, fearing he might leave her with lingering shadows. Yuan, don't ignore me. You can hit me or scold me. It's my fault. I promise I won't act recklessly again without your permission. Yuan, please turn your head and look at me. As he spoke with genuine earnestness, Lu Zhiyuan gradually felt her discomfort dissipate and turned to face him, her voice still nasally. I didn't like what you just did. With those words, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. She knew such honesty might displease him. He was an emperor, and defying his wishes was a dangerous game, but the feeling from moments ago had frightened her. Shen Junran raised his hand, to wipe her tears away, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. The wetness of her tears against his chest felt like a searing pain. "I understand. I know you didn't like it. Please don't cry." Reassured by Shen Junran's tender words, Lu Ziyuan buried her face deeper into his chest, crying more fervently. It was no longer mere grievance or anger. She couldn't comprehend why the tears flowed so uncontrollably. Shen Junran gently patted her back. Outside, Zhao Quan heard the small empress's sorrowful cries echoing from the side chamber. Anxiously pacing in place, uncertain whether to intrude and bewildered by the unfolding turmoil. What could have caused the small empress to weep so heartbreakingly? This one do. I must find Mama Chong and ask her for help. Thus, Zhao Quan hurriedly departed from the imperial study. Chapter 34. A subtle atmosphere in the early morning. Lu Ziyuan slowly opened her eyes, discovering that Shen Junran was no longer by her side. He must have already left for the morning court. She was still clad in her nightgown, and her eyes throbbed slightly with pain. She could not recall when she had fallen asleep last night, nor when she had donned her attire. As she lifted the curtain and descended from the bed, she surveyed her surroundings, perplexed by her unfamiliarity with the place. This was neither her Fengyi palace nor the imperial study room from the previous night. An inexplicable sense of unease welled up within her in this strange environment. Just then, Mama Chong entered with a tray, only to find the young empress sitting quietly at the bedside, lost in thought. "Your Highness, you are awake. Is your eye still ache?" Mama Chong set down her burden, taking Lu Ziyuan's hand in concern, noticing her eyes were still somewhat swollen. "Where is this?" Lu Ziyuan's voice was hoarse, a result of her prolonged tears from the night before. Mama Chong accepted a cup of tea from a little maid and offered it to her. "Your Highness, please sip some tea to soothe your throat." Lu Ziyuan took the cup and drank eagerly, finishing it in no time. She looked longingly at Mama Chong, hoping for another serving. Mama Chong took the teacup back and handed her another bowl, saying, "Here, take your time, Your Highness." Upon hearing from Zhao Quan about the young empress's sorrowful weeping, Mama Chong hurried over. Although the sound of her cries had diminished, they had not ceased entirely. Even a seasoned matron like herself, accustomed to tears within the palace, felt a pang of sympathy. One could only imagine how distressed the emperor must have been to have caused such grief. After consuming 3 cups of tea, Lu Ziyuan finally felt some relief in her throat. "This is the Zhiyuan Hall, the closest to the imperial study. Last night, since it was so late, the emperor carried you here to rest." Noticing the young empress's silence, Mama Chong continued, "The emperor specifically instructed me this morning to take good care of you. As your eyes are quite red and swollen, I have brought some eggs to help reduce the swelling quickly." Lu Ziyuan glanced at her, but refrained from discussing the events of the previous night. After all, it pertained to matters of intimacy that she found difficult to share. "Mama Chong, it is getting late. Please have the maids assist me in my grooming. I must return to Fengyi Palace, as the 3 consorts and 2 concubines will come to pay their respects shortly." Seeing her reluctance to divulge further, Mama Chong refrained from probing, instead smiling and saying, "The emperor has exempted the 2 consorts and 3 concubines from today as formalities, wishing for you to rest well." Lu Ziyuan paused for a moment before feigning nonchalance. "I should return to Fengyi Palace. This is the emperor's chamber, and it would not be proper for me to linger." Mama Chong summoned the maids to attend to her, and the atmosphere remained quiet. Yet, Mama Chong sensed an underlying tension. Both the emperor and empress were reticent, leaving her uncertain about the events of the previous night. "Your Majesty, the empress has returned to Fengyi Palace," Zhao Quan reported upon his arrival at Zhiyuan Hall. He hurried back to inform the emperor, who had intended to visit the young empress after the morning court. However, upon reaching the entrance of Zhiyuan Hall, he hesitated and eventually turned away, returning to the imperial study. "Very well, I understand. Ensure that Mama Chong takes good care of the empress," the emperor replied. Shen Junran raised her gaze to the outside of the hall, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes, before she returned her focus to the memorial before her. The news of Lu Ziyuan's overnight stay at the Zhiyuan Hall had spread throughout the palace, eliciting murmurs of admiration for the queen's favored status with the emperor. Alongside this, another tale had emerged. It was reported that the emperor had returned to the Zhiyuan Hall after the morning court session, but did not enter, leaving in a huff which fueled speculation. Some claimed that the queen had failed to attend to the emperor properly the previous night, inciting his displeasure. Others suggested that the emperor had grown weary of her affections. There were even whispers that the queen's arrogance, bolstered by her favored position, had provoked the dragon's wrath. This gossip reached Zhiyuan's ears, prompting her to frown slightly, yet she said nothing as she made her way back to Fengyi Palace from the Lotus Pond. As dusk fell, Zhao Quan arrived with a message. Your Highness, the Emperor is still in the study discussing important matters with General Nangong and the Six Ministries, so there is no need for you to wait for him to dine. In recent days, Shen Junran had accompanied her for supper, and Lu Ziyuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, appreciating Zhao Gongong's efforts. Your Highness is too kind. This is merely my duty, he replied, bowing as he exited. Upon returning to the study, the discussions within remained fervent, and Zhao Quan cautiously positioned himself to avoid interruption. However, Shen Junran noticed his return. Zhao Quan quickly approached, lowering his voice. The queen has acknowledged your absence. Shen Junran frowned. Is that all? Sensing the unusual tension surrounding the emperor, Zhao Quan hastily added, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I merely meant to convey that the queen understands you are preoccupied with state affairs. Shen Junran cast him a glance and replied with a curt, That night, Shen Junran toiled until the early hours, aware that she would need to rise for court in an hour and a half, so she settled down in the study. Lu Ziyuan, on the other hand, awoke early at the hour of the rabbit, and upon glancing at the empty space beside her, she reached out only to find it devoid of warmth. She had deliberately left the outer position open, knowing he had not visited Fengyi Palace the previous night. Pressing her fingers against the thin blanket, her brows furrowed slightly as she murmured, He is still upset. During the day, as the concubines paid their respects, despite the rumors of the queen's fall from grace, they dared not act recklessly in the presence of the ever-watchful Mama Chong, especially since it was only the first day. They exchanged a few veiled barbs, and after a brief exchange between Shufu and Huifei, the customary greetings came to an end. Your Highness, what has transpired between you and the Emperor? The palace maids and eunuchs spoke with conviction, particularly as the queen had been sulking since the previous day and the Emperor had not visited Fengyi Palace that night. Listening to the Qin, Xi and Xiu felt compelled to voice her concerns, drawing similar anxious looks from Mama Chong and Qing Dai. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ziyuan considered the possibility that the rumors might hold some truth. Perhaps she had indeed fallen from favor. That night, she had refused Shen Junran, thereby snubbing the Emperor, and it seemed she had genuinely angered him this time. The thought of him being upset with her and not seeking her out caused her heart to ache, as if pricked by a needle. Although Shen Junran did not come to see her or summon her to the study, she still retained all the honors of a queen. With a deep breath, she resolved not to dwell on these matters any longer. The second sister is with child. Qing Dai, please make a trip to deliver some nourishing supplements and gifts to her, ensuring she takes good care of her pregnancy. I am eagerly anticipating the arrival of my little nephew. Qing Dai, having just learned of the second young lady's condition, happily agreed and left the chamber. Seeing that Ting Qin still had questions, Lu Ziyuan spoke first. Silly girl, do not overthink it. Hurry and check if the cloud cakes are ready, as I am quite eager to taste them. Once Ting Qin departed, Madame Chong began to devise a plan. Recalling that the Empress had displeased the Emperor that night by not adhering to his wishes. Chapter 35. The support of Granny Chong, Lu Ziyuan's hand trembled slightly as she held a teacup, causing the tea to dampen her palm. Your Highness, did you burn yourself? Granny Chong gently took her hand and began to blow on it with utmost care, noticing a slight redness. She then turned to wrap an ice pack in a cloth and apply it gently. I am fine. This tea is not very hot, Lu Ziyuan reassured her. However, Granny Chong continued to hold her hand, still cautiously applying the ice pack. It is better to use ice. If you get burned and develop blisters, it would be troublesome. Granny Chong continued her previous discourse earnestly. Your Highness, although the Emperor is a sovereign, when serving him, you must not always acquiesce to his wishes. If you feel uncomfortable, it is essential to show vulnerability. Only by doing so will the Emperor understand that it causes you distress, and in turn, he will be more considerate of your well-being. Lu Ziyuan's face flushed crimson as she realized that Granny Chang's insights were astoundingly perceptive. Granny Chang was guiding her on how to express her discomfort in the future, rather than directly voicing her displeasure and resistance as she had done that night, which had led to the emperor's displeasure and subsequent coldness towards her. Although Lu Zhiyuan was aware that she had angered the emperor, she recalled that night and felt a sense of resistance. She feared that if she showed weakness now, would Shen Junran continue to treat her in the same manner? If she were to proactively lower her pride and seek reconciliation, would Shen Junran believe that she had accepted his approach? Granny Chang leaned in closer and remarked, "Your Highness, although there are 2 consorts and 3 concubines in the emperor's harem, you are the only woman he has ever touched. The emperor is still in his prime, and you bear the burden of his affection." Lu Zhiyuan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Are you implying that the emperor has not favored them?" Seeing her astonished reaction, Granny Chang nodded with a smile. "Indeed, before you entered the palace, the emperor had not favored any other woman. The 2 consorts and 3 concubines are still untouched. You are the emperor's first woman." The first woman. Lu Zhiyuan had never imagined that she would hold such a distinction in Shen Junran's life. Not only was he 23 years old, having ascended the throne for 7 years, but he also had 2 consorts and 3 concubines, yet none had served him intimately. Noticing her astonishment, Granny Chang couldn't help but chuckle. "Before you arrived, the emperor was quite chaste. After you came into his life, he not only stayed in Fengyi Palace every night to shower you with affection, but also, after sharing the intimacy of love, he has not sought anyone else. This signifies his exclusive devotion to you, albeit it does come with its burdens. This is a fortunate circumstance for you, Your Highness. You ought to serve the emperor well, to secure his heart and ensure that he shall favor you alone henceforth." Granny Chang's words implied that she should monopolize the emperor's affections, but Lu Zhiyuan found it perplexing that Granny Chang, who belonged to Shen Junran, would advocate such a notion. "But the emperor is a sovereign. How could I claim him for myself? Others would accuse me of lacking virtue and generosity, branding me as jealous." Granny Chang sighed internally, taking Lu Zhiyuan's hand once more. Having spent over 40 years in the harem, she was well aware of the intricacies of such matters. "My dear lady, let me express a heartfelt sentiment. What woman in this world does not yearn for the exclusive affection of her husband? Who does not desire to be the sole beloved of her spouse throughout their lives? Although many advise women to be magnanimous, even women themselves urge such virtue, the truth remains, how many can genuinely embody it? They often pretend to embrace this lofty ideal for the sake of reputation, while internally grappling with sorrow and heartache, ultimately resigning themselves to a life of quiet despondency." The more Lady Chang spoke, the more melancholic she became, her thoughts drifting to her own young mistress, the late empress. Though the palace often echoed with tales of the emperor and empress's childhood bond and profound love, it is undeniable that the late emperor also honored other concubines and showered affection upon other women. During those moments, the late empress would gaze vacantly at the solitary moon above, feeling a tumult of emotions. Despite her discontent with her husband's dalliances, she endured it all for the sake of maintaining a reputation for grace and virtue, ultimately fading away in sorrow before reaching 30. "My lady, embrace your feelings genuinely. Love if you love, and do not if you do not. Live for your authentic self, not for the opinions or accolades of others." In Lady Chang's eyes, the young empress was fortunate, for the emperor was resolute in his devotion to her. Moreover, now that he commanded the court, there was no need for her to act against her true feelings for the sake of political maneuvering. Lu Zhiyuan, somewhat understanding, contemplated living for her true self. Yet, she was still ensconced within the imperial palace. Previously, as the 3rd daughter of the duke's household, she had basked in her parents' affection and could indulge in her whims. However, within the palace, countless eyes scrutinized her every move. To act freely in the imperial court required either personal power or the emperor's abundant favor. Otherwise, to be one's true self amidst the opulence of the imperial realm could lead to dire consequences, not only for oneself, but also for one's family. At that moment, Chen Zhong joyfully burst in, exclaiming, "My lady, the emperor's imperial carriage is en route to Fengyi Palace." Please prepare to receive him. Lu Zhiyuan looked up, unsure of her feelings. Yet, Lady Chong beamed with delight, her eyes narrowing into a line upon hearing Chen Zhong's announcement. My lady, the emperor is coming, and he holds you dear in his heart. Observing Lady Chang's exuberance, Lu Zhiyuan felt at a loss for words, managing only a faint smile. Lady Chong eagerly led her to the dressing table, exclaiming, Come, allow this humble servant to adorn you splendidly, ensuring the emperor cannot take his eyes off you. With deft hands, Lady Chong busied herself with Lu Zhiyuan's hair while chattering away. The emperor has already taken a step towards reconciliation with you, my lady. Regardless of past events, consider them bygone. You must not provoke the emperor's displeasure. In this harem, the emperor's favor is paramount. Listening to the constant stream of chatter, Lu Zhiyuan mused on Lady Chang's earlier words, which seemed to have been forgotten in this moment of excitement. Lady Chang's fickle nature was evident, as she swiftly shifted her stance. Chapter 36. The Empress's embarrassment. As Lu Zhiyuan pondered, she noticed in the bronze mirror that her collar had slipped slightly. Blushing, she quickly raised her hand to cover her attire and cast a disapproving glance at Mama Chong. Your Highness, please listen to this old servant. My heart is with you. The emperor cherishes you, but you must also learn to win his favor, Mama Chong urged. Win his favor? Lu Zhiyuan scoffed. This is not winning favor. It is merely selling one's beauty. Mama Chong, frustrated by her stubbornness, countered, It is not selling beauty. Your Highness is the emperor's empress. As husband and wife, some flirtation is only natural. But it is daytime. Mama Chong, aren't you being a bit too bold? Realizing the validity of her words, Mama Chong reluctantly released her grip. Indeed, the young empress must maintain her dignity and propriety. After tidying themselves up, they awaited news of Shen Junran's visit to the Rinshou Palace to see the Empress Dowager. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has been suffering from severe headaches these past few days and has summoned the court physician. Upon hearing this, the emperor went to Rinshou Palace, reported Chen Zhong, kneeling respectfully. Regretting his premature announcement to the empress, he wished he had waited until the emperor entered Fengyi Palace to deliver the news, sparing the empress from unnecessary worry. Lu Zhiyuan, however, did not feel disheartened. Instead, upon hearing of the Empress Dowager's illness, her heart filled with concern. Why has mother not sent someone to inform me? She exclaimed. Determined, Lu Zhiyuan prepared to head to Rinshou Palace. Chen Zhong followed closely, saying, Your Highness, forgive me. It was the Empress Dowager's order that no palace attendants be sent to report, stating it was merely an old ailment and not worthy of alarm. Mama Chong supported her, noticing the slight furrow in her brow, and comforted her, Your Highness, do not fret. The emperor is already waiting outside. How could Lu Zhiyuan not be anxious? As the matriarch of the harem, she was responsible for all matters therein, and to be unaware of the Empress Dowager's illness was a failure of both filial duty and propriety. Upon arriving at Rinshou Palace, Lu Zhiyuan found that the physician had completed his treatment, and the Empress Dowager had taken her medicine and fallen asleep. A young girl clad in a pale orange dress was attentively attending to her. Seeing Lu Zhiyuan's pallor, Shen Junran took her hand, feeling its coolness. Do not worry. Mother is not in grave danger. The physician said that after a good rest, she will be well. Only then did Lu Zhiyuan breathe a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. It is my dereliction of duty for not caring for mother properly. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Shen Junran sighed softly, reassuring her. Do not take all the blame upon yourself. I do not blame you, nor would mother. The young girl stepped forward and bowed gracefully to Lu Zhiyuan. I am Yong'an, Your Highness. May you have eternal blessings. This is Princess Yong'an, Shen Junran remarked, squeezing Lu Zhiyuan's fingers. So, she is the Empress Dowager's biological daughter, the only princess of our dynasty. Lu Zhiyuan extended her hand to assist her. Yong'an, please rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Zhiyuan was aware that the princess had already left the palace to reside in the princess mansion. Her visit to the palace this time was presumably to check on the Empress Dowager's health. Yong'an should consider staying in the palace for a few days to keep her mother company, as the Empress Dowager missed her dearly. With you by her side, her health would surely improve more swiftly. The palace where you previously resided is still being maintained, so you can return at any time. Yuan glanced at Shen Junran, realizing that she had already bestowed the princess mansion upon her. It was indeed inappropriate to reside permanently within the palace. Shen Junran remarked, "Heed your imperial sister-in-law's advice. You are of similar age. If you find the time, you may visit Fengyi Palace to converse with her." Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude to her brother and sister-in-law. Zhiyuan instructed the imperial physician and palace maids to take good care of the Empress Dowager and to come to Fengyi Palace should any issues arise. She then followed Shen Junran out of Rensho Palace. Hand in hand, they walked out, both silent. Today marked their first interaction since that night. Yet the atmosphere between them felt markedly different. The magnificent scenery unfolded before them, yet the person beside her showed no inclination to release her hand. "Are you planning to ignore me?" Shen Junran paused and inquired. Zhiyuan, unable to meet his gaze, lowered her head and replied, "I am not. It is just that I fear saying the wrong thing." Shen Junran, perplexed, pondered how to address her concern. "Have I ever punished you for speaking incorrectly? Have I ever spoken harshly to you?" Zhiyuan lifted her gaze to him, contemplated for a moment, then lowered her head once more, shaking it like a child who had erred. "Since that is not the case, why do you fear making a mistake?" "Because I have upset the emperor." Shen Junran pinched his brow, bewildered by how she could perceive him as angry. "Well, have I ever said I was angry? Or given you any reason to believe I was?" Zhiyuan bit her lip, staring at her shoe tips. "Well, since that night, you have not come to find me." Shen Junran felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, that evening, Zhiyuan had not only shown her discontent, but also her resistance towards him. He understood she was still young and struggling to accept such feelings. Yet his pride had been wounded. Consequently, he had hesitated to seek her out the following day. Clearing his throat to ease the tension, Shen Junran asked, "Why not take the initiative to seek me out?" "Oh, must I be the one to find you, or send someone to request my presence?" "Your air seemed to surpass mine." Zhiyuan's ears flushed crimson. She longed to meet his gaze, but felt too shy. "If I were to seek the emperor and he refused to see me, would that not be quite embarrassing?" Shen Junran chuckled in disbelief. "Embarrassing for you? When have I ever had any dignity before you? I have served you in your baths, assisted you in dressing and dining, and even in our moments of intimacy, it was I who ensured your comfort." Despite his efforts to coax her, she still scolded him silently in her heart. Shen Junran reflected that in his 22 years, he had never uttered an apology or admitted fault to anyone, yet he found himself doing so with her. "How precious you are! Your vanity holds more significance than your husband, you heartless woman." With this remark, Shen Junran furiously released her hand and strode towards the imperial palanquin. Zhao Quan and Lady Chong, witnessing the emperor and empress parting in displeasure, felt a surge of anxiety. Approaching the palanquin, Zhao Quan hesitated, then cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we proceed to Fengyi Palace?" Or, seated in the palanquin, Shen Junran cast a glance at Zhao Quan before turning his gaze towards Zhiyuan, who had already ascended the phoenix carriage. Aware of his anger, she remained oblivious to the need to soothe him. Finally, casting an icy stare at Zhao Quan, he retorted, "Where to? Did you not see that she does not care for my presence? Return to the Zicheng Hall." Startled, Zhao Quan quickly responded, "Let us depart for the Zicheng Hall." Upon hearing Zhao Quan's exclamation, Zhiyuan naturally caught wind of Shen Junran's previous words to him. Confusion enveloped her as she pondered what had caused his sudden ire. Chapter 37. To coax or not to coax? That is the question. The imperial and phoenix litters proceeded in tandem, with the Phoenix Palace being in closest proximity to the Purple Hall. Zhao Quan intentionally guided the eunuchs, carrying the imperial litter along the route that passed by the Phoenix Palace, hoping that the emperor might reconsider his stance upon glimpsing it. "Your Highness, you must appease the emperor when he is angry. Allowing him to remain upset for too long could harm the bond between you," Lady Chong earnestly advised. Trailing alongside the phoenix litter, Zhiyuan wore a distressed expression. "But I have no idea what has caused his ire. How am I to placate him?" she lamented. "He even accused me of being ungrateful, yet I am not at all offended." With wide, innocent eyes, Zhiyuan gazed at Lady Chong, silently communicating her capacity for magnanimity. Lady Chong sighed, recognizing the young empress's naivety. Having just reached the age of maturity, she was unfamiliar with many matters. particularly those of the heart. There would surely be more instances of the emperor's displeasure in their future. The emperor is upset because he feels that you do not regard him with the importance he desires, Lady Chong continued. He cares for you, and thus, you must reciprocate that affection. If you neglect him, it is only natural that he would feel aggrieved. Noticing the empress's inclination to retort, Lady Chong quickly interjected, Your Highness, if the emperor is angry, it is a sign of his concern for you. You ought to indulge him a little. When the emperor is pleased, your own life will surely be more enjoyable. Even if we consider the worst-case scenario, if the emperor is displeased as his wife, it falls upon you to soothe him. This is the duty of a good empress. Zhiyuan glanced ahead, and in order to ensure a more harmonious existence, she conceded, Very well. I shall attempt to coax him. Lady Chong smiled, her joy radiating as if celebrating a grand occasion. That is the spirit. Follow the emperor's litter to the Purple Hall. He has already made concessions, and it is only fitting that you do the same. This is the essence of marital harmony. Indeed, I shall remember every word you have said, Lady Chong. Zhiyuan nodded vigorously in agreement, seeing Lady Chang's enthusiasm grow. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Phoenix Palace, Zhao Quan stole a glance at the emperor in the litter, noting his averted gaze. He sighed inwardly, hoping that Lady Chong could persuade the young empress. As Zhao Quan turned back, the sight before him filled him with such delight that he could hardly contain his jubilance. Your Majesty, the empress's phoenix litter is following closely behind. It seems she intends to accompany you back to the Purple Hall. Shen Junran had long been aware of the commotion behind him. Although he walked ahead, he remained attentive to the sounds trailing him. He cast a dispassionate glance at Zhao Quan, feigning indifference, though inwardly he was already quite amused. Is there truly cause for such celebration? I am the emperor, he mused. Zhao Quan, eager to echo the emperor's sentiments, replied with a grin, Indeed, Your Majesty, you are the emperor, and the empress is your beloved wife. Her heart naturally belongs to you. As long as the sovereign couple is harmonious, all shall be well. Upon reaching the Purple Hall, as soon as Zhiyuan's phoenix litter came to a halt, she observed that Shen Junran had already disembarked from the imperial litter, not casting a single glance in her direction before turning to enter the hall. Lady Chong, are you certain the emperor wishes for me to appease him? Are you sure that my presence will not only exacerbate his anger? Zhiyuan pondered, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Madame Chong hurriedly supported Zhiyuan's hand, fearing she might turn and leave. Hadn't the empress yet coaxed the emperor? How could she be certain that the emperor did not require her presence? Just moments ago, perhaps she had not noticed that the empress was right behind her. After all, it was the empress's first attempt to soothe the emperor, and he might not have anticipated her arrival. If she were to enter, the emperor might be pleased simply by her presence in the Zikan Hall. Zhiyuan, momentarily dazed by Madame Chang's coaxing, had not yet fully realized she had entered the Zikan Hall. Seeing her standing there in a stupor, Shen Junran exclaimed, What are you doing standing there? You're blocking my light. Zhiyuan pouted, about to turn and leave, when she noticed Madame Chong and Zhao Quan exchanging looks urging her to stay. Very well, she thought, I cannot disappoint their earnest efforts. She endeavored to calm her irritation. After all, it was merely a matter of comforting someone. She had certainly managed to amuse her parents at the Duke of Ding's residence. With a bright smile, Zhiyuan declared, Oh, then I shall change my position. She moved closer to Shen Junran and inquired, Will this still block the emperor's light? That will suffice. Shen Junran replied, casting a glance at her feet with a nonchalant tone. Realizing he was still unsatisfied, Zhiyuan advanced a few more steps. How about now? Shen Junran, without needing to look, sensed that only a fist's distance remained between them. Sit down. Standing is rather tiresome. Are you satisfied now? Zhao Quan promptly appeared, leading two young eunuchs who brought a chair and placed it beside Shen Junran, the two chairs nearly touching. Your Majesty, please sit. Zhao Quan smiled as he ushered the others out. Zhiyuan was speechless, finding the proximity unnecessary. Noticing she had yet to take a seat, Shen Junran raised an eyebrow and asked, What is it? Is this chair not to the empress's liking? Not all. It is quite agreeable. The chair prepared by the emperor must be of the finest quality, Zhiyuan replied, showcasing a friendly smile and giving him a thumbs up. Shen Junran scrutinized her for a moment before stating coolly, "The Empress speaks more pleasingly when she is not being sycophantic." Lu Zhiyuan's smile had not yet faded when she turned to leave, thinking it's futile to coax him. If she does, he accuses her of flattery, and if she does not, he claims she is ungrateful. Truly difficult to please. With a serious expression, Lu Zhiyuan lifted her skirts and declared, "Madam Chong, let us return to Fengyi Palace. I shall not endure any more vexation from Shen Junran. If the Empress steps out of the Zicken Hall, I shall break your legs." Shen Junran's airy words startled both Madame Chong and Zhao Quan, prompting them to exit hastily and close the palace door. With a thud, Lu Zhiyuan kicked the door in frustration, realizing that they were all in Shen Junran's employ, none of whom were on her side. At that moment, a calm voice echoed from the throne, "Empress, come and sit. My ink is running low, and the Empress ought to grind some." In anger, Lu Zhiyuan retorted, "Before I arrived, you called me Yuan, and now you refer to me as Empress." Shen Junran set down his brush, prepared to engage her in a discussion. "Before, I was coaxing Yuan. Now, it is the Empress who comforts me. The hierarchy has changed, and naturally, so has the form of address." He's always right. Listening to Shen Junran's self-assured tone, Lu Zhiyuan felt exasperated. She thought to herself that she must not yield, for her current predicament serves as a cautionary tale. Glancing at the firmly closed door, she ultimately relented and made her way toward Shen Junran. Resigned, she seated herself on the chair and accepted the ink he offered, beginning to grind it. In her mind, she envisioned the inkstone as Shen Junran's face, which provided her with some solace. Shen Junran rested his chin on his hand, observing her with amusement, while Lu Zhiyuan completely ignored his presence, engrossed in her task. "Ah, why does my poised and virtuous little Empress possess such a fiery temper?" Lu Zhiyuan did not spare him a glance and retorted, "Is it forbidden for an Empress to have a temper? Who decreed such a thing?" It was not that she could not suppress her temper. Rather, an Empress would typically remain composed in the presence of the Emperor. Shen Junran shifted his hand closer to Lu Zhiyuan and spoke softly, because they all put on a fade, pretending to be dignified and gracious while being anything but. Lu Zhiyuan halted her movements and suddenly looked up, realizing he was referring to her. "Surely, my Empress is not that kind of person?" Shen Junran provocatively raised an eyebrow. "Of course not." He interjected, placing a finger gently against her lips. "An Empress should speak properly. Deceit is unbecoming of a virtuous maiden." Chapter 38. No more pretenses at this moment. Lu Zhiyuan had more or less deduced the truth. Shen Junran must have already realized her feigned decorum and was merely waiting for her to reveal her true self. "I'm not merely a good girl. I am a virtuous woman, albeit one without conscience." She decided to throw caution to the wind. If he wanted to confront her with words, she could play that game too. Shen Junran observed the sudden bravado blooming within her and chuckled with delight. "Ah, so Yuyan is not just a good girl, but a virtuous woman. Indeed, it was I who transformed Yuyan from a good girl into my cherished woman." Lu Zhiyuan blushed and averted her gaze, cursing him silently in her heart. The audacious scoundrel, utterly devoid of shame. Surely, he was mocking her thoughts now. Shen Junran effortlessly deciphered her inner musings. "Whatever the Emperor decrees is law. How could I dare to refute? It seems the fault lies with me." He reached out, attempting to draw her into his embrace. But her stubborn temperament prevented her from turning to face him. Even at this juncture, she refused to acknowledge her pretense, still struggling against the truth. Shen Junran leaned in closer, his breath warm against her back, and spoke softly, "My Empress, you possess quite the temperament." Lu Zhiyuan pressed her lips together, neither contradicting nor looking at him. "But I find it rather endearing. It signifies that my Yuyan is indeed unique." Shen Junran wrapped her within his arms. Leaning close to her ear, he inquired, "Would you not agree that I speak the truth?" Regardless of her response, it would be a trap. Should she affirm his words, she would concede to having a distinct character, thus admitting to her fiery nature and her earlier facade. Conversely, if she denied his claim, it would mean she had deceived him. The situation was fraught with pitfalls. Both were acutely aware of her previous charade, yet Lu Zhiyuan stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. unwilling to concede to such a mortifying admission. Peering over her shoulder, Shen Junran noted her pensive expression. What troubled her? Was his inquiry too challenging for her to address? How vexing. To Lu Zhiyuan, it felt as though Shen Junran had seized upon her weakness and was pressing her relentlessly. She turned to glare at him, her small face taut with indignation, silent and fuming. This fierce demeanor caused Shen Junran's heart to race. Could she genuinely be angry? All right, my fault. I should not have pressed you so. It was inconsiderate of me, he said, gently pinching her serious little face and smiling. Do not scowl. Grant me a smile. Lu Zhiyuan diverted her gaze, unable to tolerate his shamelessness. Indeed, her mother's wisdom proved effective once again. Your Majesty, a voice called from outside the hall, revealing the urgency in Zhao Quan's tone. Shen Junran guided Lu Zhiyuan to sit properly, adjusting his sleeves before declaring, Come in. The great hall doors opened, and Zhao Quan entered, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, Minister Yao, Lord Lu, and Minister Kai from the Ministry of Justice seek an audience with you. Shen Junran nodded and turned to Lu Zhiyuan. Will you remain here for a while, or shall we return to Fengyi Palace? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhiyuan replied, I shall return to Fengyi Palace. Lu Zhiyuan stepped out of the Zikin Palace, with Elder Chong trailing behind, her gaze fixed upon her. Ultimately, unable to contain herself, she approached and spoke, Your Highness, I dare not defy the Emperor's wishes, yet I know he would never wish harm upon you. The Emperor cherishes you dearly. However, Elder Zhao and I do not enjoy such privileges, which is why when faced with the gaze of the little Empress, Elder Chong found herself at a loss for words. If your Highness were ever in danger, I would risk everything to protect you. Lu Zhiyuan was not genuinely upset with Elder Chong. Rather, she felt embarrassed after being exposed by Shen Junran. I'm not angry with you, Elder. However, you must refrain from calling me to placate the Emperor in the future. Had you not come to me seeking to appear submissive, you would not have had the opportunity to embarrass me. Elder Chong, perplexed, cautiously inquired, But, Your Highness, you did not manage to appease the Emperor. Lu Zhiyuan bit her lip, feigning distress as she nodded. Not only did I fail to placate him, but the Emperor is even more enraged. He previously chastised me for being ungrateful, and just now, he accused me of flattery. Elder, consider this. The term flattery is hardly a compliment. Do you not agree? Elder Chong scrutinized her for a while, observing her earnestness and even a hint of solemnity, which did not seem feigned. Yet, when the Emperor departed moments ago, he did not appear to be in a foul mood. In the end, she believed Lu Zhiyuan's words. Upon returning to the Fengyi Palace, Lu Zhiyuan sent Elder Chong to the imperial kitchen, leaving only her and her two handmaids in the chamber. She confided in Tingqin and Qing Dai about Shen Junran's discovery of her pretense of decorum. Tingqin, upon hearing this, expressed her concern. What should we do from now on, Your Highness? Lu Zhiyuan shook her head, and the two attendants turned their hopeful gazes towards Qing Dai, expecting her to devise a plan. Qing Dai felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. After all, the princess was counting on her for guidance. How did you manage to smooth things over with the Emperor after he discovered your ruse? I did not smooth anything over. I simply employed the secrets my mother taught me, Lu Zhiyuan replied. To my surprise, those secrets proved effective, yet I am uncertain why they fail against the other concubines. Lu Zhiyuan's confusion grew. Her mother had claimed these 3 tricks were meant for dealing with concubines. Suddenly, Tingqin interjected, Your Highness, remember that Yao Fei has been demoted to a concubine status. Now, there are only 2 favored concubines in the harem. Tingqin, why would you mention such things? Qing Dai pulled Tingqin aside, signaling her to refrain from causing alarm. Tingqin immediately covered her mouth, her eyes filled with remorse, as if she had committed a blunder. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiyuan finally realized that Yao Fei's demotion had been personally conveyed by Zhao Quan, leading her to ponder if she might be the next to face such a fate. After all, she had deceived Shen Junran, and just moments ago in the Zikin Palace, she had shown a hint of defiance. Oh no, I employed my mother's second tactic on Shen Junran, that piercing gaze of scrutiny. What should I do? Lu Zhiyuan, who had felt a sense of triumph earlier, now turned pale. Tingqin suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with shock, murmuring, My lady, you are in serious trouble. I even dared to give him a disapproving look. Then Lu Zhuan boldly suggested, perhaps we should escape. Mississippi Qing Dai continued to pat Ting Qin's arm, yet failed to silence her incessant chatter. Your Highness, do not heed Ting Qin's wild notions. The fact that you emerged unscathed from the Zicheng Hall indicates that His Majesty holds no grievances against you. Just be a bit more cautious in the future. Lu Zhuan furrowed her brow slightly, questioning her own prudence. Had she not been cautious enough? From the moment she entered the palace, she had donned a facade. How could she possibly be deemed insufficiently careful? Is there any other course of action besides feigning grace and docility? Ting Qin added quietly, isn't it apparent that His Majesty is already aware of your pretense? So, should I cease to pretend? Lu Zhuan glanced from one to the other, awaiting their response. Ting Qin replied earnestly, regardless, I believe there is no longer a need for pretense. However, Your Highness must devise a strategy for interacting with the Emperor, as mere facade is not a sustainable solution. Chapter 39. The united Camp Qing Dai nodded, and the maid also agreed with Ting Qin's sentiment. But the Empress should still exercise caution. The Emperor is the Emperor. The Empress ought to be prudent in her words and actions, and must not act recklessly. Lu Zhiyuan fell silent, pondering the futility of their words. Qing Dai and Ting Qin exchanged glances. After all, neither had been married, so they lacked insight into the dynamics of marital relationships, especially with the husband being an emperor. Lu Zhiyuan leaned her head on the table and let out a long sigh. She decided to drop the facade, yet she would never admit to having pretended. That would be too embarrassing. In truth, she thought, the emperor seems to genuinely cherish the empress. Ever since she entered the palace, he has not visited any other concubines, choosing to rest in Feng Yi Palace daily. Thus, the empress need not worry excessively. Seeing Lu Zhiyuan's fluctuating emotions, from dejection to anger, King Dai spoke a candid truth. Lu Zhiyuan recalled what Mama Chang had said. Shen Junran had not favored any other concubines before her. She was his first woman, which indeed stirred a unique feeling within her, one that brought her joy. You do not understand. He is enamored with my beautiful face, Lu Zhiyuan said, gesturing to her visage. King Dai replied, that is still admiration. Lu Zhiyuan straightened her posture and articulated her thoughts aloud. I had never met the emperor prior to our wedding. We have only known each other for just over a month. He took a liking to me at first sight on our wedding night. This is mere infatuation based on appearance. Qing Dai and Ting Qin exchanged glances, acknowledging that while Lu Zhiyuan's reasoning held weight, it did not preclude the possibility of the emperor harboring genuine feelings for her. Ting Qin reflected for a moment and continued Lu Zhiyuan's train of thought. Indeed, I recall tales stating that men first notice a woman's beautiful face. It is the same notion of infatuation. While Ting Qin's words bear truth, the empress is the queen and a daughter of a noble house. Her status is exalted. Moreover, the emperor is a sovereign. How can one compare him to the characters in mere stories? As the three lifted their heads, they spotted Mama Chang entering, leading to an immediate sense of embarrassment, as if caught gossiping. Mama has returned, Lu Zhiyuan said, her demeanor slightly awkward. Discussing the emperor behind his back was indeed disrespectful, so she tentatively inquired, did Mama just arrive? Mama Chang set down the mung bean cake in her hand. Your Highness, forgive me. I returned just as you began discussing how the emperor admires your beautiful face. Is that so? Lu Zhiyuan forced a dry laugh, picking up a slice of watermelon to ease the tension. Whether it was gossiping about Shen Junran or praising her own beauty that attracted the emperor, neither was particularly favorable. Qing Dai smiled and approached Mama Chang. Taking her hand, Mama, I have something to consult with you. May we step aside? Lu Zhiyuan's eyes darted around, for Mama Chang was well aware of Qing Dai's intentions. Consultation? We are all of Feng Yi Palace, all devoted to the empress. I shall accompany Miss Qing Dai. Lu Zhiyuan and Ting Qin craned their necks to observe the two women exiting the inner hall, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with Sister Qing Dai present, otherwise, the maidservant would have been ill-equipped to navigate the complexities of dealing with Mother Chang, Ting Qin remarked. Lu Zhiyuan set down the watermelon in her hand, lamenting, alas, I have faltered in my words and actions before the emperor, and I have also misspoken before Mother Chong. I speak daily of the need for caution, yet not a single day have I exercised it. Ting Qin, feeling helpless, noted that whenever her mistress's temper flared, she would disregard all notions of prudence and self-preservation, allowing her emotions to reign supreme. The concept of caution could not linger long in her mistress's heart. In the warm pavilion of Fengyi Palace, Qing Dai was cautiously engaging with Mother Chong, hoping that the day's events would not reach the emperor's ears. Rest assured, Miss Qing Dai, I too am a part of Fengyi Palace. Thus I am loyal to Her Majesty, the Empress, Mother Chong declared as soon as Qing Dai finished speaking, promptly affirming her allegiance. Qing Dai offered a slight bow, expressing her gratitude to Mother Chong for her loyalty. Observing Qing Dai, Mother Chong recognized that the girl had yet to fully accept her as an ally and still harbored reservations. It was likely that Miss Qing Dai was aware of my status as a personal maid of Empress Mingyi, having watched the emperor grow up, which naturally afforded me a modicum of influence before him. Though Qing Dai was uncertain as to why Mother Chong had suddenly become so audacious, she responded with respectful composure. I understand, Mother Chong, that your presence in Fengyi Palace would surely bring joy to Her Majesty, who deeply appreciates the emperor's favor. My service here is at the emperor's behest, but may I inquire why he values me so highly, choosing to send me to serve the empress rather than to other consorts in the harem? Qing Dai was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of the implications, but felt it inappropriate to voice them to Mother Chong. I know, Miss Qing Dai, that you perceive me as the emperor's spy, sent to monitor the empress's every word and action. Mother Chong interrupted as Qing Dai began to speak. Do not be hasty. Allow me to finish. It is true that I am a means of the emperor's observation, yet my role is merely to report to him whether the empress is being mistreated or faces insurmountable challenges. In other words, I am here to assist the empress. The empress is the cherished third daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, possessing a naive disposition and a lack of knowledge regarding the palace's myriad intrigues. She has likely never encountered the darker aspects of a typical household. The emperor has long understood her temperament. Otherwise, how could her facade of decorum, lacking in rigor, escape his notice? It is simply due to his indulgence in her playful nature that he is willing to pamper her. While the three of them might consider the empress's pretense to be quite convincing, Mother Chong, having seen through the facades of many in the palace, could discern the truth. Qing Dai listened intently, growing increasingly astonished by Mother Chang's implications that the emperor harbored genuine affection for the empress. Mother Chong nodded with a smile, affirming that Miss Qing Dai was indeed perceptive. The emperor loved the empress, yet she was still young and inexperienced in matters of love. Even now, as her true nature began to unravel, she remained preoccupied with cautious speech and behavior, failing to contemplate how to capture the emperor's heart while basking in the warmth of his affection. To speak candidly, within the confines of the imperial palace, the favor of the emperor ensures a semblance of peace, provided one does not commit any grievous transgressions. This is precisely why the astute Madame Chong meticulously instructs the young empress on how to curry favor with the emperor, to display humility and subservience, while gradually nurturing affection for him. Qing Dai is acutely aware that within the harem, the emperor's affection is of paramount importance. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that her young mistress has not even contemplated the pursuit of favor, and with such disposition, she remains oblivious to the means of endearing herself to the emperor. Recognizing the wisdom in Madame Chong's counsel, Qing Dai bowed slightly and expressed her gratitude, saying, Madam, your intentions are truly heartfelt, and I thank you on behalf of the empress. Madame Chong, aware of Qing Dai's intelligence, understood that she would know how to collaborate effectively. Assisting Qing Dai to her feet, Madame Chong smiled and said, as members of Fengyi Palace, we all naturally wish for our master's well-being. Since the empress has yet to awaken to this truth, we must continue to lend our support and care from the sidelines. Qing Dai raised her gaze to meet Madame Chang's knowing smile and nodded in understanding, grasping the underlying message conveyed by her mentor. Chapter 40. What secrets does the queen hold? As the sun dipped below the horizon, in the imperial study, Zhao Quan observed that His Majesty was still engrossed in reviewing documents. He instructed the palace servants to quietly light the lamps and prepared a fresh cup of hot tea for the emperor. The warm, golden candlelight flickered, and when Shen Junran lifted his gaze, he belatedly realized that dusk had settled in, prompting him to set aside the memorial he was reading. Zhiyuan bowed and inquired, "Your Majesty, shall we summon the meal now?" Shen Junran tapped the table lightly, retorting with a question, "What is the Empress occupied with?" The Empress has been conversing with the Empress Dowager in Renshou Palace after her afternoon nap, and has also been discussing literature with Princess Yongin. Zhao replied. He appeared somewhat troubled while mentioning literature, as if he had struggled to find the right words. Shen Junran scrutinized Zhao for a moment before breaking into a laugh. Discussing literature? It seems you have exerted yourself to find such flattering words for them. Although Shen Junran and Yongin were not born of the same mother, he was well aware of Yongin's penchant for novels, and it was amusing that his little empress shared a similar fascination. Zhao smiled and bowed, refraining from further comment. The ungrateful one has been quite busy this afternoon. I fear she has forgotten about me entirely. Shen Junran relaxed back into his chair, inquiring, has she not yet returned to Fengyi Palace? Zhao replied with a grin. Zhong has just conveyed the news that the Empress has left Renshou Palace. At this, Shen Junran rose from the dragon throne and slowly descended the steps. Then let us go greet my little Empress. I would not want her to forget her husband. Zhao chuckled and followed, fully aware that the Emperor's words were a gentle reproach for the Empress's failure to seek him out in the study, instead choosing to enjoy her time in Renshou Palace. Were it not for the encroaching night, she might have lingered there even longer. Summer evenings naturally linger longer than those of other seasons, and the summer moon shines more brightly. 6 palace maids walked ahead, carrying lanterns, while Zhiyuan and her entourage strolled leisurely, unperturbed by the late hour. Reflecting on her conversation with Yongin regarding novels, Zhiyuan realized that the books at her side were rather outdated. She needed to devise a way to acquire the latest editions. Tingqin, supporting Zhiyuan's arm, looked puzzled. Why did Your Majesty refuse the novels that Princess Yongin offered just now? I am the Empress. How could I allow Princess Yongin to know that I am enraptured by novels? Such indulgence would tarnish the dignity of the Empress, Zhiyuan replied earnestly, as if just then recalling her role as a poised sovereign. But Your Majesty was quite animated while discussing novels with Princess Yongin, Tingqin remarked, exasperated. So you are aware that being engrossed in novels could undermine the Empress's stature? Zhiyuan retorted. Was it not a moment of delight that made me momentarily forget my identity? By the time she realized this, it was too late. Yet she felt compelled to maintain her final semblance of decorum and naturally had to decline. My lady, we should hasten back to Fengyi Palace. If the Emperor arrives and you are not present to receive him, it would be quite disrespectful, Qingdai said, trailing closely behind the Empress, her heart racing with urgency. Qingdai's timely interjection alleviated her embarrassment. Just as Zhiyuan was about to speak, her attention was drawn to the flickering candlelight ahead, prompting her to grasp the arms of Tingqin and Qingdai. The Empress halted her steps, and those behind her naturally followed suit. What is it? Shoo! Zhiyuan silenced Qingdai, her gaze fixed on the approaching light, and they discreetly concealed themselves behind a nearby tree. Your Highness, why must we hide? Tingqin inquired, perplexed. They had been walking decorously and could not fathom the need for concealment. Your Highness, you are the Empress. Tingqin reminded Zhiyuan of her current status, suggesting that there was no need to hide, as even walking directly forward would warrant respect from others. Shoo! Do not speak. Zhiyuan shook her head. I have already concealed myself. If discovered, it would be quite embarrassing. Tingqin was a loss for words. It seemed her Empress valued face-saving, yet her actions appeared rather foolish, which would be even more embarrassing. Then why did you choose to hide in the first place? Out of habit, Zhiyuan replied with conviction. This felt reminiscent of her days at the Duke's residence, sneaking out to play and returning only after dark, anxious about being discovered by her parents, thus instinctively hiding upon seeing others. Hui Fei trailed closely behind Shen Junran, smiling as she spoke, Your Majesty. The moon tonight is particularly beautiful, round and bright, perfect for moon gazing. If you enjoy it, you might as well take a good look. Shen Junran replied nonchalantly. Having encountered Fei shortly after leaving the imperial study, she had followed him since. And had it not been for picking up Zhiyuan and passing by Mingyu Palace, he would have dismissed her long ago. No matter how splendid the moon, it lacked charm without a companion to share the view. Fei, seemingly oblivious to Shen Junran's disinterest, subtly extended an invitation for him to join her in admiring the moon. However, Shen Junran remained silent, his focus solely on moving forward. With gritted teeth, Fei decided to be more forthright. Your Majesty, it is getting late, and ahead is my Mingyu Palace. Why not join me for dinner? She continued. I personally spent 2 hours preparing a delicious squid and duck soup. You must try its flavor. Aware that one of Shen Junran's favorite dishes was squid and duck soup, Fei had diligently practiced this recipe to earn his praise. Tonight presented a prime opportunity. Should he visit Mingyu Palace, she would ensure he did not leave without savoring the meal. Your Highness, ahead are the Emperor and Fei. Qing Dai whispered to Zhiyuan. Realizing the predicament, Zhiyuan was taken aback. Her concealment was now at risk of exposure. Your Highness, Fei is attempting to entice the Emperor to Mingyu Palace. You cannot simply stand by and watch, Qing Dai urged, increasingly anxious. For if the Emperor were to visit Mingyu Palace, Fei would surely not allow him to leave easily. In the present day, the Empress holds the esteemed position of the Emperor's favored consort, and she is undeniably his foremost woman. However, should he indulge in the affections of consort Zhiyuan pursed her lips and retorted, if he can be swayed by a bowl of old duck soup, it indicates a lack of principles. Your Highness, you must actively vie for his affection, Qing Dai remarked, observing Zhiyuan's defiant expression. Is this merely a matter of principles? The Emperor is a sovereign, and all the concubines belong to him. There is no fault in his favoritism. The real issue lies in the fact that the Empress must strive for his favor. At present, the Emperor is indeed showering affection upon the Empress, and her proactive pursuit of his favor is far more effective than that of any other concubine. As Zhiyuan watched the two approaching figures draw nearer, she murmured her thoughts. There is no use in calling upon me. If the Emperor truly desires to visit consort even if I were to appear now to intervene, it would avail nothing and would only earn me a reputation for jealousy, leading to his disdain. If the Emperor has no intention of going, then not even a bowl of old duck soup, no matter if it were 4 hours old, could entice him. Chapter 41. The heart of embracing vastness. Qing Dai turned her head in contemplation, realizing that her Queen Mother's words carried profound wisdom, rendering her incapable of further persuasion. Zhiyuan, noticing Qing Dai's silence, continued, thus, mere contention is futile. It fundamentally relies on the Emperor's own capacity for generosity. How many women can his heart truly accommodate? If he possesses a heart vast enough to embrace the ocean, it is improbable that he could confine himself to just me. Should I insist on rivalry and demands, it is I who would ultimately bear the burden of exhaustion. With so many women in the harem, once the Emperor tires of this batch, he can easily select a younger and more enchanting group to join. If I were to constantly vie for his affection, would it not be exhausting for me, both physically and emotionally? My lady, how have you suddenly become so astute? Ting Qin gazed at Zhiyuan with admiration, exclaiming, these words do not sound like something you would say. They are more fitting for someone as clever as the madam or the second young lady. Zhiyuan shot Ting Qin an indignant glare, asserting, I have always been intelligent. With a mother and elder sister as wise as hers, how could she possibly be foolish? She merely chose not to engage her intellect often. And please refrain from such flattery in the future, she added, finding no pleasure in such compliments. Were it not for the admiration evident in Ting Qin's eyes, she would have failed to perceive it as praise. Ting Qin covered her mouth, her eyes darting about as if caught between restraint and the urge to speak. My lady, did you perhaps gain this insight after reading the tale of Princess Yeoman this afternoon? Ting Qin recalled a story where a scholar, enamored with a woman before achieving fame, ultimately married a noble lady as his legitimate wife, relegating his beloved to the role of a concubine. Initially, their love remained vibrant, but over time, his affection waned, and he even disparaged her status, leading to her desolation as she watched him take in more beautiful concubines while she languished in solitude. longing for his visits that never came. Lu Ziyuan raised her chin, choosing to ignore Tingqin. Indeed, her reflections were inspired by that tale. Yet she would not concede to that truth. No matter what, she remained undeniably clever, just as astute as her mother and elder sister. Suddenly, a sharp voice shattered the tranquility. Lu Ziyuan and her companions fell silent. Zhao Quan emerged from behind a large tree, prompting Lu Ziyuan to swiftly hide behind Qing Dai and Tingqin. Zhao Quan glanced at the concealed figure and remarked, "Ah, it is Miss Qing Dai and Miss Tingqin." Upon seeing the bright yellow silhouette, Qing Dai and Tingqin approached, performing their greetings. "We pay our respects to the emperor." Their words were respectful, yet their bodies remained upright, unbending. Shen Junran did not focus on the two, but instead regarded the delicate hue of purple with interest, asking, "What is this? Is the queen playing hide and seek with me?" Shen Junran had long been aware of the flickering light nearby. Initially, she waited for the other to approach her, but as time passed, the candlelight dimmed from view. Reluctantly, she decided to investigate, only to find that the ungrateful one was secretly scheming behind a tree. Fortuitously, she recalled to speak softly, for he had already sensed her presence with his inner strength and had halted his steps well in advance. Otherwise, Consort Hui, who was nearby, would have overheard and seized the opportunity to criticize her for such disrespectful discourse concerning the emperor behind the empress's back. "I have seen the empress, your majesty. May you enjoy tranquility." Consort Hui wore a smile, delighted to witness the empress engaging in such childish and unbecoming behavior. How could she not be pleased? Lu Ziyuan furrowed her brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. How much had they overheard? Maintaining her dignified image was one thing, but perhaps her very position as empress was at stake. She had not yet been sufficiently tormented by the mosquitoes when Shen Junran had already approached her, his expression grave as he regarded her. "Where are you hiding?" Lu Ziyuan felt a surge of indignation. Why must he choose this path? Only to corner her before Consort Hui, leaving her with no semblance of dignity? "I'm not hiding anything. I merely grew weary and intended to rest for a while." Shen Junran took her hand, intertwining their fingers, and under the glow before them, he examined the welts on her hands and neck from the mosquito bites. "You have enough to conceal. How can you endure this? Rest is over. It is time to return." He led her back along their previous route. Consort Hui, in disbelief, voiced, "Your Majesty." Shen Junran turned back. "Your Majesty, why not come to my palace for a visit?" Consort Hui grasped her handkerchief tightly, her heart filled with resentment. They were merely steps away from Mingyue Palace. It was all Lu Ziyuan's fault. How could Lu Ziyuan engage in such indecorous behavior, yet receive the emperor's unwavering affection without a single reprimand? "I came to escort the empress. I traversed this path solely because the empress chose it. It is not for Mingyue Palace, nor is it for the inkfish duck soup that you mentioned having simmered for 2 hours." Consort Hui watched, envious, as the emperor and empress departed together, her heart heavy with unspoken jealousy. Before Lu Ziyuan's arrival, the emperor had never set foot in the inner palace. After her arrival, his presence was confined solely to Fengyi Palace. Consort Hui touched her own face, pondering whether she truly was so lacking that the emperor could not notice her. Upon returning to Fengyi Palace, Chang Mama presented a porcelain jar. "Your Majesty, this is an herbal ointment, highly effective for insect bites." She offered it with both hands, showing no intention of applying it herself. Shen Junran took the jar, opened the lid to inhale its scent, and then scooped some onto his finger to apply to Lu Ziyuan's bites. Lu Ziyuan cast a cautious glance at him. "Your Majesty, perhaps we should let Qing Dai assist instead. If I do not apply it myself, the empress might think my heart harbors many women, and who knows what thoughts may arise in her mind." Shen Junran, without lifting his head, recounted the words she had just woven about him in the imperial garden. Previously, he had been mindful of her feelings, but now that they were among themselves, he felt no need for such considerations. Lu Ziyuan pressed her lips together, discreetly observing his expression. Indeed, he had heard her. "You should frown less, lest you resemble an old woman." Shen Junran raised his hand to smooth her furrowed brow, questioning why someone so young should carry such burdens. "Why should there be no worries? There are plenty of concerns to ponder," Lu Ziyuan retorted, pouting. "Go on, say what you will." As long as I am not punished or held accountable, a few words are of no consequence. Shen Junran, observing her seemingly obedient demeanor, lifted her chin and applied a bit of ointment to her neck, inquiring, "Why the silence? Have I erred in my words? What was this quirk of his?" When he spoke of her, she was expected to cheerfully agree with him. "Not at all. I am merely reflecting deeply and sincerely believe that your majesty is correct." Preserving her life was paramount. A few agreeable words would not harm her. Shen Junran withdrew his hand, accepting the handkerchief from Mama Chong to wipe his fingers, and then leisurely remarked, "It is true that I say you lack conscience." He always seemed to link everything back to her supposed lack of conscience, a notion that could not be easily dismissed. Listening to the playful banter between them, Mama Chong smiled, recognizing this as the true essence of marital interaction. Lu Zhan brought a basin of clear water to cleanse his hands, delicately washing his fingers. "I do possess a conscience. I am aware of your majesty's kindness towards me. And yet," he replied, "I do not see any show of gratitude." Shen Junran allowed her to attend to him, but his words were relentless. "Do not think that merely washing my hands signifies your conscience." The conversation, it seemed, had reached an impasse. Chapter 42. The inebriated man's intent is not in the wine after dinner. Zhiyuan went to take a bath while Shen Junran waited in the chamber. Upon seeing Ting Qin emerge, he spoke in a deep voice. "In the future, refrain from showing Yuan any frivolous novels." Ting Qin instinctively wanted to retort, but upon meeting the emperor's piercing gaze, she could only lower her head. Hearing sounds from the bathing area, Ting Qin cautiously grasped the sleeping garments and left the emperor's sight. Shen Junran withdrew his gaze, reflecting that a master and servant who grew up together would indeed share similar traits. Both were stubborn in their own right. When Zhiyuan emerged dressed in her inner garments, she noticed Shen Junran seated by the bed, looking at her. Initially, she intended to ignore him, fearing he would accuse her of being ungrateful. Thus, she smiled and said, "This humble servant is ready. Your majesty should also take a bath. All of you may leave." Shen Junran commanded. Ting Qin and Qing Dai exchanged glances with Zhiyuan, comprehending that his words were directed at them. They could only respond, "Yes. We take our leave." Shen Junran approached Zhiyuan, inquiring, "Isn't it time for you to assist me with my bath? But I have just bathed. It would not be appropriate to, Before she could finish her sentence, the threatening intonation made her feel as though he was about to utter the words ungrateful. Eventually, Zhiyuan followed him into the bathing area, where she exerted considerable effort to assist him in undressing, only to be dismissed with disdain by Shen Junran. "Never mind. It seems Yuan is not capable of serving," Shen Junran said in a hushed tone, instructing her to leave. Zhiyuan was left speechless. His behavior was utterly baffling. How could she be incapable of serving? It was he who was difficult to attend to, hiding away while she attempted to assist him, leaving her with nothing but his retreating figure. Once Zhiyuan had departed, Shen Junran glanced down at a certain place, a bitter smile creeping across his face. If it had been in the past, she would never have exited the bathing area so readily. Now, he found himself treading carefully around her. Ever since that night when she had cried, he dared not act recklessly, for the memory of her heated tears upon his chest still lingered vividly in his mind. Even when he desired her, he found himself suppressing those urges, fearful of leaving her with any unpleasant feelings after that evening. When Shen Junran finished his bath and donned his inner garments, he found Zhiyuan lying on the bed, her back to him. He lifted the covers and nestled beside her, wrapping his arms around her. She let out a few soft sounds. "Didn't your majesty claim that I serve poorly? Why then do you embrace me?" Zhiyuan said, sulking. Shen Junran chuckled softly. "With such a temper, how could I dare let Yuan serve me? Stop slandering me. It was you who was reluctant to allow me to serve you properly, only to turn around and bite back. Reluctant, you say? It appears I have indulged you too much, allowing you to become increasingly audacious. Who in this world would dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Shen Junran turned her to face him, nuzzling her cheek with his nose. "If you don't wish to serve me, why do you seem displeased?" Zhiyuan felt a tickle, burying her face directly into his neck. One arm wrapped around Shen Junran's waist, a posture that was even more intimate than before. Shen Junran rested his chin atop her head, a smile gracing his lips. She no longer feigned her composed demeanor before him, her temper flaring and subsiding at will. Why was she holding on to him like this? Hadn't she just been angry with him? It seemed her principles were non-existent. His breath brushed against her hair as he spoke, and Lu Ziyuan let out a soft hum, shifting slightly, a stingy little creature, returning his words right back. They embraced and drifted into slumber until the latter part of the night, when Lu Ziyuan felt the heat and turned away from Shen Junran. Shortly after, he pulled her back into his arms once more. After having her breakfast, Lu Ziyuan heard Just Wang announce, "Your Highness, concubine Hui has arrived, claiming she wishes to converse with you." Upon hearing this, Qinin paused in arranging Lu Ziyuan's garments, immediately sensing that concubine Hui had ulterior motives. She had remained silent during her earlier greeting, only to now seek a conversation. "Your Highness, if you prefer not to meet her, I can send her away," Qing Dai suggested. Lu Ziyuan shook her head. Since concubine Hui had taken the initiative to approach, she must be prepared. If they dismissed her today, she would surely return tomorrow. Thus, they would meet her and discern her true intentions. As soon as concubine Hui entered, she beheld Lu Ziyuan lounging gracefully on the phoenix throne, a smile playing on her lips. Dressed in a delicate, pale yellow brocade gown, Lu Ziyuan exuded youthful vibrancy, her hair elegantly gathered high, with tassels dancing by her ears. A lifelike nine-tailed phoenix hairpin adorned her tresses, and despite lacking excessive adornments, it accentuated her petite, exquisite oval face, imbuing her with an air of elegance and nobility. Even though concubine Hui prided herself on her own beauty, witnessing Lu Ziyuan in such splendor momentarily halted her steps, as if her feet were burdened with 1,000 pounds. Each movement becoming a challenge. Jealousy surged within her, igniting a fiery tempest in her eyes. This was the enchantress who ensnared the emperor to spend his nights in Fengyi Palace. Yet, recalling the purpose of her visit, she suppressed her rage, forcing a smile that barely masked her disdain. "This humble servant greets your majesty." Lu Ziyuan furrowed her brow, having caught the fleeting hatred in concubine Hui's gaze. Although she often appeared simple-minded and not particularly clever, she could discern whether others harbored goodwill or malice. "Concubine Hui, please rise. The weather is sweltering. It must have been a burden for you to return and converse with me." The smile on Lu Ziyuan's lips faded slightly, curious what concubine Hui wished to discuss. Concubine Hui deliberately ignored the latter part of her inquiry. Lu Ziyuan did not offer her a seat, which was of little concern. The distance was short, and she thought, "The queen manages the harem with great effort. This humble servant cannot be of much assistance, so I can only converse with her, hoping to provide a modicum of comfort." "Your kindness is noted," concubine Hui replied. Lu Ziyuan averted her gaze, fully aware of concubine Hui's ulterior motives, and turned to instruct Qing Dai, "Grant a seat to concubine Hui." Qing Dai instructed the young eunuch to bring a chair, inviting Lady Hui to take a seat. Lady Hui nodded in gratitude and settled down with a cheerful demeanor, engaging in casual conversation that clearly revealed her distracted mind. Lu Ziyuan sipped her tea, feeling no urgency at that moment. Standing beside Lu Ziyuan, Granny Chong seemed to grasp Lady Hui's true intentions. It appeared that the drunken man's motives lay beyond mere indulgence in wine. After a while, the sound of eunuchs announcing the arrival of His Majesty echoed from outside the hall. "The Emperor has arrived." Lady Hui's eyes brightened, and she swiftly stood to adjust her attire, turning to confirm her adornments with the attendant Kai. Once she received a nod of approval, she felt a sense of reassurance. She had come specifically for the Emperor today, having previously dispatched inquiries revealing that he typically visited Fengyi Palace after court before proceeding to the imperial study to attend to state affairs. To capture the Emperor's attention, she had to navigate her interactions with Lu Ziyuan, feigning a close relationship, in hopes that the Emperor might regard her with favor through his affection for Lu Ziyuan. Chapter 43. A submissive yet superior attitude. Lu Ziyuan observed the way Hui Fei displayed her peacock-like demeanor upon hearing of Shen Junran's arrival. "Ah, so she has taken me as a stepping stone." With a composed demeanor, Lu Ziyuan rose and offered her respects to Shen Junran, who had just stepped into the grand hall. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Noticing Hui Fei half-squatting before her, Shen Junran furrowed his brow and bypassed Hui Fei to assist Lu Zhiyuan, only speaking after they were seated. Please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hui Fei concealed her disappointment and envy with a delicate smile, standing to say, Your Majesty. I have come to accompany Her Majesty the Empress for a chat and have specially brought chestnut cake. Would you like to try some? Would I? Lu Zhiyuan turned to Hui Fei, puzzled. Well, had she ever tasted the chestnut cake brought by Hui Fei? Hui Fei had sat there for quite a while and had not mentioned the cake at all. Her expression remained serene, her smile perfectly composed, devoid of any hint of guilt or embarrassment. On the contrary, to Shen Junran, it seemed as though his little empress was simply yearning for more of that chestnut cake. Having not had her fill, then I shall partake. Upon Shen Junran's words, Hui Fei's eyes sparkled with delight, and she nodded for Kai Xin to present it. As the food box was opened, a gentle fragrance of chestnuts wafted out, revealing the translucent and exquisite pastries that were undeniably appetizing. Lu Zhiyuan discreetly swallowed, yet, with great fortitude, averted her gaze. Your Majesty, this chestnut cake was steamed just this morning. I allowed it to cool for a while, making it perfect for consumption now. Shen Junran glanced at Lu Zhiyuan, noting her feigned disinterest, and reached for a piece, tasting it in her presence. He nodded appreciatively. Not bad. It is sweet, yet not overwhelming, and has a delightful texture. Seeing Shen Junran genuinely enjoy it, Hui Fei's smile deepened. As long as Your Majesty likes it. Casting a glance at the silent Lu Zhiyuan, Hui Fei felt a surge of satisfaction. What of the Empress? She remained merely a bystander, unable to interject as Hui Fei conversed with the Emperor, which further fueled her sense of superiority. Would Your Majesty care for another piece? I brought quite a lot today, so if you enjoy it, please indulge. Was she pretending to be addicted? On the contrary. Do try. As Lu Zhiyuan opened her mouth, Shen Junran swiftly placed a piece of chestnut cake into it. Infuriated, she felt her eloquence diminish as she consumed another's delicacy. To swallow was one dilemma. To spit it out was another. The texture of this cake was inferior to the previous one, leaving her to ponder if both boxes were indeed from the same batch. Unable to expel it, she resigned to swallowing it down. If pretense was the game, she could play as well. Shen Junran scrutinized the chestnut cake before him and asked, was the previous box not different in texture? Was it not superior? Lu Zhiyuan nodded emphatically. Indeed, the previous box had a far superior texture. I had just consumed 2 pieces after my breakfast, thinking that Your Majesty would arrive after morning court. Hence, I intended to save some for you to enjoy together. Having spoken, she turned to the fidgeting Hui Fei, her smile radiant as she said, Hui Fei, do not merely think of me. Bring out that box we just had for the Emperor to taste, so he may appreciate your true culinary skills. Lu Zhiyuan intentionally slowed her words regarding that box, and upon glancing at Hui Fei, Shen Junran placed the pastry back down. Hui Fei, exasperated, realized that Lu Zhiyuan, though seemingly daft, possessed some cleverness. If she claimed that the previous box had been entirely consumed by Lu Zhiyuan, it was rather implausible given that breakfast had only recently concluded. It was impossible for anyone to finish an entire box of pastries in such a short span. Conversely, if she insisted it was the same box, the 10 neatly arranged pieces within it clearly showed no signs of disturbance. The Emperor's displeasure was evident, and without a reasonable explanation, she risked inciting his ire further, leaving Hui Fei in a state of anxiety as she sought a solution. In truth, both boxes had emerged from the same steamer. The Emperor had simply arrived late from court, causing the chestnut cake to lose its initial freshness that the Empress had enjoyed, thus resulting in the differing textures experienced by her. Hui Fei maintained her composure, attributing the discrepancy to freshness. Therefore, presenting the previous box would yield the same texture as the current one, making the non-existent pastries unnecessary to mention. Lu Zhiyuan thought, had she known earlier, she would have claimed that the previous box was bland and tasteless, accusing Hui Fei of insincerity. What a miscalculation. If the Emperor finds it to his liking, I shall prepare the chestnut cake with careful timing for tomorrow, Hui Fei suggested tentatively, believing the Emperor would then experience the texture spoken of by the Empress today. It would be even better if he visited her Mingyue palace directly. Shen Junran held a lukewarm interest in the pastries. His earlier tasting was merely to indulge his little empress. There is no need. If Yuan desires them, I shall have the imperial kitchen prepare more. Observing the indifferent demeanor of the person beside him, he understood her displeasure at Hui Fei's interference. Hui Fei harbored a deep resentment toward Lu Zhiyuan, but maintained her composure, stating, "It is no trouble at all. It is merely a short walk. I have little to occupy my time, and I can only pass the hours by making pastries. I have heard the empress enjoys sweets, and I could alleviate her burdens." Lu Zhiyuan perceived Hui Fei's ulterior motives clearly. Then it shall be a labor of love for Hui Fei. Just as Shen Junran intended to dissuade her from disturbing Yuan, he heard her acquiesce, despite her evident distaste. Noticing the cunning glint in her eyes, he realized she was eager to play a game. Very well, let her amuse herself. With Mama Chang around, he could always intervene if things went awry. For several days thereafter, Hui Fei meticulously timed her visits to Fengyi Palace to coincide with Shen Junran's return from court, bringing either pastries or soup. Soon, she wised up, bringing double portions of food and drink, which Lu Zhiyuan would sample whenever her mood permitted. The favored concubine merely put on a fade, indifferent to whether Lu Zhiyuan paid her any heed. Her only desire was to catch a glimpse of Shen Junran and to present herself before him as often as possible. On this particular day, the favored concubine, as cheerful as ever, made her way to Fengyi Palace with a food box in hand, only to encounter another person whom she found utterly distasteful along the way. "Ah, is that not my dear sister, the favored concubine?" exclaimed Shu Fei, accompanied by Jiang Pin, as they approached from an alternate path, laughing and exchanging jests. "I heard that our favored concubine has taken to being the cook at Fengyi Palace." I scarcely believed it until I insisted on bringing Jiang Pin along to see for myself. Shu Fei deliberately cast a glance at the colorful food box, stifling a laugh. So it is true. Internally, the favored concubine cursed Shu Fei, yet wore a smile on her face. I find myself quite bored within the palace, and thought to pay a visit to the empress. It is not that I wish to impose, but merely to bring some food to ease her burdens. Fortunately, the emperor is considerate of my efforts. I do not mind doing a bit more. Shu Fei rolled her eyes, thinking, what a wretch. Is it not merely a display of her ability to see the emperor? She only garners that scant attention from him by riding on Lu Zhiyuan's coattails. Despite her efforts to curry favor, the emperor has yet to summon her to his bedchamber. What a pity, she continued inwardly. I lack both the skills of the favored concubine and her beauty. Hence, I cannot win the empress's favor and consequently cannot cling to her skirts. The favored concubine smiled, unfazed by Shu Fei's jibes. Indeed, when it comes to clinging to powerful allies, I am but a fraction of Jiang Pin. You and Jiang Pin are practically conjoined sisters, leaving me in your dust. Jiang Pin's expression soured. Her attempts to please Shu Fei had yielded little in return, save for Shu Fei's reduced bullying. Yet, the favored concubine's efforts to please the empress allowed her daily encounters with the emperor. The favored concubine noted Jiang Pin's pallid complexion, her gaze lingering meaningfully between the two. I shall not intrude upon your flower gazing, dear sisters. The emperor is soon to conclude court. Just yesterday, he praised my ice green bean dish. I must take my leave. Shu Fei glared at the favored concubine's retreating figure, seething. That wretched woman runs to Fengyi Palace daily, flaunting her privileged position. She dares to act with such impudence before me. Lu Zhiyuan, too, was foolish. Could she not perceive the favored concubine's ulterior motives? In Shu Fei's eyes, her disdain for the favored concubine surpassed that for Lu Zhiyuan. Jiang Pin, masking her emotions, spoke up. Perhaps the favored concubine is exploiting Lu Zhiyuan's naivety, thereby securing her advantageous position. She plays this game quite adeptly. If only Lu Zhiyuan were wise, the favored concubine would find it far more challenging. At this, Shu Fei contemplated. I think I shall accompany you to Fengyi Palace to observe just how skillfully the favored concubine plays her game. Chapter 44. I must achieve a victorious first battle. Lu Zhiyuan observed the displeasure etched on Ting Qin's face as she entered, and it was evident what the cause was. Today, Consort Hui had brought along her famous iced mung bean dessert. Ting Qin turned to Lu Zhiyuan, intending to voice her thoughts, but ultimately chose to sulk in silence. conveying her unwillingness to engage further. Qing Dai, with a smile, remarked, "Indeed, Consort Hui specially brought her iced mung beans today. Just yesterday, the emperor praised her culinary skills, which stemmed from the fact that the empress had indulged in her dessert a few times, leading the emperor to make such commendations. Ultimately, it is all for the sake of the empress's enjoyment. As for why the empress had savored those iced mung beans, that was a matter of deliberate intent. Tingqin, not only has Consort Hui arrived today, but Consort Shu and concubine Jiang have also graced us with their presence," Qing Dai informed Lu Zhiyuan while arranging the dishes. Tingqin dismissed this with indifference, believing their presence was merely to vex the empress. Lu Zhiyuan set down her teacup and regarded the still perplexed Tingqin. According to reliable sources, Consort Shu has long harbored disdain for Consort Hui's demeanor. They even had a confrontation in the imperial garden, which Consort Shu lost, leaving her currently simmering with frustration. "And so what?" Tingqin retorted. "Even if Consort Shu disapproves of Consort Hui, she cannot outmatch her." With an expression of nonchalance, she concluded that the brazen Consort Shu could not compete with the cunning and pretentious Consort Hui. Qing Dai playfully tapped Tingqin on the head, saying, "Ah, dear. In terms of wits, Consort Shu cannot rival Consort Hui. However, when it comes to arrogance and overbearing behavior, Consort Shu undoubtedly reigns supreme in this palace." Lu Zhiyuan further elucidated, "Consort Shu has just suffered setback. If we allow them to simmer for a while longer, their patience will wear thin, and their tempers will flare. Surely, they will clash again." It dawned on Tingqin that the empress and sister Qing Dai had devised a plan for the day. "Is there something you require of me?" she inquired. Lu Zhiyuan replied with a mischievous smile, "I entrust you with an important task, to ensure that the emperor arrives at Fengyi Palace at precisely the right moment. Not only must his arrival be timely, but yours must also be perfectly synchronized." Tingqin's eyes darted around, recognizing the weight of this responsibility. "But wouldn't it be more prudent to assign this task to Mama Chong?" Lu Zhiyuan raised an eyebrow. "Mama Chong has a more significant role to fulfill. I require her to bolster my presence. Otherwise, it may be precarious with just Qing Dai and me. Are you not intending to let the emperor see your discontent with Consort Hui's frequent visits to Fengyi Palace? I believe if the emperor were to learn of your aversion, he would be quite pleased, perhaps even compelled to act on your behalf." Tingqin mused that the emperor's leniency towards Consort Hui was merely due to the empress's fondness for her delicacies. After all, it was the empress who had developed a taste for Consort Hui's pastries after indulging in them for several days, which explained the emperor's tolerance of her arrogance. Lu Zhiyuan shook her head resolutely and declared, "I must achieve a victorious first battle on my own terms. It is essential for my sense of superiority. I cannot rely solely on the emperor to resolve everything, for that would be utterly uninteresting and would imply that I lack the acumen to contend with them." Lu Zhiyuan regarded this as a valuable opportunity for practice, her heart brimming with anticipation. Although she did not possess remarkable skills, it was essential to strive forward. Currently, as Shen Junran was willing to protect her, she could not guarantee that this would remain the case in the future. If she failed to grow strong, she would inevitably regret it when faced with bullying. In a discreet corner of Fengyi Palace, Chen Zhong summoned a young eunuch with a subtle gesture, whispering a few words into his ear. The young eunuch then departed the palace. Victory in the first battle? Zhao Quan expressed surprise upon hearing the news. He waved away the messenger and turned to Shen Junran, who had just concluded the court session. It was worth noting that since the empress entered the palace, she had yet to truly triumph over the 2 consorts and 3 concubines. Shen Junran cast a glance at Zhao Quan, who quickly realized his indiscretion and knelt to offer his apologies. He recalled how his little empress had furrowed her brow in response to the challenges posed by the other consorts and concubines, often pushing him forward to deal with matters as if he were a mere shield. It was only after Lady Chong intervened that she began to exhibit greater wisdom. Meanwhile, in the front hall of Fengyi Palace, the Shu consort unleashed her full force against the Hui consort, with the Jiang concubine acting as a mediator. "Your Highness Hui, your words seem rather inappropriate. We are all sisters of the harem. Why speak so harshly?" The Hui consort smiled gracefully, delicately covering her mouth with a handkerchief. "Have I uttered anything harsh? Everyone has heard my words. Let us not allow certain individuals to distort my meaning. The Shu consort seethed with fury, recognizing the Hui consort's crafty manner of insulting others while treating them as fools. Just moments ago, she had subtly insinuated that they were isolated from the emperor, lonely souls in the depths of the palace. She had even hinted that the emperor's tardiness in visiting Fengyi Palace was due to his awareness of the presence of both her and the Jiang concubine, wishing to avoid tarnishing his eyes. The Shu consort glared at the Hui consort, her fingers trembling with rage. Sister Hui, your eloquence remains as sharp as ever. Indeed, the Hui consort was known for her silver tongue. Lu Zhiyuan had experienced this firsthand in recent days. She sat calmly in a side hall, listening intently to the commotion next door. The walls not only allowed for clear hearing, but also enabled her to grasp the situation promptly. Sister Shu, you jest. It is not eloquence I possess, merely a penchant for speaking the truth. The Hui consort met her gaze. However, since ancient times, truths have often been unpalatable, which is why many choose to turn a deaf ear. Slap. A resounding slap struck the Hui consort's face, interrupting her words. Her porcelain skin flushed instantly. The colorful attendants behind her were taken aback, the sound startling everyone in the room. Lu Zhiyuan winced at the sound of the slap, silently acknowledging that the Shu consort was indeed formidable, a true daughter of a noble house. The Hui consort touched her stinging cheek, fury igniting in her eyes. Her typically gentle demeanor now twisted in anger. How dare you strike me, Su Shuman, when we share the same rank as consorts? Having released the pent-up frustration in her heart, the Shu consort felt significantly lighter, responding with a smile. My apologies. I have always found pretentiousness and affectation intolerable, and you, dear Sister Hui, embodied both in a most distasteful manner. Shu Fei took the handkerchief presented by the maid and meticulously wiped her hands, as if the face of Hui Fei were exceedingly filthy. While drying her hands, she provocatively remarked, Why hasn't Your Majesty the Empress arrived yet? My hands are weary. It is time for me to take my leave and rest. The altercation has occurred, and the anger has been vented. It is indeed time to withdraw. Ah, Hui Fei could no longer restrain herself and let out a piercing scream. When had she ever endured such indignity, being subjected to such humiliation? Su Shumang, you have gone too far. Hui Fei raised her hand, only to have Shu Fei promptly grasp her wrist, a scornful smile gracing her lips. Oh, has Sister Hui ceased her pretense? With keen interest, Shu Fei scrutinized Hui Fei's face, continuing her taunt. I dare say, Sister Hui, it would be wise to maintain some semblance of decorum. Just look at your current loathsome visage. The Emperor would have no affection for it. Ha ha. You, vile wretch. Hui Fei could no longer uphold her composure, employing both hands in a flurry of gestures. Shu Fei was no pushover, and thus, the two factions engaged in a brawl, the cacophony of their skirmish resonating throughout the hall, undeterred by the commotion. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiyuan observed with a heart full of concern. My most cherished tea set remains within. Qing Dai, swift and astute, instructed the attendants to gather the tea set and vase favored by the Empress. Hearing the tumult in the hall, Lu Zhiyuan felt it was time to intervene, setting aside the pastries in her hand to compose herself anew. Come, it is my turn to take the stage. King Dai, Mama Shang, Qin Zuing, and Zhu Shuang respectfully followed in Lu Zhiyuan's wake, her regal presence and authority unmistakable. Upon arriving at the scene of the fray, she surveyed the chaotic hall with a furrowed brow, questioning, what has transpired? I have merely arrived a tad late, and yet it has come to this? Chapter 45. The punishment of consorts Shu Hui and Hui Fei upon hearing the commotion. Consort Jiang turned her head and hurriedly exclaimed, Your Majesty, please, pull apart Lady Hui Fei. She has been incessantly berating Lady Shu Fei, and even resorted to physical violence against her. Lu Zhiyuan raised an eyebrow, noting that Consort Jiang's manner of speaking bore a striking resemblance to Lady Hui Fei. Were it not for her attentive presence in the adjacent room, she might have believed the fabrication. It was utterly preposterous for Consort Jiang to distort the truth. It was Lady Shu Fei who had acted first. Gai Xin, while protecting Lady Hui Fei, attempted to clarify, Lady Hui Fei has been wronged. Lu Zhiyuan scrutinized both ladies, recognizing that their once noble appearances had been utterly diminished. Their hairdos were disheveled, and their hairpins were askew, resembling a brawl between common ruffians that she had witnessed in the East Street. Nevertheless, Lady Shufei, hailing from an esteemed family, still held a slight edge, as her disheveled attire did not strip her of her dignity. She clutched the collar of Lady Huifei tightly, revealing skin marred by scratches from nails, dangerously close to exposing her modesty. Had Kai Xian not intervened, Lady Shufei might have completely torn off Lady Huifei's garments. Clearing her throat, Lu Zhiyuan coldly commanded, "Lady Shufei, release her at once." Seeing that her words had no effect, Lu Zhiyuan felt genuine anger rising within her. Mother Chong summoned several robust elder maids, who swiftly restrained the two women amidst the chaos. "How audacious! Do you dare to lay your filthy hands upon me?" Lady Shufei's audacity was remarkable. Lu Zhiyuan remained at the entrance, showing no intention of stepping inside, for the room was in utter disarray. "This is my Fengyi Palace, not a place for your reckless antics." Upon hearing Lu Zhiyuan's stern reprimand, both Lady Shufei and Lady Huifei turned to find her composed visage, which gradually quelled their tumultuous spirits. The disarray around them finally prompted them to worry. This was Fengyi Palace, the residence of the Empress. Lu Zhiyuan frowned at Lady Huifei and gestured to the elder maids. "Lady Huifei, do tidy your attire. You present yourself in such a disheveled state. What a disgrace." Lady Huifei, upon glancing down, turned pale. Kai Xian, disregarding Lu Zhiyuan's command to remain seated, rushed forward to adjust Lady Huifei's collar. Lady Huifei's complexion fluctuated between white and red, her ears flushed, and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Once her clothing was arranged, she tearfully implored, "I beseech your majesty to intercede on my behalf. I cannot face anyone. I cannot bear to live." Lady Shufei, observing Lady Huifei's pitiful demeanor, felt disdain yet recognized the impropriety of their behavior in Fengyi Palace. Thus, she addressed Lu Zhiyuan, "This day, I have offended your majesty. I implore you to forgive my transgressions." Half kneeling in a gesture of contrition, the other maids behind her followed suit, kneeling in unison. Consort Jiang hesitated for a moment, her teeth clenched in indignation, before she, too, knelt. Lu Zhiyuan found the situation both infuriating and amusing. Though they professed their remorse, they stood amidst shattered pottery and dirt, failing to kneel in genuine contrition. "Forgiveness? If I had arrived any later, would you have reduced Fengyi Palace to ruins? Do you harbor any discontent towards me as your empress?" Both ladies gasped, abandoning their grievances and concerns for their knees, hastily kneeling and exclaiming, "We do not dare. Please, your majesty, quell your anger." Qing Dai moved a chair from the side, and Lu Zhiyuan shifted her gaze away from the two individuals, resting one hand on Qing Dai's as she slowly took a seat. She then spoke leisurely, "Dare you? From what I see, both of you seem quite bold. Look around, open your eyes, and observe. Not a single intact place remains in this Fengyi Palace." Lu Zhiyuan cast a glance at the disheartened Huifei, saying, "Huifei, perhaps you should clarify. You claim to be here to share my burdens, yet your actions today, smashing and scolding within this Fengyi Palace, reveal your true intentions. It appears you are here to cause chaos rather than provide solace." Before Lu Zhiyuan could finish her words, Huifei hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, you misunderstand me. I genuinely wish to alleviate your worries." "Impudence! Slap her," Mama Chang reprimanded. Among the few remaining matriarchs, one stepped forward, grasping Huifei's chin and delivering a sharp slap. "Ah!" With that strike, alongside the earlier slap from Shufei, two marks now adorned Huifei's face, perfectly symmetrical. Enraged, Huifei lifted her head, cursing Mama Chang under her breath, who, emboldened by the emperor's favor, dared to have her struck. Mama Chang disregarded Huifei's animosity, stating, "Your majesty has yet to complete her words. How can Huifei interrupt? Do you not understand such basic decorum? Coming from a chancellor's residence, is this how one behaves?" Huifei clenched her fists. Though her heart seethed with resentment, she could only endure, for she could not tarnish the reputation of the chancellor's house. It is my fault for not understanding the rules. I submit to your punishment, your majesty. Lu Ziyuan straightened her posture, remarking, only ignorance of the rules? You have reduced my Fengyi palace to this state, and yet you think a mere admission of ignorance suffices? Hui Fei recognized that Lu Ziyuan would not easily overlook today's events. I realize my error. Not only have I breached decorum, but also disturbed your majesty. However, one hand cannot clap alone. I acknowledge my faults and am willing to accept punishment. Yet I implore your majesty to be fair and just. Xu Fei glared at her fiercely, demanding, Yao Shiyan. What do you mean by that? Hui Fei turned to Xu Fei, maintaining her composure, and questioned, I simply ask, was it not you who first struck me in Fengyi Palace today? Xu Fei was momentarily speechless, even if she wished to deny it, claiming that Yao Shiyan had provoked her first in the imperial garden. The disturbance in Fengyi Palace was undeniably her doing. This was Lu Ziyuan's domain, and a mere inquiry would reveal that she had initiated the conflict. Seeing Xu Fei at a loss for words, Hui Fei felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Had Sister Xu Fei not struck first to provoke me, I would have maintained decorum and would never have caused such a ruckus in Fengyi Palace, nor would your majesty be left with no place to rest her feet, now forced to sit outside the hall. As Xu Fei noticed Hui Fei's feigned innocence, her anger flared, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Hui Fei, berating her as a shameless wretch. Observing Xu Fei's escalating fury, Lu Ziyuan signaled to the matriarchs, who promptly restrained Xu Fei to prevent further violence. Since both individuals are at fault, it is only natural that they face punishment. Otherwise, what order would remain within the harem? Today, you dare to create a scene in my Fengyi Palace, disregarding the tranquility of the inner court, and tomorrow you will disturb the Empress Dowager, perhaps even causing a ruckus before the Emperor himself. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. Concubines Hui and Xu pressed their lips together, seething with resentment. They had already knelt amidst this rubble of dirt and broken porcelain for quite some time. How much more punishment could Lu Ziyuan impose? It was hard for them to believe that Lu Ziyuan was not deliberately feigning indifference. However, having been caught in a blunder, the destruction of Fengyi Palace was indeed a grave matter. They could only swallow their indignation and respectfully declare, this humble servant is willing to accept punishment and will heed the Empress's decree. Lu Ziyuan cast a glance at the two, smiling, her satisfaction with their attitude apparent. Recognizing your errors, I shall impose a lighter penalty. You are to remain in your quarters for 10 days of reflection and hand copy 20 volumes of Buddhist scriptures as a means of self-cultivation. Henceforth, you must not be so reckless in your demeanor. Lu Ziyuan spoke with the air of a mentor instructing her juniors, her tone quite fitting for the occasion. The two could hardly believe their ears. Lu Ziyuan intended to confine them and have them copy scriptures for self-improvement, subtly implying that their tempers were irritable. Was there any difference between this and accusing them of lacking propriety and virtue? If they were indeed punished for this reason, how would they present themselves thereafter? What would be the perception of others in the harem? And how would the officials regard their families if word reached the outer court? Both their standing within the palace and that of their families outside would be irreparably tarnished. Your Majesty, I have transgressed the rules within Fengyi Palace. Yet I have recognized my fault. Is this punishment not rather excessive? Before concubine Hui could finish her plea, the sound of the eunuch's announcement echoed from outside. The Emperor has arrived. Chapter 46. Cunning thoughts. Lu Ziyuan's lips curled into a smile. For Tingqin had indeed fulfilled her duty, arriving at the most opportune moment. Neither Mama Chong nor Chun Zhong missed the uncontainable joy that graced her countenance. Exchanging glances across Lu Ziyuan before chuckling and turning away, the Emperor had arrived, and both Consort Xu and Consort Hui felt a mixture of shock and delight. They hastily adjusted their hairpins and garments, their frustration mounting with every adjustment. In their hearts, they cursed one another, each blaming the other for their disheveled appearance before the Emperor. Not a single hairpin or garment was in order, and as the bright yellow figure drew nearer, they shyly lowered their heads, yearning for the Emperor's attention while fearing the revelation of their untidy states. Greetings to your Majesty. May you have peace. Shen Junran entered with measured steps, first assisting Lu Ziyuan before surveying the hall, his displeasure evident. He was aware that the two had stirred up trouble in Fengyi Palace that day, yet he had not anticipated such disarray. How audacious were consorts Shu and Hui, daring to offend the queen's Fengyi Palace. Upon his arrival, he immediately questioned them, and the surprise in their eyes swiftly transformed into dread as they realized the gravity of their situation. The example of Yao Fei's demotion loomed before them. Should they too be relegated, Lu Ziyuan would hold absolute sway over the harem. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I am aware of my transgressions against Her Majesty the Queen, and I have already requested Her Majesty's punishment. We shall reflect in solitude on our misdeeds and transcribe Buddhist scriptures to cultivate our character. Only moments ago, they had exhibited reluctance, but now they willingly accepted the punishment intended for Lu Ziyuan. Shen Junran glanced at Lu Ziyuan, who was gently nodding her head, and reiterated, reflect in solitude. Cultivate your character. Given the chaos in the hall, it was clear that consorts Shu and Hui had been overly presumptuous. Thus, they would be confined to their quarters for 3 months, required to transcribe Buddhist texts 5 times daily as a warning. They believed they had misheard. 3 months? Is that insufficient? Shen Junran's voice turned icy. Consorts Hui and Shu quickly lowered their heads. Yes, Your Majesty, we accept the punishment. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. As they rose, aided by their maidservants, they wore a pitiful expression while passing by Shen Junran, yet he offered not a single glance, leaving them to limp away from Fengyi Palace. Jiang Pin, noting that the emperor and queen seemed to have forgotten her, hurriedly rose to depart as well. Your Highness, Jiang Pin. Tingqin approached Lu Ziyuan and spoke softly. Let it be. Should she not be punished, she would only grow more fearful and hesitant to cause further troubles. Besides, without consort Shu to support her, Jiang Pin holds little significance, Lu Ziyuan mused. She then raised her gaze to Shen Junran and said, Your Majesty, the disturbances in Fengyi Palace have disrupted your mood. It is I who have failed to welcome you properly. Shen Junran nodded, taking a moment to glance inward once more. Indeed, it appeared that Fengyi Palace would not be tidied in the near future. Yes, everything is unfolding as I had anticipated, Lu Ziyuan thought, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. Your Majesty has been resting in Zhikan Palace these past few days. I shall ensure everything is arranged promptly. Promptly? Shen Junran raised an eyebrow and inquired, How long will it take? Lu Ziyuan hesitated for a moment before providing a rough estimate. It should take about 3 to 5 days. Now that she was the empress, surely a few days of indulgent rest was well-deserved. She could always find another opportunity later. Shen Junran's lips twitched as he exaggeratedly mentioned that Hui Fei and Shu Fei had dismantled Fengyi Palace. Surely, she wouldn't take his words literally, would she? Was it truly so simple? With shattered porcelain and vases strewn across the floor, mixed with flowerpot soil, and a haphazard arrangement of tables and chairs. Was there really no place to step without causing a mess? Did he truly employ the servants of the Ministry of Internal Affairs for such incompetence? Not to mention, a mere word from Elder Mama would have ensured that the ministry restored everything to its pristine state before lunch. What ungrateful thoughts were circulating her mind? Indeed, it seemed that such a time frame was necessary. Lu Ziyuan instinctively nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips. Shen Junran snorted coldly. Whatever scheme she had in mind, he would not acquiesce to her desire to be apart from him. If it would take 3 to 5 days, he could not allow her to feel slighted. After much contemplation, he decided that Lu Ziyuan should accompany him to Zicheng Hall instead. Lu Ziyuan quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, I do not feel slighted. She was far too pleased to feel any sense of grievance. With Fengyi Palace in such disarray, and both Shu Fei and Hui Fei confined, she had every reason to forego the customary greetings from the remaining concubines. She could enjoy her well-deserved rest. However, if she moved to Zicheng Hall, even if Shen Junran attended court, it was not her domain, and the people there were not those she trusted. How could she dare to indulge in sleep for too long? The rumors of an indolent empress would surely circulate throughout the palace, and what would become of her reputation? Your Majesty, Zicheng Hall is your residence, and it would be improper for me to stay there. Noticing Shen Junran's gaze fixed upon her without uttering a word, Lu Ziyuan attempted to clarify her stance. Shen Junran smiled. At this juncture, what propriety matters? The empress has endured considerable distress and fright today. It is my duty to offer her solace. Moreover, having resided in Fengyi Palace for such an extended period, it would not be right for me to invite Lu Zhiyuan to stay at Zicheng Hall when her own palace has been dismantled. If I were to act otherwise, would I not be as heartless as she? Lu Zhiyuan felt bewildered. Had everything not been proceeding smoothly? How had the conversation taken such an unexpected turn? I did not. Shen Junran took her hand and began to walk outside. Come now, Lu Zhiyuan, do not refuse. With each step, Lu Zhiyuan glanced back at Fengyi Palace, wondering why it was so difficult to simply enjoy a leisurely day. Upon reaching Zicheng Hall, Shen Junran observed the discontented expression on her face and declared, Zhao Quan, convey my edict. Fengyi Palace is to undergo repairs, and during this period, the concubines are excused from paying their respects to the empress. Zhao Quan was taken aback. Repairs? Was it truly such a significant matter that it warranted such commotion? Your Majesty, are you certain this is not merely a pretext to keep the empress at Zicheng Hall indefinitely? Yes, I shall relay your command at once. Shen Junran gazed contentedly as Zhao Quan departed, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Lu Zhiyuan, contemplating that she must be quite pleased now. Residing in the Zicheng Palace brought numerous advantages. No early mornings to greet the concubines, no disturbances, and most importantly, he could remain by Yuan's side at all times. What troubles you? Shen Junran inquired, raising a hand to gently caress her face, which bore the same melancholic expression as before. Are you still unhappy, Yuan? Lu Zhiyuan let out a profound sigh, reflecting that while he had summoned Zhao Quan to convey his decree, she too could have instructed Qing Dai to deliver her own edict. Not at all. Your servant is grateful for the emperor's consideration, she replied, shaking her head and allowing a smile to illuminate her features, casting aside her earlier gloom. She had always been one to refrain from dwelling on matters that were beyond her control. Having made her efforts and seeing no change, she resolved to adjust her mindset and embrace acceptance. Chapter 47. Being yourself, Shen Junran smiled softly, feeling gratified that she understood his intentions. He lifted her onto his lap. Yuan, displaying some conscience, knew to express her gratitude verbally. Lu Zhiyuan had grown accustomed to his spontaneous gestures of pinching her cheeks or having her sit on his lap, naturally draping her hand around his neck. She huffed lightly, for she was inherently considerate, despite his constant claims to the contrary. What was the need to emphasize that her gratitude was merely verbal? Did that imply her thanks lacked sincerity? She pondered how to adequately express her appreciation for the emperor's kindness, resolving to keep it in her heart, spoken aloud, and remembered daily. Ah, now you are quite articulate. Having grasped the essence of sincerity, Shen Junran teased, playfully pinching her delicate face. You claim Yuan only knows how to express thanks with her lips. Are you not discontented? If only your smile were a touch more genuine, I would not question the authenticity of your words. Embarrassed by his bluntness, Lu Zhiyuan buried her face in his neck, finding him exceedingly difficult to please. As a young lady, how could he speak so candidly? It truly vexed her, leaving no dignity for her at all. As her beloved drew her close, Shen Junran's mood brightened, and he affectionately ruffled her hair, not dwelling on her earlier insincerity. Residing peacefully in the Zicheng Hall these days, he assured her that with him around, no one dared to utter a word against her. The person in his embrace was obedient, prompting Shen Junran's tone to soften further. Lu Zhiyuan, held tightly, spoke in a muffled voice I understand, even if Shen Junran did not articulate it. If anyone spoke ill of her, she would attribute it all to him. Hearing her consistently refer to herself as this humble servant, Shen Junran felt displeased. Could not Yuan converse with him in a more casual manner? Was he to be bullied? Lu Zhiyuan, attempting to maintain her composure, was now irked. One moment he accused her of being ungrateful, and the next he claimed her thanks were insincere. She had not contested any of this, yet now, when trying to speak properly, he still found fault with her. Suddenly, the person in his arms became indignant, pouting and trying to escape his hold. Shen Junran understood her misunderstanding and patiently endured her little tantrum. Once she was calmed sufficiently to hear him, he began to explain, I have not bullied you, Yuan. Just think about it. Do I not always call you Yuan? In your presence, I have never referred to myself as I or the emperor, though I am a sovereign. I regard you as my wife, interacting with you as an ordinary husband would with his spouse. Shen Junran enveloped her in his embrace, capturing her hands to prevent her from struggling. But you, Yuan, address me as your majesty, and refer to yourself as this humble servant, being excessively polite, never considering me as your husband. An ordinary husband? Lu Ziyuan looked up, puzzled. But the emperor is the emperor. A sovereign is a sovereign, and a subject is a subject. How can they be compared? She had been pampered by her family since childhood, fully aware of the distinction between sovereign and subject. A slip in this regard could lead to dire consequences, even a death sentence. The emperor held the ultimate authority over life and death, capable of drawing closer to his ministers, portraying them as family, akin to the husbands of ordinary folk. Yet such liberties were forbidden for the subjects. Shen Junran was acutely aware of Lu Ziyuan's thoughts and apprehensions. He understood them all too well. However, he longed for her to bridge the distance between them, to be less formal and distant. The emperor, too, was human, her husband. He permitted her to perceive him as an ordinary man and allowed her to refrain from referring to herself as a subject in his presence. He disliked her formal and distant address. Before him, she could simply be herself, free of excessive concerns. Suddenly, Lu Ziyuan's struggle ceased, and as she raised her gaze, his distinct features loomed close, his deep eyes betraying an unmistakable sincerity and passion. Under the spell of such a gaze, Lu Ziyuan's heart raced inexplicably, as if it might leap from her chest. He lowered his eyes upon her, urging softly, "Yuan, do not be so formal and distant with me. Call me husband. I long to hear you say it." His voice was low and husky, laced with temptation, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on her. Instinctively enchanted, Lu Ziyuan's lips parted slightly. "Husband." "Yes, Ziyuan, you are truly obedient." Shen Junran responded with a kiss, drawing her closer to his chest. The warmth of his lips made Lu Ziyuan suddenly realize the weight of her actions. She had called the emperor husband, and he seemed quite pleased. Shen Junran seized this moment to secure further advantages for himself, hoping that she would continue to address him thus in the future. Flushing, Lu Ziyuan evaded his lips, realizing that she had been beguiled by his allure. In a moment of clarity, she found it difficult to utter such intimate words. Those two syllables felt like fire on her tongue, evoking a sense of embarrassment. It was inappropriate. If the ministers overheard, they would surely rise in protest, accusing her of disrespecting propriety and the emperor of being arrogant due to favoritism. Shen Junran grasped her chin, turning her to face him. Aware of her shyness, he resolved to guide her step by step. "We are, after all, husband and wife. It is perfectly fitting for you to call me husband. Should you have reservations, you may do so privately." As his fingers brushed her lips, Lu Ziyuan felt a ticklish sensation, laughing and shutting her eyes to avoid his gaze. "It tickles. Don't. What do you not want? To call me husband, or for me to touch you this way?" Shen Junran's lips hovered near her ear, deliberately breathing warmth into her ear, teasingly grazing her with his lips. "Ziyuan, open your eyes and look at me, or I may become quite insistent." Lu Ziyuan shivered. "No." With a start, she opened her eyes, her hands pressed against his chest, unable to meet his gaze. The day was still young. She was no longer an innocent maiden, fully aware of the implications of the sensations stirring within her. Since that night, he had abstained from their intimate encounters for an entire month. Yet, each evening, he held her close as they slept, his body's response unmistakably honest. But Shen Junran refrained from crossing that line. However, an unsettling premonition stirred within Lu Ziyuan, suggesting that today he would no longer contain himself. As her toes barely touched the ground, Shen Junran's warm hand stealthily tightened around her waist, drawing their bodies even closer than before. Yuan, he murmured, lowering his head to nuzzle her nose. "Do not leave me." Could she truly bear to abandon him? Shen Junran was acutely aware that his Yuan understood the weight of his words. His tone bore a hint of grievance, and the sight of such vulnerability from the mighty emperor stirred a tumult of emotions within the anxious Lu Ziyuan, making her want to laugh and cry simultaneously, alleviating some of her inner dread. "Just endure a little longer, and it will pass," he urged, pressing his forehead against hers. Despite the month of restraint, the physical discomfort was palpable, yet he dared not act without her consent. "We are husband and wife. Why should I endure this?" Zhiyuan evaded his kiss, responding with a playful smile. "Wasn't it all about restraint before?" Shen Junran observed her teasing demeanor, realizing that his earlier suggestion had left her in a state of ambivalence, prompting her to probe his boundaries. He had always known her capricious nature, yet he found joy in indulging her whims, willingly engaging in her playful antics. Chapter 48. On the brink of melting, Shen Junran closed his eyes briefly, gently biting the delicate, fair earlobe of her. His voice, now somewhat hoarse, revealed his deep yearning for Zhiyuan. Zhiyuan, enveloped in his embrace, sensed his unusually clingy demeanor today, as his warm hands ignited a fire upon her skin. When he removed her hand that had been resting on his shoulder, the desire in his eyes was unmistakable. "Zhiyuan, I will not act recklessly, nor will I make you cry," Shen Junran reassured her, mindful of any lingering shadows from their last encounter. Wrapped in his devoted gaze, she momentarily forgot that it was still daylight, nodding softly in agreement. Almost instantly upon her acquiescence, Shen Junran eagerly swept her into his arms and strode toward the inner chamber. Zhiyuan gasped, instinctively clutching at his shoulders. Upon entering, Lady Chong witnessed the emperor cradling the empress as if she were a child, effortlessly crossing the screen. Understanding the implications of the scene before her, she raised her hand to halt the palace maids who had followed with the meal. "There is no need to rush. Let us await the emperor's command before serving the food," she instructed. Though the maids were puzzled, they complied and withdrew. Qing Dai followed Lady Chong out of the grand hall, questioning, "Is there something amiss?" "Nothing amiss," Lady Chong replied with a smile, turning to instruct someone to prepare warm water. Qing Dai quickly grasped the situation, her head lowering in shyness as a blush crept across her cheeks. As an elder of the palace, Lady Chong was not burdened by the same youthful bashfulness as Qing Dai. This is a good sign. Since the last time the Empress returned from the Zicheng Hall, although they have shared a bed, the Emperor has refrained from indulging the Empress. I was previously concerned about any rifts between them, but now that concern is alleviated. Lady Chong was well aware of the unspoken tension, and so was Qing Dai, who had previously felt a twinge of worry for the Empress. Once Zhiyuan was carried into the inner chamber, before reaching the bed, Shen Junran eagerly placed her upon the table, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss that compelled her to tilt her head back. Zhiyuan complied, one hand gripping the edge of the table while the other rested on his impatient hand. Her breath began to quicken. As she opened her hazy eyes, a frown crossed her face. "Unfair. You only know how to undress me while you remain fully clothed," she huffed, feeling a sense of urgency that seemed to stem more from his fervor than her own. "Do not be angry. I will remove it immediately," Shen Junran soothed her, freeing his hands to untie his sash. Zhiyuan huffed a couple of times, noticing his willingness to appease her. She wrapped her arms around his neck, intending to kiss his lips, but as she tilted her head, her lips found his Adam's apple instead. Shen Junran's eyes darkened, his arms tightening around her. Zhiyuan heard a heavy grunt emanate from his throat, leaving her bewildered. "You little rascal," he murmured, pressing her half onto the table, feigning innocence despite his mischief. His breaths grew heavier as he captured her slightly parted lips, and Zhiyuan could only passively endure his kisses, succumbing to his passionate advances. After a while, his movements softened, mindful of her feelings. Zhiyuan's eyes glimmered with a misty allure, evoking tenderness. Shen Junran leaned down to kiss her, fully aware that she, like him, had already succumbed to her feelings. Yuan. Zhiyuan's eyelashes fluttered gently, her eyes shimmering with a hint of tears. Yuan. Shen Junran cradled her blushing face, his voice a low murmur tinged with hesitation as he sought her consent. "May I?" Zhiyuan clung to him, breathless, her body burning with an intensity that made her feel as though she might dissolve. Shen Junran smiled softly and kissed her once more, his hand caressing her back tenderly, offering gentle comfort, until finally, Lu Ziyuan's breathing grew rapid and elongated. Shen Junran's lips brushed lightly against hers, coaxing her, Yuan, call me husband. Let me hear it. As confusion enveloped her mind, Shen Junran's voice lured her in. Lu Ziyuan's long hair cascaded over the table, her cheeks flushed. Her defenses weakened. She dreamily parted her lips. Husband, I am here. Shen Junran, feeling triumphant, smiled broadly. One coaxing would certainly lead to another. A single call would hardly suffice for his desires. Their warm breaths mingled upon her cheeks, entangled in a haze of intimacy. Gradually, Lu Ziyuan felt as if her body was no longer her own. However, a man starved for a month was filled with fervent desire. This was merely the beginning. The evening sun cast a gentle orange glow, painting the sky in alluring shades of red and orange. He kissed away the tears from her eyes, tenderly pressing his lips to hers. As darkness fell, Shen Junran lifted the girl resting on the table and carried her to the bed. The light of the night pearl revealing her flushed, enchanting cheeks, her entire being filled with yearning. It turned out that his Yuan was also deeply ensnared in desire. It was only when she was laid upon the soft, comfortable silk quilt that Lu Ziyuan began to regain her senses, her soft voice murmuring, "No more. I am so tired. Just once more. I promise I won't disturb you again." Shen Junran's voice was hoarse to the extreme as he held her close. She could not push him away, nor resist his coaxing pleas. Her body was once again enveloped in that ethereal sensation, as if she would fall into the abyss at any moment, leaving her to cling to Shen Junran. In a daze, Lu Ziyuan lost track of time, her eyelids growing heavy, until she finally succumbed to sleep. Chapter 49. A heart filled with Yuan at the break of dawn. As the first light began to filter through, Shen Junran had just risen from his bed. Behind him, he heard the soft rustle of movement, and when he glanced down, he met the still drowsy gaze of her eyes. Yuan continued to slumber. While he prepared to attend court, Lu Ziyuan lay still, merely observing him, awakened by his movements, yet still enveloped in a haze of sleep. However, his tender words roused her senses, and as she found herself lost in his affectionate gaze, thoughts of her intentions to portray the image of a refined empress flickered and faded away. Since he had encouraged her to be herself, there was no need for her to force a fade. Yet, this was merely the beginning. She remained uncertain about the boundaries of Shen Junran's indulgence. It was essential for her to explore this carefully, for missteps could lead to unforeseen consequences. When Shen Junran noticed her staring blankly, he assumed she had not heard him clearly. He leaned closer, whispering, Yuan, sleep well. In this Zikan hall, you may rest as long as you desire. Here, everyone is mine, and no one will spread rumors. Is your majesty encouraging me to indulge in sloth? Lu Ziyuan blinked, a hint of mischief in her tone. Shen Junran chuckled softly, gently smoothing the tousled strands of her hair that lay against her neck. Indeed, he was both encouraging and permitting her sleep in, wishing for her to awaken when she was ready. In his presence, she was free to act according to her own wishes. He yearned for her to embrace her true self under his affection. Lu Ziyuan hesitated. Your Majesty, are you not concerned about spoiling me? Shen Junran's thumb caressed her rosy, delicate cheek, his brow softening with a warm smile. I mentioned yesterday that you need not refer to yourself in such distant terms. I dislike your formality. Awakening from slumber should not erase the sweet words you spoke last night. Surely, you have not forgotten how you called me husband countless times. Or else I wouldn't mind reminding you again. Lu Ziyuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Last night, he had coaxed her to call him husband repeatedly, withholding her pleasure until she complied. Shen Junran smiled gently, sensing her embarrassment. Do not fear. I can spoil you and cherish you without concern for your being spoiled. No matter who you are, I will always love you. Lu Ziyuan tightened her grip beneath the covers, her heart racing at his declaration. He professed his affection. He declared that he loved her regardless of her flaws. It was not merely her beauty that captivated him, but a genuine fondness for her essence. Moreover, she believed that even if she were to be spoiled, she would remain a kind-hearted and virtuous girl. Shen Junran tenderly brushed his fingers against her astonished face, his eyes brimming with adoration. He understood that he had shared too much with her too soon, She would need time to process it all. I must attend court now. After I return, I shall join you for breakfast. Lu Zhiyuan yearned to inquire further, but could only nod in response, obediently agreeing. Just as Shen Junran prepared to rise, he caught a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in her eyes, prompting him to remain beside her. I know what you wish to ask, he murmured, planting a soft kiss upon her eyelids, nuzzling her nose with affection. Cradling her face in his hands, he spoke with sincerity. Not only do I cherish you, but I also love you deeply. Shen Junran gently drew her hand from beneath the thin blanket, placing it over his heart, his gaze deeply fixed upon her eyes, which were filled with the essence of Yuan. This heart could only accommodate Yuan, and henceforth it could house only her. For 7 long years, this heart had held her within. He had waited too long. The warmth and rhythm emanating from his palm felt incredibly real, and his fervent, passionate words left Lu Zhiyuan in a state of profound shock. She gazed at him, feeling her own heart pulsating with an intensity she had never known. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the essence of affection. Shen Junran spoke. I did not intend to express so much to you at once, but I wish to spare you the torment of guessing my feelings. I do not want you to suffer the same uncertainty regarding whether you harbor feelings for me. That experience of fluctuating emotions is unbearable, and I cannot bear to see you in pain. Lu Zhiyuan's hand rested upon his heart, and she instinctively inquired, Does it still hurt here? Shen Junran affectionately ruffled her hair, his fingers caressing her delicate face. As long as you're not distant and polite with me, I won't feel discomfort. If you care for me in your heart, then not only will my heart be free of pain, but it will also be filled with joy. So, do not be so formal with me, for it causes me distress. In that moment, Lu Zhiyuan realized his deep concern for her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Shen Junran recognized that he had divulged too much too quickly. He needed to allow her time to adjust. She had only recently come of age and had little experience with matters of love. He must teach her gradually, guiding her gently. As the bed curtains opened and closed, the rustling sounds outside signaled the eunuchs attending to Shen Junran's attire. Until the palace doors closed and the room fell silent, Lu Zhiyuan remained lost in thought. She had believed Shen Junran had elevated her to the position of empress under pressure from the ministers. She thought his favor was merely a reflection of her beauty. Thus, she had endeavored to be a good empress, accepting his affection day by day, never contemplating the conquest of his heart. For all the women in the palace knew that an emperor's favor was fleeting. Yet today, Shen Junran had revealed to her the depth of his love and concern for her, asserting that his heart belonged solely to her, now and in the future. Gradually emerging from her astonishment, a smile began to spread across her lips. Knowing that her husband loved her was a source of joy, especially when that husband was an emperor. Unconsciously, Lu Zhiyuan rolled on the bed, playfully clutching the bedding, still able to sense the warmth he had left behind in the spot where he had lain. Your Highness has awakened. Shall we rise now? As Chang Mama entered the inner chamber, she was greeted by the sound of Lu Zhiyuan's cheerful laughter and the rustling of blankets. Your Highness, I wish to rest a little longer. As the curtain was lifted, the figures of Chang Mama and Qing Dai came into view. Lu Zhiyuan quickly wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, lying properly, acutely aware of the traces Shen Junran had left beneath the thin coverlet. Chang Mama regarded Lu Zhiyuan with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling with kindness, causing Lu Zhiyuan to feel somewhat flustered. Why was the mama looking at her in such a manner? Last night, the empress must have been utterly exhausted. Just look at her complexion, which is far from favorable. I have prepared a nourishing soup for her. She should rise and partake in it to restore her vitality. Mama Chang is delighted, as the subtle tension between the emperor and empress has finally been alleviated. Lu Zhiyuan felt a sense of embarrassment. How could Mama Chang so unabashedly utter such words? You may go ahead first. There is Qing Dai here to attend to me. I shall join you shortly after I freshen up. She knew it was inappropriate to engage in a discussion with Mama Chang and had no choice but to send her away. Mama Chang reached out to pull the covers, attempting to coax her from the warmth of her bed. Allow me to assist the empress in rising. Chapter 50. A modest matron suddenly. A startled exclamation escaped from Matron Chong. Lu Ziyuan was lost in her thoughts, reproaching Shen Junran, when an unexpected chill enveloped her, causing her to turn and see Matron Chong lifting a corner of her thin blanket, exposing a significant expanse of her skin. Matron Chong, Lu Ziyuan gasped, hastily propping herself up, her expression a blend of panic and shyness. Her tone was both embarrassed and helpless. She was too preoccupied to even notice the ache in her waist from rising too quickly. Matron Chong, having regained her youthful shyness, quickly wrapped the blanket around Lu Ziyuan, her old face flushing despite having witnessed countless intimate moments in the palace. "Your Majesty, this is rather excessive," Matron Chong thought, her cheeks reddening as a tinge of sympathy arose within her. Although the doors of the chamber had been closed since the afternoon, with only water being summoned after dark, she had heard from Zhao Quan that another request for water had been made that evening. She understood that the emperor possessed remarkable stamina, but she had not anticipated such fervor. It must have been quite a vigorous affair. Lu Ziyuan's neck and chest bore particularly conspicuous marks, while several kiss marks adorned her arms. Noticing Matron Chang's gaze lingering on her neck and her intention to peer beneath the blanket, Lu Ziyuan felt tears welling up. "Matron Chang, please, do not look." Very well, very well. I shall avert my gaze," Matron Chang acquiesced, setting aside the blanket for a moment to take in the sight, all the while declaring her intent to assist the empress in dressing. "Please, grant me a matron with a little more modesty," Lu Ziyuan protested, burying her face in the blanket. "I wish for Qing Dai to attend to me. Qing Dai has returned to oversee the repairs in Fengyi Palace, and as she is still a young girl, she too would feel shy upon seeing your highness's marks." Matron Chang replied, "Thus, it is more appropriate for this old servant to attend to you." Matron Chang readily accepted the petticoat and inner garments handed to her by Qing Dai, helping the bashful Lu Ziyuan to rise. Qing Dai's face was already flushed, her eyes averted in modesty. "Your Highness, look. Qing Dai dares not even look at you. How can she serve you in dressing?" Matron Chang pointed out, lifting her chin toward Qing Dai. Lu Ziyuan twitched her lips. Even if Qing Dai was shy, she would not express it as Matron Chang did, nor would she brazenly gaze upon her. Ultimately, with Matron Chang's gentle assistance, Lu Ziyuan was adorned in her garments, effectively concealing the marks that had caused her such embarrassment. Following this, Matron Chang assisted Lu Ziyuan with her washing, noting the lack of strength in her hands. She offered her a helping hand, reflecting on how fearsome the emperor could be after a month of restraint. "Your Highness, you must not starve the emperor like this. He has favored only you, unwilling to seek solace in other consorts. If not you, then who will he indulge, if there are such prolonged intervals as this? I truly worry for your well-being." Lu Ziyuan found herself at a loss for words, as Mama Chang spoke with audacity, her words devoid of any subtlety, showing no regard for the fact that she was still a young maiden. She chose to feign ignorance. Mama Chang, with a cheerful demeanor, glanced at her abdomen and remarked, "Your Highness, it has been 2 months since you entered the palace. The emperor graces Fengyi Palace with his presence daily. It is imperative that you give birth to a little prince soon. Only then can your position and favor be firmly established. Not only will the empress's status be solidified, but the pressure from the court will also diminish significantly. Should the main palace produce an heir, the ministers would not dare voice any objections regarding the emperor's favoritism towards the empress. After the incident with concubine Yao and her father, the ministers have refrained from advising the emperor to distribute his affections equally. However, one cannot guarantee that if news of pregnancy remains absent for an extended period, they won't revisit old grievances." Lu Ziyuan cast a glance at her own small belly. Shen Junran had previously mentioned wanting children, yet after that night, he had not broached the subject again. She pondered that perhaps Shen Junran, too, anticipated the arrival of their child. Yet, such matters cannot be rushed. Though she harbored a fondness for children, the prospect of becoming a mother filled her with both eagerness and trepidation. It was still too early to discuss these things. She resolved to leave it to fate. If it was meant to be, it would happen, and waiting a year should pose no issue. Mama Chang, however, disagreed. "Though your Highness is still young, the emperor is already 23. The royal family places great importance on offspring. Do not think it premature." Having a child is not merely a matter of desire. It also involves destiny. Mama Chong leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "Your Highness, do not be shy. I possess methods that could hasten conception for those favored by the emperor." Noticing the little empress's bewilderment, Mama Chong lowered her voice further, leaving Lu Xun momentarily stunned. Standing upright, Mama Chong declared joyfully, "If your Highness follows my advice, it shall surely be beneficial." Lu Zhiyuan shot a glance at Mama Chong before returning her gaze to the empty bowl before her, remaining silent. Sensing the unspoken understanding, Mama Chong turned to Qing Dai and instructed, "Qing Dai, please check if the breakfast is ready. The Emperor will be arriving shortly." Understanding that Mama Chong had private matters to discuss with the Empress, and recognizing her genuine concern for her, Qing Dai graciously stepped aside. Chapter 51. Coaxing him until the figure of Qing Dai vanished from sight, Mama Chong mysteriously produced a small, entirely black booklet from her bosom and handed it to her. The Empress looked at it, and upon examination, she understood precisely what the old servant had just suggested. This was a meticulously curated selection, containing positions that were believed to expedite conception and would naturally enhance the emotional bond between the emperor and empress. Lu Zhiyuan stared at it, motionless, while Mama Chong kindly opened it for her, causing Lu Zhiyuan's face to flush crimson in an instant. "Mama Chong, how can you carry such things at all times?" This was far bolder and more explicit than the booklet her mother had given her before her wedding. Back then, she had read it out of curiosity, her cheeks burning, but this, she simply could not muster the courage to peruse it. Mama Chong, however, remained unfazed. "This is merely an introductory text provided for the princes in the palace. There is nothing to be concerned about. The Empress should take a look." Such audacity in a book meant for enlightenment. It truly reflected the royal family. "I do not want it. I shall not look," Lu Zhiyuan declared resolutely. Knowing her to be shy, Mama Chong suggested, "If the Empress feels embarrassed, perhaps you could read it in secret." With that, Mama Chong persistently pressed the booklet into her hands, assuring her that if she hid it away, no one would know. "I do not want it." As the two exchanged their objections, a warm voice emerged from the doorway. "What is Yuan saying? What do you not want?" Startled, Lu Zhiyuan quickly returned the scalding booklet to Mama Chong and hastily rose from her previous position. In nothing, she cast a sidelong glance at Mama Chong, who had tucked the booklet back in her sleeve, and her anxious heart gradually eased. In a moment of inspiration, Lu Zhiyuan found reason. "It is the soup. I do not wish to drink it. Would His Majesty like to try?" she inquired. Shen Junran approached her, taking her hand as they sat down together. "If you do not wish to drink the soup, then let us partake in breakfast instead." Qing Dai entered with the palace maids to set the table, and the breakfast consisted primarily of nourishing dishes. However, Lu Zhiyuan cast a glance at Mama Chong, wondering if such rich meals would become a regular occurrence. Shen Junran appeared quite pleased, extending his hand to place a chopstick of each dish into Lu Zhiyuan's bowl. "Eat up. I am grateful to His Majesty," she said, instinctively using the formal address. Yet, she noticed Shen Junran's hand hesitated before her, recalling his words from yesterday and this morning. He had asked her not to use such distant and polite forms of address, as it would sadden him. She found herself at a loss, feeling as though she had not reciprocated the affection he had so openly offered. Caught in a moment of forgetfulness, she felt guilty. Noticing her head droop like a child who had erred, Shen Junran gently patted her arm and smiled warmly. "It is all right. Yuan may take her time to adjust." Lu Zhiyuan looked up to find Shen Junran's gaze had shifted to the table, his eyes devoid of the joy they had held upon entering. A thought surged in her mind. She did not wish for Yuan to experience the same uncertainty she felt regarding whether he liked her or not. Such fluctuating emotions were far from pleasant, and she did not want her to endure the pain that accompanied such heartache. It seemed as though her heart was beginning to feel heavy, and perhaps he was suffering even more than she was. The two sat in silence, partaking in their breakfast, during which Shen Junran consistently picked out her favorite dishes for Lu Zhiyuan, who reciprocated by selecting his preferred delicacies. One might describe the atmosphere as delicate, yet it appeared harmonious. After finishing their meal and rinsing their mouths under the attentive care of the palace maids, Lady Chong led her entourage away. Noticing that Shen Junran remained seated, seemingly with no intention of departing, Lu Ziyuan extended her hand towards his, placing her palm gently over the back of his hand. Shen Junran first glanced down at her delicate hand. The warmth from her palm seeped into his, and the knot in his heart inexplicably began to unravel. Loving someone makes one cautious. Even the faintest expression from the beloved can evoke a lingering sadness. Yet a simple gesture from them can bring immense joy. With a soft sigh, Shen Junran acknowledged that his little empress was still young, and he must be patient, teaching her slowly. He withdrew his larger hand and enveloped her small one, inquiring if she felt unwell. Last night, I lost control a bit. He always aimed to be gentle, yet he found himself unable to restrain his impulses when it came to her. Blushing, Lu Ziyuan shook her head and replied no. After exchanging these brief words, silence enveloped them once more. It was only when Shen Junran noticed Zhao Quan's anxious figure waiting outside the hall that he remembered the ministers were still awaiting him in the imperial study, having left them behind to share breakfast with her. Yuan, I have some pressing matters today and shall return to accompany you this evening. I was quite reckless yesterday, resulting in a backlog of affairs. As he took a step to leave, his hand was suddenly grasped. He turned to see her. Please return early tonight, my husband. I will wait for you. Gathering her courage, Lu Ziyuan addressed him as her husband. Feeling that the current atmosphere was not as harmonious as it had been before, she was aware of Shen Junran's affection for her, and she felt compelled to act. In the next moment, she was enveloped in his broad chest. Shen Junran rested his chin on the top of her head, his eyes alight with joy. Yuan, I'm very happy. He was elated that she had called him her husband and that she was willing to approach him. Even a single step from her brought him satisfaction. I am also very happy, Lu Ziyuan replied, embracing him in return, her lips curving into a smile as she felt the warmth radiating from him. In truth, this was something she ought to have told him earlier that morning. Reluctantly releasing her, Shen Junran took her hand and said, behind the Zicheng Palace, there is a lotus pond. Although it is not as large as the one outside Fengyi Palace, it is abundant with fine lotus pods. I have instructed someone to place a small boat there for you to explore. He knew that his Yuan delighted in fresh lotus seeds. All right, I shall go once you leave. Observing Zhao Quan's restless pacing, Lu Ziyuan understood that Shen Junran must be quite busy today. Once more, she called out husband. Shen Junran felt a surge of emotion welling up within him, his eyes lifting in delight. Good, wait for my return. After Shen Junran departed, Lu Ziyuan raised her hand to touch her flushed face, realizing that she had just comforted Shen Junran, and had done so successfully. Upon witnessing him smile once more, she found herself inexplicably joyous, truly elated. Your Highness, what has transpired with the Emperor? Tingqin inquired as she entered the hall, glancing back repeatedly with a perplexed expression. Lu Ziyuan halted, her delicate hands poised upon her cheeks, concealing the delight that danced upon her visage, and turned away, feigning ignorance. What do you mean? Tingqin, oblivious to Lu Ziyuan's peculiar demeanor, gestured towards the exterior. Oh, the Emperor! Just moments ago, as he departed, he was as gleeful as a child, stumbling along the path, his laughter ringing out joyfully. She had just come from Fengyi Palace and encountered the Emperor on his way out, forced to kneel aside until he passed. To her surprise, she heard him emit a low, pleasant laugh, radiating sheer delight. Thus, she bravely dared to steal a few glances, utterly intrigued. At Tingqin's words, Lu Ziyuan's heart swelled with sweetness, as though infused with honey. It was because of her. Her earlier actions had sparked such joy within him. Suddenly, Tingqin pieced it together, grinning brightly. Your Highness, could it be that the Emperor's foolish grin is a result of finding favor with you? Tingqin, do not be impertinent. How could you say the Emperor is foolish? Lu Ziyuan's tone turned serious. Tingqin, realizing her words had crossed a line, covered her mouth. Yet fear was a foreign concept to her. She playfully blinked at Lu Ziyuan, teasing her. Oh, you naughty Tingqin, how dare you jest? Lu Ziyuan lightly pushed her away, her youthful shyness evident, lacking any real force behind it. Chapter 52. Unexplained hostility. Your Majesty, would you care to take a stroll outside? Madame Chang observed as Lu Ziyuan's fingers absent-mindedly twirled the teacup in her hand, assuming she was merely bored. Ah! Lu Zhiyuan lifted her gaze towards Madame Chang, perplexed. In truth, her mind was preoccupied with the delightful visage of Shen Junran, and her fingers were unconsciously toying with the objects nearby, unaware of her actions. Although Madame Chang was oblivious to the reason behind the young empress's distraction, she reiterated, "I suggest you take a walk, Your Majesty. The room feels rather stuffy." "Very well. Just now the emperor mentioned that there is a lotus pond behind the Zikan Hall, and it is the perfect season for harvesting the lotus seeds. I intended to gather some to enjoy." Lu Zhiyuan nearly uttered the word husband, and she shuddered at the thought of Madame Chang's potential delight upon hearing it. She could only imagine the subsequent barrage of documents that would follow. Madame Chang harbored her own thoughts and failed to notice Lu Zhiyuan's momentary pause, continuing, "You should go now, Your Majesty. The sun is not too strong, and the lotus pond is quite refreshing at this hour." Lu Zhiyuan regarded her with suspicion, realizing that Madame Chang intended not to accompany her. "Madame Chang will not join me?" With a nod, Madame Chang replied, "I shall remain here, Your Majesty. With Ting Qin and Qing Dai accompanying you, it will suffice. There are still many matters I must attend to regarding the items in Zikan Hall." Lu Zhiyuan considered this and found it reasonable, so she dismissed the thought and rose, taking Qing Dai and Ting Qin with her as they ventured outside. Upon arriving at the lotus pond, a vibrant expanse of emerald greeted her, dotted with delicate pink and white lotus flowers, each standing proudly, creating a picturesque scene. A gentle summer breeze swept through, causing the lush green lotus leaves to dance gracefully upon the water surface. With the assistance of Ting Qin and Qing Dai, Lu Zhiyuan cautiously stepped onto a small boat, taking her seat in the middle while Qing Dai and Ting Qin skillfully maneuvered the oars in unison. The pond was ingeniously designed with narrow paths for the small boats to glide through, allowing them to navigate without disturbing the lotus leaves, thus enabling an intimate experience of lotus gathering and playful splashing, truly a multifaceted delight. She had not anticipated Shen Junran's thoughtful arrangement, though one drawback remained. Her harvest of lotus seeds appeared significantly diminished, leading to less for her to relish. "Your Majesty, please enjoy this while we row to the center. You may gather on your own then." Ting Qin stood and leaned over to pluck a lotus seed pod, offering it directly to Lu Zhiyuan. During her time in the estate, she had always favored picking from the center, not for any reason other than the sheer enjoyment it brought her. The thrill of reaching the middle was simply more amusing. "No rush, we can go slowly. Your Majesty, this pond is far easier to navigate than the one at the estate," Qing Dai remarked, appreciating the well-maintained paths that allowed their boat to glide effortlessly through the water, unimpeded by the obstructive flora. As they reached the center of the pond, Lu Zhiyuan, with ample time at her disposal, felt no urgency. Instead, she began selecting her desired lotus pods. "Ting Qin, row us over there. I wish to pick that one." That particular lotus pod was not only aesthetically pleasing but appeared tender, its succulent seeds promising a delightful treat that could be savored without discarding the heart. Perfect for someone of her leisurely disposition. "Be gentle, Qing Dai. Do not hold too tightly," Lu Zhiyuan urged, as Qing Dai encircled her waist to prevent her from falling into the water in a moment of exuberance. "Your Highness, perhaps we should let Ting Qin retrieve it." At this moment, Lu Zhiyuan was unwilling to acquiesce, her hands stretching forward with determination. Had the lotus leaves not been so densely packed, she might have insisted that Ting Qin row the small boat straight through them. "Loosen your grip a bit more. There is nothing to fear," she insisted. Ting Qin, however, remained on the opposite side, steadying the small boat. "Your Highness, we cannot loosen it further. The boat is swaying perilously, far less stable than solid ground. Just a little more." "Ha ha ha! Who is that little fellow? Quite amusing." A sudden outburst of raucous laughter startled Lu Zhiyuan, nearly causing her to lose her balance and tumble into the water. Fortunately, Ting Qin reached out to steady her. As the small boat rocked precariously, the trio managed to regain their footing and turned their attention to the man who had unexpectedly appeared behind them. The newcomer appeared to be of a similar age to her, clad in a white brocade robe, devoid of any insignia to indicate his identity. Nonetheless, Lu Zhiyuan was certain he was not a guard of the palace. He carelessly waved a fan, exuding an air of hostility. Was it merely her imagination? Qing Dai positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Zhiyuan, warily eyeing the man on the opposite boat. This is the inner palace. We are unaware of your esteemed identity. Foreign officials are not permitted to enter the inner palace at will. If you have mistakenly intruded, we kindly ask you to depart swiftly. Though the man's identity remained unclear, the mere fact that he could approach the lotus pond behind the Ziqing Hall suggested he was not an ordinary individual. Therefore, despite her irritation, Qing Dai maintained a relatively cordial demeanor. Misguided intrusion? This pond. I come and go as I please. No one has ever dared to obstruct me. The man in the white robe scoffed disdainfully. He made no effort to conceal his animosity, forcefully brandishing the oar in his hand, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding lotus leaves and seed pods. Lu Zhiyuan's instincts were correct. He indeed harbored ill feelings towards her. This indicated that he recognized her and was aware of her status. To be so audacious after knowing her identity suggested he was either foolish or possessed a formidable background. Emboldened by his privilege, the lotus flowers and seed pods, her most cherished, were being ruined before her eyes, and naturally, her temper flared. Lu Zhiyuan gestured for Qing Dai to step aside slightly, her gaze sharp as she addressed the man across the way. You may speak as you wish, but why unleash your ire upon the lotus leaves? If you detest them, why venture into a pond filled with them? This is a fish pond. The man in white corrected loudly. It is not a lotus pond. Lu Zhiyuan regarded him as if he were a fool, responding, regardless of the type of pond. If you dislike it, then you should not come here. Unfazed, the man retorted, do you think I care? I am here to observe the goldfish in the water. Why would I be interested in your wretched lotus leaves? And as for the seed pods, what are they good for? Planted here, they obstruct my fish from swimming freely. His annoyance stemmed from the fact that his fish had to navigate around the lotus leaves, and he felt it was unjust that his fish should yield to her aquatic plants. This territory belonged entirely to his fish. Had it not been for Lu Zhiyuan, they would not be so constrained. Lu Zhiyuan cast a few glances into the water, observing the fish swimming joyfully. Where was the evidence of their discontent? However, seeing someone so ruthlessly damage her lotus leaves, she felt compelled to reclaim her dignity. My lotus leaves are the most exquisite, and these lotus pods are the most delectable. It appears that your fish also relish the lotus leaves that thrive in this water, swimming with such delight. There is not a hint of their displeasure. Lu Zhiyuan enunciated her words deliberately, with a heavy emphasis, intending to provoke him further. Chapter 53. The prince and the queen clashed. The man in white was suddenly engulfed by wrath. You speak nonsense. They are not happy in the slightest. How could he feel joy when a significant portion of his territory had been usurped? It seems to me that your own discontent is being unjustly projected onto them. It is truly difficult to indulge in your beloved fish. The man in white noticed Lu Zhiyuan regarding him as if he were mentally deranged and in frustration. He tossed his oar again, sending another large lotus leaf flying. These wretched leaves are utterly hideous. I maintain that my fish are unhappy, and that is simply the truth. Lu Zhiyuan, fully aware of his intentions, recognized that his ire was directed at her rather than the lotus leaves he used as a pretext to express his displeasure. Have you perhaps imbibed too much? Come here to unleash your drunken folly? Why not plunge into the water and clear your head? You could even converse with your cherished goldfish and ascertain whether they appreciate these lotus leaves. Lu Zhiyuan had never encountered such an inexplicable person. He was simply being unreasonable. The man in white narrowed his eyes dangerously. This woman not only viewed him as if he were insane, but now openly accused him of having a deranged mind. How could he tolerate this? Lu Zhiyuan, you dare to insult me. With a furious roar, he hurled a lotus seed pod directly at her face. Your Highness! Qing Dai exclaimed in alarm, immediately positioning herself in front of Lu Zhiyuan. The pod struck her squarely on the back of the head. Seeing his blatant provocation, Lu Zhiyuan maintained a cold demeanor. Did he truly think her easy to bully? With a swift motion, she commanded Ting Qin, deal with him properly. Let him understand that I am far from as docile as I appear. Rest assured, Your Highness, Ting Qin replied, already leaping into action. She had long wished to confront him. He was more outrageous than the ruffians outside. In the blink of an eye, she reached the small boat where the man in white was situated. Just as her toes touched down, a cloud of white powder enveloped her, rendering her vision hazy. Overestimating yourself, the man in white sneered, having dealt with Ting Qin. He then leaped onto Lu Ziyuan's boat, taunting, "Is that what you want? For someone to handle me?" Lu Ziyuan struggled to maintain her composure. "What do you intend to do?" He advanced toward her, deliberately rocking the boat. "What do I intend to do?" "Naturally, to have you wake up in the water. Your Highness, be careful." "Ah." Qing Dai, shielding Lu Ziyuan, was unexpectedly shoved into the water by him. Lu Ziyuan reached out, grasping Qing Dai's hand. "Qing Dai." Lu Ziyuan was fully aware that Qing Dai could not swim, and thus she dared not let go. Watching as the man relentlessly attempted to push her into the water. "I am the queen. Dare you lay a finger on me?" The man in white found amusement in the panic that flickered across her face, showing no fear as he reached out to push her into the water. However, before his hand could touch her, he was suddenly kicked hard from behind. The force of the kick was unyielding, and he lost his balance, plunging directly into the water. With a resounding splash, water erupted around him. Lu Ziyuan turned her head to avoid the spray. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" It was Ting Qin, who had returned unbeknownst to Lu Ziyuan, not only kicking the man into the water, but also assisting Qing Dai back onto the boat. Lu Ziyuan, still trembling from her fright, cast a glance at the white-clad man thrashing in the water and gritted her teeth. "Let us return to the shore." By the time the man in white regained his composure, the three women had already rowed away in their boat. He had merely been taken by surprise when he fell in. Naturally, he could swim, and without hesitation, he pursued them to the shore. As the trio disembarked from the small boat, they noticed the man had caught up with them. "Your Majesty, what has happened?" Chun Zhong entered the lotus pond and saw the three women in a state of panic, with Qing Dai looking particularly disheveled. "Miss Qing Dai has fallen into the water. She must change her attire at once." Chun Zhong quickly summoned someone to stop him. He pushed Qing Dai into the water. "He has gone mad." Lu Ziyuan pointed at the man approaching from behind. "You are the one who has gone mad," the man retorted angrily. Chun Zhong turned to see who it was, nearly losing grip on his feather duster. "Isn't this the notorious troublemaker from the palace? Prince Ning, you mustn't. This is Her Majesty the Empress." He interjected urgently as he stepped forward to obstruct Prince Ning, who was charging towards Lu Ziyuan with the intent to confront her. "Prince Ning?" Lu Ziyuan halted at the mention of Chun Zhong's words, realizing he was the younger brother of Shen Junran, the very troublemaker known as Prince Ning. No wonder he claimed this place was one he could come and go as he pleased. "Step aside." Prince Ning forcefully brushed aside Chun Zhong. His face burned with fury. When had he ever been treated in such a manner? Not only had a maid kicked him, but she had also dared to kick him in the rear. It was an utter humiliation, the greatest affront he had endured in 16 years. If he could bear such indignity, it would be an affront to his reputation as the raucous troublemaker. "Your Highness, please calm your anger. Let us discuss this matter rationally," Chun Zhong urged as he regained his footing. "Get away." Realizing he could not dissuade him, Chun Zhong quickly instructed a young eunuch, "Hurry, summon Granny Chong." Granny Chong had watched Prince Ning grow up. If she could speak a few words of reason, Prince Ning would surely grant her some respect. Moreover, the distance to the Zhiyuan Hall was not far, and she would arrive swiftly. Lu Ziyuan furrowed her brow, aware that he was Shen Junran's own brother. Though she was the Empress, she knew that with Prince Ning's brash and headstrong nature, he would not regard her status. Otherwise, he would not have insulted her upon their first meeting, nor would he have shown her unwarranted hostility. He had indeed attempted to push her into the water just moments before. It was true that Prince Ning had acted first, and she had merely defended herself. Thus, their actions could be considered even. However, if Prince Ning continued to persist, she would not indulge him. With a frosty expression, Prince Ning approached, snorting derisively. "Knowing my identity, you ought to humble yourself and speak kindly. Weren't you just shouting to deal with me?" Lu Ziyuan was left speechless. She had not conceded to him. How could he perceive her words as submission? He was clearly in the wrong, and she was merely stating the facts. "Prince Ning, I am the Empress." Regardless of his status, she held a higher position. "The Empress? And what of it?" Prince Ning scoffed. Is there anyone in or out of the palace who does not know that my elder brother holds me in the highest regard? What does he want? When has the crown prince not indulged him? Not only does he refrain from punishing him after a brawl, but he also tends to his injured hand, fearing that others may not be gentle enough, causing him more pain. What of Lu Zhiyuan being the empress and holding a higher status? He enjoys the affection of his elder brother. Observing the two still at loggerheads, even the ever-reasonable Granny Chong may not be able to mediate. Alas, Chun Zhong flicked his whisk and hurried towards the imperial study. The unruly prince fears nothing but the emperor. Lu Zhiyuan pursed her lips, believing that one must respond to unreasonable and arrogant individuals with force. What do you intend to do? She narrowed her eyes, threatening him not to overstep. The Prince of Ning's gaze hardened, completely disregarding her warning, with a cold glint directed at Tingxin. That kick, no matter what, he would not let it go unpunished. He dares to threaten him. He then lifted his foot to kick at Tingxin. Lu Zhiyuan, taken aback by his brazen and swift action, pushed Tingxin aside, realizing too late that the kick was aimed directly at her abdomen. Tingxin, caught off guard, was pushed several steps back. "Your Highness!" Qing Dai exclaimed, rushing to support the stumbling Lu Zhiyuan, who grimaced in pain. The force with which she had pushed Tingxin caused her to stumble forward, resulting in the prince's kick landing on her side. The prince was startled as well. With his anger dissipating, clarity returned. He was acutely aware of the force exerted in that kick, especially as a martial artist. "You collided with me. I had no intention of kicking you. You cannot blame this on me." Lu Zhiyuan, although he found her insufferable, he never genuinely wished to harm her, merely seeking to toy with her and create some discomfort. He still bore some caution due to the fact that his brother had planted lotus flowers for Lu Zhiyuan. Tingxin, noticing Lu Zhiyuan's pale visage, disregarded all notions of hierarchy and struck the prince with a palm. Taken by surprise, he received the blow, his expression darkening. "How brazen! Do not take advantage of my patience. If you dare to harm my lady, it matters not if you are the Prince of Ning or any other. You shall not escape unscathed." Ignoring all caution, Tingxin launched another kick. The prince sidestepped, narrowing his eyes at her, finding her as detestable as Lu Zhiyuan. Both are martial artists, and thus began a fierce exchange of blows, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Zhao Quan received word from Chun Zhong and, disregarding the gravity of the situation, promptly entered the imperial study, interrupting the ongoing discussion with Shen Junran. "Your Majesty." Shen Junran shifted his gaze to the indiscreet Zhao Quan. "What is it?" Zhao Quan, seeing only Minister Lu and General Nangang present, spoke directly. Chun Zhong sent a message stating that a conflict has arisen between the Prince of Ning and the Empress. They're about to fight by the Lotus Pond. Shen Junran paused, recalling that his younger brother had indeed entered the palace today, and upon his arrival, he would surely head to the Lotus Pond behind the Zikan Hall. Lu Yichen's first reaction was concern for his sister's safety, and as he glanced at the emperor's expression, he was about to speak when he saw the emperor already descending the steps of the throne. Lu Yichen hurriedly followed. "Your Majesty, may I accompany you to take a look?" Shen Junran remained silent, perhaps either not hearing or too preoccupied to respond, swiftly making his way towards the Zikan Palace. Elder Mama returned to Fengyi Palace to fetch the empress's favorite garments, only to receive news of the conflict between the King Ning and the Empress. Abandoning the dresses, she hastened towards the Lotus Pond. How could these two little rascals have stirred up trouble together? She ought to have accompanied Her Majesty at that moment. Chapter 54. He is fierce, thus he must be fiercer. The fierce clash between the two individuals at the Lotus Pond finally came to a halt. Tingxin, having been trained in martial arts since childhood and hailing from the Duke of Ding's residence, naturally held the upper hand. She delivered a couple of kicks to his side, causing the Prince of Ning to curse in pain. The more he cursed, the more irate Tingxin became, and she retaliated by striking his face several times. She was resolute in her determination to not let him go unpunished for daring to harm her young lady. Lu Zhiyuan raised her head and cautioned Tingxin, "Be mindful of his face. Injuries there are too conspicuous, and even if we are in the right, it may not be easy to justify later." Only then did Tingxin relent. "Release this prince, or I assure you, I will not be lenient," the Prince of Ning exclaimed. Tingxin, twisting his arm, noted the pain etched upon his features, His face bore bruises of varying hues, yet he still maintained his arrogance. Silence. Your noise is unbearable. Ting Qin held his hand firmly. As he continued to provoke her, she applied a gentle pressure, eliciting pained cries from him. This maneuver was taught to her by the young master in the past. Where her mistress disguised herself as a man to venture outside, there were always some ruffians who mocked her slender figure, claiming she resembled a woman without a shred of masculine spirit. Though her mistress was indeed a lady, she could not abide such insults, and thus Ting Qin would step in to defend her, employing this very technique to ensure that no one dared to approach her mistress again. The Prince of Ning realized that Ting Qin heeded Lu Zhiyuan's words. He turned to the seated Lu Zhiyuan and shouted, Lu Zhiyuan, either you command your servant to release this prince, or you prepare to kill me. Otherwise, I shall persist in this conflict and do not expect to live in peace. This grudge is now firmly established. I have long been displeased with you, and you dare treat me in such a manner. Just wait, Lu Zhiyuan. After a considerable pause, Lu Zhiyuan felt the pain in her side subsiding significantly. With the support of Qing Dai, she slowly rose to her feet, one hand resting on her side. Her brow slightly furrowed. I do not intend to kill you, but if you would simply apologize and acknowledge your wrongdoing, I might consider releasing you. Given his attitude and arrogance, Lu Zhiyuan was not inclined to allow Ting Qin to let him go. Apologize? I do not even know how to write that word. I have never apologized to anyone in my life, let alone admit fault. You are utterly delusional. Lu Zhiyuan was well aware that he would not concede. She had previously heard of the Prince of Ning's notorious reputation. His title as a troublemaker was not merely whispered within the palace walls, but known far and wide. He disturbed the peace of the capital, prompting the citizens to lodge complaints with the magistrate, who lamented the prince's incessant mischief. Every day, he stirred trouble. Today, in this tavern, tomorrow in that tea house, leaving behind a trail of chaos for others to clean up. While there were many ruffians in the capital, none matched the Prince of Ning's level of audacity. The common folk and officials could only seethe in silence, for who among them did not have a wayward son, particularly when that wayward son was a royal prince, the younger brother of the emperor? To make matters worse, the emperor indulged him greatly. It seemed the Prince of Ning was resolute in his desire for me to not release him. Lu Zhiyuan stepped forward, believing that a spoiled scion must be properly admonished. Regardless of his reputation as a notorious troublemaker, one must be fiercer than he to curb his audacity. Prince Ning had provocatively spoken first, even taking delight in attempting to cast her into the water. As the empress and the sister-in-law of Prince Ning, it was only fitting for her to discipline him. However, upon witnessing her audacity, Prince Ning's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. How dare you presume to instruct me? Just because you hold a title bestowed upon you by the ministers, you have forgotten your place, thinking yourself significant due to a modicum of favor from my brother. Lu Zhiyuan's complexion paled slightly at his disdainful remarks, which made her acutely aware of her position. Despite her usual composure, she felt her resolve falter. After all, she was merely a young lady who had just come of age, unaccustomed to such pointed rebuke. Seeing her discomfort, Prince Ning swelled with arrogance, speaking with reckless abandon. Release me at once. Do you believe that a mere word from me could lead my brother to depose you from your position as empress? Just wait and see. Suddenly, a cold voice interjected, cutting through the air with a piercing chill. Nangyun, how brazen! Upon hearing his younger brother's audacious threats against Lu Zhiyuan, Shen Junran's countenance darkened. The four turned to see a figure sweep in, unexpectedly adding to the gathering. Prince Ning's face brightened at the sight of the newcomer, and he immediately freed himself from Ting Qin's restraint. Just as Shen Junran was about to step forward, a white-clad figure intercepted him. Brother, you have finally come to my rescue. They have ganged up on me, and I bear their bruises all over. They even pushed me into the lotus pond, leaving me battered and sore. Although trained in martial arts, Prince Ning was accustomed to a life of luxury, his fair skin marred by unsightly bruises and scratches that were indeed alarming to behold. Shen Junran frowned at the sight. Ting Qin, upon noticing the emperor's arrival, eased her grip slightly, allowing Prince Ning to break free, and she moved to stand beside Lu Zhiyuan. The trio observed as Prince Ning lamented to Shen Junran, displaying his injuries, the bruises inflicted by Ting Qin and the scratches from the lotus leaves. While they appeared severe, they were merely superficial wounds. After exacting her retribution, Ting Qin's anger had somewhat subsided, tempered by the awareness of his status. Lu Yiqin approached, accompanied by Nan Gongyi. "Sister, are you well?" Lu Yiqin noticed Lu Zhiyuan's pallor and her unwavering gaze fixed on the complaining Prince Ning. He had arrived slightly later than Shen Junran and had not heard the prince's earlier threats. Lu Zhiyuan, retrieving her gaze, forced a smile. "Brother, you too have come." Lu Yiqin replied, "I was in the imperial study attending to matters when I heard the news and decided to come and check on you." Observing the worry etched on his brother's face, Lu Zhiyuan shook her head. "I am fine, thanks to Ting Qin and Qingdai's protection." The secret of the injury at her side was a delicate matter, and it was difficult for her to discuss it with anyone, even her elder brother. "Your Highness, it was that maid who struck me. Not only did she hit me, but she also pushed me into the water. It still hurts, and that maid was complicit in bullying me." Although the Prince of Ning frequently engaged in fights, his status meant that regardless of right or wrong, he merely inflicted pain upon others, or had his guards do so. This was the first time someone had truly hit him, and it hurt considerably. Seeing the Prince of Ning shift all the blame onto Ting Qin and Qing Shuang, Lu Zhiyuan initially wanted to explain, but upon noticing Shen Junyue's stoic expression, focused solely on the prince's injury without sparing her a glance, she too diverted her gaze. She took a few steps towards Lu Yiqin, lowering her voice, "Elder brother, the incident today was instigated by the prince's disrespectful words. I did not provoke him. It was Ting Qin who acted to protect me, and I was the one who urged her to do so. If the emperor decides to impose punishment, could you possibly intercede on my behalf? Foolish girl, do not speak such nonsense. Naturally, I believe that my sister is not one to cause trouble. Rest assured, I will support you." Lu Yiqin raised his hand as if to comfort her, but reconsidered given her current status and let it fall back down. Finally, Matron Chang arrived and immediately perceived the distress in the Empress's eyes, though she remained silent. Her heart ached for her, and she grasped the Empress's hand, scanning her for any injuries. "Is anything hurt?" At that moment, Lu Zhiyuan felt a mix of emotions upon seeing Matron Chang, ultimately shaking her head. "Matron Chang, it is I who is injured." The Prince of Ning, noticing Matron Chang's concern for Lu Zhiyuan, grew furious. "Lu Zhiyuan is indeed a woman of great cunning, deceiving even my royal brother into planting lotus flowers for her, and now winning Matron Chang's favor." Matron Chang cast a glance at the Prince of Ning, but remained silent. The prince's loud voice indicated he was unscathed, and being a man, he could endure such minor injuries. The silent empress, however, was of greater concern to her. "Qing Shuang has fallen into the water." Matron Chang noticed Qing Shuang's wet hair and disheveled appearance, shivering as if she were on the verge of drying her clothes. "Ju Huang, quickly, assist Qing Shuang to change into dry clothes. A young lady must not catch a chill. Even in summer, one must not be careless." Matron Chang urged Qing Shuang to hurry back. Qing Shuang, worried for Lu Zhiyuan, insisted, "My lady, I am fine. I shall return later." She believed that by staying, she could alleviate some of the Empress's burdens. Matron Chang was correct. Qing Shuang needed to change out of her wet garments to avoid harming her health. Lu Zhiyuan reassured her with a gentle pat. "Do not worry. With my elder brother here, I am safe." As Qing Shuang attempted to leave, the Prince of Ning objected. "Matron Chang, she is an accomplice. She cannot be allowed to leave." "Your Highness, do not throw a childish tantrum. We can discuss this later," Matron Chang interjected, stepping forward to persuade him. The Prince of Ning, however, was adamant. If he could not deal with Lu Zhiyuan today, then surely he could not let her maid escape unscathed. "Zhao Quan, take the Prince of Ning below to change into a clean outfit, and summon a physician to examine the injuries on his face." At last, Shen Junran, who had remained silent since their arrival, finally spoke up. The moment he did, the Prince of Ning trembled slightly. "Your Highness." The Prince of Ning expressed both surprise and a sense of grievance. Shen Junran did not deign to spare him a glance, his meaning unmistakable. Reluctantly, the Prince of Ning followed Zhao Quan's lead, casting a warning glance at Lu Zhiyuan as he turned, signaling her to refrain from speaking out of turn. Chapter 55. My Yuan has been wrong. Shen Junran approached the downcast Lu Zhiyuan, his dark eyes reflecting an inscrutable emotion. Lu Yichen stood in front of Lu Zhiyuan, kneeling and clasping his fists. "Your Majesty, although Prince Ning is injured, I implore you to heed the words of Her Majesty the Empress regarding the matter." Prince Ning was the Emperor's younger brother, and since the passing of the Empress Dowager when he was merely 6, he had relied heavily on the Emperor. It could be said that after the age of 6, Prince Ning was seldom seen apart from the Emperor. Even the late Emperor jested about Prince Ning being quite clingy. It was thus evident that the Emperor held great affection for this younger brother, for without Shen Junran's indulgence, the reputation of Prince Ning as a mischievous rascal would not have spread within the palace. Shen Junran halted, gazing at the silent Lu Zhiyuan, whose head hung low, and his heart trembled painfully. "Yichen, you may leave." Lu Zhiyuan clenched her fingers beneath her sleeves. Did she not even afford her elder brother any face? At this moment, only Zhao Quan and Granny Chong understood the gravity of the situation. After serving the Emperor for so many years, one could discern his mood merely through his tone. Zhao Quan glanced at the petite Empress, motioning for the remaining eunuchs and maidservants to withdraw, while Granny Chong pulled Tingqin away. Lu Yichen, anxious for his sister, failed to perceive the absence of anger in Shen Junran's words. "Your Majesty, although Prince Ning's injuries are severe, I understand what you wish to convey. However, Yichen and Nangong may return for now. I have matters to discuss with Yuan." Lu Yichen raised his gaze to Shen Junran, finally recognizing the lack of ire in his tone. Beside him, Nangong promptly stated, "Yes, I take my leave." As he departed, he tugged Lu Yichen along, leaving Lu Zhiyuan in a state of distress. With her elder brother gone, what would become of Qing Dai and Tingqin? What if she could not protect them alone? She stepped aside to align herself with Lu Yichen, preparing to kneel, but was halted by a pair of hands. Yuan, you have done nothing wrong. There is no need to kneel." Upon hearing this, Lu Yichen sighed in relief, his mind now more at ease, and followed Nangong out of the lotus pond. Once all had departed, a profound silence enveloped the space. Shen Junran scrutinized her intently and inquired, "Are you injured anywhere?" Initially taken aback by his assertion that she need not kneel, Lu Zhiyuan's surprise transformed into tears upon hearing his words of concern rather than reproach. She inhaled deeply, stifling her sobs, and turned her head away. "I bear no visible wounds, Your Majesty. It is Prince Ning who is injured, as you have seen." Only visible injuries evoke sympathy, and her minor hurt paled in comparison to the grave injuries sustained by Prince Ning. Again, Shen Junran noted her choice of words, implying there was indeed something amiss. "Your face is unscathed, but what about other areas? Please return and allow me to examine you. What if your injuries lie where they cannot be seen?" A subtle tremor coursed through Shen Junran's heart as he gently took her hands. "Do not neglect your well-being in a fit of pique. I would be deeply pained." Lu Zhiyuan felt a sudden wave of grievance wash over her. Despite the sweet words that had flattered her in the morning, professing his affection when Prince Ning lodged his complaint, he not only turned away from her, but wore a stern expression, clearly believing Ning's words and assuming she had taken advantage of her favored status to bully his younger brother. Now, he spoke of feeling sorry for her, yet she could no longer trust him. Observing her stifled tears, Shen Junran grew anxious, wishing to lift her into his arms and take her back to the Ziqing palace to examine her injuries, but she wriggled free from his grasp. He hesitated to assert himself, instead speaking softly, Yuan, it is my fault for only noticing the wounds on Nanyun's face while neglecting yours. Were you hurt? Does it hurt? Shall we return so the physician can take a look?" He realized he should not have focused solely on what was visible. Just because Nanyun appeared pitiful did not mean his injuries were the most severe. Lu Zhiyuan cast her eyes downward, remaining silent, and remarked that invisible wounds could not evoke the same sympathy as visible ones. Yuan. Shen Junran's voice was tinged with helplessness as he attempted to clarify. "I'm not angry, nor do I blame you." Lu Zhiyuan, suppressing her tears and speaking with a nasal tone, countered, "But you have already believed Prince Ning's words, thinking I was the one who struck first." His heart still leaned toward Prince Ning. She had come to understand that no matter how much Shen Junran dotes on her or claims to love her, she would always be less significant than his younger brother. If only Prince Ning harbored no animosity toward her, she would not have felt the need to compete for his affection, nor would she have taken offense. Yet, the reality was that Prince Ning was openly hostile toward her, and their relationship had deteriorated to the point where future encounters would inevitably lead to conflict. Would she have to endure such humiliation and compromise her dignity? She could feign composure to preserve her life, but she could never allow herself to suffer indignities. Otherwise, the reputation of the Duke of Guo's household would be utterly tarnished. I did not believe Nanyun's words. Rather, I felt pity for his bruised face, which is why I looked at him a little longer. Upon his arrival, Shen Junran had heard his brother's reckless claims and immediately understood that his Yuan had been wronged. Indeed, she had been spoiled by his affection and felt emboldened to speak without restraint. He longed to comfort her, but found himself unable to approach as Nanyun clung to him, and he could not ignore the sight of his brother's battered visage. Despite his anger, he could not bring himself to reproach him, for he had grown up with Nanyun and had promised their mother on her deathbed to protect him. The truth of Nanyun's words was uncertain. However, he understood that Nanyun was only crying out in pain and sounding pitiful, which prompted him to listen patiently, though he did not fully believe everything he had said. The incident had transpired so suddenly that he had yet to investigate the circumstances, but he still found himself inclined to side with Yuan. Lu Zhiyuan bit her lip, stubbornly ignoring him, for in her eyes, it seemed that Shen Junran was merely offering her sweet words to placate her. Shen Junran grasped her arm, suddenly at a loss for how to proceed. Nanyun claimed that Xin had pushed him into the lotus pond, adding that Qing Dai was an accomplice. He had heard much, and though he could surmise some truths, he felt certain that Xin had pushed Nanyun into the pond to protect her, and Qing Dai had fallen in while trying to shield her, had she not? Lu Zhiyuan bit her lip in silence, clearly indicating that he had guessed correctly. Regardless, she would not allow them to punish Tinjing and Qing Dai. Shen Junran observed her stubborn demeanor, wanting to nod, yet resisting, and he understood her thoughts implicitly. If it weren't for Tinjing and Qing Dai protecting Yuan, I would dread that it might be Yuan who fell into the water. They are fiercely loyal to their master. How could I question their actions? Shen Junran genuinely feared for Yuan's safety in the water, but thankfully she was surrounded by those who would defend her. Hearing him express concern for her, Lu Zhiyuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that she was still unharmed. Before she could fully process his relief, she heard him declare that he would not hold Tinjing and Qing Dai accountable, and her worries began to dissipate. The grievances that had built up inside her surged forth with his understanding. With red-rimmed eyes, Lu Zhiyuan spoke in a choked voice, but he said he would strip me of my position as queen, and he said it so arrogantly. She felt unjustly treated. How could a mere prince like Ning Wang utter a word that could lead Shen Junran to depose her? Though she never aspired to be queen, once she attained the position, how could she be cast aside? It would not only bring her shame, but also disgrace the Duke of Dinggua's household. Shen Junran reached out to wipe her tears, assuring her, "No, Yuan will always be my queen and my beloved wife with whom I shall share my life. She will be respected by all. Even my own brother cannot diminish her place in my heart. She was his chosen wife. How could he forsake her?" Lu Zhiyuan pounded her fists against his chest, her voice laced with tears. "You only speak sweet words to deceive me, knowing I am easily swayed. I truly dislike you." Shen Junran embraced her tightly, feeling her tears soak through his clothing, which pained his heart. "It pains me to see my Yuan wrong today." As Lu Zhiyuan cried harder, her tears streaked down his garments, and she lamented, "I am utterly wronged." Ning Wang had unjustly targeted her, mocking her for her stature, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It was utterly bewildering. She had no idea how she had offended Ning Wang. She had never encountered him before, and even prior to entering the palace. His notorious reputation had reached her ears, yet she had never uttered a word of judgment about him. Shen Junran tenderly held her, gently patting her back and patiently soothing her until her sobs began to quiet. "Once Yuan stops crying, we shall confront him together. I will ensure he receives his due punishment, avenging your grievances. You must not bear such unjust suffering." Lu Zhiyuan clung to his waist, giving a few soft huffs, remaining silent, yet her heart felt considerably lighter. At least Shen Junran's demeanor was supportive of her. With reddened eyes, she sniffled and softly declared, "All right, but he must apologize and admit his wrongdoing to me. After dealing with him, he must sincerely apologize to her. Yes, first, he must be reprimanded, and then he must offer a heartfelt apology to Yuan, ensuring he never disrespects her again." Shen Junran, filled with concern, held her close, calming her emotions. Lu Zhiyuan wept for a little longer before gradually ceasing her tears. Shen Junran gently wiped away the remnants of tears from her eyes, his gaze filled with tenderness. Yuan, please do not cry. Can you tell me where it hurts?" He had never forgotten that she bore wounds. Lu Zhiyuan lifted her slightly reddened eyes to meet his, but soon cast them down again. She raised her hand to touch the injured area and murmured, It's my waist." Shen Junran reached out to lightly touch the left side of her waist, and she winced in pain. "It was Nan who kicked you," he deduced with certainty. Shen Junran's voice grew somber. No wonder Tingqin wanted to confront him. He deserved it. It was undoubtedly his fault for injuring Yuan first, prompting Tingqin to protect her and retaliate. Had he been present, he would have shown no mercy. What are you doing?" Lu Zhiyuan exclaimed suddenly, hurriedly wrapping her arms around his neck. Yuan is hurt. We should return to let the physician attend to your wounds. This place was not suitable for examining her injuries. Shen Junran, cradling her in his arms, strode purposefully towards the Zikin Hall. "I can walk on my own." Lu Zhiyuan shyly concealed her face, feeling embarrassed as so many people were watching. His brazen act of carrying her back was too much to bear. "Do not worry. No one dares to look or gossip. All I desire is to carry Yuan swiftly back to tend to your wounds." Chapter 56. Wait. I shall deal with you later within the Zikin Hall. Shen Junran adamantly refused the imperial physician's attempts to apply medicine to his wounds. Despite the physician's earnest pleas, he remained resolute, adopting an air of indifference, as if to ward off any attempts at assistance. Zhao Quan, observing the swelling bruises on his face, bent slightly and urged, "Your Highness, you should allow the physician to treat your injuries." Shen Junran remained unmoved, his attention fixed on the commotion outside the hall, disregarding all others. He was certain that Lu Zhiyuan would report his actions to the emperor. He intended to preserve evidence of her wrongdoing, to demonstrate to his brother the severity of his injuries, which were far worse than hers, ensuring that the emperor would not easily believe her narrative. Zhao Quan and Han Yuanzheng exchanged glances. This unruly prince, who often resorted to violence over trivial matters and wielded his words like weapons that could send adversaries scurrying back to their mothers, had become immovable in his stubbornness. Save for the emperor, no one could coax him into speech. Outside, Mama Chong and Tingqin Dai, equally anxious, peered out until they spotted the emperor returning with the empress in his arms, prompting them to hasten forward. "Mama Chong, quickly summon a physician," Shen Junran commanded upon seeing them. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, Physician Wei is already waiting inside the hall," Mama Chong replied. Having hurriedly summoned the physician upon hearing from Qin Dai that the empress had been injured, she was deeply concerned about the severity of the empress's condition. The sound of palace maids and eunuchs bowing reverently filled the air, causing Shen Junran to spring to his feet and stride toward the entrance. "Your Highness, how could you?" The delight that had illuminated his face swiftly extinguished upon witnessing his brother carrying Lu Zhiyuan back. Not only had the emperor refrained from punishing her, but he had embraced her, initially hiding shyly within Shen Junran's embrace. Lu Zhiyuan instinctively turned her head upon hearing the prince's voice. In that fleeting moment, Shen Junran perceived her glance as a provocation, a challenge. Before he could voice his thoughts, he heard his brother's cold reprimand. "Wait, I shall deal with you later." Shen Junran cast a hurried glance at Shen Junran, his focus solely on Lu Zhiyuan's well-being. Shen Junran watched helplessly as his brother strode into the chambers with Lu Zhiyuan, feeling too intimidated to follow. The icy glare his brother had directed at him moments earlier made it clear that he was genuinely enraged. In a moment of panic, he attempted to flee, but Zhao Quan blocked his path. "Your Highness, the Emperor has issued an order. You cannot leave the Zikin Hall at this moment." Taken aback by Zhao Quan's sudden obstruction, Shen Junran quickly demanded, "My brother said nothing about preventing me from leaving. Step aside." Zhao Quan, suppressing a smile, remained silent, refusing to yield. The emperor's earlier words had clearly indicated his intent to reprimand the prince. Having served the emperor for many years, Zhao Quan could discern the implications of his silence with remarkable accuracy. He had just heard the emperor's direct command. If he allowed Shen Nanyun to depart now, he would be derelict in his duties. Panic-stricken, Shen Nanyun attempted to shove past Zhao Quan, but the palace guards surged forward, restraining him. Your Highness, it would be prudent to wait for the emperor, they advised. Unable to move and fearing further ire from his brother, Shen Nanyun refrained from crying out. Within the chambers, Shen Junran beheld the slight swelling and bruising that marred Lu Ziyuan's waist, a sight that pricked at his heart. His hand, resting on her back, tightened with concern. Lu Ziyuan buried her face in Shen Junran's embrace, hesitant to look down. Initially, the pain had rendered her unsteady, but after a prolonged moment, she felt somewhat alleviated. Yet, under the scrutiny of the physician, the pain seemed to resurge. The physician meticulously examined the injury and reported that it was merely a surface wound, untouched by sinew or bone. Shen Junran grasped her hand firmly, his voice hoarse as he murmured, "It is my fault. It shall not happen again. I will not allow you to be hurt, Yuan. Lu Ziyuan lifted her gaze to meet the turmoil in his eyes, noticing his lips trembling slightly. Very well. I shall hold you to that. If the emperor fails to uphold his promise, I shall no longer trust you." Her tone bore a playful lilt, yet her heart was earnest, for she wished not to encounter a repeat of today's events. Should Prince Ning continue to harbor such animosity, she would not yield. I will ensure that Yuan understands the sincerity of my words today, Shen Junran assured her gently, yet with a resolute undertone. The physician, having applied the necessary ointment with caution, informed Shen Junran, "Your Majesty, the Empress's wounds have been treated. She must refrain from bending or exerting herself for the next few days. I shall come daily to change her dressings." Dismissed, Shen Junran commanded. Once the medicine had dried, Lu Ziyuan insisted on donning her garments, and despite his initial reluctance, he acquiesced. Yuan shall remain here. I will return shortly." He laid her upon the favored couch, propping her back with soft cushions, ensuring that from her position she could observe the activities in the grand hall through the screen. "Very well," she replied softly. As Lu Ziyuan watched him cross beyond the screen and exit, she sensed a foreboding understanding. Once Shen Junran had departed, Shen Zhong meticulously recounted the events that transpired at the Lotus Pond, causing Shen Junran's countenance to darken further. "Bring him in," he commanded. Shen Nanyun was escorted by the guards into the chamber. He raised his eyes, noting the inscrutable expression on his elder brother's face, which betrayed no emotion. Yet Shen Nanyun recognized it as a precursor to his brother's wrath. He instinctively pressed his lips together. "Brother, I." Shen Junran fixed his gaze upon him, his tone icy as he admonished. "When I declared my intention to plant lotus flowers in the pond, you agreed with delight. Yet now, your reluctance is perplexing, and you dare to unleash your ire upon Yuan. Have I been too lenient with you, allowing your temper to flare so? You even presume to provoke my empress, your own sister-in-law." Shen Nanyun was taken aback, unprepared for such reproach from his elder brother, who had never before spoken so harshly to him. "I believed you wished for the lotus flowers, which is why I consented. But if it is for the sake of another's preference, then that is an entirely different matter. What you cherish may be planted in your own fish pond, but what others desire is not permissible." At that moment, Shen Junran realized that the koi in the pond were Shen Nanyun's favorite, a project that had consumed much of his time and effort. Originally, he had planned to relocate them from the palace to care for them elsewhere. However, these delicate fish, much like their owner, were accustomed to that particular environment and would languish if moved, appearing as if they could not survive in any other pond. Yet, this could not justify his targeting Yuan. Yuan is no one else but your imperial sister-in-law, the one I hold dearest to my heart. Shen Nanyun's expression stiffened, and he forced himself to respond, "I shall not address her as imperial sister-in-law." Being a year younger than him, he found it unfathomable to refer to her in such a manner. It was one thing that he could not bring himself to utter those words. But even his elder brother favored her more. For the first time, Shen Nanyun had faced such sternness from his elder brother, who had never treated him in such a manner before. Shen Junran looked down upon the defiant youth with an air of authority. "I have raised you to be respectful of your elders," he admonished. "She is not merely a princess." With a resounding thud, Shen Junran struck the table. "Zhou Guan, take the Prince of Ning away and administer 50 strokes. Only after that will he learn to speak properly." The Prince of Ning gazed up incredulously at Shen Junran. "Brother, you intend to punish me. I have always feared pain, as you well know. I am already in such a state. How can I endure more? Pain is necessary for you to remember not to take advantage of my affection and mistreat Yuan in this manner," Shen Junran replied sternly. Inside the screen, Zhiyuan was taken aback. Few could withstand such a punishment. The guards, upon receiving their orders, seized the struggling Prince of Ning and dragged him away. Outside the hall, the sound of the punishment echoed, accompanied by the prince's defiant cries, which soon transformed into anguished wails. "Brother, it hurts terribly. After 50 strokes, I shall be carried out of the Zikin Hall. I may have the life to leave, but I won't have the strength to return to the Prince of Ning's residence." He lamented. "Brother, I was wrong." His voice diminished progressively, trembling with fear, though Zhiyuan did not catch this last plea. Chapter 57. The Dispute over the Lotus Pond and Fish Pond. Your Majesty, the 50 strikes have been administered, the executioner reported, and Zhao Quan furrowed his brow, glancing at the still figure of Prince Ning slumped over on the bench outside the hall. Casting a fleeting glance at the emperor, he pondered silently. What mischief is Prince Ning up to this time? While the 50 strikes may have been rather severe, Prince Ning is a martial artist. He ought not to have lost consciousness from them. Shen Junran set down his teacup and remarked coolly, "Inquire if he now recognizes his error. Can he converse in a civilized manner?" The guard hesitated, glancing at the barely conscious Prince Ning, stammering for a moment. Noticing that Prince Ning remained unresponsive, he finally spoke. "Your Majesty, Prince Ning has fainted." A protracted silence tightened the heart of the fainting Prince Ning. Those 50 strikes had indeed caused him considerable pain, and the executioners had shown no mercy. Though he had not lost consciousness entirely, the pain radiating from his backside made him wish he had. Surely, his elder brother was aware of his limits and had intentionally inflicted such torment upon him as a means of tormenting him further. Fainted? Shen Junran finally raised his gaze to Prince Ning, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet his words were chillingly cold. "Then let us administer another 15 strikes to rouse him for a response." Shen Junran was taken aback, momentarily disregarding his pain as he propped himself up, exclaiming, elder brother, I was wrong. I should not have feigned unconsciousness. I swear I shall speak properly." Shen Junran, with wide-open eyes and a serious expression, raised his hand towards the heavens in an oath. If those 15 strikes were to fall, he might indeed fulfill the pre-execution warning of being carried out of the Ziqing Hall, perhaps never to return alive to the Prince Ning Manor. If he were to perish, who would care for his beloved goldfish? They would surely be suffocated by Zhiyuan's lotus leaves. His feigned capitulation was solely for the sake of his goldfish. "Bring him in to respond." The 5 words echoed from within, allowing Shen Junran's anxious mind to relax momentarily. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief while slumped over on the bench, the next instant the breath caught in his throat. "Ah! It hurts. He wished to reach out, but upon recalling something, he immediately withdrew his hand. The pain was excruciating, rendering him incapable of movement. Regardless of the circumstances, it was all painful. As he noticed them preparing to move him onto a wooden bed, he quickly interjected, "Do not touch this, Prince. It hurts terribly." The guard, startled by Prince Ning's outburst, immediately retracted his hand. "Well, Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence to respond, so..." Zhao Quan half knelt, his expression empathetic. "Given your current state, you cannot walk in on your own. We must carry you inside. Therefore, we must first move you onto this." Zhao Quan gestured towards the nearby wooden bed, indicating their intent to use it for transport. Upon hearing this, Shen Junran felt utterly wronged. Even the slightest movement brought him pain, yet they expected him to be moved carelessly. Merely contemplating it was enough to anticipate excruciating agony. "Can we not respond here?" Zhao Quan remained silent, merely observing him, the implication clear. Naturally, that was not an option. If only you had not feigned ignorance from the very beginning. Perhaps His Majesty might have felt a tinge of sympathy for you. Yet, you insisted on that charade, refusing to be honest. Prince Ning, it would be wise to hasten your pace. If you keep the Emperor waiting, those 15 lashes you narrowly escaped may very well be reinstated. Gritting his teeth, Prince Ning begrudgingly softened his tone, urging them to handle him with care. Zhao Quan chuckled as he rose, noting that while he could not promise a gentler approach, he could at least ensure a steadier lift into the hall. After a considerable commotion, Prince Ning grimaced and shouted, as if raising his voice could somehow alleviate his suffering. Once he was finally carried into the grand hall, he emerged as if from underwater, drenched in perspiration. A cool breeze swept over him, the heat dissipating, and the pain in his body appeared to lessen somewhat. Lifting his gaze, he found himself staring at Lu Zhiyuan, who was comfortably reclined on the noble consort's couch, propped up with several soft cushions. It seemed that at some point, Shen Junran had carried Lu Zhiyuan out from behind the screen. She offered him a faint smile. Yet Prince Ning felt his ears flush with embarrassment. His pitiful state had been fully exposed to her. Alas, his masculine dignity had been utterly compromised. How could he ever muster the courage to scold her again? After a moment of awkwardness, Shen Nanyun quickly regained his haughty demeanor, but found himself lying on the wooden bed, looking up at Lu Zhiyuan, exuding arrogance yet lacking any real authority. What? Is 50 lashes insufficient? Did you not learn your lesson? Shen Junran questioned sternly. Immediately, Shen Nanyun complied, but his next words betrayed him. Be obedient and apologize to your imperial sister-in-law. With a dismissive snort, Shen Nanyun muttered under his breath that he would never call her imperial sister-in-law, nor would he apologize. He had already dealt with her. He had no intention of doing so again. Suddenly, Shen Junran turned to stare at him, asking pointedly, "Are you still defiant after being punished? Do you not understand the reason for your punishment today?" Shen Nanyun hesitated, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. He recalled how he had initially targeted Lu Zhiyuan at the fish pond, using harsh words and later attempting to push her into the water. Though he recognized his transgressions, he steadfastly refused to apologize, thinking that she was younger than him by a year and he could not bring himself to address her as imperial sister-in-law. Cleverly, he sidestepped the incident at the fish pond and stubbornly turned his head away afterward. Noticing the notorious troublemaker's flushed ears, Shen Junran frowned and remarked, "You find it embarrassing to call her imperial sister-in-law, yet you have married someone younger than your own brother. Do you not feel ashamed to face the world?" Lu Zhiyuan looked quizzically at the two brothers, both of whom had turned red. What was going on? Shen Junran cleared his throat, suggesting that if he could not utter those words, he should at least acknowledge his mistake to Yuan. "Once you admit your fault, it will be easier to address her properly," he insisted, refusing to let Shen Nanyun evade the situation. Shen Nanyun's expression hardened as he pointed to his own face, expressing his displeasure. "Brother, she had others beaten me to this state, and now she wants me to apologize? The fact that I didn't retaliate is already a kindness. When have I ever suffered such indignity? The title of Chaos Prince is not bestowed without cause. From a young age, he has been the one to inflict blows upon others, never having been on the receiving end, nor has he ever endured a kick to the rear. Today marks the occurrence of not just one, but 3 firsts for him, including a spanking. Why has he ever suffered such indignities? Moreover, it is also her first time being inexplicably targeted." Lu Zhiyuan's temper flared, and she boldly confronted him, questioning whether he truly believed he could retaliate against her. The esteemed Tingqin. Upon hearing her mention her name, Tingqin straightened her posture and took a deliberate step forward, exuding a clear air of intimidation. Shen Nanyun instinctively recoiled. In the lotus pond, she had allowed him some leeway, letting him gain the upper hand, and he evidently took great pride in it. Had she not initially sought to avoid conflict, she would not have found herself retreating to the shore under his relentless pursuit. After finishing her statement, Lu Zhiyuan deliberately touched her face, reminding him not to forget that the injury upon it was inflicted by her own people. Another beating would certainly not pose a challenge. Shen Nanyun's complexion flushed crimson. It was humiliating to be told he couldn't best a woman, and even more so to have her directly expose such an embarrassing truth. He shot Lu Zhiyuan a fierce glare, ultimately gritting his teeth and declaring, "That is a fish pond." Lu Zhiyuan and Shen Junran. Had this child misconstrued the crux of the matter? Noting her silence, Shen Nanyun reiterated, "It is not a lotus pond. It is a fish pond. Do not assume that your ostentatious lotus flowers can overshadow the true essence." This was the last vestige of stubbornness from His Highness, the Prince of Ning. Originally, the fish pond that belonged entirely to him was adorned with blooming lotus leaves and flowers, and if he could not even safeguard the name of the pond, he would do a disservice to the honor of being the Chaos Prince, and he would not permit others to regard him with anything less than awe. Indeed, the title of Chaos Prince, in his eyes, was not a pejorative, but rather a testament to the affection and esteem that his elder brother held for him. Despite his penchant for mischief, others dared not lay a finger on him, for his brother stood firmly by his side. Chapter 58. The Empress Dowager is not so difficult to address. Lu Zhiyuan was at a loss for words. What the place was called seemed trivial. To her, the blooming lotus and ripening seed pods were what mattered. They were pleasing to the eye and delightful to the palate. Whether she referred to it as a lotus pond or he as a fish pond was inconsequential. She had no demands of him, nor did he have any of her. Shen Nanyun, however, was displeased. What did she mean there was no conflict? That fish pond belonged to him. Why should his fish pond be adorned with her lotus flowers? Lu Zhiyuan had never encountered such stubbornness. If her memory served her right, the emperor had planted the lotuses in the pond with his consent. Had he forgotten that it was he who had happily agreed to it? She recalled Shen Junran's original words clearly. "Have you also forgotten that I stated no other preferences except those of the emperor can appear in my fish pond?" He emphasized the words the emperor's preferences to remind her not to misconstrue his intent. Lu Zhiyuan pursed her lips, recalling the argument before the punishment, where the Prince of Ning and Shen Junran contended that his fish pond could not host the lotuses she favored, but only those preferred by Shen Junran. It seemed that Shen Junran's lotuses were grown for her, which stirred animosity in him, as he felt overshadowed by her presence, a newcomer who captured his elder brother's attention. While she could empathize with the Prince of Ning's feelings, she could not accept his unwarranted hostility. The lotus flowers had already been planted in the pond. They would bloom each year, and the seed pods would mature. If he wished to call it fish pond, so be it. Shen Junran grasped Lu Zhiyuan's hand, clearly stating his stance. His preference for the lotuses, regardless of whose they were, was resolute. Shen Nanyun's mood suddenly darkened, but it was only a fleeting moment. He glared at Lu Zhiyuan and declared, "It is indeed a fish pond. I despise lotus flowers and seed pods. Do not think that just because the emperor favors you, I will yield." He would not allow his elder brother's temporary favoritism to dampen his spirits. He would fight for his own interests, ensuring Lu Zhiyuan did not feel triumphant. Understanding his stubborn nature and unwillingness to back down, Shen Junran knew precisely how to handle him. "I will not remove the lotuses from the pond. If you truly cannot tolerate the lotus flowers and seed pods, then remove your fish from the palace." I do not wish for Lu Zhiyuan to suffer any grievances. Upon hearing this, Shen Nanyun became anxious. "Elder brother, you know well that my fish can only thrive in that pond. His goldfish would not survive long if relocated. They were precious indeed." Lu Zhiyuan interjected. "Then my lotus flowers and seed pods can only flourish there as well." Initially, she had no intention of engaging in a dispute, but his attitude compelled her to respond. "You." Sensing another outburst brewing, Shen Junran interrupted him. "Either you move your fish outside the palace, or let us coexist peacefully. The choice is yours." Shen Nanyun stared blankly at Shen Junran, unable to respond, before finally directing a glare at Lu Zhiyuan. Shen Junran positioned himself to block Shen Nanyun's view and spoke with newfound severity. "Lu Zhiyuan would not act so recklessly. Your fish thrive better in the lotus pond than elsewhere. Lu Zhiyuan has made no complaints. What, then, is your dissatisfaction?" "This is a matter of satisfaction and dissatisfaction, entirely revolving around the competition between him and Lu Zhiyuan. I hereby command Zhao Quan to relocate your goldfish to the Prince Ning's residence for its care." Shen Nanyun immediately grew anxious, fearing that his elder brother might take it seriously. "Elder brother, please don't. I will not speak of it again. I shall no longer vent my frustrations on the lotus flowers." For the sake of his goldfish, he endured the indignation caused by the flowers. Yet, the fact that his elder brother favored Lu Ziyuan at every turn left him feeling quite discontented. Seeing him in such distress, Shen Junran furrowed his brow and coldly inquired, "And then? Is there anything else?" Shen Nanyun asked uncertainly, though vague notions began to surface in his mind. Lu Ziyuan raised her gaze to meet Shen Junran's, a slight smile gracing her lips as she straightened her posture. Shen Junran cast him a glance, prompting Shen Nanyun to awkwardly turn away, ultimately relenting. "I was wrong. Your tone must be sincere," Shen Junran instructed. Shen Nanyun's ears flushed with embarrassment, his face following suit. "I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness, dear sister-in-law." Shen Junran raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, noting that it wasn't so difficult to address her as such after all. Having apologized, Lu Ziyuan would not dwell on the matter indefinitely. Punishment had been meted out and apologies exchanged, so the tension of the day had nearly dissipated. As the first time she played the role of sister-in-law, she ought to exhibit a modicum of magnanimity. "Very well, I forgive you today," she declared. Upon hearing this, Shen Junran's eyes gleamed with amusement, realizing that her words implied forgiveness for the current incident, but any future transgressions by Nanyun would still require an apology. Shen Nanyun, relieved by her words, chose not to probe further into the underlying meanings of Lu Ziyuan's statement. Han Yuanzheng, accompany the Prince Ning to tend to his injuries. The weather is sweltering, and wounds can easily become inflamed. Do not delay. Although she had not personally experienced 50 lashes, she had heard enough to gauge the pain from the beads of sweat on Prince Ning's brow. Shen Nanyun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Ziyuan would proactively summon the imperial physician for his treatment. Was she genuinely concerned for him? He averted his gaze awkwardly. Lu Ziyuan glanced at the pitiful figure of Prince Ning, who resembled a child, and smiled softly. His temperament reminded her of her own childhood, when others scolded her. She felt compelled to retaliate, while a touch of kindness would soften her resolve. Shen Junran held her hand, sharing a smile, acknowledging that Lu Ziyuan's nature was to repay grievances on the spot, yet she bore no grudges. Zhao Quan, escort Prince Ning to the side hall for treatment. After applying the proper medicine, return him to the Prince Ning's residence. "Elder brother, I am in pain. The constant moving is aggravating it further. I would prefer to recuperate within the palace." Subsequently, Prince Ning began to lament about the cold and unwelcoming nature of his residence, claiming that no one would care for him, insisting he must remain in the palace to heal. Shen Junran, however, was not inclined to agree. He recalled that he and Lu Ziyuan had clashed upon their first meeting, and now Prince Ning was putting on a demure facade, which could easily shift. With numerous maids and servants at his disposal in the Prince Ning's residence, including Yang Mama and Chief Steward Chun, he felt assured of his brother's care. Ultimately, with a steely resolve, Prince Ning set aside his pride and approached Lu Ziyuan. Observing his woeful demeanor, she found him genuinely pitiable. Her heart softened, and she relented. Lu Ziyuan nodded, and Shen Junran chose not to voice any further objections. As Shen Nanyun was carried out of the Grand Hall, Shen Junran grasped Lu Ziyuan's hand. Nanyun, with his impetuous and reckless nature, had just spoken sweetly, yet I could discern his stubbornness beneath. He was adept at playing tricks on others. Should he ever cause Yuan distress, she is welcome to deal with him directly or inform me, but she must never suffer in silence. I am aware he cannot best Tingqin. The emperor need not worry. Lu Ziyuan spoke these words with a hint of pride. Shen Junran cast a glance at Tingqin, well aware of her martial prowess. He had witnessed her assisting Lu Ziyuan in scaling the walls of the estate. Over the years, without Tingqin, Lu Ziyuan would not have enjoyed such victories in venturing beyond the confines of the residence. Shen Junran playfully pinched her chin, his eyes brimming with affection. Does Ziyuan know that Just Huang is also skilled in martial arts? He had meticulously selected 4 first-class maidens for her, each with their unique talents, investing considerable effort in their training. Lu Ziyuan was indeed unaware of Zhu Shuang's abilities. It seemed that among the original 4 first-class maidens of Fengyi Palace, Zhu Shuang had not mentioned her expertise. Now that she was enlightened, she realized she had 2 skilled companions by her side. Alas, they were confined within the palace walls. Had they been outside, With Tingqin and Zhiyuan's assistance, she could have avoided climbing over the walls herself, as they could have easily whisked her away from the Duke of Dinghua's residence. However, those towering palace walls were insurmountable. Not even they could escape. Zhao Quan had arranged for Prince Ning to reside in the farthest courtyard of the Zicheng Hall, and upon hearing the prince's cries, he returned to the main hall, where he encountered Mama Chong at the entrance. Mama Chong, wait. Mama Chong indeed paused, inquiring, "What is it? Where's Miss Tingqin?" Zhao Quan's eyes darted around in search. Mama Chong found this curious. Zhao Quan, when seeking something, typically inquired about Qingdai, not Tingqin. What prompted such a change today? She is attending to the Empress's bandage change. Why do you seek Tingqin? Zhao Quan replied with a smile. Oh, it is nothing significant. I simply find Miss Tingqin rather impressive and wish to reacquaint myself with her. Mama Shun. Zhao Quan's intentions were easily discerned, yet he felt no embarrassment or guilt as he continued. I'd always thought Miss Tingqin lacked notable qualities. She was neither as composed as Miss Qingdai, nor as meticulous, and certainly not as clever. In truth, she seemed ill-suited to be a favored maidservant. I often wondered why the innocent and straightforward Empress would trust her to accompany her into the palace, when surely any other maid would have been more reliable. Did they not fear the Empress would struggle with the palace's numerous affairs? Today, however, he realized that despite having witnessed various characters within the palace, he too could misjudge. Just moments ago, while Han Yuan tended to Prince Ning's injuries, he discovered that the prince had suffered more than mere facial bruises. The pain at his side was evident, and the blows had been merciless. Few could endure such punishment, and even with skill, not many would possess the courage to face it. Truly, Miss Tingqin is a paragon of loyalty and valor. Chapter 59. A secret plan. On this particular day, Lu Zhiyuan reclined on a lounge chair in the pavilion, basking in the glow of the evening sun, a ritual she had embraced during her days of convalescence. The injury at her waist, which had been enforced by Shen Junran to necessitate rest, was now devoid of pain, though the bruising still lingered. Despite the visible signs of her ailment, it did not impede her daily activities. Meanwhile, Shen Ninyun languished in the northern courtyard, recuperating from the harsh punishment he had received, which rendered him unable to walk. That very night, following the punishment, he had succumbed to fever, causing considerable distress for both Shen Junran and the imperial physicians. After barely 2 days of recovery, he began to stir again, enduring pain to insist on being carried by eunuchs to the main hall for meals. With his dining schedule more punctual than Shen Junran's visits to Lu Zhiyuan. Of course, his visits were primarily to see Shen Junran. The tension that once characterized Shen Ninyun's interactions with Lu Zhiyuan had dissipated, and though their exchanges remained sparse, his glances towards her now bore a hint of awkwardness. At that moment, Tingqin approached, joyfully holding a tray. Upon spotting Lu Zhiyuan, who appeared lost in thought, she spoke before reaching her. Your Highness, this is the sour plum soup freshly prepared by the imperial kitchen this afternoon. It has been cooled and enriched with ice, perfectly sweetened to your liking. Do give it a taste. Lu Zhiyuan finally withdrew her gaze from the distant sunset, and upon noticing the chilled bowl of sour plum soup, she anticipated its refreshing quality. She sat up, accepted the bowl from Tingqin, and took a sip, her eyes lighting up. Delightful. It tastes just like the one from that shop we used to frequent. I sampled it beforehand to ensure it would please you, Your Highness, Tingqin beamed. It is regrettable that the imperial kitchen cannot replicate the flavor of the wontons from outside the palace. Tingqin, I dearly miss the wontons from East Street. I crave them so much right now. The familiar taste of the sour plum soup stirred her longing for the wontons. Interestingly, Tingqin had also been pondering the wontons, highlighting their shared sentiments. Your Highness, as the Empress, you cannot leave the palace freely, and even if you could, you must refrain from indulging in outside food. This is the imperial palace, not the residence of the Duke of Dinghua, where one can simply scale a wall to escape. Disappointment flickered across Lu Zhiyuan's face as she pouted, contemplating for a moment before her eyes sparkled with inspiration. Your Highness, Tingqin's voice trembled slightly. For after years of companionship, Lu Zhiyuan needed only a fleeting glance for them to understand each other's thoughts. Tingqin shook her head gently. Do not be afraid, Tingqin. Lu Zhiyuan rose from her chair, patting Ting Qin's shoulder. I have made up my mind. We shall proceed as planned. Feigning ignorance, Ting Qin forced a smile. Your Highness, I do not comprehend what you mean. With a sly smile, Lu Ziyuan replied, It matters not if you do not understand. Simply follow my lead. That evening, Lu Ziyuan retired to bed much earlier than usual. Shen Junran, though puzzled, attributed her early slumber to fatigue from a lack of a midday nap. As dawn broke, the sounds of the eunuchs and palace maids assisting Shen Junran with his dressing and grooming gradually faded into silence, followed by the soft click of the closing door, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Lu Ziyuan opened her eyes and peered through the gap in the bed curtains, softly calling, Ting Qin. The great hall door creaked open and then gently closed again. Ting Qin, holding a set of eunuch attire, approached the bedside, saying, Your Highness, do you truly intend to proceed with this? What if the Emperor discovers it? Fear not, for I shall handle everything. Lu Ziyuan reassured her while changing clothes. The more Ting Qin heard Lu Ziyuan's comforting words, the more anxious she became, as her mistress's promises often preceded trouble. Mississippi, perhaps we should inform Sister Qindai. I cannot bear this alone. Lu Ziyuan paused in her actions and replied earnestly, No, that would only increase the risk. If we are indeed discovered, Qindai, being unaware, could still seek help on our behalf. Then why not let me remain ignorant? I am capable of seeking assistance swiftly, Ting Qin protested, feeling distressed and wishing to remain uninformed. Lu Ziyuan feigned ignorance, knowing that Qindai's composed nature would only lead her to dissuade her from this venture. It was already challenging enough to leave the palace, let alone step outside the Zicheng Hall. Soon, Lu Ziyuan had changed her attire and was about to step outside when Ting Qin grasped her arm, compelling her to halt. Ting Qin, we cannot delay. I must reach the Shinwu Gate before the court session concludes. Rest assured, during dinner yesterday, the Emperor mentioned he would be occupied all day and could not accompany me. As long as you safeguard the Zicheng Hall, no one will notice my absence. After the court session, you can inform Qindai and Nurse Chong, and the three of you can devise a plan to protect this place. Yes, you. I will return before nightfall, and thus, no one will be the wiser. Originally, Lu Ziyuan had not intended to act so swiftly, but upon hearing Shen Junran's words the previous evening, she felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. It was indeed a timely stroke of fortune. If he did not come, he would not discover her absence. As long as Shen Junran stayed away, she was confident that Nurse Chong could shield her from scrutiny. Ting Qin seemed subtly persuaded, and Lu Ziyuan gently removed Ting Qin's hand and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Shen Junran had just concluded his morning court session, and he felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids. Your Majesty, do you feel unwell? Zhao Quan, who had been following closely, noticed Shen Junran's sudden halt and raised a hand to massage his brow, his expression filled with concern. Shen Junran was plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease, but could not articulate it. Finally, he glanced toward the Zicheng Hall, intending to inquire with Chun Zhong about what Yuan was doing. Zhao Quan understood. The Emperor was missing the little Empress. Your Majesty, I fear the Empress has not yet risen. In recent days, the little Empress had only been awakening after the Emperor had completed his morning court session. If not for the Emperor's coaxing, she would likely have lingered in slumber until midday. Shen Junran paused, amused by the thought of her stubbornness in bed. He dismissed the thought and proceeded toward the imperial study. At the Shinwu Gate, a voice rang out. Oh, is that not Lord Lin? How did you arrive in a carriage today? Lin Kuei raised his eyes and saw Nangong Yi, who was grinning broadly atop his horse. He merely responded with a faint hum and chose to ignore him, for he did not wish for everyone to know about his injured knee. Nangong Yi simideth, casting a glance at Lin Kuei's knee, but refrained from making light of his horseback journey to the palace gates. Lin Kuei stood before the carriage, scanning his surroundings before he slowly lifted his foot and climbed aboard. My lord, a guard waiting nearby hesitated to assist, not wanting to compromise his master's dignity. His hands wavering uncertainly, Lin Kuei did not lift his eyelids, dismissing the need for assistance. The guard, having served Lin Kuei for many years, understood his temperament well. Apart from his tender affection for his wife, he maintained a cool demeanor towards others. Thus, he reluctantly withdrew his hand from Lin Kuei's arm. watching as he struggled to board the carriage. However, as Lin Kuei managed to insert his head into the carriage, leaving most of his body outside, he glanced up to see a eunuch frowning slightly, about to reprimand him when he heard, "Brother-in-law, what a coincidence." Lu Zhiyuan cheerfully waved at him. Chapter 60. Escaping the palace. Upon uttering those words, even in the dim light of the carriage, it was clear to him who occupied the seat beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively attempted to withdraw his head. Lu Zhiyuan anticipated such a reaction and quickly exclaimed, "Second brother-in-law, I miss my elder sister so much." A threat, undeniably a threat. Ultimately, Lin Kuei still entered the carriage, albeit positioning himself as close to the door as possible, placing the maximum distance between them. "Your Majesty, have you lost your way? I can escort you to the entrance of the imperial garden." Lin Kuei, even without needing to inquire, understood her intention to escape the palace. Although he had little personal interaction with Lu Zhiyuan, he had often heard his wife speak of the empress, who was also his sister-in-law. "I wish to leave the palace," Lu Zhiyuan stated directly, devoid of any circumlocution. "The weather is lovely today. If your Majesty does not wish to stroll in the imperial garden, you may explore other areas of the palace." Lin Kuei feigned ignorance, steadfastly avoiding any mention of leaving the palace. With a sigh, Lu Zhiyuan recognized her second brother-in-law's obstinacy. Only her elder sister could persuade him to break from his usual conventions. "Second brother-in-law, if I had not been unable to locate father and elder brother's carriage, I would not trouble you." She had arrived early at the Shenwu gate, walking back and forth twice without catching sight of their carriage. It took her a while to recall that they had ridden in on horseback, with father occasionally using a carriage. Today, as luck would have it, she had failed to synchronize her thoughts with her father's. Just as she was about to concede defeat, she spotted the Lin family carriage. After a moment of internal conflict, she decided to board it. Lin Kuei glanced at her and perceived the helplessness in her eyes. As though choosing his carriage was a last resort, he averted his gaze, concealing his emotions, yet internally lamented. How could it be that on his first carriage ride into the palace, he encountered her? Why did she choose today to escape? Their impasse lingered until Lu Zhiyuan, lacking Lin Kuei's patience, spoke first. "Second brother-in-law, just drop me off at East Street, and I shall walk the remaining distance myself." "Lin Kui, the problem lies with the palace gates. Your Majesty, while it is still unobserved that you are absent, it would be prudent to return to the inner palace." As Lu Zhiyuan noticed time slipping away, her anxiety mounted. "I have prepared everything in the palace, and the Emperor is quite busy today, unlikely to visit the inner palace. I will return unnoticed after finishing my wontons." Upon seeing his continued indifference, she added urgently, "Please be swift." Lin Kuei turned to her, but Lu Zhiyuan immediately gestured dismissively. "No, no, no. I won't seek you upon my return. I shall ask elder brother for assistance instead." She was aware that this might impose upon him, yet she yearned for the flavors beyond the palace walls. While lacking the refinement of the imperial kitchen, the street food held a cherished taste, and dining at a roadside stall brought a sense of warmth and vibrancy that she adored. "Your Majesty, it is known that even if you were to leave the palace in a carriage belonging to a minister, you would still have to undergo inspection at the palace gates. You would inevitably be discovered and unable to exit the palace. Is she not being overly naive? A carriage belonging to an official would not simply be granted passage without scrutiny." I could hide here." Lu Zhiyuan shyly raised her hand to point at the hidden compartment beneath the seat, adding, "I eat little, just enough, to conceal myself." However, upon receiving Lin Kuei's disapproving gaze, the words she intended to express remained unspoken. Lu Zhiyuan instantly felt as deflated as a wilting eggplant, her head drooping in disappointment. "I merely long for the taste of the wontons from that shop on East Street. I wish to savor them once more. Your Majesty, if you wish to leave the palace, it would be prudent to first consult with His Majesty. For now, we should return. My lord, General Nangong has requested to speak with you. Please disembark the carriage for a discussion." Just as Lin Kuei was about to instruct her to return, he heard Jian Yun's voice from outside. "Nangongyi, has he not already ridden out of the palace?" Lu Zhiyuan shrank back, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Kuei, fearful of the repercussions should anyone discover her in such a disguise. "My lord, Zhiyuan called again, noticing the silence from within the carriage. If you wish to remain undetected, it would be wise to keep silent. Ling Kuei, though perplexed, uttered a brief remark before emerging from the carriage to ascertain the situation. Lu Zhiyuan promptly nestled herself into the corner of the carriage, straining to listen to the sounds outside, terrified that Ling Kuei might betray her. If that were the case, she would have to make a hasty escape. After a moment of silence, her heart raced as she heard footsteps drawing nearer. Soon after, Ling Kuei returned. His expression noticeably softened, devoid of the earlier severity. Second brother-in-law, have you concluded your discussion? Now I. Lu Zhiyuan was uncertain whether he was indicating for her to leave or to stay. Ling Kuei cast a glance her way, remaining silent, and simply instructed Zhiyuan outside the carriage that they could depart. Lu Zhiyuan's heart soared with joy. Thank you, second brother-in-law. After expressing her gratitude, she rose and began to rummage beneath the seat for the hidden compartment, determined to conceal herself. She had already troubled her second brother-in-law enough, and wished to avoid causing him any further inconvenience. Ling Kuei observed her earnestness, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was she truly intent on hiding? Your Majesty, is it appropriate to conceal yourself beneath the seat in front of a minister? Your Majesty, there is no need for such measures. Zhiyuan will handle matters. But will they not still inspect the carriage? Lu Zhiyuan turned, puzzled. Ling Kuei hesitated, struggling to formulate a reason before finally stating, today is an exception. There will be no inspection. Lu Zhiyuan regarded him with suspicion, sensing something amiss since his return, yet given his willingness to assist her in leaving the palace. She obediently acquiesced, trusting his words. After all, with her second sister's connections, he would not jeopardize her safety. When the carriage halted for inspection at the palace gates, it indeed unfolded as Ling Kuei had predicted. They were not subjected to an examination, and they swiftly passed through the gates. The carriage swayed gently as it resumed its journey. As she approached the palace gates, Lu Zhiyuan discreetly brushed her sleeve, feeling somewhat awkward. Second brother-in-law, may I borrow some silver? I left in such haste that I forgot to bring any. The words escaped her lips, her ears flushing with embarrassment. She had only just recalled that she usually had Qingting accompanying her during outings, rendering it unnecessary to carry silver. How much do you need? Lin Kuei inquired. Lu Zhiyuan hesitated, uncertain of the amount required. Perhaps you could lend me all the silver you have on you? I have quite a few purchases in mind, particularly food. She needed to change her attire. The eunuch garb was too conspicuous outside the palace, hindering her ability to roam freely. Lin Kuei contemplated suggesting that she need not borrow any silver, but after a moment's thought, he retrieved his purse. He initially intended to hand it directly to her, uttering a brief command as he extended his hand. Lu Zhiyuan caught sight of the exquisite embroidery on the purse and smirked slightly. It was more than sufficient. Wasn't it merely the purse embroidered by her elder sister? She possessed one too, in fact several, albeit none at present. Ultimately, she extended both hands, palms up, and Lin Kuei poured the loose silver into her hands. The sound of the clinking coins stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. He expected her to carry this silver while wandering the streets, which felt slightly humiliating, yet she lacked the courage to decline, given her lack of funds. She decided to tuck it into her sleeve, wary that a sudden movement might transform her into a fortune dispenser amidst the crowd. The carriage gradually came to a halt, and Lu Zhiyuan alighted, surveying her surroundings. A sense of desolation enveloped her. Had she not trusted Lin Kuei, she might have suspected he intended to sell her. Was this truly an appropriate place to stop? Thank you, second brother-in-law, for accompanying me. Lu Zhiyuan smiled faintly. Please send my regards to my elder sister. Lin Kuei cast a glance at the carriage that had also come to a stop before him. It's just a small favor. Shall I visit the Lin residence after my outing? Lu Zhiyuan ventured, sensing a shift in Lin Kuei's demeanor. He no longer opposed her departure from the palace. After all, it was a rare opportunity to leave, and she ought to visit her sister before returning to the duke's residence to see her brother. Indeed, I shall inform Jiqing. Lin Kuei nodded, gesturing for her to look ahead. That carriage is prepared for you. The occupants will escort you to your desired destination. Off you go. Lu Zhiyuan raised her gaze to behold a lavish carriage stationed before her. She was astonished to discover such grandeur in this location. It was even more magnificent than the ones at the Duke's residence. Second brother-in-law must have come into wealth. With Lin Kuei's trusting gaze upon her, she approached the grand carriage. The driver bowed respectfully, and just as the door opened from within, Lu Ziyuan's heart raced at the sight of its occupant, causing her to flee in terror. How frightening! It's actually Shen Junran. Chapter 61. Mischievous Shen Junran envisioned numerous reactions from her upon seeing him: surprise, astonishment, and even being so moved as to shed tears. Yet, she never anticipated that she would turn on her heels and flee, as if he were some fearsome beast. Given her audacity to sneak out of the palace, Shen Junran was certain she had no reason to fear him. A child raised under the indulgence of loving parents and siblings would hardly be intimidated by a minor transgression. It seemed more likely that she was concerned he had come to retrieve her back to the palace. If that were the case, how had she managed to escape the palace in the first place? Initially preoccupied with state affairs in the imperial study, he felt a persistent unease, prompting him to return to the Zhiyuan hall for a quick glance, seeking reassurance. To his surprise, he found nothing amiss. With a resigned sigh, Shen Junran dismounted the carriage and gazed ahead at the girl who darted away like the wind, clad in ill-fitting eunuch attire that only accentuated her petite charm. As she ran, her loose change clinked and scattered about, leaving Shen Junran in a quandary. Should he laugh or lament? Lin Kuei, who typically wore an impassive expression in the presence of others, could not help but chuckle at Lu Ziyuan's comical antics. No wonder his wife exhibited such contradictions when discussing her younger sister, alternating between sighs and laughter. Today, he finally comprehended the complexity of the situation. With a hint of intrigue, Lin Kuei cast a glance at Shen Junran, noting that the emperor had indeed found himself in a troublesome predicament. "Your Majesty, I have escorted Her Majesty the Empress. I shall take my leave now," he announced. Shen Junran's gaze remained fixed on the girl, who kept glancing back as she ran, responding absent-mindedly, "Yes, go ahead." Lu Ziyuan, pleased to see Shen Junran had not pursued her, turned only to be struck by the realization that a tall wall loomed before her, an impasse. This was indeed a dead end. No wonder Shen Junran appeared so unhurried. He had been waiting for her here all along. Raising her head to behold the towering walls that were twice her height, a frown etched across her face, there was no way over. Yuan, do you require my assistance to help you over?" Shen Junran inquired, having approached her unobserved, arms crossed. Amusement barely contained at the corners of his mouth. She had dashed forward without a thought to her surroundings. Lu Ziyuan pressed her lips together, her body pressed against the wall, feigning ignorance to the movements behind her, striving to diminish her presence. Shen Junran drew closer, teasingly considering whether she had ever heard the tale of the thief who covered his ears. If she wished to ignore him, so be it. She was determined to indulge in wontons today. Resolutely refusing to turn around, Lu Ziyuan felt a chill as the footsteps grew nearer. Shen Junran, intentionally amplifying his steps, lowered his voice. "I have yet to accuse Yuan of any wrongdoing. Why has she resorted to self-reflection against the wall? I have done nothing wrong, nor am I contemplating my actions. It is merely that this wall obstructs my path," Lu Ziyuan retorted, finding his assertions increasingly absurd. Bending slightly, Shen Junran rested his chin upon her shoulder, his face close to hers, as he encircled her waist with his arms. "What is the purpose of your escape if you abandon your silver in the process?" Of course, she feared being taken back to the palace. It was a hard-won escape. If she lost the silver, she could always return to the Duke's residence to ask her brother for more. But if she were caught again, even with silver, she would have nothing to eat. Lu Ziyuan turned her head slightly aside, feeling the intimate and ambiguous embrace from behind, his scent overwhelming despite his change into a purple robe. When Shen Junran noticed her silence, he kissed her cheek, teasingly saying, "Little rascal, I am not here to take you back, but to accompany you for wontons." "Truly, really?" A look of surprise brightened Lu Ziyuan's eyes as she turned to gaze at Shen Junran. Their profiles were already close, and with her sudden movement, their lips brushed against each other. Shen Junran seized the opportunity, kissing her swiftly before withdrawing, affirming, "It is indeed true. For this unanticipated kiss from you, I must accompany you for wontons." Lu Ziyuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she attempted to turn away. How could she have initiated the kiss? It was merely a coincidence. And he had leaned in. Stop. At that moment, Shen Junran had already turned her to face him directly, wrapping his arms around her waist. Intent on kissing her again, Lu Ziyuan pressed her hands against his chest, pushing him away. I'm a eunuch now. The emperor cannot kiss me. It would be humiliating if someone saw. Shen Junran, dressed as a eunuch, seemed to take that role quite seriously. He felt no shame, while she was the one feeling embarrassed. Fine, my personal little eunuch should first change out of this ridiculous outfit and transform into my personal little guard. Suddenly, he released her and squatted down, lifting Lu Ziyuan onto his shoulder. The sudden sensation of weightlessness caused Lu Ziyuan to exclaim, her abdomen pressed against his shoulder, causing discomfort. Angrily, she pounded his back. You, how dare you? Did he not care for her dignity? Shen Junran raised an eyebrow, amused, for it was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a manner. He playfully smacked her bottom, causing her face to flush crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. With the sudden quietness of the person in his arms, Shen Junran strode towards the carriage. Zhao Quan and Ling Feng exchanged glances upon seeing the emperor carrying the little empress back, promptly opening the carriage door and turning away respectfully. Once they reached the carriage, Shen Junran set her down, and Lu Ziyuan glared at him in indignation. Shen Junran playfully pinched her puffed cheeks, but Lu Ziyuan swatted his hand away. Rather than getting upset, he smiled and coaxed her. Go change your clothes first. Then we shall enjoy your favorite wontons. Hearing the mention of wontons, Lu Ziyuan finally turned and climbed into the carriage, her initial purpose of leaving the palace still at the forefront of her mind. Do not come in. As she dove into the carriage, she turned back, warning him fiercely. Shen Junran chuckled. I must assist you in dressing. I do not want that. With a decisive slam, the carriage door closed. Shen Junran touched his nose, amused at how he had managed to provoke her. After a flurry of rustling sounds from within the carriage, he decided to remain outside, waiting patiently for her to finish changing. Zhao Quan and Ling Feng stood in silence, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. They were oblivious to the events unfolding around them. As the carriage door swung open, a youthful figure clad in a matching purple attire came into view. Shen Junran, standing beside the carriage, bore a handsome countenance adorned with a smile, gently leaning forward to whisper, My Yuyin is the most beautiful, regardless of what she wears. Lu Ziyuan had intended to ask for his opinion on her appearance, but to her surprise, Shen Junran had already complimented her. The corners of her mouth lifted, her spirits evidently elevated. No young lady could resist the sweetness of being told she was lovely. Come on, we are headed to Dongjia for wontons, he declared, his tone now light and carefree, the earlier irritation forgotten. Shen Junran extended his hand, playfully pinching the delicate tip of her nose, his eyes filled with affection. It's all about Yuyin. The carriage gradually made its way towards Dongjia, halting in a quieter alleyway, as the bustling crowd ahead made further travel by carriage impossible, necessitating a walk. Shen Junran disembarked first, and as he turned, he spotted Lu Ziyuan preparing to leap from the carriage. With swift reflexes, he caught her midair, enveloping her in his arms. Before he could raise his gaze to meet hers, she burst into peals of laughter, clearly delighted by the playful moment. Are you very happy, Yuyin? Shen Junran inquired, tilting his head slightly to gaze at her. Chapter 62. Savoring the longed-for-flavor, Lu Ziyuan smiled and nodded, undeniably pleased. She recalled that ever since she was 6, she would often leap directly from the carriage, yet each time, she could not land unaided, as her father would always catch her. It was only when she turned 10 that she ceased this playful act, for her mother had remarked that she was now a young lady and ought to comport herself with the grace befitting a gentlewoman. However, today, clad in garments identical to those worn by Shen Junran, she suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm. To her surprise, Shen Junran, much like her father, opened his arms instinctively to catch her. From this moment on, every time you dismount the carriage, I shall catch you just as I did just now. Regardless of whether you are a young lady or my wife, the mother of our future children, you will always remain my beloved little girl, Shen Junran declared. Lu Ziyuan gazed obediently into his eyes, her cheeks visibly flushed. Yet, Her shyness was no match for her joy. Deliberately overlooking the mention of their future children, she replied, "I shall remember that. If you fail to uphold your promise, I will hold a grudge and no longer trust you." Every word exchanged with her was etched into his heart, and he was determined to fulfill them. Shen Junran leaned in and pecked her lips, prompting a slow smile to blossom on Lu Ziyuan's face. East Street bustled as the most vibrant thoroughfare in the capital. Lu Ziyuan had often strolled along this street before. At this moment, it was just past the hour of the snake, and the street was alive with the commotion of passers-by. Lu Ziyuan tugged Shen Junran toward her favored wonton shop, where they found an empty table. As she prepared to sit, a voice from behind, belonging to Zhao Qiuani, halted her. "Young master, allow the young lady to wipe the table first before sitting," Zhao Qiuani said, already reaching for a cloth from his sleeve. The diners enjoying their wontons turned their heads at the utterance, and the shopkeeper momentarily felt awkward. However, upon seeing Lu Ziyuan's countenance, he quickly broke into a smile. Young Master Lu, it has been quite some time since your last visit." Lu Ziyuan frequented the establishment 2 or 3 times a month, which had fostered familiarity between them, with the proprietor often serving her extra portions. Generous in his dealings, each of her visits brought him several days' worth of business. Disregarding Zhao Qiuani's interruption, Lu Ziyuan seated herself. "Indeed, Aunt Zhang, I have been rather busy lately. Let us stick to the usual." Shen Junran exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Qiuani, signaling him not to dampen Lu Ziyuan's spirits, and he too took a seat beside her, showing no sign of reluctance. Understanding his cue, Zhao Qiuani positioned himself at a respectful distance. The proprietress, noticing Zhao Qiuani had stepped back, turned to the newcomer with a smile, inquiring, "Might this young master also prefer his wontons without garlic, like young Master Lu?" Shen Junran was momentarily taken aback, but Lu Ziyuan, aware of the proprietress's secret seasoning, quickly intervened. "Just as I prefer, please." "Very well." Seeing her eyes fixed intently on the pot of wontons, as if they might escape her gaze, Shen Junran recalled how she often forgot to bring money on previous occasions. "Indeed, there were times I neglected to carry silver. Yet the proprietress recognized my face and still served me a bowl. During that period, her mother was quite strict, which compelled Tianqin to impersonate her within the confines of their home. Consequently, she had to scale the wall herself, yet she often forgot to take any silver with her. Reluctant to venture out without the means to indulge, she boldly inquired of the proprietress whether she could extend her credit. Following her gaze, Shen Junran discerned her intent and calculated in his mind. The proprietress indeed proved to be quite accommodating. Before long, the wontons were ready, and it was evident that these 2 bowls contained a more generous serving than those elsewhere. Shen Junran took a bite and found the flavor surpassed that of his household chef, explaining why Yuan longed for them. "Indeed, my recommendation has proven infallible. Should Yuan wish to return for another taste, she need only express her desire, and I shall escort her out. How does that sound?" Lu Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. She actually wanted to convey that the thrill of escaping was far more delightful. It was akin to her experiences at the Duke's residence, where each venture outside was fraught with difficulty yet brimming with excitement. Initially, her parents had not imposed such stringent restrictions on her. A simple notification to her mother would suffice, and she could saunter out with her entourage. However, after her escapade at the age of 8, which resulted in a month-long confinement upon her return, a strict decree against her outings was enforced. Over time, she began to scale the wall to sneak out, and as her escapades became more frequent, she grew fond of the exhilaration it brought her. Indeed, she had come to relish the experience of sneaking away. However, it was evident that Shen Junran's commitments would make it difficult for him to accompany her frequently, given his daily obligations and the myriad affairs from the previous dynasty. Nevertheless, she could still manage to escape on her own. She had now confirmed one thing. Even if she were caught sneaking out, he would not chastise her. After Lu Ziyuan finished her meal, she met Shen Junran's gaze, which sparkled with amusement. "Perhaps I ought to send the palace chefs to learn from the proprietress," she suggested. "That would certainly require a fee for the apprenticeship," Lu Ziyuan replied. "That is only natural," Shen Junran said as he rose and took her hand. "Come, let's explore elsewhere." Seeing that the two had finished their meal, Zhao Quan hastily presented silver to the proprietress. The pair strolled leisurely, but suddenly, Lu Ziyuan halted. Following her line of sight, Shen Junran understood her intent. Do you wish to indulge? Stay put. I shall procure it for you. Lu Ziyuan obediently remained in place, watching as Shen Junran navigated through the crowd to a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Noticing him meticulously selecting the treats, her eyes sparkled, and she lowered her head, grinning foolishly. As she lifted her gaze, her peripheral vision caught sight of a group of vividly dressed women, gracefully fluttering their handkerchiefs as they sweetly beckoned to the men nearby. She could faintly hear the melodious sounds of singing and dancing from within. Her eyes widened with curiosity as she fixated on the words Manshan Tower, a stirring desire igniting within her. She had long wished to witness the famed courtesan of Manshan Tower. Years ago, she had merely glimpsed it and was whisked away before she could lay eyes on the celebrated first courtesan of that time. 7 years had passed, and the renowned courtesan had undoubtedly changed numerous times since then. Casting a glance back at Shen Junran and Zhao Quan, she noticed their attention was not on her, which emboldened her resolve. Upon completing his purchase of the candied hawthorn, Shen Junran turned around only to find that Lu Ziyuan had vanished from her previous spot, her petite purple-clad figure easily noticeable amidst the throng. When she saw her again, Lu Ziyuan was already being teased and flirted with by two vividly dressed women wielding handkerchiefs. With a playful smile that resembled that of a young master, she gazed at them. Shen Junran's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly navigated through the crowd towards Lu Ziyuan. This little rascal, dressed in a splendid men's robe, really believed herself to be one of them? She even wished to visit the brothel. Chapter 63. The arrival of the young master at Manshan. Building upon spotting Lu Ziyuan, the enchanting woman in green approached with an alluring grace, her heavy fragrance causing Lu Ziyuan to instinctively recoil. The green-clad lady paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure, her demeanor becoming even more delicate and inviting. Young master, it seems this is your first visit to Manshan Building, is it not? Allow me to serve you well today, she said, lightly flicking her embroidered handkerchief across her face. Lu Ziyuan chuckled awkwardly, wondering if her enthusiasm was perhaps too forward. She gently pushed away the woman who was nearly pressed against her and curiously peered inside. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed, I have heard much about the renowned Exine Lu, the star courtesan of Manshan Building. I wish to pay my respects and see if she is available today. Oh, so the young master has come to meet Sister Exine Lu. Unfortunately, she is occupied today. Attending to young Master Zhu, the green-clad woman replied, stepping back from her. Perplexed, Lu Ziyuan questioned, who is young Master Zhu? Why is Exine Lu with him all day? The green-clad woman chuckled softly, covering her lips. It is simply because young Master Zhu possesses wealth. If the young master is willing to spend lavishly on Sister Exine Lu, I assure you, she would gladly accompany you for not just a day, but even a night. Spend lavishly? Lu Ziyuan frowned, patting her garments. Realizing she had little to no money on her, having borrowed some from her brother-in-law, which she had already lost. Everything she had indulged in earlier was paid for by Shen Junran. What would be the minimum required just to meet her? Lu Ziyuan blinked, expressing her curiosity. She merely wished for a brief encounter, perhaps just long enough to share a cup of tea. Naturally, it goes to the highest bidder, the green-clad woman noted, sensing her disappointment. If the young master finds himself short on funds today, I could attend to him for just 10 taels of silver. Just as Lu Ziyuan was about to express her intention of merely wanting to see how the courtesan looked, a large hand encircled her waist, pulling her into a warm, broad embrace. Have you learned to be so bold? Shen Junran's voice came, low and threatening. With that, he led her down a tranquil alleyway. Wait, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Lu Ziyuan stammered, feeling the urgency of the situation. The green-clad woman watched with a knowing smile as the furious Shen Junran dragged a flustered Lu Ziyuan away, perhaps anticipating a reprimand to come. In the narrow alley, Lu Ziyuan found herself cornered, his heated breath cascading over her face. She pushed against his shoulder, but he grasped her wrist, twisting it behind her back. One hand encircled her waist, drawing her into his embrace, while the other supported her head to prevent it from striking the wall. It was only when Lu Zhiyuan fell on the brink of suffocation that Shen Junran finally withdrew from her lips. "Do you still wish to see her?" he asked, his voice husky, his breath warm against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Lu Zhiyuan lifted her gaze to meet his, aware that expressing her curiosity would only lead to further teasing from him. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress her desire. "I am merely curious about what the courtesan looks like." As Lu Zhiyuan met his threatening gaze, her confidence faltered, and she struggled to provide an explanation. Shen Junran gently wiped the moisture from the corner of her lips, his movements tender, yet his tone stern. "That is Manshan Lu, a place rife with unsavory characters. Unfit for you, Yuan. Do not think that just because you don a man's attire, you can escape recognition. Such a venue is no place for a virtuous girl. I am a man now, and I can enter without anyone knowing." Lu Zhiyuan blinked up at him. Shen Junran wrapped his arms around her waist, forcing her to rise on her toes, but when he remained unyielding, she turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Noticing her sulking demeanor, Shen Junran pinched her cheek playfully. "Have you forgotten the month-long confinement imposed on you by the Duke of Ding for sneaking into a brothel 7 years ago? How would you possibly know?" Lu Zhiyuan was taken aback and astonished. Had her father's punishment become common knowledge? She thought only her family was privy to it. Shen Junran regarded her, remembering well. It was he who had pulled her from that establishment, carrying her back to the Duke's residence while she raged and cursed at him, vowing to return the next day. When she made that declaration, he said nothing but turned and informed the Duke of her intentions, leading to her confinement. She had harbored resentment for quite some time, yet had entirely forgotten him. "Do you still remember that summer 7 years ago in the Duke's garden? The older brother who spoke with you for 5 days? Do you recall who rescued you from Manshan Lu? Who tempted others to take you inside to see for yourself, only to abandon you when they declined, slipping in alone? At that time, she was young, and Manshan Lu would not permit her entry. She had crept in unnoticed, and had he not arrived in time, she would have faced dire consequences." Lu Zhiyuan ceased her struggle and looked up at his face, as a long-buried memory began to resurface. You are that infuriating older brother?" Shen Junran pressed his forehead against hers, nuzzling her nose with a low chuckle. "So you have not forgotten me after all." Forgotten? He had caused her a month of confinement, and after emerging, she had sought to hold him accountable but found him elusive. She wished to forget, and as long as she refrained from mentioning it, the memories would remain dormant. Reflecting on his words, the summer of 7 years ago, the corridors of the Duke's residence, Manshan Lu, confinement. These terms slowly intertwined in her mind. She recalled the silent older brother, who sat alone in the Duke's garden, staring vacantly into the distance for an entire day without uttering a word. Her father had mentioned that he would be staying for a few days and advised her not to disturb him, treating the older brother with notable respect. Thus, she had complied without further inquiry. One day, having returned from an exhilarating escapade in the countryside, she found her dress soiled and, hesitant to enter through the front door, opted to sneak back in her yard through the rear entrance. She planned to change into a clean dress before paying her respects to her parents. However, she first encountered the older brother, who appeared to be in a somber mood. In an effort to uplift his spirits, she plucked 2 lotus flowers and presented them to him. Having been cherished by her parents throughout her upbringing, she, along with her elder brother and younger sister, had never witnessed such a profound silence and sorrow on anyone's face as she did on his. There was an inexplicable sadness about him that she had never experienced, compelling her to instinctively offer him comfort. Chapter 64, Reminiscence, First Encounter. Even though the older brother did not pay her any attention, as long as he did not harbor any dislike for her, Lu Zhiyuan did not feel disheartened. She believed he was simply too sorrowful, which fostered her extraordinary patience. For 5 consecutive days, she visited that long corridor to converse with him, hoping to see him regain his joy. He remained silent for those 5 days, yet in the last 2, he at least cast her glances, his initial indifference having softened. Encouraged, she spoke incessantly, and at times her throat became parched. Yet he kindly offered her tea. Gradually, his facial expressions relaxed significantly compared to the preceding days. Those 5 days marked her most patient endeavor. a first for her to remain obediently within the estate without yearning for outside amusement. At last, on the morning of the 5th day, summer rain often arrives with thunderous roars, yet drizzles lightly. A resounding clap echoed, accompanied by a flash of lightning. Startled, Zhiyuan instinctively shrank back, leaning towards him. Rather than pushing her away, he shielded her with his own body. The older brother, who had remained mute until then, finally noticed her fear and spoke for the first time. "Do not be afraid. I am here." His voice, though not melodious, bore a raspy quality, as if unused to speaking, yet it inexplicably soothed her, causing her to forget the thunder and revel in the joy of his willingness to converse. She gazed up at him, and he looked down at her. Another thunderclap erupted, but before she could react, his hand covered her ears, muffling the thunderous sound. Zhiyuan tilted her head back, beaming at him, and his gaze softened considerably. The summer rain came unexpectedly, but departed just as swiftly, and soon the sky cleared. He lowered his hand from her ears, his expression neutral, yet his tone was gentle. "The thunder has ceased, and the rain has stopped. There is nothing to fear." In truth, the thunder had long faded, yet his hand remained in place for a moment longer. His voice resembled that of a child as caretaker, prompting her to nod obediently, choosing not to reveal his ruse. She was simply delighted that he had finally spoken, believing she had accomplished something remarkable by coaxing him out of his sorrow. In an effort to further uplift his spirits, she proposed an outing, tempting him with promises of delightful experiences and delectable treats. He furrowed his brow slightly, but acquiesced with a nod. Upon their departure, however, Zhiyuan blushed as she confessed to having forgotten her silver. He paused, yet she observed the corners of his lips curve upwards slightly as he patted her head, saying softly, "I have silver. What would you like to eat? What do you wish to buy? I shall pay for you." Thus liberated from her previous reservations, she eagerly seized anything that caught her fancy. Some items she merely wished to hold without intention to purchase, yet he had already provided the means. The half-day spent with him was the most joyous she had experienced, for she no longer worried about the limitations of her purse. However, there remained one point of contention. He refused to acquiesce to any of her requests. Observing his amiable demeanor and the seemingly endless supply of silver, she implored him to take her to see the most renowned courtesan in the capital, having heard that it required a considerable sum. She had explored the vibrant locales of the capital, but had yet to set foot in the famed Manchun Lu, which intrigued her. Yet the older brother not only rejected her, but also suddenly wore a stern expression, leaving no room for negotiation. "If you have nothing more to purchase, then you should return." He abruptly ceased accompanying her. Zhiyuan, anxious and unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip away, fervently pleaded with him, showering him with every compliment and praise she could muster to appease him. He remained unmoved. Observing his indifference, she began to sulk, irritably stating, "You can go back. I no longer want your company." The older brother remained silent, merely gazing at her. "I shall no longer pay you any heed, nor will I converse with you or play with you again," she threatened fiercely, believing that her refusal to engage with him would strike a heavy blow. She thought he would panic and fear losing her, yet he still did not relent. In a fit of anger, she turned and stormed off, leaving behind the words, "Silent melon." Ultimately, unable to quell her curiosity, she exchanged her purchased items with a little flower girl, pretending to be the flower girl herself as she confidently entered the bustling spring pavilion. No sooner had she entered and begun to survey her surroundings than she caught sight of the silent older brother, who, with a serious demeanor, seized her hand and attempted to pull her out. Zhiyuan resisted, but he lifted her under his arm and carried her out, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Embarrassed, she buried her face in his chest. How humiliating! She was aware of her embarrassment. Yet she had initially felt no shame when entering a place unbefitting a young lady of the Duke's household. He set her down in a less crowded area and immediately reprimanded her. Although Zhiyuan was still irked by the earlier incident and acknowledged the validity of his words, she was too stubborn to listen, refusing to meet his gaze. "Is it the same? You entered boldly, yet exited like a mere object being carried away," he admonished. While she may not be overly composed, she understood the importance of maintaining her dignity. He took hold of her arm and began to lead her home. I will not return with you. I shall go back on my own. Lu Ziyuan stepped back, unwilling to walk, as he had just embarrassed her, and she was determined to resist him. Having just been angered, she could not allow herself to calm down so quickly. That would undermine her pride. That was absolutely out of the question. You refuse to accompany me back, do you? He squinted at her. Lu Ziyuan pressed her lips together in silence, suddenly feeling a tinge of fear at his intense gaze. Fine then. In a fit of anger, he released her hand and turned to leave. But after a few steps, he returned. Terrified, Lu Ziyuan dashed into an alley, sensing that he was genuinely angry. What? Was she to remain there and face his scolding? Before long, he leaped in front of her, prompting her to turn and flee again. Being younger and slower, she was easily caught by him, who leisurely pursued her, grasping her collar and lifting her off the ground, rendering her even more embarrassed than when she had been tucked under his arm. "Let me go," she exclaimed, a mixture of shame and anger swelling within her. "I will tell father that you are bullying me. I must also inform my elder brother to chastise you for bullying his beloved sister. My brother's martial prowess far surpasses yours." He remained silent, merely grasping the collar of her garment, while Lu Ziyuan struggled fiercely, nearly escaping several times. Perhaps finding her too unruly, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and carried her back to the residence. Eventually, she ceased her wriggling. If she continued to shout, it would only attract the attention of passers-by and bring her greater embarrassment. Upon reaching the Shizhao courtyard, with her head down and her body jostled along the way, when she finally stood upright, her face was flushed and tinged with discomfort. "Rest well and behave," he advised, gently patting her head, his eyes reflecting emotions she could not comprehend. However, she was too preoccupied with her own discomfort to notice. Enduring the tumult in her stomach, she glared at him in frustration. "I didn't intend to treat you this way. I did not foresee it would cause you discomfort. Is my oversight my fault?" He seemed to acknowledge his earlier misstep, his gaze somewhat awkward, as he cleared his throat and admitted his error. Noticing the flush on his ears and his attempts to appease her, Lu Ziyuan felt a sense of relief wash over her, as her earlier irritation and embarrassment began to dissipate. She had always been easily soothed and was sensitive to gentle words. Just as she was about to express that she would not hold a grudge this time, but insisted he refrain from such actions in the future, he interjected, "However, you must not venture to places like the land of fireworks again. Although I was wrong to let you suffer, I do not regret my actions today. If I see you there again, I shall carry you back once more." Lu Ziyuan was infuriated, struggling to catch her breath. He did not regret his actions. He intended to carry her away again. His tone was so unapologetic. She found herself unwilling to forgive him. "That is fine. You've carried me back today. But I shall find an opportunity to return tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. You cannot possibly guard me every day." She was determined to vex him as he had vexed her. After saying this, she retreated to her courtyard, refusing to engage with him. Unexpectedly, within the span of a tea ceremony, her father arrived in her courtyard, insisting she be confined to her quarters to learn proper decorum and to refrain from wandering to inappropriate places. Inappropriate places? Aside from him, how could her father possibly know? It was her first punishment, and despite her attempts to charm her father into lifting her confinement, he remained resolute. Lu Ziyuan was taken aback that her mere words, spoken in anger to provoke him, had been taken seriously enough to reach her father's ears. For an entire month, she harbored resentment and berated him, only finding temporary solace in the secretly placed pastries in her courtyard. Once her month-long confinement was lifted, she stormed off to seek him out for retribution, only to discover he had long since vanished, having left a month prior, according to her brother. Thus, unable to find him to unleash her anger, she simmered in silence for another 2 days, resolving to forget that detestable individual to spare herself further distress. Having known him for less than 10 days and not having seen him since, the resentment in her heart gradually began to fade. With her anger dissipated, forgetting someone she had only recently met was not an arduous task, as long as one does not deliberately bring it up. Distant memories will gradually be obscured by new ones. It is only now, when she recalls the detestable older brother's face, that she realizes it coincides with that of Shen Junran. They are, in fact, the same person. Chapter 65. how cunning Lu Zhiyuan sat in the private room of the tea house, sulking as she propped her chin on her hand, offering him only the back of her head. Regardless of what Shen Junran said, she refused to look at him. The matter, which she had initially managed to forget, resurfaced in her mind, causing a flicker of irritation. Shen Junran wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, lifting her onto his lap and gently encircling her fidgeting form, soothingly murmuring, "Yuan, Yuan, when you spoke so earnestly, I took your words to heart. The establishment you mentioned, Manchun Lu, is a den of vice, teeming with all kinds of people. As a young lady, how could you venture into such a place? My concern for you prompted my actions." He continued, "Moreover, I had to return to the palace that very night, leaving me little time to accompany you. I feared your stubbornness would lead you to pursue a visit to Manchun Lu, hence my desperate measures." The turmoil following his father's sudden demise had left him burdened with immense pressure and sorrow. In search of solace, he had sought refuge at the Duke of Ding's residence, where Lu Yichen, worried for him, had extended an invitation. It was during this time that Yuan Yuan, like a ray of light, illuminated his heart, warming it from its icy grip. When discussing the matter with the Duke, he had deliberated carefully, knowing the Duke cherished Yuan Yuan and would not impose a severe punishment. It was only after confirming that the Duke would only confine her that he felt reassured enough to return to the palace. How could he truly bear to let the Duke punish her? Lu Zon gently pushed away his hand that caressed her cheek, turning her head aside. Her voice tinged with displeasure. "I was punished for the first time, and it lasted a month. Even my elder brother and second sister pleaded on my behalf. Yet our parents remained unmoved. You, on the other hand, left without a word, offered no apology, and did not even bid me farewell, despite my having accompanied you for 5 days." He understood that Yuan Yuan was upset with him for causing her punishment, and he had tried to console her. Each time she enjoyed the delicacies he had placed on the gazebo table, she would scold him playfully while munching away. Even after returning to the palace, he could not shake the memory of having angered the little girl, so he made it a point to visit the Duke's residence each day, hoping to find an opportunity to apologize. Yet, each time he stealthily approached, he would hear her grumbling from the windowsill, clearly still upset with him. Recognizing her lingering anger, he would discreetly leave pastries within her line of sight before retreating back to the palace. "Where did you place those pastries and snacks?" Lu Zhiyuan wondered aloud, having assumed her elder brother had left them for her, believing he had bought them to cheer her up for not being able to assist her in front of their parents. Shen Junran tightened his embrace around her waist, resting his chin in the crook of her neck. "Naturally, I am aware of having vexed you, Yuan Yuan, and thus must find ways to bring you joy." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiyuan felt considerably better, at least acknowledging that he recognized his mistake and was making efforts to appease her. "I did not bid you farewell because I feared you were still angry and would not want to see me. I had already upset you, and then I reported you to the Duke. I presumed you would be even more incensed with me, hence my reluctance to appear before you. So, will you not hold any anger towards me any longer?" Listening to his earnest and patient explanation of her recent accusations, word by word, his sincere demeanor revealed a rare humility from the once proud and imposing emperor. The moment he had previously hesitated to show himself out of fear of further upsetting her. Lu Zhiyuan felt her lingering displeasure dissipate. "Then I shall temporarily forgive you," she declared. "Temporarily?" Shen Junran paused, then broke into a quiet laugh. His Yuan Yuan was easily appeased, but also cherished her pride. "I am delighted that Yuan Yuan has forgiven me." Lowering his head, he gently nudged her nose and softly inquired, "Why did you forget me, Yuan Yuan? You must know, I have remembered and thought of you for 7 years." That summer, Yuan Yuan had unexpectedly entered his line of sight, leaving an indelible impression on him. Subsequently, her laughter, her playful antics, and her moments of anger perpetually danced in his mind. The deeper his thoughts grew, the more he yearned to see her. Upon finally encountering her, he wished for her to remain by his side. It wasn't until she entered the palace for the New Year's Eve banquet at the age of 13 that he realized she had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Lu Zhiyuan huffed softly, burying her face against his chest, her voice muffled. "At that time, I thought you were ungrateful. I had spent 5 days talking to you, making you happy, only for you to turn around and report me to my father. so I resolved to forget you." Although her words were tinged with irritation, her arms had already wrapped around his waist, and a faint smile graced her lips. So, the elder brother she spoke of was Shen Junran. He had claimed to think of her for 7 years. "Then your decision to make me your empress was not coerced by the court officials?" she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper, fearing she might miss a single word from him. Shen Junran held her close, gently patting her back, feeling even the slightest movement. Leaning in, he deliberately whispered in her ear, "Yuan was my choice, not a result of pressure. My only empress will be Yuan." He sighed her youthful age, reflecting on his inability to fully control the court 2 years prior. Otherwise, his harem would consist solely of Yuan. Now, to dissolve the 2 concubines and 3 consorts, he must first find a suitable reason, lest he tarnish Yuan's reputation. His Yuan deserved the respect of the world, and he would not allow her to endure any slander, even if he had to bear the burden of any ill repute himself. Chosen? Zhiyuan thought of the peculiar imperial edict regarding her appointment and her father's regret upon seeing her before the wedding. Her father had always believed that Shen Junran's interference in the succession matter had ensnared her in the palace. Now it seemed that Shen Junran had deceived even her father. "You are quite cunning," she remarked. Upon hearing this, Shen Junran recognized that Zhiyuan had grasped the truth. Though innocent, his Yuan was not foolish. "It was because I knew that the Duke did not wish for you to enter the palace, but I longed for you, yearning for you to remain by my side, so that we might love each other until old age. I will always cherish you, ensuring that your smile remains as joyful and carefree as it was that summer 7 years ago." Zhiyuan tightened her grip around his waist, her small face buried against his chest, flushed and warm. Listening to the rhythmic pounding of his heart, hers echoed in tandem. "Is the Emperor once again expressing his affections for me?" Shen Junran lowered his gaze. The girl in his embrace tilted her head back, her striking black and white eyes curving into crescent-shaped smiles, sparkling and beautiful. His lips parted slightly, nodding earnestly yes. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Zhiyuan's heart fluttered. Half a month ago, he had declared that his entire heart was filled with her. Now, he revealed that not only was his heart brimming with thoughts of her, but he had cherished her for 7 years. 7 years? At this realization, Zhiyuan became flustered, feeling a mix of joy and shyness. I was only 8 years old 7 years ago. You had me in your thoughts even then?" Chapter 66. Protecting his wife, Shen Junran felt helpless. Yuan's thoughts were always scattered. While he earnestly expressed his love for her, he did not witness her touched and joyous reaction, but instead saw her flustered and annoyed demeanor. It was also a relief that she finally realized not only did he love her, but he had cherished her for 7 long years. He could only lament that Yuan was still so young, making him wait for 7 years. Shen Junran showed no sign of embarrassment. Rather, he felt a sense of regret. Zhiyuan buried her head into his chest, her ears flushed red. She playfully punched his back and shyly remarked, You have no sense of shame." Shen Junran chuckled softly while holding her close, and Zhiyuan felt his chest tremble, prompting her to strike him again. How annoying. This little display of strength was inconsequential to Shen Junran. Instead, he savored his wife's shyness, which brought him immense joy. To have Yuan as his wife. What did it matter if he felt embarrassed? He pulled her closer against his chest, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. "Besides, between us as husband and wife, as long as Yuan is bashful, that suffices. It wouldn't do if we were both shy." Zhiyuan's face flushed instantly, realizing that since Shen Junran mentioned their acquaintance 7 years ago, he had become increasingly brazen. At the entrance of the Lin residence, Lu Zhijing gazed eagerly at the approaching carriage, instinctively stepping forward. "No need to rush. Take care of yourself," Lin Kuei advised, steadying her waist. Though her pregnancy of over 3 months was not yet visibly apparent, Lin Kuei was particularly concerned for her well-being. Lu Zhijing grasped his extended hand, her eyes fixed on the carriage. "I haven't seen my third sister in a long time. I miss her dearly. I worry about her too. I wonder if she is faring well in the palace. Is she enduring any hardship?" My third sister, with her innocent nature, is now in the palace. I can only feel at ease by seeing her with my own eyes. Lu Zhiyuan was coming to visit her second sister, and Shen Junran naturally accompanied her. Since the emperor and empress were in disguise, Lin Kuei did not bring the entire household of servants to greet them. The carriage came to a halt before Lu Zhijing, and Zhao Quan opened the door. First to alight was Shen Junran, and as Lu Zhiyuan emerged, still halfway out, she joyfully waved to Lu Zhijing, second sister. As Lin Kuei and Lu Zhijing prepared to pay their respects, Shen Junran raised his hand to halt them. No need for excessive formality. Today we are in disguise, and we are family. Let us not concern ourselves with the formalities of rulers and subjects. Lu Zhijing acquiesced, understanding her third sister's nature. It was a rare occasion for her to joyfully leave the palace. She did not want to dampen Lu Zhiyuan's spirits. "Thank you, your majesty." Lu Zhiyuan was momentarily taken aback by Shen Junran's words, but her joy quickly returned. Shen Junran turned and lifted the grinning Lu Zhiyuan down from the carriage. As soon as she regained her balance, she turned her back on her husband and dashed toward Lu Zhijing. "Second sister, I've missed you so much." Though filled with happiness, Lu Zhiyuan was mindful that her second sister was pregnant and refrained from rushing toward her as she had in the past. "Third sister, let me have a good look at you." Lu Zhijing held her sister's hand, scrutinizing her for a considerable time. After Lu Zhiyuan obligingly turned around for her, confirming that she was indeed well, Lu Zhijing finally felt at ease. "Now you can rest assured, my dear second sister, I am thriving in the palace." "Yes, I am reassured." Lu Zhijing raised her hand to smooth the disheveled strands of hair, observing that her sister remained as lively and charming as ever. Just moments ago, the emperor had tenderly held her while assisting her from the carriage, a clear testament to the happiness that enveloped the third sister. The emperor truly cherished her. Lu Zhiyuan clung to her sister's arm while speaking, her gaze continuously drifting towards her sister's abdomen, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Second sister, is the child within you well behaved? Is it not too strenuous?" Lu Zhiyuan had heard that those with child often experience nausea in the initial months, unable to keep anything down, and she worried for her second sister's well-being. Lu Zhijing patted her hand reassuringly. "There was some morning sickness recently, but it wasn't unbearable. With your second brother-in-law's attentive care, I am faring well." After saying this, she cast a smile towards her husband, who was conversing with the emperor. Lin Kuei's gaze met hers, and they exchanged a knowing smile, feeling more secure now that things had settled. The two sisters walked hand in hand towards the Lin residence, leaving the two men standing behind. Shen Junran cleared his throat a couple of times before joining them. The four gathered in the flower hall, enjoying tea and conversation. While Shen Junran and Lin Kuei sipped their tea and engaged in casual dialogue, the sisters were engrossed in whispers. 7 years ago, you met the emperor 7 years ago? Lu Zhijing was taken aback by this revelation, realizing the depth of their connection, explaining the emperor's hesitation in establishing a consort. It became clear that he had indeed been waiting for Yuan to come of age. Lu Zhijing's expression grew somewhat complex as she discreetly glanced at Shen Junran. She had learned from her elder brother that the emperor had designed a scheme to entice their father into allowing the third sister into the palace. Although she felt a mix of irritation and understanding, it indicated that the emperor held Yuan in high regard. Lu Zhiyuan, having just regained her composure, blushed anew at her sister's astonished tone. "At that time, I didn't know he was the emperor, and I even scolded him, later forgetting all about it." Lu Zhijing was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Scolding someone and then forgetting them suited her third sister's nature of holding no grudges. "Brother often says that foolish people have their own fortunes," Lu Zhiyuan mused, glancing at her sister's face, suspecting that what followed would not be favorable. The next moment, her expression fell, knowing her brother was teasing her. "I'm not foolish," she retorted, eager to defend herself. Lu Zhijing grasped her sister's hand, patting it gently. "Knowing that the emperor holds you dear is sufficient. Being a little foolish is of no consequence. The emperor, being the sovereign of the realm, will surely safeguard his naive sister." The sisters continued their conversation for a while until the steward announced that lunch was ready. As Lu Zhiyuan prepared to take her sister's arm to head to the dining hall, she noticed her brother-in-law approaching. "Your Majesty, I shall take care of Zhijing," he said. Though she spoke courteously, her intent to claim the second sister was quite apparent. The second brother-in-law evidently felt that she had monopolized the second sister for far too long. Zhiyuan pressed her lips together, unwilling to relinquish her hold. It had been 3 months since she last saw her second sister, and her eyes brimmed with a pitiful longing, silently beseeching her second sister to choose her. However, based on past experiences, even if the second sister were to select her, the second brother-in-law would not surrender the second sister to her. At that moment, Shen Junran approached, wrapping his arm around her waist, and addressed Lu Zhijing, second sister. "May I have Yuan back?" The utterance of second sister left Lu Zhijing momentarily stunned. Logically, as Shen Junran had wed the third sister, he was indeed entitled to address her as such, yet he was the emperor. She dared not entertain the thought. Shen Junran patiently repeated himself, and Lin Kuei experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure, encircling Lu Zhijing's waist to offer her solace. Feeling the warmth of his hand at her waist, Lu Zhijing's mind was still in a haze when she inadvertently released Lu Ziyuan's hand. Shen Junran nodded lightly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, second sister." In unison, Lu Ziyuan, Lu Zhijing, and Lin Kuei turned their gazes toward Shen Junran, only to subsequently avert their eyes in unison. Finally, Lu Zhijing shook off her stupor, realizing that while the second brother-in-law blamed the third sister for monopolizing her, the emperor openly supported the third sister. It was apparent that the emperor was brazenly backing the third sister. Chapter 67. A touch of whimsy. Lu Ziyuan raised her chin slightly with a playful smile as she gazed at Lin Kuei, her eyes distinctly conveying a sense of triumph. As if to say, "I have my protectors now. I shall no longer be alone." Shen Junran tenderly ruffled her hair, wrapping his arm around her waist as they made their way to the dining hall, with Lin Kuei supporting Lu Zhijing closely behind them. The four of them gathered in the dining hall for their meal. During this time, Shen Junran's initial delight in caring for Lu Ziyuan began to wane. Yet Lu Ziyuan remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy her meal with gusto. Across the table, Lu Zhijing quietly expressed to Lin Kuei her aversion to the oily soup, stating her dislike for its flavor. Lin Kuei, intending to soothe her with reassurances about the soup's health benefits, found himself captivated by the hopeful gaze of his wife. "Then I shall drink it," he said, maintaining his good-natured demeanor as he took the bowl and consumed the soup himself. Lu Zhijing beamed, grateful that there was chicken soup at every meal, though she had grown weary of it and wished to see it less frequently. Lin Kuei then served her a portion of fish, ensuring he had removed all the bones, assuring her, "You can eat it without worry." Her spirits lifted. Lu Zhijing became more engaged in her meal. Seeing her enjoyment, Lin Kuei smiled softly and added another piece of fish to her bowl, encouraging her to savor the fresh and nutritious dish. His tone was gentle and indulgent, a small intimacy shared between husband and wife that she cherished deeply. However, with her younger sister and the emperor present, a hint of shyness crept onto her previously radiant face. Lu Zhijing glanced at Lu Ziyuan, who was watching her intently as she ate, her cheeks flushing slightly. Fortunately, the emperor was oblivious to their exchange, prompting her to cast a disapproving look at Lin Kuei. "Focus on your meal. I do not require your assistance." Lin Kuei remained silent, yet it was inconceivable for him not to care for her. Recently, Lu Zhijing had suffered from severe nausea, causing him great distress. To ensure she received adequate nutrition during her pregnancy, Lin Kuei had devoted considerable effort to encourage her to eat. Shen Junran appeared outwardly indifferent to the happenings across the table, yet his peripheral vision frequently darted toward them. Contemplating his own thoughts, he turned to Lu Ziyuan beside him, realizing that she had never displayed such whimsy towards him before. A sudden envy for Lin Kuei washed over him. He had always been the one to serve her favorite dishes. He knew her preferences well. Anything she disliked could be discarded with just a glance from her. At present, Lu Ziyuan had yet to tire of any dish, as the imperial kitchen consistently prepared a delightful variety for her. If he wished for Lu Ziyuan to exhibit any form of whimsy towards him, he wondered if he should adopt a different approach. His musings led him to conclude that such tactics would not suit her nature. She would simply devise alternative solutions. For instance, when she wished to leave the palace, she never mentioned it to him, but instead sneaked out on her own, never considering to charm him into granting her request. Even this morning, when she implored him to take her to the mansion building for a glimpse of the world outside, it was merely persistent coaxing, devoid of any charm. His young wife was too innocent and exuberant, seemingly unaware of the joys that could come from playfully seeking his indulgence. How might one entice Yuan to playfully coquette with him? What is amiss? Lu Zhiyuan noticed that the hand of the person beside her remained still, leading to a sense of bewilderment. She reached out to wrap her hand around his arm. Shen Junran returned to his senses, set down his chopsticks, and naturally intertwined his fingers with hers. "Oh, it's nothing. I am quite fine," he reassured. Observing their fingers entwined, Lu Ziyuan's curiosity deepened. Was he truly all right? After finishing their meal, the four of them sat together for a while longer. Shen Junran glanced at the sun outside and took Lu Ziyuan's hand, stating, "We must take our leave now." Lu Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. Surely they had no pressing engagements in the afternoon. Nevertheless, she obediently rose to follow him. "Sister, you need not see us off." She intended to bid farewell to her elder sister with a few words, yet Shen Junran held her hand firmly, and her brother-in-law across from them showed no inclination to release his wife either. "Sister, take care of yourself and your baby. I shall return to visit you when I next leave the palace." Lin Kuei furrowed his brow upon hearing her mention returning to the palace. He must be more cautious in the future to prevent her from slipping into his carriage again. Had he not encountered the Emperor today, he wondered how long he would have had to engage in a cat-and-mouse game with her at the Divine Martial Gate. "Rest assured, third sister, you take care of yourself in the palace. Sister, do not worry. I will look after Yuan well and ensure she suffers no grievances," Shen Junran assured, pleased that Lu Zhijing cared for Yuan. Once outside Lin's residence, they boarded the same carriage as before, driven by Ling Feng, with Zhao Quan also seated outside. "Why are we leaving so early? Was it not agreed we would return to the palace after dark?" Lu Ziyuan inquired. Shen Junran lowered his gaze, playfully toying with her fingers, adopting an air of mystery. "Can you guess why?" Lu Ziyuan regarded him with suspicion, feeling he had been peculiar since lunch. "I cannot guess. Please tell me, Your Majesty." She propped her elbow on his thigh, leaning slightly forward, gazing up at him with a radiant smile. Shen Junran met her sparkling eyes, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Perhaps this was indeed Yuan's gentle attempt at coquetry, a promising sign. "You shall find out soon enough," he continued to tease, eager to see if she would venture to coax him further. Lu Ziyuan blinked at him. "Cannot you reveal it now? If you do not tell me, I shall feel an incessant itch of curiosity. Is Your Majesty truly so cruel as to leave me in suspense?" His fingertip brushed against her cheek, eliciting a smile. "Perhaps you could devise a way to persuade me to tell you?" Lu Ziyuan pouted. "May I give you a gentle hit?" "Of course not," he replied. Suddenly, Lu Ziyuan straightened up. Leaning against him was less appealing than relying on herself. She lifted the curtain to gaze outside. "Oh dear, are we still on this street in Lin's residence? After such a long time, why are we still here? Think of a way to get me to reveal it faster." Shen Junran whispered softly in her ear, holding her waist. "I am currently waiting for someone. Hence our delay in reaching our destination." As today's excursion was a spontaneous decision, the customary gifts had yet to be prepared, necessitating a detour. Lu Ziyuan turned around and noticed Shen Junran had distanced himself from her back, returning to his original seat, which only deepened her bewilderment. Observing her expression of distress, Shen Junran let out a subtle sigh. How could she not perceive the opportunity to indulge him with a touch of affection? "Dear Yuan, during lunch today, did you witness how your second sister expressed a reluctance to consume the chicken soup? What did she say to Lin Kuei? And how did she manage to evade that bowl of soup? Ultimately, not only did your second sister avoid drinking it, but Lin Kuei also ended up consuming it on her behalf. Ponder this well." Shen Junran felt he had been quite explicit in his hints. Chapter 68. The return of the door. Lu Ziyuan recalled the scene during lunch when her second sister and brother-in-law interacted. First, her second sister leaned in to whisper into her brother-in-law's ear. Then she gazed intently at him, prompting him to willingly sip the chicken soup before him. Was there anything amiss? Her brother-in-law had always indulged and pampered her second sister, hadn't he? If Shen Junran were to know that Lu Ziyuan had so succinctly summarized Lu Zhijing's flirtation with Lin Kuei, he would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Observing the anticipation in Shen Junran's eyes, Lu Ziyuan leaned closer to him, though uncertain if her thoughts were accurate. The emperor also desired her to address her second sister as husband. Shen Junran corrected her, initially believing she had come to an understanding. Yet she seemed unaware of how to address him. Lu Ziyuan pouted, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head on his shoulder, playfully imitating how he had whispered to her before, "Husband, is this how it's done?" She winked mischievously, though lacking any suggestive undertones. Her playful demeanor was enough to stir Shen Junran's heart. The scent that belonged to her infiltrated his senses. Her warm breath danced in his ear, causing his gaze to darken slightly. Despite her clumsy attempt at mimicry, he had always been defenseless against her charms. A mere gentle tease from her rendered him powerless. Feeling that she was not close enough, Shen Junran desired her to genuinely flirt with him rather than offer such a perfunctory gesture. He feigned calmness, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded her, feeling that the slight distance between them was unnecessary. Lu Ziyuan blushed. Wouldn't he lean closer himself? She lacked the audacity to close the gap, especially with him sitting there motionless, resembling a master. No, he was not merely a master. He was the emperor. I must be cursing him in my heart, Lu Ziyuan thought. Shen Junran was certain she was indeed scolding him internally. Lu Ziyuan smiled awkwardly. No, I'm not one to curse. Oh, little liar. Shen Junran began to lift his hand to embrace her playfully, but recalled that the day's primary objective was to help her appreciate the benefits of flirting with him. So he restrained himself. He lowered his gaze to observe her, waiting for her next move. Husband, Lu Ziyuan softly called. Her voice so charming it almost gave her goosebumps, and in that moment, their bodies pressed tightly together. Shen Junran seemed surprised that she could be so bold, the corners of his lips twitching slightly. Determined, Lu Ziyuan decided to take a leap. She lifted a leg and straddled Shen Junran's lap, her hands clasped around his neck. Husband, please tell me where we should go next? She cooed, shaking her body against him, her form melting against his like a boneless doll. Her hands, initially resting on his neck, now roamed lightly across his chest. Suddenly, a large hand grasped hers, which had been playfully wandering. Little rascal, where did you learn this trick? Shen Junran inquired. Lu Ziyuan met his gaze, curious about where she had acquired such knowledge. Nature is akin to the woman standing outside the full spring pavilion, who is just drawn from her own understanding to transform in such a manner. However, she dares not voice this to Shen Junran, for fear he might misconstrue her intentions as a desire to visit the pavilion. Does my husband find delight in my demeanor? With her hand clasped in his, she leans against him, deliberately tilting her head upwards to gaze at him, her nose teasingly brushing against his chin. Shen Junran chuckles softly, his lips brushing against her forehead. He enjoys this immensely. He wishes for Yuan to be this affectionate with him every day. Lu Ziyuan's heart swells with joy as she wraps her arms around his neck, her low voice whispering seductively in his ear. Can my husband reveal to me our destination? Shen Junran's voice is a low murmur, laced with desire as he fixates on her crimson lips. How about you kiss me once more, my Yuan? At this moment, it becomes indistinguishable who is charming whom. Lu Ziyuan's lips curl into a smile as she tugs at his collar, drawing him closer, sealing his triumphant laughter with her kiss. From behind, it appears Lu Ziyuan is passionately kissing Shen Junran. After a considerable time, Lu Ziyuan pulls away, breathless, while Shen Junran rests his chin atop her head, still yearning for more. Yuan is becoming quite proficient at kissing, he notes. Lu Ziyuan shoots him a playful glare. It's not as if he didn't compel me. Is my husband pleased? She inquires. Naturally, he is delighted. Lu Ziyuan lifts her gaze to him. Then, should you not inform me of our carriage's destination? To a place most familiar to you, Shen Junran replies, planting a kiss on her nose. Lu Ziyuan beams, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You are taking me back to the Duke of Ding's residence. Shen Junran nods. Indeed, newlyweds ought to return home after 3 days. I have delayed far too long. But what others possess shall not be lacking for my Yuan, and I shall provide her with what others do not. Hearing this, Lu Zhiyuan is deeply moved. Without needing Shen Junyue's coaxing, she leans in to kiss him. Shen Junyue, delighted by her initiative, welcomes the affection. However, their embrace is short-lived as the carriage comes to a halt. Outside, Zhao Quan announces, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, we have arrived at the Duke of Ding's residence." Reluctantly, the couple parts and Lu Zhiyuan praises, "Shen Junyue, you are truly wonderful." Shen Junyue, overjoyed, lifts his Yuan from the carriage. Just then, Lu Mu, having just stepped out of the residence, witnesses the emperor personally carrying her daughter from the carriage, with Yuan joyfully clinging to Shen Junyue's neck. The newlywed couple is rather affectionate. Lu Mu, momentarily at a loss for words, observes the evident affection Shen Junyue has for her daughter, and as a mother, she refrains from speaking at that moment. Clearing her throat to remind them, Lu Zhiyuan immediately loosens her grip upon seeing her mother, her face flushing as she exclaims, "Quick, put me down." Shen Junyue found it amusing that she so decisively released her grip. Did Yuan not worry about the possibility of falling? Nonetheless, this indicated that Yuan placed her trust in him as her husband, maintaining a composed demeanor. Shen Junyue gently set her down on solid ground and took pleasure in straightening her garments. Lu Zhiyuan, she understood that speaking against Shen Junyue would be futile, so she cautiously stole glances at her mother's expression. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Just as Lu's mother bent down, she was supported by two hands. Naturally, it was Shen Junyue and Lu Zhiyuan who had simultaneously come to her aid. Shen Junyue remarked, "There is no need for such formalities, my dear mother-in-law. Yuan has missed her parents, and thus today she has come to visit, so let us be at ease as a family." Lu's mother looked up to see the emperor's gaze fixed upon her youngest daughter, and she understood that the emperor's affections extended to her as well. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration." At that moment, the father and son, having received news from the military camp outside the city, hurriedly returned on horseback. The two exchanged polite greetings with Shen Junyue, while Lu Zhiyuan lowered her head and stood behind her mother, listening intently. She feigned calmness, fearing that her mother might mention the incident of Shen Junyue embracing her. But fortunately, once they entered the gates of the Duke's residence, her mother did not bring up the matter. Chapter 69. Discussion upon arriving at the main hall. Lu Huaishu invited Shen Junyue and Lu Zhiyuan to take the seats of honor. Shen Junyue politely declined, leaving Lu Huaishu and his mother comfortably seated, engaged in cheerful conversation over tea, creating a warm atmosphere. As she absent-mindedly toyed with the teacup before her, a sealed jar suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Following the large hands that presented it, she realized it was her elder brother, Lu Yichen. "Elder brother, what is this?" she inquired, with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Lu Yichen replied, "It is your favorite sour plum soup, dear sister. I happened to pass by the shop on my way back and thought of you." Upon receiving the news from the servants that the emperor wished to take Yuan back, they hurried home and were reminded of her fondness for the treat while passing by the familiar plum shop. Lu Yichen opened the lid, releasing the tangy scent of the sour plum soup mingled with the aroma of bayberries. Lu Zhiyuan's eyes brightened instantly. "Thank you, elder brother." He had always been considerate, returning from his outings with her favorite delicacies. He called for a servant to bring an empty teacup, poured a serving of the soup, and handed it to her. "Try it. It's delicious, just as I remember," Lu Zhiyuan said, cradling the cup with satisfaction, gazing happily at her brother. "It tastes delightful, but I mustn't drink too much." Lu Yichen, having witnessed her previous indulgence that left her unwell, prudently set aside the remaining soup, recalling how she had overindulged once before, resulting in discomfort that alarmed the family. Though he was reluctant to deny her, he felt compelled to regulate her consumption due to her insatiable craving for sweet and sour flavors. With a playful pout, Lu Zhiyuan was not at all disheartened by her brother's restrictions. Rather, the familiarity of their interactions filled her with joy. Although Shen Junyue was engaged in conversation with the Duke of Dingwa, he noted the interaction between his young wife and brother-in-law, silently resolving to remember that sour plum soup should be given to Yuan sparingly. "Duke, I shall take Yuan for a stroll in the back garden," the emperor announced, Lu Huaishu was momentarily taken aback, initially intending to suggest they could go, and that he would send someone to summon them for supper later. However, he soon caught the underlying suggestion in his son's words. "Your Majesty, I had nearly forgotten. 7 years ago, during your brief stay at our residence, you were particularly fond of the long corridor in our back garden, were you not? You spent days there, come rain or shine," Lu Yichen remarked, casting a glance at his sister still savoring her soup, and then subtly signaling to their father seated at the head of the table. Lu Huaishu glanced at his son, fully aware of the implication. The emperor had once taken an interest in his youngest daughter when she was merely 8 years old. The thought stirred anger within him, accompanied by a vow to confront the emperor. Yet, seeing the emperor's evident affection for his daughter today, despite his lingering resentment, he recognized that he could not act impulsively against him. There needed to be a valid reason. Lu Yichen understood his father's concerns all too well. He spoke again. "Your Majesty, since today we are not discussing the matters of ruler and subjects, but rather enjoying a joyful gathering as a family. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in martial arts with your Majesty, and I find myself quite eager. The weather is splendid today, and everyone seems to be in high spirits. Shall we indulge in some sparring?" Shen Junran naturally wished to decline, as he preferred to stroll in the back garden with Yuan, a place filled with their cherished memories. However, seeing the enthusiastic Duke of Dinghua at the head of the table and the scheming Lu Yichen beside him, he realized that there was no escaping this sparring session. The pretense of sparring was merely a guise. The true intention was to vent their frustrations. Very well, having initially plotted against the Duke and Yichen, he had anticipated this day would come. Since Yichen had extended the invitation, he would graciously oblige. Sigh. Suddenly, Lu Yichen let out a lament, raising his hand to cover his right arm, feigning regret as he said, "I just remembered that I accidentally injured my arm before leaving home. To avoid dampening your Majesty's spirits, let my father accompany you for the sparring instead." Lu Zhiyuan twitched her lips, casting a bland gaze at her elder brother's theatrics. Could he not act any more insincerely? Lu Yichen showed no sign of embarrassment. Rather, he raised his eyebrows at Lu Zhiyuan. "Father, it seems I must trouble you to assist me." His expression was one of playful mischief. "Father, please do not say that I did not create an opportunity for you." The others were well aware that this was far from a simple sparring match. In the training ground, the figures clad in purple and black were exchanging blows, neither opting for their favored weapons, engaging instead in a bare-handed combat. The reason for this choice was due to the enthusiastic encouragement from Lu Yichen, who sat beside Lu Zhiyuan. Lu Yichen intended to use the pretext of sparring to alleviate the resentment he felt from the emperor's earlier deception alongside Nangongyi. He understood that he could not defeat the emperor and that his participation would only result in a beating. He also knew that his father's skills were inferior to the emperor's. However, the emperor would not dare strike his father in front of his third sister. Conversely, his father could strike the emperor. Hadn't the emperor himself declared that today they would not discuss the matters of ruler and subjects? When Yichen had suggested bare-handed combat, he noticed a flicker of excitement in his father's eyes. Having battled on the battlefield for many years, his father was proficient in both martial arts and military strategy, and the position of Duke of Dinghua had been earned through his father's genuine valor. Although his father's inner strength and lightness of foot might not match the emperor's, in a contest of bare-handed combat devoid of inner strength, the outcome remained uncertain. When he witnessed the emperor deliberately avoiding a punch that could have landed squarely on his father's chest, Lu Yichen felt a surge of delight, his expression revealing his satisfaction. If it were him, that punch would undoubtedly have been directed at himself. "Third sister, who do you think will emerge victorious, the emperor or our father?" As Lu Yichen spoke, Shen Junran inadvertently sidestepped and received a punch to his abdomen. Lu Zhiyuan's gaze shifted from the training ground, her brow slightly furrowed. Perhaps a tie was indeed a possibility. "Oh!" Lu Yichen turned to look at her, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Had his third sister already discerned something? Lu Zhiyuan remained silent, fully aware of the words spoken by Shen Junran before he took the stage. Yuan, do not worry. I shall not allow my father-in-law to come to harm. I have married his most cherished daughter and am already content. Naturally, I must soothe his anger." This declaration implied that Shen Junran was prepared to face his father's wrath in his quest to elevate her status. Shen Junran not only deceived his father, but also coveted his daughter long before, which could hardly fail to incite his father's ire. Shen Junran deliberately did not evade the punches aimed at him, enduring several solid hits. Initially, Lu Huaishu approached the encounter with the intention of reprimanding Shen Junran. However, after a few exchanges, he gradually realized that the emperor was intentionally restraining his strength to meet his blows, likely aware of Lu Huaishu's sentiments. Such a concession of imperial dignity compelled Lu Huaishu to harbor a newfound sense of reassurance towards the emperor, and the frustration that had previously simmered within him began to dissipate. For the sake of Yuan, the emperor willingly allowed him to vent his frustrations, demonstrating an understanding of a father's love for his daughter. This further illustrated the emperor's genuine affection for Yuan. Gradually, Lu Huaishu abandoned his initial intentions and began to engage earnestly in the sparring session. The exchanges became more deliberate, with punches and strikes flowing seamlessly, marking a transition into a more structured practice. Even Lu Yichen, seated in the audience, ceased his amusement and began to appreciate the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 70. Administering medicine, Lu Yichen let out a regretful sigh. It has been quite some time since I last sparred with His Majesty. It seems this time my father has benefited. I suppose I should seek an opportunity to engage in a bout with Nangong Yi and my brother-in-law alongside the emperor. The thought stirs a sense of eagerness within me. Though Lu Zhiyuan did not fully comprehend the situation, she could tell from her elder brother's tone that the contest on stage had reached its peak. Just moments ago, he had forfeited that opportunity, and now he found himself envious of their father. Lu Yichen touched his nose, recalling his earlier reluctance to be the sole target of an onslaught. Had he known it was a gentlemanly match, he would not have yielded. Lu Zhiyuan, seeing through his thoughts but choosing not to voice them, redirected her gaze to the stage. Watching the poised figure clad in purple, memories from 7 years ago flooded her mind. Back then, in her fear, she had darted into an alley, and with a graceful leap, Shen Junran had appeared before her. In that moment, she recognized his martial prowess. Yet she had not anticipated that, despite the passage of years and the myriad affairs of the court, his skills remained formidable, undiminished by the demands of his duties. 7 years prior, she had threatened him with the prospect of their father and elder brother laying hands on him, and at that time, he had remained silent. In retrospect, it was clear he had not felt threatened in the least. Now, due to her, he seemed willing to endure a few blows from their father. As the two participants exchanged their final strikes, they both retreated several paces, stabilizing themselves after dissipating their energies. Each bore minor injuries, yet they skillfully avoided any visible marks on their faces, mindful of Lu Zhiyuan's presence, not wanting her to worry. Lu Huaishu felt elated, his spirits lifted. What a delight! It has been ages since I engaged in such a spirited spar. I must commend the emperor's martial skills. Shen Junran raised an eyebrow with a smile, recognizing that the Duke of Dingguo was pleased and had acknowledged him. Your praise is too generous, father-in-law. I would gladly engage in further sparring whenever the opportunity arises. Lu Huaishu smiled faintly, remaining silent. He was aware that the emperor had only exerted a fraction of his strength during the contest, and he had little understanding of the intricacies of internal energy. As Shen Junran and Lu Huaishu descended from the training ground, Lu Zhiyuan and Lu Yichen approached them. Father, are you injured? Lu Zhiyuan asked, concern etched across her face. In a spar, even the most skilled combatants could sustain minor injuries. Despite her father initially having the upper hand against Shen Junran, the latter had subsequently matched him blow for blow. Seeing his daughter's immediate concern for him, Lu Huaishu's mood brightened further. Such affection was a testament to his indulgence in her upbringing. He intended to pat her head affectionately, but withdrew his hand, damp with sweat. I am perfectly fine, my dear. Merely some superficial wounds. Do not fret, Zhiyuan. Lu Huaishu then turned to Shen Junran, saying, Zhiyuan, please escort the emperor to the Shizhao courtyard to change into fresh garments. I shall send someone to summon you both for dinner later. Lu Zhiyuan nodded at the equally perspiring Shen Junran, adding, Father, you should also return to change. Otherwise, Mother will worry. Such a clever child. Lu Huaishu could not help but lightly tap her forehead, signaling for Lu Yiqin to accompany him as they departed. Only two individuals remained on the scene. Lu Zhiyuan stepped towards Shen Junran, grasping his hand and examining him closely. Is your injury severe? Allow me to see. I have not harmed my father-in-law. Yet he has acknowledged me. In unison, they spoke, momentarily taken aback, before exchanging a smile. Congratulations, my dear husband. You have passed your father's test. It's not serious, merely painful. They spoke simultaneously again, each responding to the other, one with a tone of joy, the other tinged with sympathy. Lu Zhiyuan embraced Shen Junran, tilting her head back with a smile. A comforting hug, and I require a kiss from you. He looked down at her, taking a playful advantage. Lu Zhiyuan hesitated, preparing to rise on her toes, but Shen Junran restrained her waist, saying, Wait until I've cleaned myself before you kiss me. Lu Zhiyuan blinked at him, a smile emerging inexplicably, and she leaned in to inhale his scent. Shen Junran chuckled, stepping back a few paces to prevent her from doing so. I am drenched in sweat. I fear you may not appreciate it. He was well aware that his beloved Lu Zhiyuan detested the scent of perspiration, which was rather pungent. Lu Zhiyuan smiled gently, holding onto his hand. Then let me take you to my courtyard to wash up, and I shall fetch some ointment for bruises from the physician. Will you help me apply it? He inquired eagerly. Lu Zhiyuan guided him toward the setting sun courtyard, a light smile gracing her lips. Indeed, my husband is injured. As a devoted wife, it is only natural that I tend to your wounds. Shen Junran allowed her to lead him, the fading sunlight casting long shadows of their entwined hands on the ground, a glimmer of mirth evident in his deep, dark eyes. Upon returning to the courtyard, the servants had prepared water. Lu Zhiyuan promptly ushered Shen Junran behind the screen while she went to retrieve the medicine. When Shen Junran emerged from the screen after his bath, he noticed Lu Zhiyuan was absent. He did not rush to seek her, but instead seated himself on the couch nearby. Before long, he spotted Lu Zhiyuan standing behind him, holding a jar of ointment. Her steps hurried, perhaps out of concern for him, causing her hair to become slightly disheveled by the breeze. Gently, he reached up to smooth her hair, but Lu Zhiyuan insisted he sit on the daybed, shaking the jar of ointment. I shall apply it for you. With deftness, Shen Junran removed his outer garments, leaving only his undergarments. He tossed his clothes carelessly to one side, revealing a robust and well-defined torso. As he turned, the two bruises on his back came into view, showcasing his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Lu Zhiyuan felt her cheeks flush as she first applied the ointment to his back, her movements tender and cautious. She then bent down, concentrating on the bruise on his abdomen, which appeared more severe than that on his back. As she tended to his wounds, she distinctly heard him stifle a groan, prompting her to be even gentler. I have caused you pain, she murmured, not lifting her gaze, her focus unwavering on the injury. Shen Junran swallowed hard, lowering his eyes to her. Her long, delicate eyelashes resembled a fan, strikingly beautiful, and her warm breath caressed his waist, stirring something deep within him. Not hearing his voice from above, Lu Zhiyuan instinctively felt his pain, too embarrassed to speak due to her pride. She leaned closer, gently blowing on the wound while applying medicine. In her childhood, when she had hurt her arm, her mother would do the same, and the pain would soon diminish. Yuan Yuan. Shen Junran did not expect her to tease him even more. He patiently pulled her up, his voice slightly hoarse. It's all right, Yuan Yuan. Lu Zhiyuan looked at him in confusion, sensing that he seemed to be in greater discomfort. When her gaze shifted to his waist and abdomen, her cheeks flushed as she turned to gaze out the window. At last, she comprehended the situation. Then, you should put on your clothes. Chapter 71. A pitiful display of vulnerability, Shen Junran observed her shyness as she averted her gaze from him. He reached out and grasped her hand, which lay by her side. Yuan Yuan. I'm in pain, he said, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Lu Zhiyuan's heart softened. This time, instead of kneeling, she settled beside him on the daybed and inquired, What must I do for your injury to cease its torment? Just give me a kiss, and the pain will fade, Shen Junran replied, his fingertip caressing her cheek, desire evident in his eyes. Without her consent, he continued to coax her softly, lamenting his discomfort. The ache was trivial for a man accustomed to martial arts, The bruises were hardly significant. However, the genuine discomfort of his body was undeniable, as was his longing to gain favor from her. Yuan Yuan, he called her name with a tenderness that drew one into the throes of passion, instinctively compelling her to acquiesce. Luzon lifted her face slightly, her amber-like eyes scanning his handsome visage, ultimately resting upon his soft lips. One hand gradually settled on his broad shoulder, pulling him closer to her. Shen Junran complied readily. As she exerted a gentle pressure, he inclined his head. Luzon noticed this shift. Her lashes fluttered as she leaned in to press a delicate kiss against his lips, though it could hardly be deemed a kiss. It was merely a fleeting brush. The familiar fragrance enveloped her senses, and her kiss was so light that it seemed to linger on the verge of departure. Yet, Shen Junran was not satisfied with such brevity. He swallowed hard, seizing her hand resting on his shoulder, while his other hand encircled her waist, drawing her closer. Their lips entwined, a mingling of warmth that sent a shudder through Zhiyuan. Struggling to maintain composure, she instinctively reached for his clothing, only to realize that he was bare from the waist up, her hands pressing helplessly against his skin. Not only did his kiss leave her breathless, but it overwhelmed her senses. As she attempted to retreat, he tightened his embrace, and amidst her struggles, a soft gasp escaped her lips. The sound was both delicate and alluring, igniting a fervor within Shen Junran that was increasingly palpable. He lifted her effortlessly, parting her legs as he seated her upon his thigh. "No, wait, we're about to have dinner," she protested, pushing against his chest, unable to meet his gaze. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "I know, Yuan Yuan, just let me hold you," he murmured, his voice low and husky, breath slightly labored. The seductive timbre of his voice sent a shiver through her. She couldn't fathom why he had begun to feign weakness since the afternoon, casting aside the bravado of a man and even the dignity of an emperor. First, he had lamented his pain and requested kisses and embraces. Now, he claimed to endure discomfort, his tone equally pitiful. The evening breeze swayed the window as frame, and the sunset painted the sky in vibrant hues reminiscent of a flushed visage. Yet, this beautiful crimson glow paled in comparison to the enticing blush that adorned Zhiyuan's cheeks. Soon, her parents would send someone to summon them for dinner. If they delayed, they would surely be discovered. Shen Junran was acutely aware that dinner was approaching, and if he indulged his desires recklessly, it would not only leave Yuan Yuan embarrassed in front of her parents and elder brother, but it could also provoke her ire, an ire that would be difficult to appease. Therefore, he decided not to press Yuan Yuan at that moment, thinking that she owed him a favor which she ought to repay upon their return to the palace. He adopted a tone of feigned vulnerability, one that had just moments ago evoked sympathy. Not hearing a response from the person resting on his shoulder, Shen Junran continued, "Yuan Yuan, if it weren't for you teasing me with the medicine earlier, I wouldn't find myself in such an awkward predicament. I understand your shyness. And since I am refraining from teasing you now, is it not only fair that you owe me a compensation later? What kind of reasoning was this?" He restrained himself from provoking her, yet he expected her to be grateful for his supposed mercy. Luzon lifted her head from where it nestled against his neck, intending to glare at him, determined to make him understand that such logic was untenable. However, before she could glare, she noticed his forehead, freshly washed from a bath, taut and glistening, with veins prominently displayed. His body, cradled in her arms, radiated heat, revealing the extent of his struggle to endure. She was by nature tender-hearted. Finally, she nodded and acquiesced. "All right." Shen Junran gently pecked her nose, his eyes sparkling with mischief, for he knew Yuan Yuan possessed a gentle heart. He wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder and nuzzling against her neck. Though she intended to escape his embrace, he tightened his hold. "Be good. I won't misbehave," he murmured in a husky tone. "Yuan Yuan, let me hold you a little longer." Luzon bit her lip lightly and leaned back into his embrace, feeling his tender kisses cascade down her neck. Aware of his discomfort, she found it hard to deny him, allowing him to kiss and nuzzle her as he pleased. The sun had long since dipped below the distant hills, casting the world into twilight, and the room remained unlit, relying solely on the soft glow of the night pearl within. Chapter 72. The Emperor's Brother-in-Law, with a warm smile. Shen Junran lifted her gently and ensured her attire was neatly arranged. He intended to replace her garment, yet Yuan adamantly refused, compelling him to smooth out the creases in her clothing with his own hands. Just as they were engrossed in this task, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a robust voice calling into the room. "Sister, dinner is ready. It is time to eat." Zhiyuan abruptly raised her gaze toward the door, then turned back to Shen Junran, recalling that she had yet to don the clothes she had previously discarded while tending to his wounds. "Put on your attire," she urged, her tone a touch anxious and somewhat stern, which might have suggested a shift in her demeanor. After all, it was Shen Junran who had so diligently arranged her dress earlier, leaving him little time to attend to his own appearance. Shen Junran, unfazed by Zhiyuan's recent attitude, continued to massage her shoulders, maintaining a gentle disposition, even refraining from the usual teasing remarks he would make about her lack of gratitude. "Aren't you going to help me dress?" he inquired leisurely, attempting to lighten the mood. "Not at all. You can do it yourself." "Hurry up," she replied, wary that if she assisted him in dressing, he might once again accuse her of enticing him, demanding recompense for her efforts. Zhiyuan withdrew her arm from his grasp, satisfied after inspecting her own attire, and began to stride toward the door, only to be pulled back moments later. "Wait a moment, let us go out together," Shen Junran requested, his gaze fixed upon her. Zhiyuan was perplexed by his peculiar behavior, wondering if he expected her to watch him dress. Having just bathed, Shen Junran could not wear the same clothing again. Fortunately, the steward had provided more than one set of garments. Just as Zhiyuan reached for the door to knock, it unexpectedly swung open from within. He awkwardly raised a hand in greeting, but upon receiving Shen Junran's cold glare, he quickly lowered it. He rubbed his nose and, adopting a tone of a senior, inquired, "Why the delay? The food will grow cold." Seeing Shen Junran still fixated on him, he sensed the inappropriateness of his earlier tone and added, "It would be unfortunate if it cooled. Wouldn't you agree, third sister?" "Indeed. Let's proceed now," Zhiyuan replied, wishing to avoid any further entanglement in the matter and eager to leave, fearing her elder brother might detect something amiss. Upon arriving in the main hall, they found their parents waiting for them, which caused Zhiyuan to feel a twinge of embarrassment at having kept them waiting. "Father, mother, I apologize for the delay," she began. "What is there to apologize for? We have only just arrived ourselves," Lu Huayu interjected with a smile, noticing the guilt in his youngest daughter's eyes, which tugged at his heartstrings. "Indeed, we are family. Let us dispense with formalities and take our seats," Lu Mother chimed in. With that, Lu Huayu and Lu Mother ushered everyone to sit down, and the family enjoyed a cheerful meal together. Throughout the dinner, Lu Mother persistently ladled soup and served dishes to Zhiyuan, commenting on how she seemed to have lost weight and needed to replenish her strength. Zhiyuan, glancing at the towering bowl before her and then down at her own figure, noted with some surprise that she had not lost weight. In fact, she felt she had gained a little. Seated opposite Zhiyuan, Chen observed his sister's troubled expression. He was well aware of her appetite. The main dishes served were of little use, as pastries and snacks could only satisfy her temporarily. Noticing her reluctance to speak, he interjected, "Mother, are you not aware of how much my sister can eat? It is I who should be replenishing my strength, as I have been quite busy and have lost weight." With a playful smile, Chen extended his bowl, hoping to entice his mother into serving him. Lu Mother cast him a glance, remaining silent. This was not merely a matter of appetite. The priority lay in ensuring her youngest daughter received proper nourishment. Otherwise, she subtly glanced at her daughter's neck, where several discreet marks could be discerned. The evening meal was delayed, likely due to the young couple being engrossed in their own world. Lu Huaishu, rather irked, remarked, "Can you not serve yourself? You are a grown man, yet still require your mother as assistance." Though Chen could defend his sister, he understood that he needed to maintain a certain stature in front of their parents. Thus, he lowered his head and focused on the bowl of rice before him. Suddenly, a large chicken leg appeared in his bowl. Following the hand that placed it there, he found his third sister smiling warmly at him. "Here, enjoy the chicken leg that you love most, big brother." Indeed, it was his third sister who cared for him most. Throughout their childhood, he He had covered for her and brought her treats, and it had not been in vain. The sense of having a sister to protect him was truly delightful. Before he could fully appreciate the moment, another pair of chopsticks reached into his bowl, presenting yet another chicken leg. Shen Junran placed the drumstick before him, saying, "If you like it, do indulge." Liu Chen stared at the two neatly arranged chicken legs in his bowl, perplexed by the emperor's sudden attentiveness towards him. What would be the meaning of this? Although they had grown up together, studied side by side, and even trained in martial arts, their relationship had always surpassed mere sovereign and subject. It was akin to brotherhood. Yet, the emperor had never shown such concern for him before, leaving Liu Chen with an unsettling feeling that there might be ulterior motives behind this gesture. Shen Junran calmly remarked, "Your sister's husband is looking out for you too." Liu Chen felt as though his chopsticks might slip from his grasp. The emperor referred to him as a brother-in-law. A chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, he was still the elder brother of his third sister, having been born earlier. Otherwise, he would find himself in a more precarious position, gratefully acknowledging the emperor's goodwill while knowing it was fraught with deception. At that moment, Liu Chen cast a grateful glance at his parents. Although they had not shown him the same affection they lavished upon his sisters, at least they had allowed him to be born first. While his status may not be exceptional, he could take solace in having two older brothers-in-law. Liu father and Liu mother exchanged bemused looks as they noticed their eldest son directing a fervent gaze of appreciation towards them. Responding to his earnestness, they mimicked Liu Zhiyuan's earlier gesture and placed a helping of vegetables into his bowl. "Eat more. You have indeed lost weight recently." Shen Junran paid no heed to Liu Chen's thoughts, for beside him, the young woman was pouting, demanding he address the uneaten food in her bowl. Before she had the chance to playfully charm him, she merely cast a glance his way. Shen Junran instinctively reached out to select the dishes she would relish, leaving the rest to accumulate in his bowl. Her bowl lay flat, while it was transformed into a small peak. It was only then that Shen Junran realized he ought to feign reluctance in sharing the surplus dishes, waiting for her to coax him before he took them away. Thus, the splendid opportunity for Yuan to express her endearments towards him slipped away. Chapter 73. Do not be troubling. After finishing their dinner, dusk had settled in. The two bid farewell to Liu Huaishu and his mother, embarking on their carriage ride back to the palace amidst the latter's heartfelt admonitions. Seated within the carriage, Liu Zhan rested her arm against the window, admiring the resplendent moon that graced the night sky, large and round, a sight to behold. Shen Junran shifted closer, enveloping her waist with his arm and drawing her onto his lap. With a playful tone, he inquired, "Is the moon more beautiful than your husband?" Since boarding the carriage, she had distanced herself from him. Liu Zhiyuan turned her head to meet his dark gaze, pushing gently against his shoulder. Shen Junran, however, did not relent. Instead, he tightened his embrace. Sitting sideways on his lap, Liu Zhiyuan felt a flush of warmth creep to her ears. His hands rested lightly on her slender waist, and as he leaned his forehead against hers, she instinctively grasped his hand, shooting him a disapproving glance. "Not here in the carriage. We cannot." He easily extricated his hand from her grasp. "If you keep teasing me, I shall ignore you," she warned hurriedly. "I will be quite upset." Having known her temperament for 7 years, Shen Junran recognized her sincerity, and thus, she did not feign innocence. Even though he was an emperor, Liu Zhiyuan's threats carried weight. Shen Junran chuckled softly, noting her flushed cheeks and the gravity of her threats. He ceased his advances, yielding to her whims. "Ah, my dear Yuan, the consequences of your anger are quite severe, and your husband is afraid." "Good. The repercussions of provoking my ire are indeed severe," Liu Zhiyuan affirmed with a determined nod. "Therefore, you would do well to heed my wishes." Shen Junran found her earnest demeanor utterly delightful, and he leaned in to kiss the tip of her nose. "Such an adorable Yuan. You make it hard for me to resist." She was his cherished little wife, and her fierce disposition only endeared her to him further. His heart brimmed with joy and elation, for Yuan understood his affection, which granted her the audacity to speak so boldly. Liu Zhiyuan playfully punched him, chiding him for his impropriety. As the carriage swayed and finally arrived at the palace gates, Zhao Quan produced a token, prompting the guards to promptly open the gates. allowing the carriage to pass unimpeded into the royal precincts. Lu Zhuan lowered the carriage curtain, her curiosity piqued by Zhao Quan's token. If she possessed one, would she not have to hide in others' carriages to leave the palace, but could instead depart with dignity? What would be occupying your thoughts so deeply? Shen Junran mused, gently squeezing her fingers when she remained unresponsive to his attempts at conversation, her expression one of distraction. Does it hurt? He asked, concern lacing his voice. Let me blow on it for you. With that, he brought her finger close to his lips, softly blowing upon it. Lu Zhiyuan stared at him, and soon enough, warmth flooded her ears once more. Recalling the earlier incident where she had been accused of teasing him, the warm breath against her skin was undeniably tantalizing. Enough already. If at this moment Lu Zhiyuan still fails to comprehend that Shen Junran is deliberately inflicting pain upon her while mimicking her actions to alleviate it, she may indeed be quite foolish. Shen Junran is subtly reminding her of the promise she made to compensate him, urging her not to forget. With ill intentions, Lu Zhiyuan silently scorns him. As she disembarks from the carriage, a plan begins to form in her mind as she gazes at the Zicheng hall before her. Shen Junran is the first to descend, extending his hand with a smile. Allow me to carry you, Yuan Yuan. Lu Zhiyuan does not decline. Upon receiving word that the Emperor and Empress have returned to the palace, Tingxin hurriedly emerges, followed closely by the equally anxious Qingdai and Mama Chan. They were startled to discover the little Empress had slipped out of the palace. But now that the Emperor has safely brought her back, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Observing the affectionate interaction between the Emperor and Empress, it appears that her escapade has not angered him. Rather, their bond has deepened, much to Mama Chang's delight. Shen Junran directly carries Lu Zhiyuan back to the Empress's quarters in the Zicheng Hall. Tingxin had intended to converse with Lu Zhiyuan, but found no opportunity. She had spent the entire day on edge, fearing that she had failed in her duties entrusted by the Empress, especially since the Emperor had discovered the situation so swiftly. She dreaded the possibility of causing the Empress to face punishment due to her shortcomings. Lu Zhiyuan, with her arms wrapped around Shen Junran's neck, peeks over his shoulder at Tingxin, winking to assure her that she is unharmed and to quell her worries. Having been together since childhood, Tingxin immediately understands the meaning behind Lu Zhiyuan's glance, and her heart, burdened with anxiety all day, finally relaxes into a smile. Once Shen Junran places Lu Zhiyuan upon a chair, Mama Chang inquires with concern, "Your Majesty, are you tired? This old servant has prepared warm water. Perhaps you would like to bathe first? It would surely be more comfortable." Indeed, Lu Zhiyuan longs for a bath after spending the entire day outdoors, desperately needing to soak in warm water to unwind. However, she shakes her head and turns to Shen Junran, saying, "Your Majesty, you should bathe first. I will follow shortly." Shen Junran had intended to suggest they bathe together, given that the tub is spacious enough. Yet upon noticing her fingers brushing against his hand, a clear invitation, his eyes darken. Yuan Yuan is hinting that she is ready to fulfill her promise to compensate him. Thus, he decides to heed her suggestion and bathe first, not minding the delay. "Very well, I shall bathe first. Please wait for me a moment, Yuan Yuan." Chapter 74. To indulge is to indulge thoroughly. Once she witnessed Shen Junran retreating into the bathing chamber, Lu Zhiyuan instructed Granny Chong to prepare the water anew, mentioning her desire for a bath. Granny Chong, without suspicion, promptly withdrew. "Your Majesty, what do you intend to do?" Listening to the delicate tones of Tingxin, who understood Lu Zhiyuan well, she immediately sensed something unusual in her mistress's demeanor. Lu Zhiyuan placed a finger against her lips, casting a glance towards the bathing room, and whispered, "Hush, be quiet. We shall return to Fengyi Palace now. We will not be staying in Zicheng Hall tonight." Tingxin, complying, covered her mouth but soon released it, saying, "My lady, are you planning to sneak away again? Is it wise to slip away twice in one day, especially right under the Emperor's nose? He will surely notice upon his exit. My lady, this might not be appropriate. What if the Emperor emerges and finds you missing? He may become upset." Qingdai also felt a twinge of concern, pondering how this action resembled abandoning the Emperor, akin to a hasty departure. After all, he was the sovereign, and it would be difficult to explain. If the emperor were to become enraged, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon her mistress. However, Lu Zhiyuan remained unfazed, exuding an air of ease that starkly contrasted with the worries etched on the faces of her companions as she urged them onward. Fear not, we shall depart early. As long as the emperor remains unaware, we shall be fine. But, my lady, avoiding the emperor's gaze does not prevent discovery when he eventually emerges. The trio made their way outside, and not long after, they encountered Zhao Quan. Lu Zhiyuan had already concocted her explanation. The emperor is bathing, and I feel a bit stifled, so I thought I'd take a stroll. That servant shall accompany you. No need, with Tingqin and Qingdai by my side. It suffices. Zhao Gonggong, please remain here to await the emperor's instructions. I shall return shortly. Zhao Quan glanced at Tingqin, recalling her formidable skills, and with a smile, he stepped aside to let the empress pass. Your Majesty, please. Once outside Zikan Hall, Lu Zhiyuan turned back with a triumphant smile, letting out a soft hum. Compensation, is it? This afternoon, I have already repaid him. In the carriage, he was quite unruly, his hands wandering. Tonight, he shall sleep alone. A fitting opportunity for him to reflect. Before she recognized Shen Junran as the older brother from 7 years past, she had harbored considerable fear of him, even tempering her spirited nature to feign decorum. Despite his declaration of love for her a fortnight ago, when he professed that his heart belonged solely to her, she remained cautious, fearful that a misstep could jeopardize her family. Now, however, knowing he was that older brother who had cherished her for 7 years, she felt emboldened, no longer intimidated by Shen Junran. After all, she had scolded him 7 years ago and had even threatened him. Yet, he had not retaliated. Emerging from the bath clad only in his inner garments, Shen Junran noticed the absence of anyone by the screen, and he proceeded toward the inner chamber. At the dressing table, he still did not see her figure. A frown creased his brow as he searched both inside and out. Not only was Yuan missing, but her 2 personal maids were nowhere to be found either. Zhou Guan. Upon hearing the call from within the hall, Zhao Quan promptly entered, bowing slightly. This servant is here. Where is Yuan? Shen Junran inquired. Zhao Quan was momentarily taken aback. The young empress had mentioned feeling stifled indoors and desired to take stroll. Yet she had yet to return. Observing the emperor's cold demeanor, it seemed that the young empress's excursion was far from a simple walk. The empress had expressed her wish to get some fresh air, but still had not come back. After Zhao Quan spoke, he dared not meet Shen Junran's gaze and immediately knelt down. Shen Junran scrutinized Zhao Quan for a moment. Then a sudden realization struck him, causing him to chuckle in exasperation. This little rascal was becoming increasingly unruly, beginning to play tricks on him. Fresh air? Zhao Quan bowed his head to the ground, refraining from responding. Shen Junran eased the pressure he exerted, reverting to his usual gentle demeanor. It was unlikely she merely sought fresh air. Rather, she had likely slipped back to Fengyi Palace. He had noticed that after dismounting the carriage, Yuan had become noticeably more obedient, intentionally teasing him with subtle flirtations. All to lower his guard. She was quite clever. Assist me in dressing, he commanded, pondering that perhaps the empress had lost her way and he ought to go and find her. Shen Junran leisurely extended his arms for the eunuchs to help him dress, unhurriedly, as he wanted Yuan to enjoy herself before he made his appearance. He could not dampen her spirits. If she had run away, he would simply retrieve her. Once cherished, he would shower Yuan with affection unreservedly. Meanwhile, back in Fengyi Palace, Lu Zhiyuan blissfully indulged in a floral bath, frolicking joyfully in the water for a while. Afterward, the 3 of them, in high spirits, applied fragrant ointment, and only then did Lu Zhiyuan leisurely climb into bed to sleep. After a tiring day, she quickly fell into slumber. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as a teacup shattered on the table. Lu Zhiyuan was adept at strategizing. At this hour, Mingyue Palace was ablaze with light, and a multitude of palace maids and servants trembled as they knelt. Although concubine Hui had been confined to transcribing Buddhist scriptures for self-cultivation, she did not miss a single piece of intelligence. Moreover, when Shen Junran and Lu Zhiyuan returned to the palace, their carriage had directly entered Ziqing Hall from outside, showing no intent to conceal their actions. in full view of the palace maids and eunuchs. Shen Junran had not only lifted Lu Zhiyuan from the carriage, but had also carried her directly into Zicheng Hall. This blatant display allowed the already watchful concubines to effortlessly glean the news of the emperor and empress' outing. What had initially seemed like a simpleton turned out to be a cunning strategist, orchestrating a ruckus with concubine Shu in Fengyi Palace, leading to the emperor's punishment of both of them, thus isolating them and allowing her to monopolize his affections. She had been underestimated during the days of her confinement. Concubine Hui pondered how it came to pass that she and concubine Shu had suddenly clashed, even in their fiercest rivalries over the past 2 years. They had never behaved so recklessly. Upon investigation, she discovered that on that fateful day, Chun Zhong had deliberately lured concubine Shu to the imperial garden. Additionally, recalling that Lu Zhiyuan had been conspicuously absent, leaving only her and concubine Shu waiting in the main hall, it was evident that concubine Shu, already temperamental and impatient, could not endure being sidelined for so long after having been bested in the garden. Naturally, when she sought to vent her frustration, she turned on concubine Hui, who was present at the time. Saixin stepped forward to tend to concubine Hui's injured finger, quietly advising, "Your Highness, do not let your temper flare. Take care of your health." Concubine Hui, fuming, pointed toward Fengyi Palace and retorted, "Am I not allowed to be angry upon realizing I've been schemed against?" The Empress Dowager found herself not only schemed against but also confined for 3 months. As the days passed, she feared that by the time her confinement ended, Lu Zhiyuan might have already secured the position of the heir. How could she possibly contend with that? It had only been half a month of her confinement thus far, leaving another month and a half to endure. The thought of such an arduous weight filled Hui Fei with increasing frustration. She resolved to seek an audience with the emperor, to assert her claims and reveal Lu Zhiyuan's true nature. Kai Exin, anxious to dissuade her, gestured for the kneeling palace maids and eunuchs to withdraw before speaking. "Your Highness, the Empress is currently in the Emperor's favor. Even if you were to present your grievances, we lack substantial evidence. Moreover, the Emperor is likely to side with the Empress, considering that she is the principal consort backed by the Duke of Dinghua. The Emperor would not punish her over such trivial disputes. It would only serve to deepen his disdain for you, resulting in an even harsher reprimand. Indeed, the Emperor seemed deeply enamored with Lu Zhiyuan, accompanying her outside the palace and even visiting the Duke of Dinghua's residence, treating her with utmost care and affection." Hui Fei felt a wave of despair wash over her. It had been 2 years since the Emperor had bestowed even a glance her way. Did she truly have to endure this confinement in silence? Hui Fei was unwilling to accept her fate, even if she could not win the Emperor's affections. The knowledge of being manipulated by Lu Zhiyuan while the latter lived a carefree existence gnawed at her. She could not swallow her indignation. Gai Xin, observing Hui Fei's plight, felt a pang of sympathy but was more aware of the futility of the situation. The commotion at Fengyi Palace had indeed occurred, and while the Empress may have orchestrated it, had Hui Fei and Shu Fei exercised restraint and not used the Empress as a stepping stone for favor, the Empress would not have been able to exert her influence over them. The Empress was the sovereign of the harem, cherished by the Emperor. If Hui Fei did not reclaim her dignity, what could a mere consort achieve? Today brought a moment of levity as a well-meaning acquaintance suggested. Perhaps it would be better for Kai Xin to take on the role of Hui Fei. She seems to understand the times and knows her place. Kai Xin quickly waved her hands. "I am merely a servant girl and lack the privilege to be capricious. If I did not conduct myself with clarity and composure, I would not have even attained the position of a senior maid, and the Prime Minister's wife would not permit me to accompany the young lady into the palace." The well-meaning friend nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that makes perfect sense." Chapter 75. "Come here, let me hold you." Shen Junran silently arrived at the Fengyi Palace, where the lights had already been extinguished. He approached the sleeping chamber, illuminated only by the soft glow of a luminous pearl placed not far from the bed. Lu Zhiyuan was unaccustomed to complete darkness, hence she always kept a luminous pearl in her quarters to light the night. This little habit had been shared with Shen Junran in great detail 7 years ago, as if she were a chatterbox. With a gentle flick, Shen Junran drew aside the bed curtains, and upon seeing Lu Ziyuan peacefully asleep, his expression softened instantly. Fearing that he might awaken her, he lightly brushed his fingers against her nose and muttered with mock indignation, "Little rascal, sleeping so soundly, completely forgetting about me." Lu Ziyuan's eyelids fluttered slightly, and Shen Junran anticipated her awakening, eager to witness her reaction upon seeing him. However, after a considerable wait, she remained in deep slumber. "Here I am, freshly washed and ready to keep you company, yet you turned away and left so heartlessly, dear Yuan." Though his words seemed to chastise her, there was no trace of reproach in Shen Junran's heart. Rather, it was filled with affection. He shed his outer garments and cautiously lay down beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. He planted a gentle kiss on the crown of her head, inhaling her familiar and soothing scent, and gradually drifted into slumber himself. In the middle of the night, Lu Ziyuan felt an overwhelming warmth and turned to nestle deeper into the bed. Before long, the source of warmth followed suit, wrapping her tightly in his embrace once more. The following morning, Shen Junran awoke, glancing at the still sleeping Lu Ziyuan. Unlike his usual reluctance to rise, he got up with ease. After washing and dressing, he casually took the cloak hanging by the screen, lifted the bed curtains, and gently draped the cloak over the sleeping Lu Ziyuan, ensuring she was snugly wrapped before carrying her out of the chamber. Outside, Zhao Quan immediately signaled the others to lower their heads, trailing behind the emperor with his own head bowed. When Lu Ziyuan eventually awoke, the sun had risen high, and upon noticing the different hue of the curtains, this bright yellow was unmistakably not from her Fengyi palace. She lay in bed for a moment, gathering her thoughts. Finally, she pulled back the covers and rose, glancing at her intact inner garments, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. "Didn't I sleep in Fengyi Palace last night?" Lu Ziyuan pondered, bewildered at how she found herself in the Zicheng Hall. "Could it be that I suffer from somnambulism?" Yuan is awake. Shen Junran suddenly lifted the bed curtains, startling her. "You haven't been sleepwalking. Rather, I carried you back early this morning." Lost in her thoughts, Lu Ziyuan was taken aback by his sudden voice, and even more so by his presence. She quickly shifted to the side of the bed. Last night, she had been audacious enough to flee without fear, yet upon seeing him now, a sense of trepidation washed over her, especially in the imposing sight of him clad in the resplendent yellow dragon robe, radiating imperial authority that brooked no defiance. Shen Junran gazed at her with a smile. "What are you hiding from? You were utterly fearless when you left me last night. Is it too late to feel afraid now?" Shen Junran was about to extend his hand to pull her out. Although the distance between them was not overly far, he still felt uneasy. It was only when he held her close that he felt secure. Lu Ziyuan, pressed by his insistence, retreated several steps until her back met the inner curtain of the bed. As his hand reached towards her, she dodged to the other side. After a few moments, Shen Junran considered simply capturing her, but upon glancing at his ceremonial dragon robe, he reconsidered. He opened his arms, his expression gentle and inviting. Yuan, come here. Let me hold you." Hearing his tone, which was laced with warmth and affection, she glanced at the royal attire he wore, pressed her lips together slightly, and lowered her gaze. "You should change into casual clothes before we embrace." The grandeur of the dragon robe felt overly formal. Though she had seen him in it many times before, today felt different. After all, he had caught her in a misstep, and the imposing attire made her feel as if he might question her like a subject called to account for an error. Shen Junran paused, realizing that such robes were typically worn only during court sessions or significant ceremonies. After such occasions, he would change into more relaxed clothing, which, despite still being embroidered with the five-clawed golden dragon, bore a hint of domesticity. "Why are you concerned about this? You've seen me wear it before," he thought, recalling the times he had held her in his lap while still adorned in this very attire, and she had never shown fear then. Lu Ziyuan remained silent, her body showing no inclination to move. Shen Junran gazed deeply at her. Suddenly, he supported himself on the couch with one hand while the other rested against her neck, his lips brushing against hers with a teasing undertone. "Little rascal, are you feeling guilty? Do you think I might question you about last night's departure, considering my appearance in this formal robe?" Lu Ziyuan's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had seen a ghost. How could he possibly know her thoughts? She feigned ignorance, shaking her head innocently. I did not. Yet, despite her words, she leaned back slightly, a gesture of uncertainty. In response, Shen Junran leaned forward, pinning her beneath him. It mattered not that she was obstinate or unwilling to admit anything. He intended to tease her first, and whatever she said would be inconsequential. Shen Junran, satisfied, pressed his lips against hers repeatedly, leaving her eyes misty, as though on the verge of tears, before finally relenting. I believe you, Yuan. You're neither guilty nor afraid. Lu Ziyuan had initially intended to strike him playfully, but, upon touching the dignified fabric of his robe, opted instead to caress it gently. Are you going to change out of this robe? Her tone bore a hint of coaxing, prompting Shen Junran to cease his teasing. He rose and walked toward the screen, where his casual attire hung neatly, free from any wrinkles, ready for him to don without delay. Chapter 76. Embrace Shen Junran emerged from behind the screen. Having donned his attire, only to find that the bed curtains, which had been drawn to one side, were now lowered. Yet, a faint silhouette discernible upon the curtains confirmed that Yuan was seated upon the couch, leaving Shen Junran perplexed as to her intentions. With a sense of curiosity, he approached the bed curtains. Inside, Lu Ziyuan, observing the approaching figure, broke into a smile. As she noticed his long fingers resting upon the curtain, she straightened her back, preparing herself. Just as the curtain was drawn back, before Shen Junran could discern her identity, a soft, fragrant body leapt into his embrace. Once he regained his composure, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her, holding her even tighter than she had held him. Was this embrace a reward for his compliance in donning the dragon robe? Lu Ziyuan's gaze flickered with a hint of awkwardness, yet her arms remained steadfast around him, her small head nuzzling into the crook of his neck. Ah, my husband is truly clever. With this affirmation, Shen Junran felt an overwhelming joy. How could one not be elated when their empress willingly sought their affection? What a delightful moment! Lu Ziyuan exclaimed, her face radiant with a brilliant smile, though a hint of shyness soon followed. Isn't there a saying that one should cherish their own husband? Indeed, Lu Ziyuan was absolutely correct. She ought to cherish her husband well. Shen Junran felt as if his heart had melted, softening beyond measure as he closed his eyes to relish this tender moment. Savoring the rare instances of her initiative and dependence on him, Lu Ziyuan's cheeks flushed even deeper, fortunate that they were in each other's embrace, thus avoiding the need to meet his gaze directly, for otherwise she would surely have felt too shy to speak such words. When the person in his arms attempted to pull away, Shen Junran tightened his hold, saying, I haven't had enough. Yuan should indulge her husband a little longer. Just a bit more. Having rarely taken the initiative, Shen Junran was determined not to let her slip away so easily. Lu Ziyuan, however, eventually acquiesced, conceding, and let us hold each other for a while longer. Time was slipping away, and it was evident that Ting Qin and the others awaited outside to assist her with her washing and dressing. Should she linger too long? One could only imagine the speculations brewing in their minds. Yet, as they embraced, the warmth of the moment became slightly unruly. Her hands began to wander, and his lips grew bolder. When he gently nibbled on her earlobe, Lu Ziyuan recoiled slightly, stammering, It's getting late. I should rise. Shen Junran refused to let her go, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, Do you remember what you promised me yesterday at the Duke of Dingwa's residence? His warm breath caressed her ear, rendering Lu Ziyuan even weaker in the knees, her body melting into his embrace. She recalled how he had expressed his desire for a kiss, and although she had found it difficult to refuse, she had chosen to defer. Later, when they had entered the boudoir, and she had applied medicine to his wounds, he had pitifully lamented his discomfort, seeking solace in her kiss. Yet, he had become insatiable, claiming that she had teased him. Now, he feigned vulnerability, pleading to return to the palace for recompense. The memory of this made Lu Ziyuan's face flush like a ripe apple. She remembered all too well, but replied, I just woke up, and my mind is still foggy. It is not the right time for such thoughts. Shen Junran smiled softly, fully aware she would respond in such a manner. Yet he was not easily deceived. This little trickster certainly remembered. Otherwise, she would not have fled last night, nor insisted on changing out of her usual attire. Yuan was clearly feeling guilty. No matter, let that thought slip away. Considerate and understanding, Lu Ziyuan was pleasantly surprised by his amiable demeanor today. However, before she could revel in her joy, she found herself being turned by the very person who had been holding her, and in an instant, she was watching Shen Junran as he guided her towards the bed. She suddenly landed atop him, and, at that moment of descent, Lu Ziyuan distinctly heard him stifle a groan beneath her. Embarrassed and indignant, she realized his intentions were anything but innocent. Scoundrel! She playfully struck his chest with just the right amount of force, and Shen Junran, amused by her adorable reaction, found himself increasingly drawn to teasing her. Yuan, promises must be fulfilled. That is the mark of a true gentleman, he said while holding her firmly, denying her any chance of escape. Seeing her predicament, Lu Ziyuan decided to cease her struggle, merely glaring at him in frustration. I'm not a gentleman. I am but a young lady. A young lady is not bound by such expectations. Shen Junran retorted, Yuan, what the pride you promised to uphold? How can you speak so lightly of your word? Observing his momentary silence, Lu Ziyuan, despite her earlier lack of confidence, felt a renewed sense of assurance, her expression innocent yet gleeful. Besides, I promised last night, and has the emperor not heard the saying time waits for no man? Shen Junran chuckled in exasperation, unable to counter her words as she continued her playful assault. Even a young lady should understand the weight of a promise. You originally vowed to compensate me last night, yet you fled while I was bathing. I did not demand interest, and instead, you have turned your back on your commitment, which is rather heartless. A promise is a promise, Lu Ziyuan declared, feigning ignorance. I do not comprehend. I do not understand. I have never seen anyone so shameless as to claim interest. Noting her intent to feign ignorance, Shen Junran sighed softly. Having initially planned not to demand interest from her, yet now his mind had shifted. With that, he flipped over. The triumphant expression on Lu Ziyuan's face faltered, and before she could react, she found herself pinned beneath him, her breath swiftly captured. His kiss bore a hint of reproach, and though Lu Ziyuan struggled to withstand it, her hands clutched tightly to the only garment she wore. Shen Junran, undeterred, entwined his tongue with hers while his hand ventured beneath her clothing, encountering her soft, supple skin. His heated hands roamed over her body, forcing Lu Ziyuan to relinquish her grip on her attire in an attempt to seize his audacious hand, yet her strength was evidently trivial in comparison to Shen Junran. Before long, her garment was undone, granting him even greater liberty. Lu Ziyuan instinctively whimpered. Shen Junran chuckled in satisfaction. Lu Ziyuan finally found the chance to breathe, yet that damp kiss shifted its focus, moving to her sensitive earlobe. Those large hands were utterly unrestrained. A shiver coursed through Lu Ziyuan's entire being, as she realized she had lost control both above and below. Thus, she clung to his neck, playfully seeking his affection. Shen Junran, But before she could finish her words, she was met with a reprimand. Shen Junran, displeased, bit her earlobe lightly, then lifted his head to correct her, saying, Call me husband. Scoundrel! Lu Ziyuan cursed him inwardly, her eyes accusing him with a pitiful gaze. It hurt. When Shen Junran's gaze met her misty eyes, his heart softened. Just as he was about to soothe her, he noticed her feeble hands wrapping around his neck, followed by her tender, soft voice. Husband. Chapter 77. Compensation. A soft and delicate call of husband from Lu Ziyuan caused Shen Junran to ease his grip around her waist. He tenderly rubbed the red marks on her skin, inwardly lamenting her delicate flesh. A mere touch left its mark. Lu Ziyuan, noticing the man's sudden gentleness, smiled softly. Though the pressure on her waist had lessened significantly, he still refused to let her leave. Thus, Lu Ziyuan, with a playful air, cuddled closer to his neck and coquettishly pleaded, Husband, can we not have any interest? Like a little kitten, she nuzzled his chin and neck. To anyone else, she seemed sweet and docile, yet only Shen Junran understood the turmoil she stirred within him. Shen Junran's gaze deepened suddenly as he captured her lips again, teasingly asking, So no interest? Will you compensate me now? Yuan, you did promise me, yet now refuse to acknowledge it. Lu Zhiyuan, she hadn't intended to play coy. She simply felt the moment was inappropriate. Noticing his hand on her waist changing its demeanor, starting from gentle caresses to more assertive kneading, she pouted in displeasure. What happened to your earlier tenderness? Shen Junran's large hand enveloped her sensitive chest, his kisses on her lips leisurely yet fervent. Yuan, do not divert the topic. We shall discuss compensation later tonight. Lu Zhiyuan sensed he would not relinquish his hold on her anytime soon. Thus she acquiesced. Shen Junran chuckled. An excuse, my dear. It's not the right time now, nor will it be later. The moment I let you go, you'll simply scurry away. How ruthless you are, Yuan. His hand continued its upward journey, unperturbed by her half-hearted remarks. After all, the little troublemaker in his arms had a history of escaping. She had fled the previous night and feigned ignorance in the morning. With that thought, Shen Junran lifted her into a sitting position on his lap. Her back pressed against his chest. A sultry voice drew near. No interest? How about you compensate me now, Yuan? Lu Zhiyuan lowered her gaze, contemplating their intimate position. Would her refusal even matter? Realizing it was futile, she decided to take the initiative. Just as she leaned in to kiss him, Shen Junran swiftly maneuvered, lifting her beneath her knees, effortlessly hoisting her up. His strong legs extended, and Lu Zhiyuan found herself seated on him once more. The rapid turn of events leaving her momentarily stunned. Why you don't tug at my clothes? Wait, just wait. Yuan 1T fulfill her promise. I'm not that kind of person. A voice filled with suppressed frustration echoed from within the bed curtain, accompanied by a teasing chuckle from a man. Moments latte. Her undergarment was tossed out from the bed canopy, followed closely by her vibrant yellow robe. Clothes lay scattered in disarray and soft. Bashful moans began to emerge from within the curtain, igniting one's imagination. Shen Junran's firm grip tightened around her slender waist. His warm breath danced along her neck, sending tingling sensations coursing through her. Lu Zhiyuan's fingers tensed, turning pale, as her lips parted slightly, breathless. His lips and tongue finally relinquished their hold on her fair back, as his large hand traversed her arm to grasp and knead that tender softness. Lu Zhiyuan's body was most honest. It could scarcely withstand such provocative caresses, and she soon found herself breathless, her form entirely yielding. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the inner chamber, while the bright yellow bed curtains intensified the sun's brilliance. Lu Zhiyuan turned her head away, her voice a sultry whisper that further inflamed Shen Junran's desire, compelling her back to press firmly against his chest. He grasped her chin, gently turning her face towards him, as his tongue slipped into her slightly parted lips, entwining with hers, swallowing her gasps into the depths of his throat. Yet, he still felt it was insufficient, yearning for more. Chapter 78. Feeding a gentle breeze swept through the window, causing the sheer canopy to sway lightly. Yuan. Shen Junran reached out to tuck a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, his voice deep and resonant. As he spoke, he lifted Lu Zhiyuan's chin with his hand, his gaze profound with the familiar glimmer of light that she recognized deep within his obsidian-like pupils. For a fleeting moment, Lu Zhiyuan was entranced by his eyes, but suddenly, before long, she began to weep softly, no longer willing to comply. Shen Junran pressed her down, his hands resting on either side of her neck. The dim light within the canopy was sufficient to clearly reveal the woman in his embrace, whose features subtly exuded a hint of allure. At this juncture, breakfast had long passed, and the sun outside hung high, its heat intensifying, rendering the air within the sheer tent stifling. After their tender encounter, Lu Zhiyuan lay exhausted, disinclined to move. "Are you sore?" Shen Junran inquired, sitting up and gently massaging her waist. Lu Zhiyuan, feeling unresponsive, thought to herself that her body was not made of steel. How could she not feel sore? Receiving a disdainful glance from her, Shen Junran, ever patient, coaxed her, "Let me carry you to take a warm bath. It will be more comfortable." Lu Zhiyuan was reluctant. If someone were to fetch water now, the entire Zicheng Hall would undoubtedly learn of her early morning escapades with Shen Junran. Sensing her shyness, Shen Junran did not press her, saying, "Then we shall forego the bath. I will simply wipe you down with a cloth." Lu Zhiyuan emitted a few hums of agreement, clearly indicating her consent. Shen Junran soaked a cloth in warm water and gently wiped her body, afterward dressing her in fresh garments. He then carried her to a low couch, laying her down to rest. Beaded curtains hung within the low couch, and Shen Junran parted them to enter the bathing area. Due to the summer heat, cool water was always at the ready. Once he donned clean attire, Shen Junran seated himself beside the low couch, gazing at the drowsy Zhiyuan, who was evidently exhausted. He leaned down to plant a soft kiss on the tip of her nose, his fingers brushing away the slight furrow in her brow. Zhiyuan, you should eat something for breakfast. It was already past midday, and they were only beginning to partake in the morning meal. Lu Zhiyuan blinked wearily at him, lacking the energy to speak, yet her stomach obligingly growled in response. Bashfully, she buried her head against his side, faintly murmuring, I do not wish to move. I shall feed you, Shen Junran replied, stroking her hair and summoning someone to set the breakfast on the small table beside the low couch. The enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air, heightening her hunger. Shen Junran first fed her a bowl of bird's nest soup, followed by a bowl of porridge. When he attempted to feed her again, Lu Zhiyuan protested, burying her face against his chest, claiming she could eat no more. Be good, just a little more chicken soup. And then you may stop, Shen Junran coaxed, cradling her while gently caressing her small belly. Chuckling, see, your stomach is not yet full. You can still take some more. Lu Zhiyuan was speechless. Was this how one determined fullness? Shen Junran patiently encouraged her to eat a bit more, and feeling flustered by his coaxing, Lu Zhiyuan reluctantly raised her head, conceding, just a little bit more, and then you must not make me eat again. After receiving a nod from Shen Junran, Lu Zhiyuan finally opened her mouth to sip the chicken soup he had brought to her lips, taking small, delicate sips. It took her quite some time to finish the half bowl, even longer than the previous porridge. Yet, Shen Junran exhibited remarkable patience, never rushing her, instead feeding her spoonful by spoonful at her pace. Once she had finished, he gently wiped the corners of her mouth before starting his own meal. Lu Zhiyuan leaned against the low couch, observing him, occasionally toying with the sachet hanging at his waist, pinching the tassels, and playfully nudging the white jade bead atop it. This back and forth continued several times, growing increasingly spirited. Was she perhaps feeling bored? Shen Junran set down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his hands clean with a cloth, and turned to her, inquiring, would you accompany me to the imperial study, Zhiyuan? I feel quite weary and wish to rest. However, Lu Zhiyuan was reluctant to comply, wary of his intentions. Who knew if he was merely enticing her to the study for some shameless endeavor? Chapter 79. The Surrender of Buy One, Get One Free. In recent days, Lu Zhiyuan had been residing in the Zhiyuan palace, with the concubines of the harem no longer required to pay their respects. She found herself feeling rather idle. Consequently, she began to stroll through the imperial garden. The two concubines had been confined, and with Jiangpin and Enpin possessing neither high rank nor distinguished lineage, they naturally refrained from approaching her. Lu Zhiyuan relished the peace, at least free from the need to engage with them. However, Yao Pin, since her demotion, had kept her palace doors tightly shut, initially still adhering to the formalities of paying respects to the empress. It was only in the mornings that the doors of the Yaohua Palace would open. Later, according to news from Tingqin, it was reported that over half a month had passed, and the palace doors had only opened thrice, each time for Yao Pin's personal maid to fetch necessary items from the Internal Affairs Office. It remained uncertain whether Yao Pin truly chose to live in seclusion as observed by others, or if she was biding her time for something. After all, Yao Pin was known for her meticulousness, appearing amiable yet remaining inscrutable, a sentiment shared by many in the harem. These tidbits were gathered by Tingqin during her own bouts of ennui, as she sought out gossip among the palace eunuchs and maidens. Recently, she had brought forth numerous morsels of information. For instance, the day before yesterday, a young maid from Hui Fei's palace had gone to Shun Fei's residence, and, after a brief exchange, was promptly expelled by attendants from Changshi Palace, who also subjected her to verbal humiliation. Remarkably, Hui Fei maintained her composure, refraining from retaliatory remarks. As long as no significant disturbances arose, Lu Zhiyuan had no intention of intervening, treating it merely as a diversion during her leisure hours. Now that autumn had just set in, Upon entering the imperial garden, Lu Zhiyuan spotted Jiang Pin approaching from the opposite side. She mused inwardly, indeed, one cannot simply wish someone away. Just as she had thought they would not come near her, there she encountered Jiang Pin, accompanied by considerable retinue, including her ever-present Qing Dai and Ting Qin, along with several other maids and eunuchs. Lu Zhiyuan drew Jiang Pin's attention. Jiang Pin initially appeared taken aback, almost incredulous, before stepping forward with a smile to offer her greetings. This humble concubine pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. May the Empress enjoy eternal blessings and peace. Lu Zhiyuan paused, observing Jiang Pin kneeling before her, and replied coolly, "Ah, it is Jiang Pin. You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Jiang Pin replied, rising to her feet. It seemed she had something to say, yet in the end, she remained silent. Lu Zhiyuan averted her gaze, feigning ignorance. If Jiang Pin chose not to speak, Lu Zhiyuan had no intention of prying. She was not particularly familiar with either of the two concubines or the three others, and had never contemplated forging such acquaintances, provided they remained within their bounds. She would not seek to instigate conflict. As Lu Zhiyuan turned to leave, Jiang Pin grew somewhat anxious, even stepping forward impolitely to obstruct her path. Presumptuous. A mere concubine dares to impede the Empress. King Dai reprimanded sharply. Startled, Jiang Pin quickly sidestepped and knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, forgive me. I did not intend to offend you. Please, I beseech your pardon." "Did you not intend to?" Lu Zhiyuan thought to herself, fully aware that Jiang Pin had deliberately stepped forward. While she refrained from instigating trouble, it did not imply that she would overlook Jiang Pin's cunning attempts. Jiang Pin knelt lower, expressing her desire to speak with Her Majesty the Empress. In her moment of impatience, she lost her composure. Since the Empress took residence in the Zikan Hall and exempted the concubines from daily greetings, Jiang Pin had not had the opportunity to see her. Thus, her excitement upon finally encountering the Empress led to her indiscretion. Jiang Pin worried that if she did not seize this chance, it might be a long time before another opportunity arose, especially since Lu Zhiyuan seldom visited the imperial garden. As Lu Zhiyuan listened to Jiang Pin's words, a sudden recollection surfaced regarding the information she had gleaned from Ting Qin. Hui Fei had dispatched a palace maid to Shu Fei, and prior to their confinement, the two had clashed fiercely, perceiving one another as adversaries. If Hui Fei truly could not withstand the slap from Shu Fei, she would likely have made a scene shortly after their confinement began. Rather than waiting until over half a month had passed, such behavior seemed rather unusual. Moreover, given Shu Fei's brazen nature, it was unlikely she would have allowed anyone to enter and then expelled them. She would have likely humiliated them before they entered. Thus, what precisely did the palace maid communicate to Shu Fei upon her arrival? Lu Zhiyuan remained silent, while Jiang Pin knelt anxiously on the ground. "What I say is the truth," she insisted. "I genuinely lost my composure out of desperation to see Your Majesty." The Empress was unaware that 2 years prior, the Emperor had decreed that concubines must not approach the imperial study or Zikan Hall, which was why Jiang Pin had refrained from disturbing the Empress. "Rise," the Empress commanded. "There is a pavilion ahead. Let's take a seat there." Lu Zhiyuan was also curious about what Jiang Pin wished to convey, especially since Jiang Pin was affiliated with Shu Fei, who had just met with Hui Fei's maid. Although Lu Zhiyuan was not adept in schemes, she sensed something amiss. Jiang Pin, taken aback, quickly rose to follow. As Lu Zhiyuan entered the pavilion, the autumn breeze stirred, lifting strands of hair. Ting Qin had placed a thin cushion on the stone bench. As the weather had turned to autumn, the stone was cool, prompting Lu Zhiyuan to sit down slowly. Qing Dai poured a pot of tea and, after filling a cup, stood behind Lu Zhiyuan. Within the pavilion, there was merely a stone table and 4 stone benches. Naturally, Jiang Pin dared not take a seat. As a mere concubine, she could not presume to sit alongside the Empress. Lu Zhiyuan leisurely sipped her tea, awaiting Jiang Pin's words. Jiang Pin glanced at Ting Qin and Qing Dai, who showed no intention of leaving, and Lu Zhiyuan did not dismiss them either. Jiang Pin felt compelled to gesture for her own maid to withdraw, leaving only Lu Zhiyuan and her attendants with Jiang Pin, while the other palace maids and eunuchs stood at a distance. Suddenly, Jiang Pin knelt again, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have come to express my loyalty. I am willing to heed your every command, with no ulterior motives. Coughing lightly, Lu Ziyuan nearly choked on her tea, setting down her cup in surprise. She had not anticipated Jiang Pin would profess her loyalty. Was Jiang Pin truly so naive? Everyone in the palace knew she was aligned with Xu Fei, and now, right after Xu Fei's confinement, Jiang Pin appeared to declare her allegiance. Even if she were foolish, surely she would not seek the favor of someone so opportunistic. Qing Dai promptly stepped forward to pat her on the back. After a moment of respite, Lu Zhiyuan felt somewhat at ease and signaled to Qing Dai that she was fine, before turning her gaze towards Jiang Pin. If memory served me correctly, Jiang Pin has always been in close proximity to Xu Fei. Jiang Pin immediately grasped Lu Zhiyuan's implication, with Xu Fei under house arrest. She had hastily come to pledge her allegiance to the empress, which could easily be perceived as a sign of opportunism. Jiang Pin retrieved a letter from her sleeve and presented it, claiming it was a message delivered inappropriately by a concubine. This was a letter of allegiance from Xu Fei, requesting Jiang Pin to convey to the empress her desire to follow her faithfully henceforth with unwavering loyalty. Lu Zhiyuan now understood. It appeared that Xu Fei sought to express her allegiance, and in doing so, brought along Jiang Pin as an additional pledge of loyalty. What scheme is Xu Fei attempting to orchestrate? Chapter 80. Impure intentions in this imperial harem, where genuine allies are a rarity. The 5 women had conspired to cast upon her one accusation after another upon her arrival. Lu Ziyuan vividly recalled their united front against her. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Nurse Chang, she would have been consumed by worry. Jiang Pin professed her loyalty. Yet one wonders if she would have approached at all had Xu Fei not sought to pledge allegiance. Although Lu Ziyuan had heard their insipid claims of sisterhood during previous courtesies, she refrained from contradicting them, for she had never regarded such assertion seriously. Her only sister was her second elder sister. Her mother had not blessed her with a younger sibling, thus she could not possibly consider them as sisters. This palace does not comprehend the motives behind Jiang Pin and Xu Fei's actions. Lu Ziyuan cast a glance towards the kneeling Jiang Pin, choosing not to accept the letter presented. Her tone remained indifferent, suggesting that should they harbor intentions akin to those of Hui Fei, who sought to use her as a stepping stone to favor, their feigned allegiance was entirely unnecessary. Having spent some time in the palace, she was acutely aware of Shen Junran's sentiments towards the 2 consorts and 3 concubines. For 2 years, none had received his favor. Had it not been for his inability to fully control the court 2 years prior, coerced by ministers to balance power, these 5 women would not even exist in this harem. Since Shen Junran held no affection for them, Lu Ziyuan had no desire to complicate her own position by fostering a rival among the consorts. Thus, whether they were friends or foes bore no significance to her. As the empress, the sovereign of the inner palace, she stood above them in both status and affection, as they lacked the emperor's favor. Jiang Pin insisted that neither she nor Xu Fei harbored such intentions. The day Hui Fei visited Fengyi Palace, both she and Xu Fei had followed only in response to Hui Fei's provocative words, which ultimately disturbed the empress. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Pin continued. A few days ago, Hui Fei sent a palace maid to speak of that day's events in Fengyi Palace, alleging that she had been schemed against. Naturally, Xu Fei dismissed such claims and ordered the maid to be expelled. Lu Ziyuan was taken aback to learn that Hui Fei had sent someone to Changshi Palace regarding their earlier altercation at Fengyi Palace. Jiang Pin's subtle mention of Hui Fei's awareness of being outmaneuvered served as a reminder that Hui Fei would not let the matter rest easily. Yet Xu Fei displayed no sign of discontent, which could also be viewed as a demonstration of loyalty. Noting Lu Ziyuan's silence, Jiang Pin hastened to clarify. I am well aware that the emperor and empress share a profound bond. The emperor's heart belongs solely to the empress, beyond the reach of concubines like myself. Xu Fei and I seek only to live peacefully in the harem, preserving our current status and glory. In pursuit of stability within the harem, there was no need for excessive entanglement. As long as they conducted themselves with propriety, achieving peace would be effortless. However, should they stray from their bounds, The fate of Yao Fei serves as a cautionary tale, a far graver outcome. Lu Zhiyuan cast a glance at the still kneeling Jiang Pin. For status and glory were not hers to determine. Enough, Jiang Pin, you may rise. Yet Jiang Pin, anxious and aware of Lu Zhiyuan's intentions, remained kneeling. Despite her disappointment in failing to secure allegiance today, there was another matter that could not be overlooked. The consort comprehended the empress's intentions and vowed to conduct herself with propriety, ensuring she would not burden the empress with troubles. She would also convey this sentiment to consort Shu. However, there was one matter for which she sought the empress's intercession. For both she and consort Shu would be profoundly grateful. Lu Zhiyuan understood that this was indeed consort Shu's true motive for sending Jiang Pin to her for allegiance. She took a sip of the tea from the table. Jiang Pin exhaled in relief. The empress's willingness to listen was a hopeful sign compared to outright rejection. Consort Shu had been confined to Changshi Palace for over half a month, and she had come to realize her indiscretion and rudeness, acknowledging her transgression against the empress. Now, she sincerely sought redemption, requesting that the empress plead with the emperor to allow consort Shu to accompany the royal hunting expedition this autumn. With only a month and a half remaining before the hunt, she hoped that the confinement could be postponed until after the hunt concluded. Jiang Pin's eloquence was noteworthy. She first emphasized consort Shu's recognition of her errors and earnest desire for reformation. Typically, such acknowledgement would prompt a plea for the remainder of the confinement to be lifted. Yet, Jiang Pin cleverly indicated that while consort Shu would continue her confinement until the autumn hunt, she merely wished for it to be temporarily lifted during that period. The decree of 3 months' confinement was issued by the emperor, and the final decision rested with him. The consort understood that her lowly status made it difficult to approach the emperor directly. Thus, she sought the empress's assistance in advocating for consort Shu. Regardless of the outcome, both consort Shu and she would remain grateful for the empress's kindness. Lu Zhiyuan delicately caressed the teacup, reflecting on how consort Shu, a legitimate daughter of a noble family, would face discontent from her kin if both consorts were unable to attend the royal hunt. Although there had been a quarrel in Fengyi Palace, it was not a grave offense, and by the time of the hunt, 2 months of confinement would have passed, rendering the punishment appropriate. When the opportunity arose, she would discuss this matter with the emperor. "Thank you, your majesty." Jiang Pin noticed the empress's disinterest in the letter she held, and thus returned it to her sleeve. "I shall not disturb you further, your majesty. I take my leave." Lu Zhiyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Qing Dai watched Jiang Pin depart the pavilion until she vanished from sight. "Your majesty, Jiang Pin is indeed far more astute than consort Shu." Her previous words were sincere and humble, expressing gratitude regardless of the outcome. She knows well that if you speak on her behalf, the emperor will likely acquiesce. It appears her true aim was to solicit your approval for consort Shu to attend the autumn hunt, as her feigned allegiance is but a guise. Furthermore, why is consort Shu so insistent on attending the hunt? She cannot venture into the forest to hunt, so her eagerness must have deeper implications. Lu Zhiyuan was aware of their ulterior motives for seeking participation in the autumn hunt, yet it was imperative that the two consorts be permitted to attend. "Today, your enthusiasm is quite commendable, making it easy for me to find you." The voice of Shen Junran resonated from behind, prompting Qing Dai and Tingqin to kneel in reverence. Lu Zhiyuan slightly turned her head and noticed that Shen Junran had already arrived before her. Seeing him sit down beside her, she felt too lazy to rise and pay her respects. "What brings the emperor here?" she inquired. Shen Junran took her hand, which rested on her abdomen, and began to play with her fingers. "I followed you to the imperial garden," he replied. Having just concluded his court duties, he intended to visit her in the Zicheng Hall. It was only when he was close to the hall that he learned from the palace staff of her presence in the garden, prompting him to alter his course and pursue her. As Lu Zhiyuan contemplated sharing the recent visit from concubine Jiang, she recounted the details to Shen Junran one by one. In the midst of their conversation, Shen Junran lifted her onto his lap. Although Lu Zhiyuan struggled momentarily, she soon relented. Qing Tin and Qing Dai, displaying remarkable discretion, quietly withdrew from the pavilion, leaving the emperor and empress alone together. Chapter 81. Wishing to disband the harem for Yuan after listening. Shen Junran shared a similar sentiment with Qing Dai. The concubine Shu's desire to join the autumn hunt was certainly not trivial. If she wished to go, let her go. Regardless of her intentions or those of Consort Jiang, any ulterior motives would eventually be revealed. Shen Junran embraced Lu Zhiyuan, resting his chin in the crook of her neck. While internally, he began to strategize against concubine Shu. Lu Zhiyuan agreed with his reasoning, since they could not decipher concubine Shu's thoughts. It was prudent to wait for her actions. If concubine Shu attended the hunt, then consort Hui would likely accompany her, for it would be difficult to justify her absence, especially considering that it was concubine Shu who had first struck against consort Hui during the incident at Fengyi Palace. Shen Junran was indifferent. Whether 1 or 5 individuals he disliked accompanied him made no significant difference. Allow them all to attend. Hadn't Yuan already learned from Consort Jiang that Consort Hui was aware of the schemes against her? It would be interesting to observe how matters unfolded in the following days. Additionally, there was Yao, concubine, whose recent behavior had been rather unusual, perfectly positioned outside the palace. It would be enlightening to see what each of them was plotting. Lu Zhiyuan was surprised. She had not expected someone as busy as Shen Junran to notice Yao, concubine's irregularity. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. How could he not have someone monitoring the movements within the harem? Even if he outwardly appeared unconcerned, it did not imply he was ignorant of their basic activities. What if they do not reveal any incriminating evidence? Lu Zhiyuan inquired. Every action leaves a trace. If they do not take the initiative, we can provide them with a provocation to act. We can deal with 1 or 2 of them first and seek further opportunities to address the rest later, he replied. Lu Zhiyuan turned to him, astonished. His tone suggested that Shen Junran was inclined to eliminate them all. What are you planning, Your Majesty? She asked, voicing her curiosity. With a gentle smile, Shen Junran pressed a kiss to her cheek, his voice soft and affectionate. I wish to disband the harem for you, Yuan. Lu Zhiyuan was genuinely taken aback. Disband the harem? Shen Junran could not resist pinching her cheek. Indeed, while I have never favored them nor engaged with them, I desire to belong solely to you, and I do not wish for those 2 consorts and 3 concubines to be associated with my name. From her initial surprise, Lu Zhiyuan's expression transformed into a smile she could hardly contain, nuzzling her cheek into his palm. Then you shall henceforth be my husband alone. Shen Junran was delighted by her sweet gesture and corrected her with a grin. No, I have always been, and will always be, only your husband, Yuan. 2 years prior, their entrance into the palace had been a reluctant necessity, forced by the powerful families behind concubine Shu and consort Hui, which did not permit me to easily dismiss them. If they had the sense to withdraw voluntarily, I would not have opposed it. However, as it stands, they lack such awareness. With one being from the Chancellor's residence and the other from a marquis family, both supported by formidable clans, to depose them, one must uncover their wrongdoings. Otherwise, it would be difficult to silence public opinion. Withdraw voluntarily? Lu Zhiyuan pondered for a moment. Some individuals are enamored with the splendor of the imperial palace. Even if they lack favor, they are still more than willing to serve as concubines to the emperor. Though seemingly neglected, they still bask in the glory and can bestow honor upon their families. Those who feign sleep will forever remain oblivious to the reality that they may never receive the emperor's affection. Moreover, women in the inner court are acutely aware that no man, especially an emperor, can ever be wholly devoted to a single woman. Thus, the hearts of the imperial concubines are filled with an increased sense of anticipation. It is certain that consort Hui would never request to leave the palace, for she has long harbored feelings for the emperor. While Lu Zhiyuan cannot guarantee the sentiments of others, she is unequivocally certain that consort Hui would not relinquish her position. Historically, very few women have entered the palace out of genuine love for the emperor, yet once within its confines, they all vie for favor, not merely for their own status, but also for their families. Shen Junran gently pinched her nose, indifferent to whether consort Hui loved him or to what extent. He smiled and declared, but I only love Yuan. Having her is sufficient for me. Were it not for the fact that Yuan was too young to enter the palace 2 years ago, he mused that by now they might have already had children together. However, Shen Junran felt a sense of relief that she was still a child then, had she entered the palace alongside the others, and he had not fully grasped the intricacies of court politics, he might not have been able to protect her completely. Had Yuan been of suitable age to enter the palace 2 years ago, he would undoubtedly have favored her, which would have compelled the ministers to pressure him to shower equal attention upon all. Conversely, if he favored none, he would merely attain a reputation for being indifferent to women, leaving the ministers powerless to compel him to favor his consorts. He feared that he might have to act against his heart's desire due to court pressures, and thus, from that year onward, his resolve to gain full control over the court intensified. Only by mastering the court could he safeguard Yuan and ensure her well-being. "How long will the emperor love me?" Lu Zhiyuan inquired, tilting her head. Shen Junran gazed into her amber-like, pure eyes and replied earnestly, "My heart has cherished Yuan for 7 years. I wish to love her for 70 more, and even more greedily, I desire to continue loving her in the next life and beyond." After his declaration, Lu Zhiyuan remained silent for a while, staring at him in a daze. Shen Junran initially assumed that she was too moved to speak and awaited her reciprocation of affection with eager anticipation. However, the next moment, he found his smile fading. 70 years? Will you really love me for so long? What if by then the emperor grows tired of me? Lu Zhiyuan blinked her innocent eyes, though her expression was earnest. 70 years from now, I will be over 80, an old lady. Shen Junran. He closed his eyes, inhaling and exhaling deeply, striving to suppress his irritation. How could he quibble with Yuan? What was she worried about? He lifted her chin to face him, saying, "I am much older than you. By then, I will be even older. I am not concerned about you growing weary of me. It is you being so much younger. Who seems to be the one worrying?" Lu Zhiyuan's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, her expression transforming into one of sudden clarity. A broad smile spread across her lips, and even with his grip on her chin, she nodded enthusiastically. The emperor was indeed correct. It was the emperor who warranted concern. Shen Junran observed her carefree demeanor, his long fingers tightening around her jaw. He pressed his thumb gently against her lips before capturing them in a fervent kiss. Lu Zhiyuan was momentarily taken aback, and as the realization of their surroundings dawned upon her, she instinctively struggled for a moment, but he deepened the kiss. Shen Junran held her waist firmly, granting her no chance to retreat, completely consuming her breath. As she felt her breath grow increasingly shallow, he finally released her after a thorough exploration, their foreheads resting against each other as they gasped for air. He pressed down on the corner of her lips, his voice low and slightly rough. "You ungrateful little thing. While I alleviate your worries, you find amusement at my expense." Lu Zhiyuan kept her eyes closed, yet the corners of her mouth curled upwards, a sweet sensation blooming within her heart. She felt no discontent from his reprimand at all, with their lips still nearly touching. Shen Junran knew perfectly well that she was smiling. Truly, he was at a loss with her. Chapter 82. Clarity. As the gentle kiss lingered, Lu Zhiyuan playfully teased him, prompting him to seek a taste of sweetness. After sharing a tender moment, she withdrew slightly, her lips parting just enough to create a tantalizing distance. Shen Junran, unable to resist, leaned in closer, brushing against her with a fervent desire that spoke volumes of his affection. It was disheartening that, despite his repeated declarations of love, he had yet to hear her reciprocate the sentiment. The yearning for her to take the initiative in their embrace lingered in his thoughts, as he felt that his previous kiss had not sufficed. Instinctively lifting her gaze, Lu Zhiyuan met the depths of his expressive eyes, which held a myriad of emotions, akin to an alluring abyss that beckoned her to dive in. An undeniable urge to fulfill his unspoken wishes surged within her. As their lips connected once more, a warmth enveloped them, and Shen Junran's lips curled into a smile, yet he craved more. Yuan, it's not enough," he murmured, shifting their positions to sit face to face, resting his forehead against hers. "Could you kiss me like I kissed you just now?" Feeling a blush creep upon her cheeks, Lu Zhiyuan shyly shook her head. "I cannot." "That is quite all right. I will teach you, Yuan. He leaned in, tenderly nibbling at her lips, igniting a delightful sensation that left her breathless. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Have you learned?" After another kiss, Lu Zhiyuan felt her lips tingling, her body growing weak as she nestled against him. She dared to glance up at his smiling eyes, hesitant to admit her inability. She knew that uttering a refusal would only invite further pursuit from Shen Junran. I understand, but I lack the strength right now. Can we leave it as a promise for later? Without a word, he raised an eyebrow, recalling her swift adaptation to his words. Noticing his silence, she added, "You once allowed me to defer, and I have since made good on that." With one hand cradling the back of her head, Shen Junran pulled her closer, concealing his victorious expression from her view. A triumphant smile flickered in his eyes, whether it was a matter of deferral or immediate desire. He knew he would ultimately receive her kiss. In the Changshi Palace, Consort Shu observed the letter returned by Jiang Pin, untouched, and realized that Lu Zhiyuan had declined her overture. Sensing the unspoken tension, Jiang Pin cautiously broke the silence. "Your Highness, considering our previous alliance against her, it is only natural that she would not acquiesce on the first attempt. There is no need for concern. Fortunately, the Empress has agreed to speak with His Majesty, and you shall undoubtedly accompany the royal entourage during the autumn hunt." Consort Shu cast a glance at Jiang Pin before casting the letter into the candlelight, watching it catch fire and turn to ash. The opportunity to attend the hunt was sufficient. Seeking allegiance was never her intention. Jiang Pin paused momentarily, her hand brushing her sleeve, but quickly resumed her facade, ensuring that Consort Shu remained unaware of her inner turmoil. The noble consort, attended by palace maids, cleansed her hands and took a handkerchief to wipe them, then continued, "Were I Lu Zhiyuan, I would not acquiesce to such a submission. She possesses both the dignity of the Empress and the favor of the Emperor, and both are uniquely hers. The allegiance of other concubines to her holds little significance. In this imperial palace, status and favor are paramount. Other concerns are of little consequence." Seeing that the noble consort had come to this realization, Jiang Pin felt there was little more to advise. She had previously shared her suspicions with the noble consort, that the Emperor had long intended to establish Lu Zhiyuan as Empress. Lu Zhiyuan's entrance into the palace was unlike that of the others. At that time, the noble consort had been skeptical, but it seemed that this recent confinement had allowed her to reflect deeply. "Indeed, Your Highness," Jiang Pin responded. The noble consort gazed out at the withered, yellowing phoenix tree, her expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, a habit she had cultivated over the past month and a half. "If the Emperor were not already infatuated with Lu Zhiyuan, I would find it hard to believe. We have been in the palace for 2 years, yet the Emperor has never set foot in the inner court. Why, then, has he chosen to bring Lu Zhiyuan into the palace? As if the once indifferent Emperor no longer exists? He now visits Fengyi Palace daily and has even taken her to reside in the imperial chamber, the Emperor's sleeping quarters. Since the inception of our dynasty, have never been a residence for favored consorts, regardless of their rank. Such unparalleled favor is indeed remarkable." Previously, she had not pondered this deeply, but once one quiets the mind and distances oneself from the fray of ambition, clarity emerges. For 2 solid years, he not only refrained from indulgence in beauty, but perhaps preserved his virtue for Lu Zhiyuan. Who would have thought that the royal lineage could produce such a romantic emperor? The noble consort reflected on that passionate yet unfeeling individual. Had it not been for him, she might not have entered the palace. If men are so sentimental, why not choose the most esteemed among them? Jiang Pin listened with envy, yet her thoughts turned more toward her own uncertain future. Her family was not illustrious, her father's rank modest, and with no current favor, what would become of her in the years to come? Jiang Pin seemed to have an epiphany, putting down the pastry in her hand. "Your Highness, if only all in the imperial family were as devoted as the Emperor." The noble consort withdrew her gaze and, without allowing Jiang Pin to finish, interjected a statement. Jiang Pin tightened her grip on the handkerchief, feeling a sudden wave of anxiety. Unable to maintain direct eye contact with the noble consort, the noble consort cast a glance at her, appearing indifferent, and instead offered Jiang Pin another piece of pastry. "If you enjoy it, do indulge." "Thank you, Your Highness." Jiang Pin instinctively accepted the offering, expressing her gratitude without a second thought. It became evident to her that her suspicions were not unfounded. It was no wonder the noble consort insisted on attending the autumn hunt. Yet, even with this knowledge, She would not dare to voice her thoughts, feigning ignorance of everything. The noble consort was satisfied with her unspoken understanding. The two women then shifted their conversation to lighter topics, and after a while, Jiang Pin rose to take her leave. It was not until she stepped outside Changshi Palace that she felt she could pause, turning back to glance at the closed vermilion doors, recalling the noble consort's final words, which left her both astonished and fearful. If the noble consort truly harbors the suspicion she has entertained, would she not also become embroiled in the ensuing turmoil upon discovery? "My lady, what troubles you?" The palace maid, noticing Jiang Pin's pallid complexion, could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Jiang Pin remained lost in her own thoughts, oblivious to the maid's inquiries. "My lady," the maid called out once more. Jiang Pin abruptly returned to reality, exclaiming, "Ah?" The maid, now even more anxious, asked, "Is my lady unwell? Shall I summon a physician from the Imperial Medical Institute to attend to you?" Jiang Pin shook her head, suppressing the unease within her heart. "No, it is likely just fatigue. Let us return and rest for a while." Chapter 83. Dining. As the midday meal was being set, a robust and lively voice resonated from outside the hall. Zhiyuan extended her hand to accept the soup that Shen Junran offered, sipping it delicately while her eyes occasionally drifted towards Shen Nanyun, who was being carried in. Shen Nanyun, upon noticing the two who had begun their meal without waiting for him, merely smiled at Shen Junran, accustomed to the routine. "Royal brother, you have already started dining." Shen Junran cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent as he served vegetables to Zhiyuan. He had previously informed Nanyun that he was welcome to join for meals, but only with the consent of the empress. Undeterred, Shen Nanyun understood the unspoken message behind his royal brother's indifference and turned to Zhiyuan with a smile. "Royal sister-in-law, I forgot to have the imperial kitchen prepare food for me today, so I came to share the meal with you and royal brother. I hope you do not mind." Zhiyuan was left speechless. It was the same excuse every day, forgetting to arrange for the kitchen. However, they all knew that the kitchen would never neglect to prepare meals for the Prince of Ning. It was merely an excuse for him to join Shen Junran at the dining table. One should not strike a smiling face, especially since Shen Nanyun had been much more subdued lately. Aside from an initial awkwardness, he had now become quite amiable. "Your bowl and chopsticks are ready. Please come and eat," she said, fully aware that Shen Nanyun would not leave. Over the past month, she had grown accustomed to having an extra set of tableware prepared for him at every meal. Shen Nanyun immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, royal sister-in-law." After calling her that for over a month, it had become second nature to him. Observing him slowly lifting himself up, Shen Junran could tell at a glance that his injury had healed. As he propped himself up against the wooden board, his face betrayed no sign of pain, although he continued to feign discomfort. "This injury has lingered for over a month. Why has it not yet healed?" After the meal, "I shall have Han Yuanzheng come to examine you," Shen Junran remarked. Hearing his royal brother's concern, Shen Nanyun felt a surge of happiness, only to be swiftly dampened by the thought of Han Yuanzheng's impending arrival, which would surely expose his ruse. "No need for that. I believe it should be nearly healed in another 10 to 20 days, so there's no need to trouble Han Yuanzheng," he replied. The moment these words left his mouth, even Zhiyuan found them exaggerated. To prolong recovery for another 10 or 20 days would mean 2 months in total. He truly dared to say such things. Noticing Zhiyuan's astonishment, Shen Nanyun realized the absurdity of his statement and quickly attempted to clarify. "Isn't it said that injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days? 2 months should not be unreasonable. You have neither injured your muscles nor your bones. At most, it's merely a royal brother," Shen Nanyun interrupted, feeling embarrassed at the mention of such a humiliating incident. Shen Junran shot him a glance, but refrained from further comment. Shen Nanyun chose not to elaborate to Shen Junran, instead directing his inquiry toward Zhiyuan, royal sister-in-law. "What do you think? Is it unreasonable for me to take 100 days to recover? It is not excessive to say that just because one has healed does not mean they cannot rest. However, since one can walk independently, it is best not to have others carry you about daily. It is quite exhausting, and your pretense of fatigue adds to our own weariness." Zhiyuan set down her bowl and pushed the remaining half bowl of chicken soup towards Shen Junran, her intention unmistakable. She no longer wished to drink it. Shen Nanyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Must one be so blunt? Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Junran lifted the unfinished soup to his lips. Shen Nanyun had long since grown indifferent to Lu Ziyuan's insistence that her elder brother consume her leftovers. Had he any objections, he would not have required Lu Ziyuan to voice them. His elder brother would have promptly dismissed him. Is that so? Shen Nanyun chuckled dryly, attempting to alleviate his discomfort with laughter, then tilted his body to ask, "Do I truly appear so unconvincing?" Lu Ziyuan gazed into his earnest eyes, feigning contemplation before shaking her head and then nodding. A pained expression on your face would convey your discomfort far more convincingly than your daily exclamations of pain, and it would not seem overly dramatic. I suggest you reserve some of that masculine fortitude. Shen Nanyun nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude to his sister-in-law for her guidance. I shall maintain this facade until I finish my meal. Yet, in his effort to remain, he shamelessly added, I am delicate and pampered, having been raised in luxury. I have already restrained myself to a considerable extent during this time. Lu Ziyuan, Shen Junran, please spare us your justifications. Upon witnessing their simultaneous pause in eating, Shen Nanyun raised an eyebrow, contemplating the convenience of rising to a seated position, appearing utterly unperturbed. His injury had fully healed days ago. Not only could he sit, but he could withstand even 100 strokes if need be. As he continued to eat, he murmured, I must tell you, eating while lying down is quite uncomfortable. It is exhausting, and my stomach feels unsatisfied. Otherwise, I would not limit myself to just one meal with you each day. There is no need to perform for us. This is your last meal in the Zicheng Hall, Shen Junran said leisurely. Once finished, you shall return to your Ning Wangfu. That cannot be. The method my sister-in-law taught me remains untested. I cannot leave just yet. Shen Nanyun paused his chopsticks, insisting, I must allow my sister-in-law to witness my acting skills. Lu Ziyuan interjected, you may showcase your talents at Ning Wangfu. Whether I watch is of little consequence. Shen Nanyun replied, I believe it would be better to wait until after the autumn hunt to return. He continued to resist. Speaking of the autumn hunt, Shen Junran recalled the intelligence received that morning. News had reached the capital that the heir of the Chengwang had set off to return, specifically to participate in this autumn hunt. Shen Nanyun displayed a look of disdain. Isn't it a bit embarrassing for someone who is perpetually engrossed in wine and women to attend the autumn hunt? Is it truly necessary for him to rush back just to make a fool of himself? Shen Huailong was notoriously lecherous. Not only did he have a multitude of women in his household, but many of the courtesans in the capital were also his. Having grown tired of the capital's pleasures, he had ventured south in search of beauty. A woman, regardless of whether she hails from a respectable family or a brothel, who possesses even a modicum of beauty, is sought after by Shen Huailang to be taken into his household as a concubine, much to the disgrace of their royal lineage. Shen Nanyun feels fortunate that he is merely a cousin, rather than a full brother, conveniently overlooking the slight familial connection. Shen Junyu sets down his bowl and remarks with understated wisdom. One must not judge solely by appearances. Often, the qualities and capabilities one perceives are merely what others choose to reveal, not necessarily an accurate reflection of their true selves. He has received intelligence from his spies indicating that Shen Huailang's journey to Jiangnan transcends mere pursuits of pleasure. He is also engaged in strategic planning in that affluent region. Jiangnan is indeed a land of wealth. Although the royal consort hails from a merchant background, the Yang family stands as the most prosperous in Jiangnan, possessing an abundance of gold and silver, essential for various undertakings. While Shen Huailang may indulge in carnal pleasures, he is far from being a naive simpleton. If the crown prince has 3 legitimate sons, why then has the youngest, Shen Huailang, been designated as the heir? The answer lies in his evident capability and ambition, characteristics that set him apart from his siblings. Shen Nanyun, upon hearing his elder brother's words, begins to realize that the situation is far more complex than he initially perceived. Lu Ziyuan has also heard of the crown prince's notorious reputation for debauchery, though she recalls her father discussing it with her elder brother in the study. The crown prince, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, is not as uncomplicated as he appears. By appointing Shun Huailang, who lacks the gravitas expected of a crown prince, it becomes evident that he is not merely the man the public perceives. The head of any prominent family, regardless of their indiscretions, must prioritize the welfare of their lineage, lest they face their ancestors in shame a century hence. From Shun Junyu's tone, it is clear that their father's suspicions were well-founded. Chapter 84. Warmth after lunch. Shun Nanyun received a knowing glance from his royal brother and returned to his own courtyard. Having been exposed, he no longer concealed his intentions and boldly strode towards the palace gates. At this moment, everyone in the Ziqing palace realized that the Prince of Ning was merely putting on an act. Nevertheless, the prince seemed entirely unconcerned, for he knew his brother would not send him back to his residence. Furthermore, they could continue to enjoy meals together. What a delightful prospect! Tomorrow, at this very hour, he could enter without pretense, liberated from the need to be carried inside. As he pondered this, his steps grew lighter. Shen Junran led Lu Zhiyuan to a soft couch by the window. "Are you feeling sleepy, Yuan? Would you care to join me for a brief nap?" he inquired. "I am not ready to sleep just yet. Perhaps later," Lu Zhiyuan replied, having indulged in too much at lunch. It would be quite impossible for her to fall asleep now. She thought it best to wait until Shen Junran took his afternoon rest and then retire to the study afterward. Shen Junran helped Lu Zhiyuan settle into her seat, smiling as he said, "Very well, we shall do as you wish." Noticing his intent to sit beside her, Lu Zhiyuan asked, "Aren't you supposed to be taking a nap? You still have to attend to state affairs in the study later. Do not wear yourself out on my account." She had no pressing matters and could sleep whenever she pleased. Shun Junran leaned down to meet her gaze. Yuan, you're growing increasingly affectionate towards me, which brings me great joy." He then playfully brushed his fingers against her delicate nose, unable to conceal the happiness in his eyes. Feeling shy under his gaze, Lu Zhiyuan gently took his hand away, yet she was not hesitant to express her love. "You are my husband. Of course, I must care for you." Shen Junran felt a profound satisfaction in his heart, realizing that her words were becoming ever more tender and considerate towards him. Having Yuan's affection was indeed a source of happiness. Lu Zhiyuan pulled him to sit beside her, their hands clasped together tightly. "So, will you still take that nap?" she asked. Shun Junran nodded. "Of course, but I would like you to accompany me. It is rather dull to sleep alone." Lu Zhiyuan retorted playfully. "You have managed to sleep alone for over 20 years. How could you not find it tiresome then?" "I'm not quite ready to sleep yet," she continued. "It is fine, Yuan. Just keep me company on the couch. I am not sleepy at the moment," Shun Junran replied, resting his head on her lap. Lu Zhiyuan did not refuse. She allowed him to hold her hand against his chest, while her other hand caressed the side of his head, making him more comfortable. Shen Junran nestled into a cozy position on her legs, wrapping his long arms around her waist and resting his face against her soft abdomen, contentedly smiling. However, after a short while, he looked up at Lu Zhiyuan with a grin. "It seems you truly had your fill at lunch." Lu Zhiyuan paused for a moment, then playfully pinched the soft flesh of his earlobe, sternly saying, "Then you should get up. Do not press on my stomach." Shen Junran chuckled softly, tightening his embrace around her waist. The gentle sounds of her digestion filled the air, and he declared, "If you won't get up, then I shall remain here with you. The sound from your belly are rather endearing." Seeing his childlike demeanor, Lu Zhiyuan felt both amused and exasperated. Really, this is quite enough, she thought. Having no recourse against him, she simply allowed it to be. "Are you not busy this afternoon?" she inquired. "Indeed, I am," he replied. "Why do you not rest your eyes for a while, but instead continue to linger here?" As the words fell, Shun Junran obediently closed his eyes, yet he inquired, "Would you accompany me to the imperial study this afternoon, Yuan?" Lu Zhiyuan. He was indeed quite persistent in wanting her presence in the study. But Lu Zhiyuan felt that her visits would only disrupt him as he attended to state affairs. Thus, she consistently declined his invitations. Not hearing her response, Shen Junran understood her concerns, stating, "Having you by my side while I review the memorials would enhance my efficiency." Lu Zhiyuan was speechless. It was rather the opposite. Whenever she was present, Shen Junran would tease her and indulge in affectionate embraces, leading to a rather shameless display. She had no faith in his words. Once you finish reviewing the memorials, I can accompany you just the same. Shen Junran wrapped his arms around her waist, shifting slightly, his head resting against her abdomen. With a hint of despondence in his voice, he lamented, Yuan, there are numerous memorials in the study. I feel rather lonely sitting there all by myself. Do you not find it pitiful? But Zhao Quan is there, isn't he? What can I possibly discuss with him? Shen Junran's closed eyes fluttered slightly, yet they remained shut. I can only converse with you, Yuan. It is only your company in the imperial study that keeps me from feeling bored. Her visits were not entirely absent. Rather, they varied by circumstance. The imperial study was a place of great significance and should not be frequented daily. Be good, sleep now. Zhiyuan refrained from answering, knowing that if the conversation continued, her resolve would surely weaken. Shen Junran sighed softly, nuzzling against her abdomen in a manner reminiscent of a playful puppy. Suppressing a laugh, Zhiyuan gently coaxed him, sleep now. I am here with you, my husband. One hand cradled his head while the other tenderly caressed it. Shen Junran felt the gentle strokes upon his head, finding the sensation oddly pleasant, though he could not quite place what it reminded him of. Regardless, he enjoyed her touch and soon found himself succumbing to drowsiness, his eyes closing without realizing what the gesture resembled. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Junran awakened. Noticing that the one cradling him was still soothing him to sleep, he did not immediately open his eyes. Her fingertips brushed against his cheek, soft and delightful. He relished the way Yuan cared for him, and as his hand, still around her waist, began to move, Zhiyuan caught sight of his eyelids fluttering, a clear indication of his awakening. Observing his increasingly bold movements, she grasped his hand firmly in hers, speaking softly, If you're awake, sit up for a moment. You will need to head to the imperial study soon. Just a little longer. Newly awakened, Shen Junran appeared somewhat grumpy. Zhiyuan did not rush him, but patiently awaited his response, though her other hand began to wander. Yuan, please stop teasing me, and get up. Unable to withstand his playful antics any longer, she clutched his head, attempting to rise. Shen Junran did not linger any longer. Instead, as he rose, he held her close in his embrace,